Chapter 1. From today on, I am king. In the realm of Dragon Ball, within the uncharted universe, lies the planet Vegeta. On this day, within the heart of the Saiyan royal palace, King Vegeta summoned all the elite warriors of planet Vegeta. Their purpose was to deliberate the fate of an infant. A Saiyan knelt before the throne, humbly inquiring, "Your Majesty, forgive my audacity, but I have heard that you intend to send my son Broly to the border planet?" "Indeed," replied King Vegeta from his elevated dais. "But, Your Majesty, I have heard that my son's destination is a desolate planet called Vampa, where nothing exists. Your son possesses immense potential. He may pose a threat to the safety of our Saiyan race in the future. I am merely exiling him, not seeking his life. You should be grateful to me." Paragus the Saiyan rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, rage igniting within him. "You vile King Vegeta, you are envious of my son's potential, fearful that he might threaten your heir's status. You scoundrel." King Vegeta sneered, "And what of it? By the time we finish our conversation, your son will already be dispatched." "What?" Paragus hurried to the window, glancing outside. Yet, the launch pad in the cosmos showed no sign of a departing spaceship. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the door, declaring, "Paragus, rest assured, I have intercepted Broly's ship." "You? Who are you?" Paragus and the others within the palace stared in astonishment at the newcomer, while King Vegeta rose in anger, exclaiming, "Linkus, how dare you return?" The newcomer was Lin Chen, though in this life he went by Lin Kext. He was a wanted young Saiyan warrior, having vanished for 4 years after abandoning the mission entrusted to him by King Vegeta upon awakening in this new life. "Lin Kext, 4 years ago, you defied my orders and fled, and now you have the audacity to return. Are you seeking your own demise?" Lin Chen grit his teeth and replied, "I have come to deliver a warning. Frieza is poised to annihilate our Saiyan race soon. If we do not prepare, the entire planet Vegeta will be doomed." At his words, an eerie silence fell over the assembly. The elite warriors gaped. Even Paragus looked utterly astonished. In the next moment, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Everyone dismissed Lin Chen's words as a mere jest. They were Saiyans. After all, Frieza's most trusted allies. Why would Frieza seek to eradicate them? Lin Chen snorted disdainfully, realizing that, as he suspected, unless Bardock were present, no one would believe his warnings. However, having spent 4 years hidden in the outside world, he had returned to planet Vegeta not to be ridiculed. "Silence, all of you," Lin Chen bellowed, pointing at King Vegeta seated upon his throne. "All Saiyans must adhere to the king's will. If I cannot persuade them, then I shall only need to sway you. In accordance with Saiyan tradition, I hereby challenge your royal authority." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. Lin Chen continued, "It is common knowledge that your throne is secure due to your grandfather, Vegeta the First, who led the Saiyans to conquer the Zufurans and claim this planet. Yet according to our traditions, the throne rightfully belongs to the mightiest among us. Thus I now challenge you. Should I prevail, I shall be the new king of the Saiyans." No sooner had Lin Chen uttered these words than a mid-level warrior leaped forward. "You dare to show such disrespect to King Vegeta? Face me first, step aside. My only target is him," Lin Chen declared, pointing at King Vegeta. "Do you not have the courage to accept my challenge?" "Foolish." Vegeta's forehead throbbed with fury. "Lin Chen, you, a mere low-level warrior, dare to challenge me? Very well. I accept your challenge. I shall make it known what befalls those who provoke King Vegeta." "Ha!" With a thunderous roar, King Vegeta unleashed his full power, ascending from his throne like an arrow aimed at Lin Chen. However, bang, Vegeta's fist was effortlessly blocked by Lin Chen using but a single finger. "Damn it! How is this possible?" Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had exerted all his strength, yet could not even breach Lin Chen's finger. "I am King Vegeta, the ruler of the Saiyans." Vegeta swiftly retreated a step, gathering energy in his hands, and launched a powerful energy sphere at Lin Chen, channeling all of his might. Yet, Lin Chen merely flicked his finger, diverting the energy sphere from its path, sending it crashing through the palace and soaring into the sky. Boom! The resounding explosion drew a crowd of curious Saiyans from around the palace. "Why?" King Vegeta gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen remained unperturbed. "For the past 4 years, I have fought for this moment. How could a Saiyan who has languished comfortably on a throne possibly compare to me? But your battle power?" King Vegeta, with his battle power scouter, had always seen Lin Chen's power at a mere 2,000. Such devices cannot measure instantaneous power. I now control my aura. My true battle power is tenfold yours. Tenfold. Not only King Vegeta, but those present gasped in astonishment that if this were true, it was utterly staggering. 100,000 battle power? This would undoubtedly establish him as the foremost warrior among the Saiyans. How could Lin Chen, a mere low-level warrior, possess such extraordinary strength? No, it is impossible. How could you possess a battle power of 100,000? I cannot believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. As King Vegeta's desperate cries echoed, Lin Chen suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him in the next instant. With a single punch, King Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness, and as the king collapsed to the ground, Lin Chen reached out and seized the circular necklace that symbolized his royal status. Lifting the necklace high, he ascended to the throne that rightfully belonged to King Vegeta. From this day forth, I shall be the new king of the Saiyans. After 4 long years in the Dragon Ball world, he had finally arrived at this moment. Lin Chen understood that he could now embark on the final step of his plan, to eliminate Frieza and avert the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He undertook this mission because upon his arrival in this world, he had bound himself to the most powerful selection system. The first formidable choice presented by the system was as follows. Option 1. Defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward: Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Option 2. Defeat the Kaishin. Reward: Kaishin power. Option 3. Defeat the God of Destruction and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward: God of Destruction power. Chapter 2. The impossible task. Upon discovering that he had acquired a choice system, Lin Chen was initially filled with exuberance. After all, the hallmark of a traveler is the golden finger, and he had seemingly received one too. However, upon perusing the 3 options presented by the system, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of despair. What on earth were these choices? Each one was more outrageous than the last. Setting aside the formidable Frieza, the Kaishin, and the God of Destruction, could a mere warrior like himself, whose combat prowess barely reached 10,000, hope to confront them? While others were bestowed with novice gift packs upon receiving their systems, why was he immediately thrust into a hellish task? Was this not a cruel joke? At that moment, Lin Chen contemplated forfeiting the selection, but the system promptly countered. The task was non-negotiable. He must choose one and complete it before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, or face annihilation. Faced with the system's blatant threat, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and, without a second thought, opted for the first choice. Frieza, the Kaishin, the God of Destruction. Of these formidable foes, only Frieza offered him a theoretical glimmer of hope for victory. Moreover, opportunity often accompanies peril. Should he succeed in this endeavor, Lin Chen's future would shine resplendently. The Dragon Ball universe is fraught with dangers. Even becoming a Super Saiyan does not guarantee survival. However, if he could attain the fabled Saiyan bloodline, endowed with the might of the legendary Saiyans as depicted in the original narrative, Lin Chen would likely navigate any crisis he encountered with ease. Thus, Lin Chen devoted himself to preparation for a full 4 years, intent on defeating Frieza before he could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Armed with the system's guidance, Lin Chen had accurately pinpointed the time of his arrival, 4 years prior to the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, in the year 733 of the Age of the Universe. Time was not on his side, and with Kakarot yet to be born and Prince Vegeta merely an infant, finding allies seemed nearly impossible. Confronting Frieza appeared to be an insurmountable task. Yet, after meticulously analyzing the storyline, Lin Chen discovered a slender thread of hope for achieving his goal. To succeed, he would need to possess a battle power exceeding 60,000 and garner the support of all Saiyans. Hence, in pursuit of this ambition, Lin Chen embarked on a solitary odyssey across the cosmos, escaping during a mission. In the first year, Lin Chen endeavored to enhance his battle power through rigorous training. The body he inhabited had a combat strength of merely 2,000, placing him among the lowest tier of Saiyan warriors. Although he was only 14 years of age and had potential for growth, the prospects seemed dim. Throughout that year, Lin Chen persevered through countless trials, managing to elevate his battle power to a mere 10,000, still a staggering distance from his target of 60,000. In the second year, Lin Chen altered his approach. He had to concede that his body lacked the innate talent of Kakarot and Vegeta, making the prospect of reaching 60,000 battle power within the remaining 3 years exceedingly formidable. In the second year, Lin Chen devoted an entire year to uncovering the whereabouts of planet Namek within the vast cosmos. given the prevailing circumstances. The only viable method Lin Chen could conceive to rapidly enhance his prowess was to journey to Namek. It was not his intention to rely on the Dragon Balls to amplify his abilities, as that was an unattainable feat. Even the Eternal Dragon possessed limitations to its powers. Moreover, with Lin Chen's current strength, it was utterly implausible for him to vanquish the formidable defenses of Namek, protected as it was by the might of Guru. Thus, his true objective was to negotiate with the Grand Elder, hoping to unlock his latent potential. The Grand Elder of Namek possessed the extraordinary ability to develop human potential. In the original narrative, under his guidance, characters like Krillin and Gohan, whose battle powers were merely in the range of 1 to 2,000, experienced exponential growth, multiplying their strength tenfold. Should Lin Chen receive the Grand Elder's assistance, his aspirations would be effortlessly realized. Upon locating Namek, Lin Chen promptly proceeded to the planet, where he subsequently spent another year. As a Saiyan, notorious for their fierce reputation across the universe, Lin Chen's audience with the Grand Elder was fraught with challenges. Initially, the Namekians, upon recognizing him as a Saiyan, assumed he was an aggressor and attacked without hesitation. Even after Lin Chen clarified his intentions, their skepticism lingered. They insisted that to meet the Grand Elder, he must first endure their trials. Consequently, Lin Chen spent another year on Namek, overcoming a series of rigorous tests concerning wisdom, courage, and combat prowess, before finally gaining an audience with the Grand Elder and establishing a unique agreement. As a result of this pact, the Grand Elder fully awakened Lin Chen's combat potential, granting him a staggering battle power exceeding 110,000. In the span of 4 years, Lin Chen transformed from a lowly warrior into a Saiyan with a battle power of 110,000, a testament to the arduous journey he had undertaken, the struggles of which were not lost on him. Seated upon the throne, he reflected on the past 4 years and, raising his gaze to the astonished assembly before him, declared, "Esteemed guests, I understand that some among you may harbor doubts regarding my legitimacy. However, according to tradition, I, as the newly appointed king, am entitled to a week's respite. Should you wish to challenge me, you must wait until after this period. If, after 1 week, I am defeated, you may justly depose me or even take my life. But until that moment, I shall not permit any insubordination. My forthcoming commands may seem peculiar, yet they must be adhered to. Firstly, the events of today shall remain a secret known only to us Saiyans. It is imperative that Frieza remains unaware of our change in kingship. Secondly, I require all mid-level warriors present to act immediately, eliminating every one of Frieza's subordinates on planet Vegeta, leaving only those responsible for communication to relay false reports of tranquility to Frieza's forces. Our forthcoming actions must remain shrouded in absolute secrecy. Lin Kesai. Beneath the throne, King Vegeta has awakened, lying on the ground, his face etched with astonishment as he gazes at Lin Chen. What are you planning to do? Lin Chen casts a glance at King Vegeta and replies, "What am I planning? I aim to lead all Saiyans in a rebellion against Frieza." Upon hearing this, the Saiyans below are momentarily taken aback. A rebellion against Frieza? Betraying the tyrant who reigns over the universe? Has Lin Chen lost his sanity? Although filled with skepticism regarding Lin Chen's words, they cannot defy the royal command. Thus, on this day, Lin Chen's clandestine plot for the Saiyan rebellion commenced. Chapter 3, Defying Fate, Protecting Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen's plan for the Saiyan rebellion commenced, everything appeared unchanged on the surface. The elite Saiyan troops, led by mid-level warriors, swiftly subdued the Frieza Force's communications outpost on planet Vegeta, compelling the communication officer to send false messages to the Frieza army, reporting to the commander, "All is well on planet Vegeta, there are no changes." Meanwhile, Lin Chen personally led a contingent of Saiyan warriors to swiftly eliminate the senior Frieza soldiers tasked with monitoring King Vegeta. After encrypting their communication devices, Lin Chen summoned all the captains of the Saiyan squads to elucidate his plan. It is well known that Frieza, as the Emperor of the Cosmos, possesses strength that far surpasses every inhabitant of planet Vegeta. Even in his first form, he boasts a combat power exceeding 530,000. Not to mention he has 3 additional forms. Victory seemed unattainable. Even the proud King Vegeta doubted the Saiyans' chances against Frieza. Lin Chen shared this sentiment. However, amidst the improbability, Lin Chen glimpsed a slender thread of hope for defeating Frieza. This hope stemmed from Frieza's immature control over his power. He had consistently maintained his first form to manage his strength. Ironically, this form's combat power was precisely within Lin Chen's capacity to overcome. By transforming into a great ape, Lin Chen could temporarily achieve a combat power exceeding 1 1,000,000. A combat power of 1,000,000 would be sufficient to vanquish Frieza's 530,000. One might dismiss this as impossible. Yet, in the original narrative, to acquire the strength necessary to triumph over Frieza, Vegeta, whose power was already in the hundreds of thousands, managed to nearly defeat Krillin, who had a power level around 20,000, by suppressing his own energy. Thus, if Lin Chen acted swiftly and struck when Frieza was unprepared, he could indeed transform the impossible into the possible, defeating Frieza with a mere 100,000 combat power. An astonishing notion. Yet, upon careful reflection, it truly seemed feasible. Lin Chen then called for all Saiyans to gather in the capital, preparing to welcome the tyrant. Although they could not harm Frieza, they could assist Lin Chen in diverting Frieza's attention. After all, Frieza was not alone. He commanded the formidable Frieza force. Relying solely on Lin Chen would likely allow Frieza to transform before he could approach. There were dissenting voices regarding Lin Chen's plan. Since subjugating themselves to Frieza and his father, King Cold, the Saiyans had endured a life of humiliation. Yet, overall, their existence had remained relatively peaceful. Furthermore, serving Frieza and conquering planet after planet aligned with their bloodthirsty warrior nature. Hence, they found no reason to betray Frieza. In response, Lin Chen utilized a single statement to persuade the former King Vegeta, leveraging his authority to convince the others. King Vegeta, you must comprehend the reason behind Frieza's intent to annihilate planet Vegeta. Years ago, did you not provoke the god of destruction, Beerus? At this moment, King Vegeta finally came to fully believe Lin Chen's words. When Prince Vegeta was merely 3 years of age, King Vegeta had indeed angered the god of destruction, Beerus. It was under Beerus's directive that Frieza prepared to obliterate planet Vegeta. King Vegeta realized that if Lin Chen spoke the truth, Frieza would not spare planet Vegeta. Thus, he relinquished his grievances and chose to submit to Lin Chen, collaborating with him to ensure the flawless execution of Lin Chen's plan. Under his persuasion, many Saiyans, albeit reluctantly, ultimately complied with the orders. Additionally, among the lower-ranked warriors, Lin Chen found his ally, Bardock, the father of Son Goku, an elite warrior highly esteemed among the lower-class fighters. Bardock had been bestowed with the ability to foresee the future after succumbing to the magical fist of the Canassian people during his team's invasion of Canassa. Throughout the Saiyan planet, he stood resolutely by Lin Chen's side, for in his dreams, Bardock had witnessed the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. With King Vegeta among the mid-tier warriors and Bardock among the lower tier, they became Lin Chen's right and left arms, refining the final plan. Thus, a few days later, on the very night foretold by Bardock, all Saiyans gathered in the capital of planet Vegeta, collectively gazing skyward. Bardock, is the time drawing near? Lin Chen softly inquired, his eyes fixed on the heavens. Beside him, Bardock replied quietly, Yes, Your Majesty, Frieza is about to arrive. Our fate, the fate of all Saiyans, hinges upon this moment. King Vegeta, tense, interjected, We shall prevail. Lin Chen offered a comforting word. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. In the next instant, the scouters worn by all Saiyans registered immense energy readings. Many were left in awe. As anticipated, just as their King Linkus had foretold, Frieza indeed approached with his formidable army, uninvited. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his expression grave. Soon, he would create a miracle, should his plan succeed. It would be an unprecedented battle, a triumph of the weak over the strong, far surpassing the original narrative. Whether he could fulfill his mission and acquire the legendary Saiyan bloodline rested upon this pivotal moment. Former King Vegeta, Paragus, your respective squads may commence. King Vegeta and Paragus nodded. In this operation, each would lead a team of elite warriors, yet neither would engage in the offensive. Their task was to manufacture an artificial moon on the ground. Should the moon be destroyed, they would need to generate another, ensuring that an artificial moon remained suspended in the sky at all times. Although devoid of peril, each instance of creating an artificial moon consumes a considerable amount of their energy. Only warriors of their esteemed caliber possess the fortitude to perpetually conjure such wonders. Fear not, King Lynx, for the Saiyans. In the next moment, brilliant orbs of white light began to materialize in their hands. Several warriors exerted their strength, hurling the radiant orbs skyward. Before long, luminous spheres, reminiscent of a resplendent full moon, adorned the heavens, emanating a dim glow akin to that of the moon on Earth. These luminous spheres were the artificial moons fashioned by King Vegeta and his warriors. With the emergence of these moons, all Saiyans on planet Vegeta sounded the clarion call to commence their offensive against Frieza. Chapter 4. The assassination of Frieza. The legendary Saiyan bloodline, as the skies of planet Vegeta were adorned with artificial moons, waves of blood's energy surged toward the surface. This unique energy, generated during the full moon, could be absorbed by the Saiyan's eyes, enabling them to undergo a transformation known as the Great Ape Transformation by interacting with their tails. Presently, upon perceiving the 3 moons in the sky, the Saiyan's bodies began to swell, their protective suits straining against the expansion. A feral, violent, and formidable aura emanated from these Saiyans. Their tails elongated, and regardless of gender, their heads began to protrude significantly, with teeth sharpening like those of wild beasts. Soon, the ground was overrun by terrifying great apes towering over 20 meters high. Saiyans, charge! Roared Bardock, transformed into a great ape. As he pounded his chest and soared into the sky, behind him, countless great apes ascended, racing toward Frieza's ship, which had already reached the stratosphere. Typically, the Great Ape Transformation would render Saiyans irrational. However, this loss of control was not entirely beyond restraint. Trained Saiyans could at least retain a sliver of reason to fulfill their objectives. In this instance, the singular goal shared by all Saiyans was to eliminate the Frieza army in the sky. As this massive horde of great apes took flight from the planet, Frieza's forces in the cosmos inevitably detected their approach. And Master Frieza, the Saiyans have transformed into great apes and are coming. A flustered, rotund pink alien exclaimed. Calm down, Dodoria. They are merely wild monkeys. There is no need for fear. Order the soldiers aboard the ship to engage. Replied a handsome alien. Why yes, understood, Mr. Zarbin. Dodoria nodded, promptly issuing commands. Hurry, let the soldiers aboard the ship engage and intercept these wild monkeys. While Dodoria hastily relayed orders, Zarbin addressed Frieza, who was seated on his small platform. My lord, it seems those Saiyans were prepared. Your plans may have been leaked. Oh ho ho, they are but stinky monkeys. If they believe they can contend with me in this manner, they are gravely mistaken. Frieza scoffed. Although the Saiyans' transformation into great apes would amplify their combat power tenfold, they remained no match for Frieza, whose battle prowess stood at a staggering 530,000. Frieza watched the unfolding situation with a smile, devoid of any concern. However, the proud cosmic emperor's expression soon turned grim as the great apes began to dominate the battlefield. Master Frieza, our main forces have engaged the Saiyans. In the first wave of attacks, we suffered a 94 loss. Bang! A beam suddenly struck the reporting soldier's head, obliterating it into a fine mist. Frieza gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury, and muttered, "Tch, a bunch of useless wretches." Lord Frieza, the Saiyans' battle power increases tenfold when they transform into giant apes. There are at least hundreds of them outside. This force could even pose a challenge to the Jinyu force, whispered Sorbet cautiously. I understand. These damn monkeys, how dare they? I shall send them all straight to hell. Frieza's smile gradually faded as he floated upward, soaring out from the top of the spaceship. A pack of wild monkeys. Why can't they remain peacefully on planet Vegeta and be reduced to stardust along with their planet? Why must they aspire to become cosmic dust? A cruel smirk crept across Frieza's lips as he slowly drifted out of the spacecraft, suspended in the vastness of space. Before him, an astonishing army of gorillas was rapidly approaching. Frieza raised a finger, preparing to gather energy when suddenly, Frieza, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. He turned to see a Saiyan, untransformed, standing atop the spaceship. It was Lin Chen. While all the other Saiyans transformed into gigantic apes, Lin Chen had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of Frieza's ship, using their transformation as cover. On Namek, Lin Chen had acquired not merely an enhancement in combat prowess, but had also mastered the manipulation of ki, akin to the Namekians. Thus, while Frieza's forces were distracted by the energy-laden gorillas, no one noticed Lin Chen, deliberately suppressing his ki, stealthily approaching the ship. His actions were all for this very moment. As Frieza momentarily lost focus, Lin Chen shifted his gaze towards the artificial moons on planet Vegeta. In the next instant, his body expanded rapidly like a balloon, and the energy within him erupted uncontrollably. Beep, beep, beep. 100, 000, 110, 000, 120, 000. The readings on Frieza's battle power detector soared relentlessly. As the detector peaked at 180, 000, it exploded spectacularly. Die, you monkey. In that instant, Frieza felt an unprecedented sense of threat. The Saiyans' transformation could amplify his battle power tenfold, and with the Saiyan before him already exhibiting around 100, 000 in strength. Multiplying that by 10 would render him even more formidable than Frieza's current form. Frieza, panic-stricken, leapt from his hovercraft, shattering his battle suit as he prepared to transform. But at that very moment, Lin Chen, now a giant ape, opened his mouth and unleashed a furious roar. Roar! A massive shockwave erupted from Lin Chen's mouth, hurtling towards Frieza with relentless force. The colossal wave engulfed the untransformed cosmic tyrant, who barely managed to exclaim, "How dare you!" before he became a mere phantom, vanishing into the cosmos. The wave of devastation unleashed by Frieza did not dissipate. Instead, it followed Lin Chen as he turned his head, crashing against Frieza's spaceship. "Frieza, my lord!" The crew aboard the vessel let out despairing cries, ultimately disintegrating into dust along with their ship. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first option. Reward, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Shall the Bloodline be fused immediately? The long-awaited voice of the system resonated within Lin Chen's mind. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of liberation. After 4 arduous years, he had finally accomplished what seemed an impossible task, defeating the cosmic tyrant Frieza, all while his own combat power barely reached a mere 100,000. Chapter 5. Choices of the Future, the Saiyan Empire. Host, shall we immediately fuse with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline? As Lin Chen transformed from a great ape back to his humanoid form, the voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. System, will there be any adverse effects from fusing the Bloodline? Lin Chen inquired. The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline possesses a unique trait, growing stronger in the face of adversity. The greater the injury, the more potent the strength. To attain such power, a transformation of the host's body is required. How long will the transformation take? 5 years. What? It requires 5 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced behind him. After the battle concluded, the Saiyans gradually reverted to their human forms, gazing excitedly at the position once occupied by Frieza's spaceship. We have slain that tyrant. The Saiyans are invincible. Long live King Linkus. Although initially, many harbored doubts about attacking Frieza, the annihilation of Frieza ignited an overwhelming sense of pride within the Saiyans. Observing the ecstatic and oblivious Saiyans, Lin Chen understood that this was not the time for celebration. While they had temporarily vanquished Frieza and averted the doom of planet Vegeta, was Frieza truly dead? Familiar with the storyline, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying resilience of the Frost Demon race. Although they did not possess the regenerative abilities of the Namekians, even if obliterated, a Frost Demon could potentially resurrect. Even if Frieza was indeed dead, one must not forget that he had a father, King Cold, and a lesser-known elder brother, Cooler, who might one day seek vengeance for Frieza. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, he could awaken 5 years later to find planet Vegeta destroyed. Therefore, system, do not fuse the Bloodline for now. Await my command. Understood. The system acknowledged while issuing a new prompt. Ding. Detecting the host's sense of crisis. The strongest choices have been activated. Option 1. Abandon planet Vegeta and become a wandering Saiyan. Reward. Title. King of the Lonely Saiyans. Effect. Battle Power 1,000,000. Option 2. Undertake a time-limited hunt for the Frost Demon race. Reward. Acquire a servant from the Frost Demon lineage. Option 3. Protect planet Vegeta and establish the Saiyan Empire. Reward. Instantaneous movement ability. The system kindly reminds that the rewards for this selection will be granted in advance, but should the host fail to execute the chosen action, obliteration will ensue. To Lin Chen's astonishment, just as the previous selection was completed, a new one emerged. Contemplating the 3 rewards presented by the system, Lin Chen began to ponder. He promptly dismissed the first option for a mere battle power of 1,000,000. 000 would be easily attainable once he fused with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. The second option appeared quite appealing. It seemed feasible to have a member of the Frieza race, akin to a Frost Demon, serve as a subordinate. However, after careful contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately dismissed this choice. This option harbored a concealed trap. The time constraint for pursuing the Frost Demons was ambiguous. If it were 5 years, would he not awaken from his slumber just as time expired? Moreover, should he refrain from merging with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline to accomplish the task? How could he possibly pursue the Frost Demons? Thus, Lin Chen could merely observe this choice. System, Option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful, and the reward has been delivered. Next, please safeguard planet Vegeta. Should planet Vegeta be destroyed, the host will be immediately erased. Moments after Lin Chen made his choice, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Concurrently, he was instantly endowed with knowledge on how to execute instant transmission. The instant transmission ability of G-Bit differed slightly from that of Son Goku. G-Bit could directly reach any planet in the universe's lower realms without the need to sense energy, albeit with the limitation of not being able to pinpoint a specific individual. In other words, Lin Chen could now traverse the cosmos at will, no longer wasting precious time on space travel as he had in the past. Even to Namek, a place he had once visited, he could arrive in the blink of an eye. Next, he needed to prepare for merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. In 5 years, he must ensure that planet Vegeta is safeguarded, preventing the Saiyans from once again marching towards annihilation before he awakens. Shortly thereafter, within the royal palace of planet Vegeta, outside, the victorious Saiyans, having triumphed over the Cosmic Emperor, were reveling in jubilation, indulging in an abundance of their favored meats and fine wines. Inside the palace, Lin Chen, as the principal architect of this victory, was convening privately with 3 Saiyans, King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus. As Lin Chen prepared for a 5-year seclusion, he had devised a plan to ensure the safety of planet Vegeta during his absence, though mere ideas would not suffice for security. It must be noted that the Saiyans were a rather troublesome race. Despite their average strength being relatively mediocre within the cosmos, many alien races were inherently far more powerful. Yet, the Saiyans prided themselves as a warrior race, naturally inclined to stir trouble. For the next 5 years, while Lin Chen could guarantee that enemies would not intrude, he could not ensure that the Saiyans would not cause turmoil among themselves. Thus, he required individuals to maintain order during this period. The former King Vegeta and the elite warrior Bardock were, in Lin Chen's view, the most suitable candidates. King Vegeta possessed charisma, while Bardock exhibited the calm judgment and a hint of humanity that the Saiyans lacked, along with the precognitive abilities acquired from the Kanassans. With these two in charge, it was highly probable that they could suppress the Saiyans' restless ambitions, preventing them from courting chaos. As for Paragus, he possesses little capability himself. However, his son Broly is akin to a ticking time bomb concealed within planet Vegeta. At merely 1 year of age, Broly already boasts a battle power of 10,000. In the span of 5 years, this child is destined to evolve into an extraordinarily powerful Saiyan, yet he also embodies great peril. A moment's carelessness could potentially lead to the annihilation of planet Vegeta. Therefore, Lin Chen's intention is to arrange for Broly to be placed in another location, allowing him to mature in tranquility. According to the narrative etched in Lin Chen's memory, as long as he is not provoked, Broly, in his normal state, is actually a child who enjoys engaging with others, is filial, and values friendship, resembling the character of Sun Wukong greatly. He is ill-suited to coexist with the brutal Saiyans, but would find greater harmony with certain peaceful races. After appointing Paragus to the role of advisor within the Saiyan army, making him the third in command following King Vegeta and Bardock upon Lin Chen's departure, Lin Chen successfully obtained the authority to oversee Broly. Paragus, for his part, harbors no suspicion regarding Lin Chen's intentions. After all, were it not for Lin Chen, the father and son duo would likely have already faced exile from King Vegeta. Chapter 6. The choice of rebirth and the arrangement for Broly in the Saiyan nursery. Every Saiyan is placed after birth for collective care, subsequently dispatched to various planets for tasks based on their qualifications. However, with Lin Chen's ascension to the throne, this practice is destined for transformation. By Lin Chen's decree, newly born Saiyans will no longer be sent to other planets. Instead, they will remain on their home planet to grow and flourish. During Lin Chen's absence over the past 5 years, planet Vegeta must consolidate the strength of all Saiyans for self-preservation. He will not permit the already sparse and relatively weak Saiyan population to commit the strategic blunder of dispersing their forces. Yet, there is one infant who requires Lin Chen's special attention, Broly, the child of Paragus. Standing before Broly's incubation pod, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Even without a scanner, he could sense that the child within possessed strength rivaling that of Bardock, who stood by his side. Indeed, this must be the legendary power of the Saiyan bloodline. Although Lin Chen himself would soon acquire the blood of the legendary Saiyan, the potential threat posed by Broly's strength in the future was undeniable. Ding. Host's murderous intent towards Broly detected, activating the strongest choice. Choice 1. Immediately eliminate Broly to eradicate future threats. Reward: 1 vial of legendary Super Saiyan serum. Battle power: 1,000,000. Choice 2. Exile Broly to planet Wampa. Reward: 5 vials of Super Saiyan serum. Battle power: 500,000. Choice 3. Personally care for Broly or delegate his care to someone else. Reward: Broly's loyalty to the host. Battle power: 100,000. Broly may still lose his sanity in the future. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting another choice at this moment. However, contemplating the three options, he began to deliberate. Whether to kill or exile Broly both appeared to be viable choices. The serums seemed to be special items that could grant the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Conversely, the third option merely promised future loyalty from Broly, which seemed somewhat lackluster. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Host's choice successful. Rewards have been granted. Please proceed to redeem your choice promptly. In the next instant, Lin Chen felt his strength increase slightly. Though he was a Saiyan in this life, he had no intention of living as cold-hearted and ruthless as his kin. In fact, he aimed to eradicate the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter and oppression among the Saiyans. Thus, from the outset, he had never contemplated the first or second options. The third choice was, after all, Lin Chen's original plan, and so he naturally selected it. With this thought, Lin Chen directly opened Broly's incubation pod, releasing him from the nurturing liquid. Perhaps due to the effects of the system's reward, the released Broly did not react with the typical aggression of a Saiyan child. Instead, he quietly gazed at Lin Chen, remaining completely silent. As he gazed upon his son, Paragus felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was his child, and they were about to part ways. What weighed heavily on his heart was that his son, merely 1 year old, already possessed a formidable combat power of 10,000. If he could remain by his side, Paragus would have no one to fear aside from Lin Chen. Contemplating this, Paragus spoke, Your Majesty, Linkus, King Vegeta is cunning and selfish. I fear that upon your departure, he may once again raise the banner of rebellion. Perhaps you could leave Broly with me, to serve as an aid to both myself and Bardock. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Paragus, who immediately felt the weight of pressure and lowered his head. Bardock's expression changed drastically, inexplicably. He sensed that the pressure exerted by Lin Chen had intensified significantly since their last encounter. You need not worry about King Vegeta, Lin Chen reassured them. He understands the gravity of the situation. Planet Vegeta is far from being out of danger. He will not act recklessly. Lin Chen was acutely aware that, although they had vanquished Frieza, it was the god of destruction, Beerus, who had originally issued the order to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Should Beerus awaken from his slumber, the fate of Planet Vegeta would be sealed. If King Vegeta wished to avoid being branded a traitor among the Saiyans, he had no choice but to comply with Lin Chen's directives. Very well, I shall take Broly with me now. You both must ensure to assist King Vegeta diligently. In the near future, Planet Vegeta will undergo significant changes. Do not be alarmed. Simply follow my plan for the next 5 years. Understood. Paragus and Bardock bowed in acknowledgement. Just as Lin Chen prepared to execute his instant transmission, the sudden sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. He glanced over, realizing he had almost forgotten this important detail. The wailing infant was none other than Bardock's son, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Kakarot. Or rather, he should be called Son Goku. At this moment, Goku was merely an infant, comparable in age to Broly. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze upon Goku, Bardock quickly interjected, My apologies. Your Majesty, that is my child, Kakarot. After I depart, remember to send Kakarot to a planet called Earth, Lin Chen instructed. Earth? If your foresight is still accurate, you should understand my intent. Indeed, Bardock nodded. Before they had defeated Frieza, he had experienced a peculiar dream in which he witnessed his son Kakarot embarking on a grand adventure on a strange planet. Lin Chen smiled, feeling that everything had been sufficiently arranged. In the next moment, he grasped Broly and initiated instant transmission. When Paragus and Bardock saw Lin Chen and Broly suddenly vanish before their eyes, they were taken aback. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, They have vanished? Your Majesty Linkus, how terrifying. By the way, Bardock, what did the Majesty mean when he instructed you to send your son to Earth? There may lie the future of our Saiyan race, Bardock replied solemnly. Not long thereafter, a mysterious force enveloped planet Vegeta within the cosmos. At that moment, although the Saiyans on the planet had received prior warnings from the royal palace, they remained awestruck by the formidable power that altered the very fabric of their world. Once this overwhelming force dissipated, the Saiyans were taken aback to discover that their beloved planet Vegeta had mysteriously vacated its original position within the galaxy, now residing in an entirely unfamiliar star system. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, the Saiyans began to heed Lin Chen's commands, entering a prolonged period of seclusion that would last 5 years. Shortly after the disappearance of planet Vegeta, a spacecraft arrived in the orbit that once belonged to the now-vanished planet. Aboard the vessel, several beings clad in battle attire gazed in astonishment at the desolate expanse of space before them. In disbelief, they pondered the fate of planet Vegeta. Had it truly vanished? Was it destroyed? Uncertainty loomed. If it had been obliterated, remnants of the planet should have been visible, regardless of what had befallen the Saiyans. They were reminded of their ultimate objective. I understand. Wait, the scanner is detecting something. My heavens, is that truly Lord Frieza's life signal? He is still alive. Chapter 7. 5 years later, the fusion of legendary Super Saiyan bloodlines. Time flows swiftly, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On the extraordinary planet known as Namek, an astonishing column of water suddenly erupted from the ocean's depths. A colossal aquatic beast was thrust skyward by this torrent, soaring thousands of meters above sea level before plummeting back down. At that moment, a youthful boy with black hair and a tail emerged from the depths, colliding with the giant creature and swiftly extinguishing its already waning life force. The boy then lifted the beast and soared towards the shore. There, the mightiest of the Namekians, Nail, stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently upon the approaching youth. Nail, I have triumphed. You need not worry about me losing control, the boy declared with a smile while supporting the giant carcass. I have witnessed it, Broly. You are now capable of managing your rage freely, which is commendable, Nail replied. His expression stoic. Despite his cold demeanor, there was an underlying concern woven into his words. After all, as Broly's guardian, Nail had shared 5 years of life with him. As he watched Broly discard the beast's remains onto the shore and begin to prepare a meal, Nail's thoughts drifted back to 5 years prior. 5 years ago, a Saiyan named Lynx, who had once resided on Namek, had brought the 1-year-old Broly before the elder. This Saiyan not only wished for Broly to be raised by the Namekians, but also requested the use of the Dragon Balls. What puzzled Nail was the elder's complete acquiescence to all of Lynx's demands. Later, Nail had inquired about the elder's reasoning, only to be met with an enigmatic response. The elder believed that these two Saiyans might one day become the saviors of the Namekians. Saviors? Nail scoffed at the notion. He was uncertain of Lynx's true nature, but Broly had nearly become the harbinger of doom for the Namekians. Nail had never anticipated the existence of a naturally gifted warrior like Broly in this world. Though merely a child, Broly's strength was steadily escalating. Fortunately, despite his growing power, Broly was an obedient child, rarely instigating trouble. Yet, there were instances when danger would provoke an uncontrollable surge of emotions within him. Each time this occurred, the young Saiyan would transform into a frenzied demon. In Broly's first year after arriving, Nail had managed to keep him in check. However, by the second year, the rampaging Broly possessed a power that far exceeded Nail's own. It seemed Lynx had foreseen the potential for Broly's emotional instability when he arrived on Namek. During his summoning of the Namekian dragon, he utilized a wish to conjure a tranquil flute capable of soothing any individual overcome by madness, entrusting it to the elder. It was through this flute that Namek was able to evade the fate of destruction by Broly on several occasions. As Naru reminisced about the past, Broly had already devoured the colossal beast. He patted his distended belly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Uncle Naru, I'm full. I even saved you a piece of meat. Are you sure you don't want it? I've mentioned before that Namekians only require sunlight and water. Well then, I shall consume it myself. Naru observed Broly indulging with a slight smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Despite being a demon, Broly was, on the whole, a good child. His temperament, when not in a frenzy, was quite endearing to the Namekians. Speaking of which, Broly, it seems the 5 years are nearly up, Naru suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Broly set down the piece of meat in his hand. Really? Uncle Naru, is Link's brother about to emerge? It's very likely. Shall we go take a look? Yes. Broly swiftly finished the last morsel of meat and soared into the air, hastily heading towards a certain location deep in the ocean without waiting for Naru. Naru did not call him back, but instead flew alongside him. Namek is an island planet, with most of its surface covered in verdant oceans. Within the largest expanse of water, a luminous orb had appeared 5 years ago. For 5 years, this orb shone like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding waters. Those capable of sensing energy nearby would discern a powerful aura emanating from within the orb. After a lengthy flight, Broly and Naru finally arrived at the oceanic domain of the orb. Through the water, Broly immediately sensed the significant difference. Indeed, Uncle Naru, Link's brother's energy is even stronger than before. It's as if he is about to awaken. A bead of sweat trickled down Naru's forehead. Without Broly's prompting, he had already sensed the changes below. The Saiyans' energy was undeniably more immense and terrifying than in the past. Damn, what has that Saiyan been doing down there for the past 5 years? Just as Broly and Naru hovered above the sea, beneath the surface within the orb, Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after arranging everything, Lin Chen had begun merging with the legendary Saiyan bloodline deep within Namex Ocean. Over the past 5 years, his consciousness had been completely severed from his physical form, while his body had disintegrated into fine particles within the orb, only to be reconstituted and reborn. At last, the 5 years had elapsed, and Lin Chen's body was finally reconstructed. In the next moment, a tremendous force pulled Lin Chen's consciousness back into his corporeal form. Within the orb, a flash of green light flickered, and Lin Chen, who had been asleep for 5 years, finally opened his eyes. Beep. The host has successfully fused with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Upon opening his eyes, the first sound Lin Chen heard was the mechanical, synthesized voice of the system. He clenched his fists tightly, a surge of joy washing over him. At long last, he had succeeded. It was truly unexpected that the mere fusion of a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline could consume a full 5 years of his life. He couldn't help but wonder if it was the system's inadequacies or the formidable challenges associated with merging the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that had prolonged the process. Just then, the system spoke once more, notifying the host that his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was a flawless one, though it had taken 5 years. The process had also eradicated the lingering aftereffects of the legendary Super Saiyan's uncontrollable power, ensuring that the host would no longer have to fear losing his sanity in the future. Chapter 8. Awakening the First Battle. Encounter with Cosmic Pirates. Upon hearing the news, Lin Chen's heart surged with joy. It was rumored that the greatest flaw of the Super Saiyan was the inability to control their power upon fully unleashing it, resulting in a loss of sanity and transforming into a mere killing machine driven solely by the instinct to fight and slay. Lin Chen had originally planned to merge his bloodline and subsequently find a solution to this issue, yet unexpectedly, the system had resolved it in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. In retrospect, spending 5 years merging his bloodline seemed worthwhile. System, may I inquire about my combat power? Lin Chen asked. Certainly. Assessing combat power is one of the system's functionalities, the system replied, subsequently displaying several lines of text within Lin Chen's mind. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 550. 000 bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline skills. Instant transmission. Control of ki over the course of 5 years. Lin Chen's combat power had risen from 100,000 to 550,000. While this rate of growth could not be considered rapid, it was merely the beginning. With Lin Chen's awakening, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline would soon manifest its true potential. By the way, system, can I transform into a Super Saiyan now? The host's S cells are currently insufficient. It is estimated that combat power must reach at least 1,000,000 before the S cells can facilitate a true transformation. For now, you can only enter a pseudo-Super Saiyan state, the system responded. Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Isn't that a concept from the earliest movie adaptations? Lin Chen pondered suddenly. The host has merged with the Super Battle version of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, which differs slightly from Dragon Ball Super, the system clarified. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. For the Super Battle version of the legendary Saiyan bloodline possessed greater strength, but was also more prone to power loss. With the assistance of the system, he need not worry about losing control and inadvertently harming his allies. After assessing his condition, Lin Chen lifted his head. He had sensed 2 familiar auras above him, likely belonging to Broly and the Namekian Nello. System, assess their combat power. Lin Chen commanded. In the next moment, he beheld the combat power readings displayed by the system. This feature was far superior to the combat power scouters used by the Frieza force, eliminating concerns of malfunction due to excessively high readings. Nello, 42,000 Broly, 230,000. Lin Chen was taken aback. Prior to his slumber, Broly's combat power had been merely 10,000, yet it had now surged to 230,000, an astonishing increase of 23-fold. Indeed, he too possessed the legendary Saiyan bloodline, proving to be extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the ocean's surface, Broly and Nello had noticed the luminous sphere beneath gradually fading. Initially, they had assumed Lin Chen would soon emerge, yet as time passed, there was still no sign of movement from below. Uncle Nello, could something have happened to Brother Lin? Broly asked anxiously. Calmness enveloped the atmosphere, yet the tension lingered, as he may have just awakened. Just as Neru's words trailed off, a figure suddenly materialized before the two. Oh, Broly, Neru. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's revival, Broly erupted into laughter and rushed forward, exclaiming, Brother Link. The two embraced, and Lin Chen found it quite challenging to associate the cheerful Broly before him with the brooding and introverted Broly from the original narrative. Allowing him to grow on Namek was, indeed, a judicious decision. Linkex, What have you been up to these past 5 years? Why has your energy transformed so significantly? Even though they were old acquaintances, Naru remained wary of him. Lin Chen smiled and was about to clarify when his expression abruptly shifted as he lifted his gaze. Broly and Naru mirrored his movements. All three sensed a multitude of colossal and malevolent energies approaching Namek from the cosmos. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. They soon beheld a massive spaceship descending through the atmosphere. Is that a Frieza Force vessel? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The ship before him bore the same model as the one he had obliterated before. Could it be Frieza or another member of the Frost Demon clan? No. The energy emanating from that ship was significantly weaker than Frieza's. It must be a small detachment. He had already scanned the newcomers with his system and discovered that the highest combat power among them was merely 170,000. For comparison, even in his initial form, Frieza's combat power soared to 530,000. Thus, the individuals aboard the ship were evidently just some high-ranking officials, not frost demons. On Namek, the reptiles. This is the spaceship of the cosmic pirate, Lord Pigeon. Immediately present your planet's authority before us. Otherwise, we shall annihilate this planet. You have but 10 minutes. As the ship pierced the atmosphere, a resounding proclamation reverberated across the entire planet. Damnable invaders. Naru clenched his teeth, ready to rush out and teach them a lesson. However, Broly restrained him. Uncle Naru, there's someone aboard that ship whose energy surpasses yours. Let me handle this. While the two were in dispute, Lin Chen chuckled. Enough, Broly. I have been dormant for 5 years and am eager for a bit of exercise. Do not compete with me. With that, Lin Chen soared into the sky, heading towards the spaceship. His muscles, untested for 5 years, craved movement. Since these individuals were not part of Frieza's army, he felt no need for caution. Lord Pigeon, the sensors have detected an approaching individual. Even as Lin Chen flew, the spaceship had already identified his presence. Inside the vessel, a cosmic being shouted in alarm. In the command chair sat a one-eyed giant, the commander of this unit, Lord Pigeon himself. With one hand propping up his head, he inquired, "Who goes there? Is it one of the Namekians? Perhaps a Saiyan?" The ship's monitor displayed the silhouette of the approaching figure. Upon seeing Lin Chen's hair and the tail behind him, the aliens immediately discerned his identity. A Saiyan? Pagan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who would have thought I would encounter a Saiyan on Namek? Those damned Saiyans. It is said they vanished without a trace after severely injuring Lord Frieza 5 years ago. Yet here we are, stumbling upon one. He immediately commanded the troops, mobilize at once. Ensure we capture him alive. Rising to his feet, his massive fists clenched tightly, he continued. The recently resurfaced King Cold is actively recruiting formidable warriors to reconstitute his Cold army. I had merely intended to gather information about the fabled Namekians as a prelude to aligning with King Cold, but encountering a Saiyan is truly a stroke of fortune. Listen closely, everyone. If we can capture this Saiyan and extract information about the whereabouts of others, King Cold will surely reward us handsomely. Who knows? I might even be granted the title of a Legion Commander. Therefore, we must seize him. Yes. A chorus of fierce roars followed as figures darted from the ship. Chapter 9. Unyielding. The legendary power of the Saiyan bloodline, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings clad in combat attire surged forth from their spacecraft. Each a warrior under the command of the notorious pirate, Pei-Jin, who had previously plundered over 100 planets. They were a band of ruthless marauders, nearly 100 strong, arrayed before the spacecraft, awaiting Lin Chen's approach. In no time, Lin Chen soared to confront them. Ah, so the Saiyan has truly arrived? Ha ha. It is said that Saiyans are akin to rabid dogs, attacking indiscriminately. Surely, he does not intend to challenge us? Amidst their laughter, one of the aliens activated a power scouter. Let me gauge his combat power. 15,000. 15,000. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the other extraterrestrials erupted in laughter. While a power level of 15,000 was commendable among Saiyans, it paled in comparison to their overwhelming numbers. Stop wasting time. Capture him quickly. We have a Namekian to pursue. At this moment, the voice of their leader, Pei-Jin, crackled through the communications devices of the aliens. Immediately, one of the extraterrestrials propelled himself towards Lin Chen. Hey, Saiyan over there, comply and accompany us peacefully, and we may spare you some hardship. Lin Chen observed their power scouters, refraining from any rash actions. Familiar with the narrative, he recalled that these devices also functioned as communicators, capable of relaying occurrences to distant corners of the universe. He harbored no fear of these beings. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of attracting further adversaries after dispatching them. Who are you? Are you affiliated with Frieza? Lin Chen inquired. Are you deaf? Did you not hear us declare that we are the Peijin pirate crew? However, soon we shall serve under King Cooled. One of the aliens replied. King Cooled? Lin Chen recognized the name. King Cooled was Frieza's father, a figure of notoriety long before Frieza's rise. Yet, more pressing than this revelation was the realization that these individuals were merely a ragtag group, with no ties to Frieza or any other formidable power. Thus, he felt no need for caution. Then you shall perish here. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes as he unleashed a powerful energy wave that cleaved through the air, instantly obliterating one of the alien warriors. The energy wave, undiminished, struck the spacecraft behind them, causing it to sway perilously. Damn it, my ship! Pagan's furious roar echoed as he burst from the spacecraft, directing his bewildered subordinates. You worthless fools, what are you waiting for? Capture him. How infuriating. The remaining alien warriors, now regaining their senses, bellowed as they launched a barrage of attacks towards Lin Chen. Various energy blasts and projectiles from the spacecraft converged upon him in a relentless assault. In an instant, the location where Lin Chen stood was engulfed by a chaotic surge of energy, rendering him utterly invisible. Brother Lin Chen, from a distance, Broly, acutely sensing the unfolding battle, became alarmed. His hair stood on end as his aura swelled. Yet, at that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Don't panic, Broly. Haven't you realized? Lin Kei's aura is perfectly stable. He must be testing his own strength. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Broly's previously tumultuous energy dissipated instantly. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the extraterrestrial beings, after unleashing a barrage of attacks, finally paused. Gazing at the acrid smoke before them, malevolent grins spread across their faces. Oh dear, it seems we may have overdone it. Indeed, that Saiyan should be shattered into oblivion, right? That fool. Why did he dare provoke our Peijin pirate crew? Wouldn't it have been wiser to surrender? However, at that moment, some of the extraterrestrials suddenly noticed a figure amidst the smoke. What is happening? Is that Saiyan still alive? As the smoke cleared, they were astounded to find Lin Chen, whom they believed to be dead, floating unscathed in place. How is this possible? He is completely unharmed? The extraterrestrials widened their eyes, as if witnessing a monster. Such an assault, even their leader Peijin would not emerge unscathed. Yet this Saiyan before them, not only was he not dead, but there wasn't a single scratch on him. What is going on? His combat power is only supposed to be 15,000. Lin Chen inspected his body, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he clenched his fists. Indeed, his body, infused with the legendary Saiyan bloodline, had become indomitable. Are you done? If so, it's my turn. Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle and began to unleash his aura completely. In an instant, fierce winds began to howl, and towering waves surged towards the shore. At that moment, the Namekians on the planet sensed an overwhelming aura. Nearby, Nero felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That Lin Chen is truly a monster. In the sky, amidst the cacophony of beeping sounds, beep, beep, boom, boom. As Lin Chen fully unleashed his aura, the combat power detectors worn by the extraterrestrials exploded one after another. The extraterrestrials were thrown into a state of panic. Before the detectors shattered, many had already glimpsed Lin Chen's combat power surpassing 25,000. On the spacecraft behind them, the combat power detectors provided an even more precise reading, 550,000. Lord Peijin, that guy's combat power is 550,000. What? Peijin gasped, turning around to shout. You must be mistaken. That's impossible. My Lord Peijin, the combat power detector aboard this spacecraft is indeed the most precise in the entire universe. Peijin quickly came to the realization that the detector on the ship could not be mistaken, for this vessel was one he had purchased at a high price from the Frieza force, identical in model to Frieza's own ships. However, just as they were engulfed in dread, Lin Chen's voice resonated from afar. Do not be too astonished just yet. The true spectacle is yet to unfold. As Lin Chen laughed heartily, he gradually began to amplify his combat power, and concurrently, his aura transformed into a resplendent golden hue. With such a rare target presented to him, Lin Chen felt compelled to test the limits of his current strength. What? In that moment, even those extraterrestrials who could not sense energy felt the ominous aura permeating the air. Chapter 10. The Limit of Power, Mimetic Super Saiyan Monsters. On the spaceship of Pagan, the crew members watched in horror as the readings from the battle power detector skyrocketed. Unlike the portable battle power detectors carried by combat personnel, the one aboard the spaceship was larger and more cumbersome, yet it possessed a higher threshold, capable of accurately measuring up to a staggering 1 million. This was the highest battle power ever recorded since the inception of such detectors. As Lin Chen's body underwent transformation, the readings continued to ascend. 700, 000. 800, 000. 900, 000. 1, 000. Boom. Another explosive event occurred aboard the ship. A surviving crew member, on the brink of collapse, gasped into the external communicator, P. Pagan. That individual, their battle power has surpassed 1 million. 1 million? Upon hearing this, not only Pagan but all the extraterrestrials outside were rendered speechless. 1 million? Is there truly anyone in this world, aside from the frozen demon race, who possesses such terrifying battle power? Roar. A fierce roar drew the attention of the stunned onlookers. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura had transformed entirely into a golden hue. Moreover, his hair stood upright, shifting from black to a deep purple. With a deep breath, Lin Chen felt that he had reached his limit. Although he had not yet fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had entered the realm of the mimetic Super Saiyan. This state, while not the true Super Saiyan, endowed him with power akin to that of a Super Saiyan. System, what is my current battle power? Lin Chen queried in his mind. Host battle power, 9 million, the system responded. Lin Chen paused, recalling that according to the original narrative, a Super Saiyan could amplify their battle power by 50 times. Although he was merely a mimetic Super Saiyan, he should logically exhibit at least a 10-fold increase. Why then? Was his power not even 7-fold? System, are you certain your calculations are accurate? The system affirmed its precision. Never mind. Lin Chen chose to suppress his doubts for the moment. Now was not the time for inquiry. Just then, as he pondered the inadequacy of his battle power, a group of space pirates in the distance frantically sought escape. Too powerful. Run. This individual cannot be a Saiyan. He is a demon. A demon. I understand now. He must be the Saiyan who severely injured King Frieza. We have encountered him. At that instant, amidst the cacophony of cries in the sky, a booming voice suddenly silenced everyone. A bunch of worthless fools, quiet down. The towering pagan soared from the crowd, his face etched with fury as he shouted it all. What is there to be so anxious about? Have you considered how a Saiyan could possibly possess a combat power of 1 million? It must be a malfunction of the detector, merely a lowly Saiyan monkey. Just as Pei Jin was uttering these words, his eyes widened in shock. As he looked down, he found a hand emerging from his own abdomen. Lin Chen's voice echoed hauntingly in his ears. Whether it is a malfunction of the detector, you shall discern for yourself. With a flash of brilliance, Lin Chen's hand pierced through Pei Jin, who was subsequently obliterated in the ensuing brilliance. As the smoke cleared, Pei Jin had vanished from the sight of all. A formidable warrior with a combat power of 170,000, once able to traverse the cosmos with ease, could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Chen. Flee! Quick, escape! Lord Pei Jin was mistaken. He truly possesses a combat power of 1 million. A Super Saiyan. This Saiyan must undoubtedly be the legendary Super Saiyan. Amidst the cries of terror, no one dared to remain, and all the cosmic pirates hastily retreated to their ships. The still smoldering vessels began to turn and accelerate away. Do not even think of escaping. Lin Chen concentrated all his energy into a single point, a golden aura surging with his roar. Suddenly, a golden beam of energy erupted from Lin Chen, streaking through the sky like a comet, engulfing the cosmic pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was enveloped in golden light, and the cosmic pirates could not even emit a cry before being completely consumed by the radiant beam. Confirming that no one had escaped, Lin Chen smiled, returning to a casual demeanor as he teleported back to Broly's side. Brother Linkus, Broly exclaimed, excitedly rushing to Lin Chen. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled his hair before turning to Naru, saying, that moment should count as the fulfillment of a promise, right? When we meet the Elder, remember to bear witness for me. Naru nodded, though he was internally astonished. Years ago, when Lin Chen faced the Elder, he had bargained with the promise of protecting the Namekians thrice in exchange for the Elder's agreement to enhance his potential and grant him the opportunity to summon the dragon 3 times. At that time, Naru had thought Lin Chen was merely boasting, even with the Elder's power to augment his strength. He did not believe Lin Chen's claim of being able to protect the Namekians was anything other than bravado. Yet, unexpectedly, 5 years later, this Saiyan's strength had ascended to such heights. Among those cosmic pirates, several possessed power that Naru could clearly sense exceeded his own. Had it not been for Lin Chen's intervention, relying solely on the Namekian strength would have likely led to their annihilation. Yet, this Saiyan effortlessly vanquished the foe, saving the Namekian people. The Elder's prophecy had indeed proven accurate. This Saiyan had truly become the savior of the Namekians. With the aid of Lin Chen's instantaneous movement, the trio swiftly arrived at the vicinity of the Grand Elder's residence. At that moment, several elders from Namek were seeking the Grand Elder's assistance regarding the broadcast they had heard from the Cosmic Pirates. The appearance of Lin Chen and his companions rendered the elders momentarily speechless. All is well now. The danger has passed, the venerable Grand Elder spoke. His voice frail yet commanding. The Cosmic Pirates have been dealt with by the Saiyan Linkus. If you have no further concerns, I suggest you return to your villages and reassure your people. The assembly of elders gazed at the suddenly materialized Linkus and his companions, unable to articulate their astonishment. At long last, one elder found his voice. Linkus, you have awakened. During Lin Chen's year-long training on Namek, he had traversed nearly every village inhabited by the Namekians, thus rendering him familiar to several of the elders. Indeed, the Grand Elder is correct. I have resolved the matter with the Cosmic Pirates. Esteemed elders, you may return to your homes with peace of mind, Linkus replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement before departing, entrusting all matters to the most reliable Grand Elder. Chapter 11. Return to planet Vegeta. The elders of the villages on Namek have departed, leaving only the Grand Elder's guard, Neru, to oversee the area. Once the elders were gone, the venerable Grand Elder spoke. Young Saiyan, your power has surpassed all expectations. Have you, in these 5 years, transformed into a Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan? What is that? Broly inquired, momentarily taken aback. Yet Lin Chen nodded and replied, not yet, but I am very close. Indeed. It was wise to forge an agreement with you, the Grand Elder reflected. Were it not for you, Namek would have faced dire peril this time. You need not thank me. I will fulfill my promise, Lin Chen assured him. I have come to bid you farewell, Grand Elder. I intend to take Broly back with me. After my departure, you may summon the Eternal Dragon to create a communicator that will allow us to stay in contact. Should you find yourselves in danger, I can come to your aid at any time. I understand, young Saiyan. You are a man of your word, and the Namekians will remember your friendship and kindness, the Grand Elder smiled. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and patted Broly on the shoulder. Broly, say your goodbyes. You may not return here for a long time. Upon hearing this, Broly's expression turned wistful and reluctant. Farewell, Grand Elder. Farewell, Uncle Neru. Goodbye, Broly. Do not forget your inner training, Neru said, his face reflecting a rare sense of reluctance. He then produced a short flute and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the tranquil flute that you once had the Eternal Dragon create. Over the past year, Broly has learned to control his emotions, so I have not had to use it. Now that he is leaving, we have no use for it, so I give it to you. Lin Chen accepted the flute. It was indeed a valuable item. Although Broly was fiercely loyal, the legendary fury within the Saiyan bloodline might one day drive him to madness. With this flute, he would at least be assured against the worst outcomes. Having completed these farewells, Lin Chen placed a hand on Broly's shoulder, touched his forehead with his fingers, and said, well then, farewell to you all. Whoosh. The two Saiyans vanished from sight. Neru informed the elders to prepare for the summoning of the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder sighed, issuing his command. Grand Elder, I have a feeling that although we have evaded this crisis, the dangers facing Namek will soon return, he lamented. The Grand Elder sighed again and said, Linkus is correct. We need a means to summon him whenever necessary. Hearing this, Neru slowly bowed his head. He longed to contradict the Grand Elder and proclaim that he could protect Namek. Yet, recalling the extraterrestrial threats they had faced that day, he realized he could not contest the truth. Though he was indeed the mightiest warrior on Namek, there were countless powerful beings throughout the universe. Planet Vegeta. 5 years ago, harnessing the immense power of the dragon, Lin Chen relocated planet Vegeta to the fringes of the universe. Although this distance from the cosmic core brought unprecedented tranquility to planet Vegeta, it also marked a significant change in its fate. Prior to the preparation for merging with the legendary Saiyan bloodline, Lin Chen entrusted planet Vegeta once again to King Vegeta, devising a 5-year plan for the Saiyans. According to this blueprint, the Saiyans were to conserve their strength, forsaking their previously relentless warring lifestyle, and patiently await the return of Lin Kex. During this period, all Saiyans were prohibited from leaving planet Vegeta to prevent the revelation of its new location. Thus, Lin Chen envisioned a temporary state of peace before returning to the planet. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, upon his return to planet Vegeta with Broly, he was met with a scene of desolation. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The earth parched, trees withered, and animal bones littered the ground. The entire planet seemed to have reached the twilight of its existence, enveloped in a heavy gloom. Lin Kex, is planet Vegeta truly like this? Broly gazed around in disbelief. Having left the planet at a young age, He possessed no memories of his homeland and had come to assume that planet Vegeta was merely a barren wasteland. Yet, Lin Chen knew all too well that planet Vegeta was far from such a desolate state. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how it could have transformed into this. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence emanating from the distance of the Saiyan capital. This aura was even more formidable than Lin Chen's own. What? Could it be that Frieza and his forces have discovered planet Vegeta? He mused. However, despite its magnitude, there was something peculiar about this energy. Just then, Broly pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Lin Kex, there are many weak energies over there." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to look and indeed noticed numerous auras congregating in a specific area. In comparison to the terrifyingly vast presence from the capital, the energies here were numerous, yet of inferior quality. Are they Saiyans? Broly, let us investigate, Lin Chen urged. Yes, Lin Kex, Broly replied eagerly, and the two of them immediately soared towards the source of the energies. As they traversed the desolate landscape, Lin Chen felt his anger rising, desperately seeking answers. Before long, they arrived at the location of the energies, only to find an empty mountain range devoid of any signs of life. Strange, Lin Kex, did we misinterpret our senses? Broly queried, puzzled. No, follow me. Lin Chen replied with determination, suddenly accelerating towards a particular mountain. With a resounding crash, he barreled into the mountainside. Beneath this range lay an expansive cavern, where a group of young Saiyans, sheltered by several adult female Saiyans, huddled together, their eyes wide with fear at the sudden intrusion of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that the majority of the Saiyans present were merely children. At that moment, a Saiyan with an extravagant hairstyle soared into the air, shouting, "You all flee. I shall confront him." Vegeta. Hearing the astonished cries of the young Saiyans below, a smirk crept onto Lin Chen's lips. The youthful Vegeta? He remained motionless, for just before Vegeta could unleash a punch, Broly had already positioned himself in front of him. Impudent. Broly effortlessly grasped Vegeta's fist, exerting such formidable strength that Vegeta clenched his teeth in response. He could hardly believe that he was being subdued by a child of similar age. Yet, how infuriating. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Chapter 12. A Twist of Fate. The invasion of the Dallas Legion in the face of Broly's formidable strength, Vegeta's prideful nature resurfaced. Ignoring the fact that he had never encountered the two individuals before him, he gritted his teeth and abruptly withdrew his fist. With a series of rapid movements, Vegeta thrust his palm forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Broly's face. The blast struck true, enveloping the cavern in a thick cloud of dust, while debris fell from the ceiling due to the shockwaves. Yet, Vegeta was not deterred. His energy continued to surge as he prepared to unleash his most powerful attack. However, as his aura escalated, the cave itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Prince Vegeta, stop. The cave is going to cave in. Everyone flee. The Saiyan warriors below cried out in panic, scrambling to escape. But just then, emerging unscathed from the swirling dust, Broly appeared and delivered a powerful punch to the still gathering Vegeta's abdomen. The attack disrupted Vegeta's charge, causing him to retch violently and plummet to the ground. Broly, with a cold expression, was about to pursue when Lin Chen's voice rang out. That's enough, Broly. They should be our allies. As Vegeta fell, the once trembling cave regained its ominous calm. A group of young Saiyans rushed anxiously towards the fallen prince, one with hair cascading down to his waist helping the incapacitated Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, are you alright? He asked nervously. Get away. Move aside, Raditz. I am Vegeta. Vegeta retorted, but then he succumbed to another wave of nausea. What are you doing here? Lin Chen inquired, floating down with Broly to confront the young ones. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Broly, who had just vanquished Vegeta with a single blow, the children instinctively recoiled in fear, even Raditz trembling in his stance. Vegeta, meanwhile, remained unable to move. Who are you? Are you accomplices of Dallas? Among the frightened Saiyans, only one brave female Saiyan stepped forward to meet Lin Chen and Broly's gaze. Upon hearing the name mentioned by the female Saiyan, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Dallas? He recalled that this seemed to be a Saiyan from the original movie, who had left planet Vegeta early to form a legion of his own, wandering the cosmos. Utilizing seeds from the Tree of Might, they sought suitable planets across the universe to cultivate the trees and enhance their power through the fruit they bore. Could it be that the desolate state of planet Vegeta was due to the Tree of Might? And that terrifying aura earlier, was it the essence of the tree? If this is the case, then everything makes sense. My name is Linkus. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the Saiyans in attendance transformed into shock. Linkus, This name has become legendary on planet Vegeta. Linkus? Are you truly King Linkus? A female Saiyan exclaimed with excitement. Weren't you missing for 5 years? I have returned. The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan has altered Lin Chen's appearance slightly from the past. If one were not acquainted with Lin Chen, it would indeed be challenging to recognize him at this moment. Upon seeing Lin Chen nod, the female Saiyan's expression shifted, and in the next instant, she abruptly threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, leaving both Lin Chen and Broly exchanging glances. Your Majesty Linkus, you have finally returned. This is wonderful. If you had not come back, planet Vegeta would have perished. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then gently patted her back, offering comfort. Do not cry. Please tell me what has happened on planet Vegeta. All right. The female Saiyan ceased her tears and began to explain the events that had transpired on planet Vegeta. As it turned out, just as Lin Chen had suspected, this situation was indeed related to the rogue Saiyan, Dallas. Ever since the dragon had transported planet Vegeta to the edge of the universe, the Saiyans had begun a new life under the leadership of King Vegeta. The pursuit of conquest was no longer their way of life. Instead, the Saiyans primarily engaged in training on the planet, awaiting the return of their true king, Linkus, 5 years later. 5 years passed swiftly, and most Saiyans gradually adapted to their training regimen. However, they did not anticipate that at this moment, a spaceship would disrupt the tranquility of planet Vegeta. The owner of this spacecraft was none other than Dallas, a traitor of the Saiyan clan. Interestingly, Dallas's experiences bore some resemblance to Lin Chen's. As a low-ranking warrior, he had once executed a mission, only to suddenly slay his comrades and subsequently vanish. Unexpectedly, several years later, when he re-emerged, he had become immensely powerful. Under his command was the Dallas Legion, consisting of 5 extraterrestrial warriors, all of whom possessed considerable strength as well. Upon arriving at planet Vegeta, Dallas immediately showcased his overwhelming power, effortlessly defeating King Vegeta, and even Bardock, who had become the strongest warrior on planet Vegeta, was no match for him. After easily vanquishing them, Dallas proclaimed himself the new king of the Saiyans, simultaneously planting a mysterious seed known as the Spirit Tree in the royal capital. According to Dallas, the Spirit Tree is a mystical plant that can absorb the life essence of the planet, bearing fruit known as Spirit Tree fruit. This fruit significantly enhances the combat prowess of those who consume it. After defeating King Vegeta, Dallas used this fruit as bait to attract a number of Saiyans to pledge their loyalty to him. Currently, these individuals are gathering in the royal capital, awaiting the ripening of the Spirit Tree fruit. Your Majesty Linkus, at this moment, King Vegeta and the other Saiyans who have not betrayed their kin are gathering around the royal capital, intending to thwart the maturation of the Spirit Tree's fruit. Lord Bardock has stated that as long as the Spirit Tree is destroyed before the fruit is harvested, planet Vegeta can be revitalized. We, who are unable to contribute, can only be commanded to look after these children. King Vegeta has asserted that if they fail, these children will be the last seeds of the Saiyan race. Upon hearing the words of the female Saiyan, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly in a smirk. He had not anticipated that his wish to relocate planet Vegeta would inadvertently lead the Darl's Legion to collide with it. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Darl's group had been evading Frieza's forces while searching for a suitable planet in remote star systems to cultivate the Spirit Tree. Little did he know that this time, they would inadvertently stumble upon the concealed planet Vegeta. Indeed, this was a case of fortuitous misfortune. Chapter 13. The True King of the Saiyans, Darius Ding. A crisis has been detected on planet Vegeta, triggering the ultimate choice. Option 1. Ignore the crisis on planet Vegeta and seize all the fruits of the Spirit Tree. Reward, Energy Sphere Technique. Option 2. Deter Darius's Legion and recruit all members for personal gain, seizing all the fruits of the Spirit Tree. Reward, King Kai Fist Technique. Option 3. Eliminate all members of Darius's Legion and destroy the Spirit Tree. Reward, 10 Spirit Tree fruits and a 50-fold gravity chamber. Upon seeing the sudden choices presented by the system, Lin Chen made his decision without hesitation. I choose option 3. Planet Vegeta would become Lin Chen's stronghold in the future. He had expended one wish from the Namekian dragon to relocate planet Vegeta here. How could he stand by and watch it being drained by the Spirit Tree? As for the rewards, techniques could easily be learned from King Kai given time. However, the 50-fold gravity chamber appeared far more enticing. Although the 10 fruits from option 3 were limited in number, they should suffice. Furthermore, based on the storyline, it was evident that Darius and his companions must possess the seeds of the Spirit Tree. If he could obtain them, he could simply cultivate them on another planet instead of sacrificing his own planet Vegeta. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Please complete the task promptly. Lin Chen retracted his consciousness and turned to the female Saiyan. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter immediately. The female Scion's expression brightened at his words, and she lowered her head, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Chen nodded, rising into the sky and preparing to depart. Suddenly, he looked down and smiled at the female Saiyan. By the way, what is your name? Hanasia. Your Majesty, you may also call me Hannes, she replied. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen nodded, saying no more, and took to the skies alongside Broly, leaving the cave. Once the two departed, the other female Scions quickly gathered around Hanasia, exclaiming, Hannes, congratulations. Does King Lynx have his eye on you? You are truly impressive. I wish I had spoken with His Majesty earlier. As the female Scions laughed, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Raditz, we must follow them. But it's dangerous outside. If you're scared, stay here. I must witness that Lynx's power with my own eyes. Vegeta clenched his jaw, visibly unwilling to concede. The mere presence of a child beside Lynx left him feeling profoundly unsettled. What then was Lynx's true strength? As the prince of the Scions, he was meant to be the mightiest among them. Yet now, two individuals far surpassing him had emerged. How could he accept this? I will confirm their power with my own eyes, and one day, I shall surpass them. I will reclaim my father's throne. As Vegeta vowed this, on planet Vegeta, in the Saiyan royal capital, the once resplendent city has now faded into oblivion. Presently, the entirety of the Saiyan royal capital lies in ruins, devastated by a colossal tree. The location that once housed the royal palace is now dominated by towering trunks, ascending into a shroud of mist above. This immense tree is none other than the legendary spirit tree. At the periphery of this spirit tree, a group of Scions gazes upon its towering form, their teeth clenched in frustration. Bardock, you spoke of seeing His Majesty Link is coming to rescue planet Vegeta, yet why has he not yet appeared? The fruits of the spirit tree must be nearing maturity, correct? Among the crowd, King Vegeta, his forehead bound with a bandage, glowers at the tree that has obliterated his palace. Had it not been for Bardock, he would have already commanded an assault. However, before any attack could commence, Bardock, one of the aides personally appointed by Lin Chen, informed him of his vision of Linkus's impending arrival. Bardock possesses the gift of foresight, a fact that King Vegeta is fully aware of, and it is his words that have restrained the king from rash actions. Yet, as time drags on, the king's patience wears thin. King Vegeta, hold on a little longer. The forces of Dales are formidable, without His Majesty Linkus's assistance. Our efforts may well be in vain, Bardock implores. Alongside Vegeta and Bardock stands another Scion, Paragus, who is similarly a trusted advisor appointed by Lin Chen, compelling King Vegeta to bide his time. Just then, the scouters adorning the faces of the Scions began emitting a series of beeping sounds. Concurrently, raucous laughter resonated above them. Ha! Is that not King Vegeta? Have you perhaps changed your mind and decided to ally with His Majesty Dales? King Vegeta and his companions looked up in terror. A throng of Scions surrounded a group hovering above them. These Scions were the traitors who had defected from King Vegeta to align with Dales. And the 6 individuals they surrounded were the core members of Dales' legion, along with the nefarious Scion, Dales himself. Upon realizing their discovery, a cold sweat broke out on King Vegeta's brow, while Bardock seethed with rage, staring fiercely at the Scion who sought to obliterate his homeland. Ironically, this Scion bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Dales, outwardly resembling Bardock almost identically, was merely distinguished by his darker complexion. Dales, get off planet Vegeta at once. The true king will soon return. When that time comes, you and all your minions shall find no refuge. King Vegeta bellowed. Oh, Dales smirked with a bloodthirsty grin. The true king you speak of, is it that fellow named Linkus? I have heard tales of him, an insignificant being with a mere battle power of 100,000. And he dares to claim kingship? Beside Dales, a Scion with a scant tuft of hair chimed in, indeed. King Vegeta, open your eyes and behold. The true king of the Scions is none other than His Majesty Dales. His combat power has soared to an astonishing 300,000. Nappa, when did you transform into this? What has become of your Scion elite spirit? Upon seeing that individual, King Vegeta was immediately engulfed in fury. The man in question was Nappa, once a loyal guardian of King Vegeta, a noble among the Scions. However, following the invasion by Frieza, he was the first to grovel before Frieza. Under Nappa's influence, many Scions chose to betray their own kin. Spirit? How dare you utter such words? Where was your spirit when you were begging Lin Ks for mercy? King Vegeta. Nappa turned around, flashing a sycophantic smile at Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, please allow me to deal with these disobedient wretches. Go ahead. A smile crept onto Frieza's lips. his delight barely contained. Chapter 14. He is the true king of the Saiyans, though Dales had often envisioned the day he would reign over planet Vegeta. He never anticipated that it would arrive so swiftly. While merely seeking a planet on the fringes of the universe to cultivate the spirit tree, he inadvertently stumbled upon the long-lost planet Vegeta. Upon discovering that this planet was indeed the missing planet Vegeta, Dales experienced a moment of panic. The news of the Saiyans' betrayal of King Frieza, along with their subsequent victory over him, had spread throughout the cosmos. Initially, Dales feared encountering the formidable warriors responsible for injuring King Frieza on this planet. However, after conducting a discreet investigation, he learned that the Saiyans had employed cunning strategies to defeat King Frieza. Moreover, the strongest individual on this planet possessed a combat power of merely 30,000, while Dales himself had already attained a staggering combat power of 300,000. Thus commenced Dales's campaign. With his overwhelming strength, he not only succeeded in planting the spirit tree, but also won over numerous Saiyans to become his loyal subjects. Once a mere low-ranking warrior, he had now ascended to the pinnacle of Saiyan hierarchy. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Go, Naba. If possible, recruit even more followers for me. Without a sufficient number of subjects, my title as the king of the Saiyans would be utterly meaningless. As you command, your majesty. With Dales's permission, Naba landed mockingly before King Vegeta and his entourage. King Vegeta, this is your final opportunity. Surrender and submit to his majesty Dales, or face death. Is that so? King Vegeta scoffed. Of course. Individuals like you could never comprehend the greatness of his majesty Dales. Fellow warriors, while Lynx once led us to victory over Frieza, he also forced us Saiyans into hiding, confining us to our planet. Such a life, akin to imprisonment, is not one we Saiyans were meant to endure. But his majesty Dales is different. By following him, we can return to our exhilarating past. More importantly, his majesty possesses the fruits of the spirit tree. By aligning with Dales, everyone will have the opportunity to partake in the spirit tree's bounty. Behold, this is the power of the spirit tree's fruit. With a mighty shout, Naba unleashed his energy, and an overwhelming pressure surged through the gathering of Saiyans. Their combat power scanners emitted persistent beeping sounds. 30,000. King Vegeta gazed incredulously at Naba, who was once merely his subordinate. Although Naba had significantly increased his power over the past 5 years before his betrayal, his combat strength had only been a meager 10,000. How could it have tripled in mere days? Could the fruits of the spirit tree truly possess such miraculous properties? Even King Vegeta found himself wavering, and the other Saiyans were even more affected. They displayed a mix of fear and longing, clearly showing signs of uncertainty. Sensing the palpable fear among the onlookers, King Vegeta clenched his jaw and suddenly charged forward. Bluster all you want, Nappa. I shall demonstrate who truly belongs to the Saiyan royal lineage. With a fierce punch, King Vegeta struck, only for it to be effortlessly caught by Nappa. With a cold smile, Nappa taunted, King Vegeta, shall I remind you? You are no longer of the Saiyan royalty. With that, a fist imbued with overwhelming power ruthlessly struck King Vegeta's head. A resounding crack echoed as blood sprayed forth. King Vegeta emitted a pained cry as his body soared through the air like a meteor, hurtling along the horizon. Yet Nappa pursued him, delivering a powerful kick that sent King Vegeta crashing to the ground. The earth shattered beneath him, creating a deep crater where he fell. Nappa stood triumphantly upon King Vegeta, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, the Saiyan royal family? King Vegeta, do you see? This is the true power granted to me by the real Saiyan king. Before him, you are but an insignificant insect. Furious, King Vegeta struggled to rise, only to be forcefully pressed back down by Nappa's boot, his face buried in the dirt. Humph, a worthless wretch, Nappa spat, casting a menacing glance at the other Saiyans. Aside from Bardock and Paragus, the remaining Saiyans were visibly intimidated, retreating in fear. So, do you now comprehend who the true king of the Saiyans is? Just as Nappa's words lingered in the air, a sudden disturbance rippled through the sky. The crowd looked up, and in the next moment, 2 figures appeared in midair. Who are they? The arrival of Lin Chen and Broly put Dale's faction on high alert. Lin Chen offered no reply, instead wearing a nonchalant smile with his hands clasped behind his back. As countless gazes fixed upon him, a collective gasp resonated through the gathering. Dales, perplexed by the terrified expressions of the Saiyans around him, barked, "What is happening? Who is he?" On the ground, the once menacing Nappa took a few fearful steps back, his body trembling uncontrollably. No one answered Dale's inquiries. However, on Bardock's side, Paragus suddenly knelt in Lin Chen's direction, clasping his fists and proclaiming loudly, "He is the hero who led the Saiyans to defeat Frieza, the true king of our Saiyan clan." His Majesty Lynx. Following Paragus, Bardock also dropped to his knees in excitement, exclaiming, "All hail His Majesty Lynx." As Bardock initiated the reverent gesture, one by one, the other Saiyans who had not allied with Dales followed suit, kneeling and chanting fervently. Meanwhile, those who had recently pledged allegiance to Dales, much like Nappa, displayed a face of fear. Despite having been absent from the public eye for 5 years, Lin Chen's formidable presence remained undiminished. Upon witnessing this scene, Dales let out a cold snort and activated his combat power detector. However, the result he beheld left him somewhat perplexed. 5,000? How could this individual possess merely 5,000 in combat power? The diminutive figure beside him boasted a staggering 10,000. Were these Saiyans truly so foolish as to claim the title of true king with such a paltry figure? Ignorant wretches, they ought to be cast down to the ground. One of Dale's direct subordinates surged forth, aiming to bring Lin Chen crashing down. At this moment, the individual on the ground, Daba, shouted urgently, "Lord Kakao, be cautious. That Lin Kex possesses a combat power of 100,000. What? Kakao, taken aback by Daba's warning, had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation when he suddenly found Lin Chen launching a sweeping kick toward him. Bang! With a resounding thud, Kakao was propelled backward at an even greater velocity than before, colliding forcefully with the trunk of the spirit tree. Crash! He was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Chapter 15. Brother Lynx, they are so weak. No, it cannot be. Upon witnessing Kakao reduced to mere pulp, the remaining 4 subordinates of Dales were left in a state of utter disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Unlike the treacherous Saiyans, these individuals had followed Dales for many years and had consumed the fruits of the spirit tree multiple times, elevating their combat power to over 30,000. In previous confrontations against the Saiyan King, they had showcased formidable strength, with none of the Saiyans able to withstand more than 10 strikes from them. Yet, unexpectedly, the second strongest among them, Kakao, had been slain in a single blow by an opponent with a mere combat power of 5,000. There's nothing surprising about it, Dales remarked. It seems that fellow can manipulate his combat power. He must have momentarily augmented his strength. 5 years ago, his combat power was already at 100,000. And in these 5 years, he has undoubtedly improved even further. It is no wonder you are no match for him. Dale soared past his subordinates, gliding towards Lynx. Allow me to confront this young lad. Humph. The true king of the Saiyans? There can only be one true king of the Saiyans, and that is I. Yes, yes, my lord. In that case, we shall handle the other young one. The subordinates of Dales promptly flew towards Broly. Noticing this, Lin Chen remarked, "Broly, it seems they are coming for you." "It's fine, brother Lynx. They are quite weak," Broly replied without an ounce of fear. At this declaration, the Saiyans below all fainted. To them, Dale's subordinates were akin to monstrous beings, yet now a mere Saiyan youth dared to label them as weak? Did that imply they were inferior to this young lad? Among the crowd, Bardock was momentarily taken aback, then excitedly patted Paragus on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that Broly?" Broly. Paragus gazed at his son in disbelief. After 5 years, he could hardly fathom the immense transformation his son had undergone. This composure and calmness. Was this truly the child who would previously cry and rage at the slightest provocation? Impudent boy. The last one who spoke to us like that is already dead. The 4 subordinates of Dales charged forward in anger, but just as they were about to reach Broly, he suddenly unleashed his aura. A tempest erupted, and the terrifying energy rendered the 4 subordinates immobile. What? Beep, beep, beep. They observed in astonishment as Broly's combat power began to ascend at an astonishing rate. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Boom. When the reading surpassed 20,000, their scouters shattered into pieces. Yet, it was evident that they could still sense Broly's escalating power. Immediately, someone retrieved a backup communicator and shouted, "Spaceship? Tell me that young one's combat power at once." "Lord Deus, what is happening?" Before you stands a formidable energy, with a battle power reading of 230,000. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left in stunned disbelief. 230,000. Surely, you must be mistaken. How could this be possible? How could that young Saiyan possess such immense strength? The detector must be malfunctioning. Yet, the communicator insisted, "Impossible, my lord. The ship's detector is a supersized model, capable of readings up to 1,000,000. 230,000. In the distance, Dales also overheard their conversation through the communicator, incredulous that the young Saiyan had a battle power of 230,000. After all, Dales himself possessed a power of nearly 300,000. a feat achieved only after absorbing the life essence of several planets and consuming numerous spirit tree fruits. How could a clearly underage Saiyan possess such colossal power? How infuriating. How utterly vexing. Is this the limitation of a lower-class warrior? Hey, no need to look over there. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed from behind Dales. He quickly turned around. Facing him, arms crossed and a cold smirk plastered on his face, stood Lin Chen. Dales dismissed him with a scoff. Lin Kes? Very well, I shall deal with you first before attending to that young brat. Without further ado, Dales raised both hands, unleashing a brilliant blue shockwave that struck Lin Chen directly. After the shockwave dissipated, Dales panted heavily, casting a derisive glance at the dust-shrouded sky, before turning his attention back to Broly. His intention was to swiftly eliminate Lin Chen and rush to support his subordinates. However, upon glancing back, Dales found that several of his officers had already been incapacitated by Broly, lying sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, they were still alive. Having grown up on planet Namek, Broly, like Gohan from the original tale, had become a good-hearted individual, averse to taking lives. You little brat. Seeing his subordinates down, Dales's tone turned icy, ready to descend and deal with Broly. But then, hey, your opponent is me. In no way, Dales gasped, turning back in horror, only to see the dust settling, revealing Lin Chen floating there, completely unscathed. How can this be? Dales was utterly baffled. Had not his men claimed Lin Kes only had a battle power of 100,000? Could it be? Dales did not rely on his own detector, but instead contacted his crew aboard the ship. This is Dales. Immediately confirmed the battle power of the other Saiyan. My lord, we were just about to inform you that Saiyon's battle power is 550,000. 550,000. Impossible. How could a Saiyan possess 550,000 battle power? Did you also consume spirit tree fruits? Why can't a Saiyan have a battle power of 550,000? Dales, you are utterly ignorant of the true potential of Saiyans. Lin Chen remarked indifferently. Whoosh. Lin Chen suddenly vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Darius in the next instant. He thrust his right knee forward, striking Darius squarely in the abdomen. With a gasp, Darius expelled a mouthful of bile, his body bending grotesquely, resembling an overcooked shrimp, his features contorted in agony. Incredible. Truly formidable. How could this Saiyan possess such immense strength? Darius's heart was overwhelmed with shock, humiliation, fury, and despair. A smirk played upon Lin Chen's lips as he arrogantly remarked, "You can still maintain your consciousness after receiving my punch? Impressive indeed. For someone with a combat power of 300,000. Darius, let us spar. I wish to stretch my muscles." Stretch your muscles? Do you take me for a fool, Darius? The air around Darius crackled with rage, his entire being radiating a wild, tempestuous energy as he launched into a frenzied assault against Lin Chen. Chapter 16. The Resurrection of Planet Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with the thunderous sounds of fists and feet colliding, akin to a tempest. Lin Chen and Dales engaged in a breathtaking duel against the backdrop of the colossal spirit tree. Their movements oscillated between distances of thousands of meters, colliding fiercely in mere seconds. The sheer velocity rendered their actions nearly invisible to onlookers, who could only hear the continuous explosions overhead. Among the spectators, only Broly could keep pace with their speed. Is this the power of His Majesty Lin Kex? It's astonishing. He is stronger than he was 5 years ago. The Saiyans in attendance gaped in awe, their expressions reflecting pure astonishment. Meanwhile, the traitors and Dales's legion, sensing the tide of battle, quietly and fearfully began retreating towards the spirit tree. Hurry, hurry, we must escape while we can, urged Daba amidst the fleeing crowd. Lord Daba, do we truly need to flee? Fool, do you think we can contend with such a level of combat? We must return to the spaceship at once, Daba reasoned, observing that Lin Kex, having returned after 5 years, evidently surpassed Dales in strength. If they did not seize this moment to escape, would they wait for Dales's inevitable defeat? As for seeking Lin Kex's forgiveness, they should not forget that he is a Saiyan. Saiyans have never shown leniency towards traitors. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Dales exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, only to realize that he was increasingly stifled. He sensed that Lin Chen was not even utilizing his full power. Yet he was still being toyed with. Why? Lin Kex, unleash your true prowess. Lin Chen paused, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Very well. He had grown weary of the charade. Dales, with a combat power of 300,000, was indeed more resilient than the previous cosmic marauders. In the next instant, a tremendous force struck Dales squarely in the face. Time seemed to freeze as Dales felt his visage contort, his teeth dislodged. Then, as time resumed its normal flow, Dales was propelled like a cannonball, tracing a streak of lightning in the air before crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree, creating a substantial dent. Lin Chen. Dales struggled to extricate himself from the tree's embrace, shouting frantically, "I am Dales, the future emperor of the universe. I cannot be defeated by you." In the next moment, Dales soared upwards towards the canopy of the spirit tree, where numerous spirit tree fruits dangled, still tinged with a hint of green, indicating their immaturity. However, even these unripe fruits possessed the power to enhance combat strength. Dales could no longer wait for them to ripen. He needed to augment his power immediately and eliminate Lin Chen. As the fruits of the spirit tree loomed tantalizingly close, Darius felt as though victory was beckoning him, envisioning a scene where he would trample Linkus underfoot after his enhancement. Linkus, noticing the direction of Darius's flight, let out a derisive laugh. "Perfect. A throng of individuals is gathered in the tree. Let them vanish along with the spirit tree." As a divine entity, the spirit tree could not be easily destroyed by ordinary attacks. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had only managed to obliterate this towering giant by harnessing the energy of the spirit tree's fruit through his spirit bomb. Although Lin Chen lacked the spirit bomb, he possessed techniques far superior. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen began to emanate a golden aura that enveloped him. This aura instilled an inexplicable pressure among all Saiyans present. King Vegeta, observing the radiant glow emanating from Lin Chen, instinctively recalled an ancient legend passed down among the Saiyan royalty. Meanwhile, Darius, who had just plucked the darkest fruit from the spirit tree and was about to consume it, sensed the unusual energy below. It was a fear imprinted in the genes of every Saiyan, a fear of legends. Linkus? Could it be? Impossible. Gritting his teeth, Darius bit into the spirit tree fruit. As he swallowed, he immediately felt a remarkable transformation within his body. The wounds inflicted by Lin Chen healed instantaneously, and the strength he had lost not only returned, but surged to unprecedented levels. Darius activated his communicator. "This is Darius. Inform me of my current combat power." "My lord, your combat power has surpassed 600,000. 600,000? Haha." Darius erupted into laughter. The soil of Vegeta indeed proved fertile for the spirit tree. If such unripe fruits could enhance his power so dramatically, upon full maturation, his strength would surely escalate even further. Not only would he surpass Linkus, but even the tyrannical frozen demon clan would stand no chance against him. However, just as Darius reveled in his newfound strength, a desperate shout erupted from his subordinates through the communicator. "My lord, there is a formidable combat power nearby. It seems to belong to that Saiyan. Linkus? What is his power level now? 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. No, it's exceeding the limit." At that moment, a violent explosion resonated nearby, and as Darius turned, he saw smoke billowing upwards from the direction of his mothership. "Flee! Quickly escape!" Inside Darius's mothership, an explosion had occurred due to the combat power detector exceeding its limits, triggering a chain reaction. Survivors screamed as they fled the ship, rushing towards their only pillar of hope, Darius. Yet, at that instant, everyone noticed a flash of light emanating from beneath the spirit tree. At this moment, Lin Chen, now fully transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, gazed intently at the purple-black strands of hair as he raised a single hand toward the spirit tree. He did not unleash any elaborate techniques. Instead, he merely concentrated his energy into a green orb of light, which he then propelled toward the spirit tree. This orb, no larger than a basketball, traveled at a modest pace. Yet, shortly after it penetrated the spirit tree, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly erupted from the base of the trunk. The beam surged upward, piercing through the bark and soaring to the treetop, ultimately engulfing Dales and the treacherous Saiyans alongside him. "I will not accept this. I am the true king of the Saiyans." Dales's desperate cries echoed amidst the brilliance of the light. As a thunderous roar reverberated, the ground trembled violently, an apocalyptic aura expanding with blinding radiance, enveloping a substantial portion of planet Vegeta centered around the spirit tree. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the Saiyans on the planet fell to their knees, succumbing to the terror within their hearts, convinced that their doom was imminent. However, moments later, the branches of the spirit tree, which had cast a shadow over much of planet Vegeta, transformed into countless golden specks of light. These luminous points, akin to falling snow, spread across the entire planet. The true essence of these points was the life force extracted by the spirit tree from the planet itself. As this life force seeped into the earth, The previously desolate land was rejuvenated as if nourished by rain, restoring vitality to all living things on planet Vegeta. In that instant, the planet on the brink of annihilation was reborn. Chapter 17. Lin Chen's Ambition, a New Choice Emerges. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating all members of the Darius Legion and destroying the Spirit Tree. Reward, 10 Spirit Tree fruits and a 50-fold gravity chamber. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved at any time. 3 days have passed since Lin Chen defeated Darius and revived planet Vegeta. During this time, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, under the leadership of King Vegeta, commenced the reconstruction of their royal capital. The first structure to be restored was the Saiyan Palace, which had been ravaged by Darius and his cohort. At present, in a corner of the palace, Lin Chen is nestled with Hanaxia, blissfully asleep. This enchanting Saiyan woman, the first he encountered upon returning to planet Vegeta, has become Lin Chen's consort, enjoying his exclusive favor. However, a sudden knock on the door jolted the two from their slumber. Brother Lin Chen, King Vegeta, and the others seek an audience. Hearing Broly's voice from outside, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up in bed. I understand, Broly. Please have them wait in the council chamber. My lord. As Lin Chen prepared to rise, Hanaxia's long legs entwined around him like serpents, her expression filled with longing. My lord, ignore them. I still want to. Saiyan women are known for their fierce passion, both in life and in intimacy. Hanaxia is a formidable woman, captivating Lin Chen completely. Yet, he realizes that if he remains lost in this tender embrace, his doom would be imminent. Thus, Lin Chen coldly pushed Hanaxia away. Enough. You should rise as well and accompany me to meet King Vegeta and the others. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's rare display of seriousness after 3 days, Hanaxia understood the need to relent and promptly nodded. Yes, my lord. A moment later, Lin Chen, along with Hanaxia and the ever-loyal Broly, arrived at the council chamber. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus had been waiting for quite some time. Their purpose was twofold: to report on the progress of the palace restoration over the past 3 days and to seek new directives from Lin Chen. 5 years had swiftly elapsed, and it was time for change on planet Vegeta. Previously, Lin Chen had refrained from making numerous plans due to the necessity of his 5-year slumber. Now, with his triumphant return as king, those plans could be set into motion. He permitted King Vegeta to lift the prohibition on interstellar travel, allowing Saiyans to leave planet Vegeta freely. Simultaneously, Lin Chen commanded Paragus to establish new laws that would bring order to the previously might-makes-right Saiyan society. His ambition is to forge his own Saiyan empire in the near future. Although the Saiyans are currently weak, Lin Chen's aspirations are grand: to cultivate an entire legion of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2s, and even the mightier Super Saiyan gods. In that future, Lin Chen shall stand at the pinnacle of the Saiyan empire, wielding power that rivals the divine. When the time arrives, be it in the face of the god of destruction, angels, or even the Omni King, one shall remain unyielding. To achieve this, a comprehensive transformation of the Saiyans is imperative. Lin Chen, well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, believes that the Saiyans of the present are, in fact, a fallen race. Historically, the Saiyans not only bore Super Saiyans, but also gave rise to Super Saiyan gods, beings capable of rivaling divinity. Yet, the current Saiyan kingdom, aside from outliers like Lin Chen and Broly, comprises a race with an average battle power of less than 10,000. What has led to such a decline? Through his analysis of the narrative, Lin Chen deduces that this deterioration stems from the Saiyans' descent into barbarism and ignorance. According to the original storyline, the ancient Saiyans were a race that cherished peace and embodied a profound sense of justice. This notion is underscored by 2 pivotal elements that determine their strength: the S-cells and the heart of justice. The S-cells are crucial for a Saiyan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, flourishing only in environments of peace and stability. Conversely, the heart of justice is a requisite for ascending to the status of Super Saiyan God. One must ponder, if Saiyans have always been as bellicose and bloodthirsty as they are now, how then did they once give birth to Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods? The sole explanation lies in the fact that Saiyans were not inherently warlike or greedy. Rather, external factors must have precipitated their transformation, resulting in the current state of their combat prowess. Lin Chen's mission now is to restore the Saiyans to their original form. While this transformation may prove arduous, it is not beyond reach. Soon, the younger generation of Saiyans will mature, and they shall become Lin Chen's most significant allies in the quest to rejuvenate the Saiyan Empire. Ding. The system detects the host's desire to enhance the Saiyan strength and presents the ultimate choices. Option 1. Within 1 year, elevate the battle power of over 1. Science to exceed 10,000. Reward: 5 vials of S-Cell Serum. 1 vial of S-Cell Serum can enhance a Scion's S-Cells by 20. Option 2. Within 1 year. Boost the battle power of over 50 Scions to surpass 100,000. Reward: a Room of Spirit and Time. Option 3. Within 1 year. Elevate the battle power of over 5 Scions to exceed 500,000. Reward: Talent: Beginner Martial Arts Genius. Granting a 30 chance to directly comprehend any techniques demonstrated before the talent's possessor. Have the options emerged? Lin Chen had anticipated the arrival of new system selections. He has begun to discern the patterns governing the emergence of these choices. Typically, they present themselves when he is faced with significant decisions. He contemplated the 3 options before him, reflecting on their progressively escalating difficulty and the increasingly enticing rewards. The first reward allows Lin Chen to directly engender the birth of the 3rd Super Saiyan, aside from himself and Broly. The second reward grants him access to the highly coveted Room of Spirit and Time, a rare sanctuary within the universe where the manipulation of time is an extraordinarily scarce capability. In the original narrative, such a phenomenon has only been witnessed on Earth and in the realm of the gods of destruction. Lastly, the final option holds immeasurable value for Lin Chen at this moment. While he possesses the bloodline and strength, he currently lacks a formidable combat technique to complement his prowess. Securing this reward would enable him to potentially learn any technique simply by observing others execute it, offering unparalleled convenience in his journey. Chapter 18. I desire all 3 rewards. As Lin Chen contemplated his choices, he suddenly perceived a potential loophole in this decision. System: what transpires if I simultaneously fulfill the conditions for all 3 selections? The 3 options, though progressively more challenging, were not mutually exclusive. If Lin Chen possessed the capability, he could indeed meet the requirements for all 3 choices at once. The system seemed momentarily stunned, pausing for a while before responding. This selection permits the host to choose all options, but if even one is unfulfilled, the host will face obliteration. Please choose wisely. Choose wisely. Opportunities invariably coexist with risks. System: I desire all the rewards from the 3 choices. Ding. Host selection confirmed. Please complete the tasks promptly. A countdown of 1 year has commenced. In the next moment, Lin Chen beheld a constantly shifting countdown timer before his eyes. From that day forth, the Scions of planet Vegeta entered an era of universal training. All Scions, regardless of age or gender, commenced fervent cultivation. In the 5 years of Lin Chen's absence, the Scions, restricted from leaving planet Vegeta, had initiated a trend of rigorous training to pass the time, resulting in a significant overall increase in strength compared to their previous encounter with Frieza. Unfortunately, nearly none of the Scions on this planet understood the correct methods of cultivation. Historically, the Scions had never adopted a training regimen, and thus their strength had incremented only gradually over those 5 years. Upon grasping this situation, Lin Chen promptly devised a training program for the Scions, instructing them to adhere to it. Simultaneously, he selected the 50 most talented Scions and granted them the opportunity to train in a gravity chamber with 50 times Earth's gravity, hoping they could elevate their combat power by at least 100,000 within a year. Regarding the task of having more than 5 Scions exceed a combat power of 500,000, Lin Chen recognized that, under normal circumstances, this would be exceedingly difficult to achieve. After all, he himself had spent 5 years merging bloodlines to attain over 500,000 combat power. Even Broly, a legendary Saiyan, had only reached 230,000 in 5 years. Both he and Broly possessed the bloodline of a legendary Saiyan, and their growth rate was thus limited. For ordinary Scions, breaking through their limits within a year using conventional methods was entirely implausible. Fortunately, Lin Chen had alternative strategies at his disposal. One day, he gathered King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Panna, and Broly together. These 5 were the individuals Lin Chen intended to utilize to accomplish the task of reaching 500,000 combat power. Once all were present, Lin Chen distributed 5 spirit tree fruits among them. Consume these. This is the spirit tree fruit. Upon receiving the large red fruits, King Vegeta and the others immediately recognized them. Were these not the very fruits that had been used to tempt the Scions into allegiance during the Doria's rebellion? Your Majesty, how could you possess this? Were not all the fruits of the spirit tree destroyed? Paragus inquired, puzzled. There is no need for further questions. Quickly consume it, and your powers will enhance significantly. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, the 4 individuals, excluding Broly, ceased their hesitation and devoured the spirit tree fruit eagerly. In mere moments, They had consumed every morsel. In the next instant, they felt a monumental change within themselves, as a searing and vast energy surged throughout their bodies. This energy not only imparted a sensation of expansion, but also rendered their minds remarkably clear. Instinctively, all four unleashed their auras. Power. I feel an overwhelming surge of power. King Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, gazing at his fists, reveling in the burgeoning strength within him. This power is incredible. Bardock also expressed his delight as he clenched his fists. Is the spirit tree fruit truly this miraculous? Panacea and Paragus shared in their exhilaration. Observing the jubilant four, Lin Chen utilized the system to assess their battle powers. Among them, Bardock experienced the most substantial increase, achieving a battle power of 400,000. King Vegeta was almost on par with him. Paragus and Panacea, though slightly weaker, still surpassed 300,000 in battle power. Truly, this divine food is extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Broly, who stood aside, fruit in hand, yet unmoved. Broly, why do you not partake? Broly hesitated before responding. Brother Linkus, this item is precious. Why do you not consume it? I have already tasted one. To be frank, the enhancement to battle power is more effective for those with lesser strength. Beyond a certain threshold, its effects diminish. Lin Chen revealed that the spirit tree fruit he provided was a reward obtained after completing a mission. After defeating Darius, Lin Chen had sampled one himself, only to feel slightly disappointed. Previously, he had believed the spirit tree fruit could directly elevate battle power. However, after his experience, he realized that the true essence of the fruit lay in enhancing mental strength. The increase in battle power was merely a byproduct of the fruit's ability to nourish and strengthen the body. However, Lin Chen's body had been fortified through the fusion of the legendary Saiyan bloodline, rendering the fruit's impact on his battle power minimal. After consuming one fruit, his battle power had only risen by approximately 100,000, bringing his baseline power to 650,000. Before this revelation, Lin Chen had regretted that day when he had exerted too much force and dismantled Darius's ship, leaving no seeds of the spirit tree behind. But upon understanding the fruit's true purpose, he felt no lingering sorrow. Broly, this fruit may not significantly benefit you, but consuming it will greatly aid in managing your emotions. You should eat it without delay. Upon hearing this, Broly, without hesitation, obediently consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might. As expected, after ingesting the fruit, Broly's aura did not experience significant growth. In fact, his battle power increased by a mere 70,000, elevating it from 230,000 to 300,000. Although none of the five had yet reached the requisite battle power of 500,000, they still had a year left. With the enhancement provided by the fruit of the Tree of Might, it should pose no challenge for them to attain the desired battle power. King Vegeta, and the rest of you, having consumed the fruit, it is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Should any of you fail to surpass 500,000 in battle power within a year, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. Understood. King Vegeta and the others immediately nodded in agreement before taking their leave. Broly appeared to have something to convey, yet was pulled away by his father, Paragus. Remaining behind, Hannah approached Lin Chen, her cheeks flushed, and wrapped her arms around his. Your Majesty, I feel significantly stronger now. I wish to engage in 300 rounds of combat with you to test the limits of my newfound strength. Bardock, why are you still here? Just as Lin Chen was about to acquiesce, he suddenly noticed an unwelcome presence. Bardock, scratching the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly. Your Majesty Link, I have another matter I wish to report. Chapter 19. The impending journey to Earth. Insufficient medical equipment? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After Hanaxia departed, Bardock finally elucidated the purpose of his presence. According to him, the entire Saiyan race had commenced training using the innovative methods Lin Chen had introduced. However, this transition had precipitated a series of new challenges. Among these, the most pressing issue was the dwindling supply of medical devices on planet Vegeta. Historically, the Saiyans had not engaged in technological development. Much of their advanced equipment had been acquired through conquest or trade with extraterrestrial beings. During their subjugation under Frieza, the Saiyans had received 3 medical devices, those sophisticated apparatuses that had once healed Goku on Namek. Yet, with only 3 devices and thousands of Saiyans on the planet, it was glaringly insufficient. The training regimen that Lin Chen had imparted was a refined synthesis of Goku and Vegeta's methodologies from the original narrative, primarily aimed at pushing the Saiyans to the limits of their physical capabilities. Such rigorous training naturally posed a high risk of injury. If the number of medical devices had been adequate, this would not have been a significant concern. However, The evident scarcity of medical apparatuses had resulted in many Saiyans failing to receive timely treatment, thus hindering their training progress. This oversight is regrettable, Lin Chen acknowledged, realizing the flaw in his plan. Upon hearing this, Bardock quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I can immediately dispatch individuals to seek civilizations that possess medical technology. If necessary, we could even raid Frieza's planet to acquire some." Lin Chen shook his head. "No, what we require is not just a few or even dozens of medical devices, but rather at least several hundred, if not 1,000. Allow me to handle this matter." Bardock nodded in agreement. Shortly after parting ways with him, Lin Chen utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive on Earth. Clad in combat attire, Hanaxia accompanied him, wearing a power-level scouter. As Lin Chen's newly appointed queen, Hanaxia was quite insistent on joining him for this interstellar journey. "Your Majesty, is this Earth? The gravity here is so low." "Indeed, this is Earth." Lin Chen observed the surroundings, a blend of the familiar and the unfamiliar, evoking a wave of nostalgia within him. This marked his first visit to Earth since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to his current incarnation as a Saiyan, Lin Chen felt a diminished emotional connection to Earth. Nevertheless, it remained the focal point of the entire Dragon Ball saga and an indispensable element of his future plans for the Saiyan Empire. It was evident from the original narrative that hybrids between Saiyans and Earthlings possessed inherent strength surpassing that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Therefore, Lin Chen had long intended to establish formal contact between the two planets at some point in the future. Unexpectedly, the necessity for medical devices had accelerated his journey to Earth. Although Earth is ridiculed by the Saiyan Raditz as a primitive planet in the original narrative, the civilization on this planet far exceeds the imagination of the Saiyans. Furthermore, this planet is home to numerous brilliant inventors. Lin Chen's current pursuit is the renowned inventor, Dr. Brief, who resides in West City. He is also the father of Bulma, the most significant female character in the Dragon Ball universe. The healing device urgently required by the Saiyans rests entirely upon his shoulders. In the next moment, Lin Chen, accompanied by Hannah, soared toward West City. Dr. Brief is not only a genius, but also the founder of Capsule Corporation. His stature is akin to that of Thomas Edison in Lin Chen's original world. He is a globally renowned scientist, as well as an immensely wealthy entrepreneur. Consequently, upon arriving in West City, Lin Chen had little difficulty locating Dr. Brief's residence. Their home is the largest structure in West City, prominently displaying the Capsule Corporation logo atop its roof, making it easily identifiable. After landing, just as Lin Chen was about to knock on the door, he was suddenly startled by the sound of crying emanating from within the Brief household. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Bulma. Dear, keep an eye on Bulma for me." "All right, my love," came the response. At that moment, inside Dr. Brief's home, he stood protectively in front of his wife and daughter, arms outstretched to shield them. Before the trio stood an elderly man with a cane, accompanied by 3 grotesque creatures resembling humanoid hybrids. Nearby, several security personnel from Capsule Corporation lay incapacitated on the ground. The old man sneered, "Very well, Dr. Brief. As long as you come with us willingly, no one will be harmed. Moreover, we will return your other daughter to you as well." "Another? Tai? You have captured Tai?" Dr. Brief exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. "Indeed, make your choice swiftly. Dr. Willow is waiting for us." The old man rapped his cane against the floor emphatically. At that moment, a voice interjected, "I'm afraid Dr. Brief cannot accompany you." "Who?" The old man turned to see a man and a woman entering, clad in peculiar armor-like attire that he did not recognize. "Darling, are they your friends?" Mrs. Brief inquired, equally perplexed. "No, I do not know them." Dr. Brief shook his head, his expression mirroring the confusion of his wife. What on earth is happening today? Not only has Dr. Willow's long-lost assistant, Dr. Chen, suddenly appeared, claiming that Dr. Willow wishes to see him, but now 2 complete strangers have emerged as well. Peering from behind Mrs. Brief, a curious little girl with twin ponytails peeked out, gazing inquisitively at the unfamiliar visitors. The intruders were none other than Lin Chen and Hannah. Having scanned the scene, Lin Chen quickly discerned the situation at hand, and he recognized the identity of the individual attempting to abduct Dr. Brief. If memory serves him correctly, this individual should be Dr. Kitchen, the assistant to Dr. Willow from a certain Dragon Ball film. Dr. Willow is renowned in the Dragon Ball universe, alongside Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, as one of the 3 foremost scientists in the realm of humanity, possessing profound expertise in biotechnology. In that particular film, Dr. Willow sought to resurrect himself by attempting to seize the body of the strongest individual in the world, only to be ultimately vanquished by Goku's spirit bomb. It is quite astonishing that Dr. Kitchen, the assistant to Dr. Willow, has appeared several years earlier than anticipated, and even more remarkably, has made an appearance in the home of Dr. Brief. Chapter 20. The incompetent with a combat power of merely 10. Upon observing the two intruders, Dr. Curson was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. Yet, he deemed it impossible. Accompanied by 3 bioengineered beings, how could he possibly be in danger? It was essential to note that these 3 bioengineered entities were the pinnacle of Dr. Willow's technological prowess, capable of annihilating an entire armored division. Turning to Lin Chen, Dr. Curson demanded, "Who are you two? This matter does not concern you. Leave at once." Lin Chen smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Beside him, Hanaxia displayed a look of disdain. With a combat power of only 10, how dare you speak to His Majesty Lin Curson with such insolence? Garbage? You dare to label me, Dr. Curson, as worthless? Attack. Teach this woman a lesson. Dr. Curson, seething with fury, slammed his cane and issued orders to the 3 bioengineered beings. Upon hearing his command, the 3 monsters, resembling genetically modified humans, swiftly surrounded Lin Chen and his companion. Your Majesty, what are these? They resemble genetically modified humans, Hanaxia inquired, her curiosity piqued rather than alarmed. They are likely biological weapons akin to genetically modified organisms. Lin Chen responded. Hanaxia chuckled. Things with a combat power that does not even reach 200 are considered weapons? Noticing the lack of fear in the 2 individuals, Dr. Curson's sense of danger escalated. He urgently commanded, "What are you waiting for? Attack." The 3 bioengineered beings lunged toward Hanaxia. In that instant, Hanaxia's eyes widened, and she raised her finger toward them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 invisible shockwaves surged forth, reducing the trio of formidable bioengineered beings to mere pulp. What? Dr. Curson gasped in astonishment. What had that woman done? How could 3 immensely powerful bioengineered beings perish so effortlessly? Cold sweat trickled down Dr. Curson's forehead. His intuition had proven correct. These 2 strangers were indeed exceedingly dangerous. Now, do you have any final words? Hanaxia coldly approached Dr. Curson, instilling in him a profound fear. Stay back. Dr. Curson bellowed, suddenly discarding his cane, transforming his left arm into a Gatling gun. In truth, he was no longer an ordinary human. He had undergone modifications to extend his lifespan, becoming a half-cyborg. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the Gatling gun, striking Hanaxia. Yet, she remained unscathed amidst the hail of bullets. With a chilling smile, she raised her right hand, a radiant light erupting from her palm. Wait, Dr. Brief suddenly shouted. Although he did not comprehend the situation, he surmised that Dr. Curson was in grave danger. His demise would be inconsequential, but his daughter remained in Dr. Willow's grasp. However, Hanaxia paid no heed to Dr. Brief. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and a violent shockwave obliterated Dr. Curson. Mrs. Brief and little Bulma cried out in terror, while Dr. Brief stood frozen in place, his face contorted in anguish as he exclaimed, "Ties. Greetings, Dr. Brief. I am Lynx. Though you may also refer to me by my Earth name, Lin Chen. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Dr. Brief, filled with fury, retorted, "Collaboration? Are you aware of what you have just done? That individual just kidnapped my eldest daughter. You have slain him. What will become of her? Bold of you to speak to His Majesty in such a manner." Suddenly, Hanaxia appeared before Dr. Brief, ready to strike him. Having witnessed her formidable presence moments ago, Dr. Brief instinctively shut his eyes in terror. "Wait," Lynx interjected, halting her. "Dr. Brief, there is no need for fear or anger. I may have information regarding your daughter's whereabouts." Dr. Brief opened his eyes, intrigued. "You know? Indeed. That individual was likely a subordinate of Dr. Willow, correct? I believe his base is located in a place known as the Zru Mape Snow Mountain." "The Zru Mape Snow Mountain?" Dr. Brief paused momentarily. "Daddy, the Zru Mape Snow Mountain is where Dr. Willow's former research facility was situated." A youthful voice chimed in from the side. Lynx and Dr. Brief turned to see that it was the young Bulma, still just a little girl. Upon noticing Lynx's gaze, Bulma timidly hid behind Mrs. Brief, stammering, I read about it in a book." "Dr. Brief, do you know where the Zru Mape Snow Mountain is located?" "Approximately northwest of West City, over 2,000 kilometers away." Dr. Brief instinctively pointed, then suddenly realized, "Why do you ask? I am going to retrieve your daughter. Hannah, you shall remain here. Remember to be courteous to Dr. Brief and his family." With that, Lynx executed a technique of instantaneous movement. The Brief family stood dumbfounded as he vanished before their eyes. He disappeared? Meanwhile, far away at the Zru Mape Snow Mountain, within a vast research facility resembling a fortress, A girl with features akin to Bulma's, but with golden hair like Mrs. Brief's, appearing to be around 20, was furiously cursing in one direction. Though her hands and feet were shackled, her fervent movements could not be restrained. You brain monster, pervert, mad scientist, release me at once. One of my friends is a galactic patrolman. If you do not set me free soon, I shall have him imprison you in the galactic jail. Not far from this furious beauty, a brain encased in a container emitted a dull sound. Dr. Quinn, answer me quickly. What on earth are you doing? This brain was none other than the mastermind behind the current ordeal, Dr. Willow. In a desperate bid to prolong his life, Dr. Willow had ordered Dr. Quinn to extract his brain and place it within a robotic body. As Dr. Willow incessantly called out for the missing Dr. Chi-Jin, a figure suddenly appeared beside the blonde beauty. The woman, who was mid-berating, instantly ceased her tirade and, with a look of bewilderment and confusion, surveyed the abruptly materialized Lin Chen. Excuse me, how did you just appear? Lin Chen glanced at the girl and inquired, Are you Tai Si, the daughter of Dr. Brief? Upon seeing the girl nod, Lin Chen's fingers subtly moved. In the next moment, the shackles binding Tai Si's hands and feet shattered. I am a friend of your father's. Here to rescue you. Take my hand. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Tai Si. My goodness, how did you do that? Tai Si gazed at the broken shackles, utterly astonished, and then, with a face alight with excitement, grasped Lin Chen's hand. Wait, are you an alien? That thing around your waist, surely it isn't a tail? Is it? Come on, tell me. Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Dr. Willow, from a distance, finally noticed the unexpected intruder. You there, who are you? How did you manage to breach my research facility? Chapter 21. Collaboration with Dr. Willow. As Dr. Willow's words reverberated through the air, 3 ominous shadows emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Chen and Tai Si. These peculiar figures exhibited bizarre forms. One was a towering, corpulent entity resembling an inflated balloon. Another, entirely green, was adorned with numerous tentacles. The last appeared relatively normal, yet was a muscular man with fiery red hair. Who am I? You lack the privilege to know, Lin Chen retorted, grasping Tai Si's hand and gently ascending from the ground. Wait, you can fly? Tai Si exclaimed, utterly astonished. She glanced at the ground beneath Lin Chen's feet, failing to discern any traces of flames that could explain their levitation. You little rascal, do you think you can escape? In the presence of my 3 bio-warriors, crafted with the pinnacle of biochemical technology, where could you possibly flee? Dr. Willow bellowed. Jasmine, Missos, Abilio, bring me, just as Dr. Willow issued his commands. Lin Chen, with Tai Si in tow, soared upwards, disregarding the ceiling above. As they neared the roof, Tai Si instinctively shut her eyes and screamed. However, at that moment, a brilliant light emanated from Lin Chen's fingertips, creating an opening in Dr. Willow's laboratory. What? My research facility, reinforced with superalloy, has been breached so easily? Dr. Willow gasped in disbelief. In the open sky, Tai Si felt no collision with the roof. Instead, she suddenly noticed a rapid drop in temperature. She cautiously opened one eye, only to nearly scream again. Are we in the air? This sensation is exhilarating. H.U. Noticing that Tai Si appeared slightly cold, Lin Chen extended his other hand, channeling warmth towards her. Tai Si instantly felt a surge of warmth envelop her. How wondrous. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Are you really an extraterrestrial? As they ascended to a height of 1,000 meters, Tai Si showed no signs of fear. Indeed, the Brief family was far from ordinary. Indeed, I am Lin Chen, a Saiyan from planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan. Upon hearing Lin Chen's revelation, Tai Si looked as though she had seen a ghost. Are you here to invade Earth? Tai Si had heard tales of the Saiyans before, as she had a friend named Gak, who was also an extraterrestrial from beyond Earth. You learned about them from Gak, didn't you? You know Gak? The galactic patrolman Gak? I've heard of his name. That unreliable fellow has become quite renowned. Tai Si muttered, casting a glance at Lin Chen, only to find him spreading his fingers towards the ground. What are you planning? To eliminate future threats to your father. Dr. Willow will not relent. Having saved you this time, he may next turn his sights on your family. I cannot afford to keep watch over you indefinitely, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. With that, a sphere of light shot forth from his palm. The luminous orb soared swiftly, returning in the blink of an eye towards the direction from which Lin Chen and his companions had come, ultimately diving into Dr. Willow's laboratory, where it landed before the 3 bio-warriors and Dr. Willow himself. A look of perplexity washed over their faces as they gazed at the orb. Yet, in the next instant, the orb erupted in a dazzling brilliance, unleashing a tremendous energy that consumed all objects within its vicinity. Consequently, the mad scientist, Dr. Willow, who harbored dreams of world domination. Alongside his 3 untested bio-warriors, was cast into the abyss. Boom. Gazing at the colossal orb that engulfed the entire research facility, Tai stood in stunned silence, her body trembling. My goodness. Gak was indeed correct. You are a perilous bunch. Hey, I just saved you. Such words seem rather ungrateful, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. My apologies. Tai's quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Let us start over. Hello, I am Tai's, the eldest daughter of Dr. Brive. Thank you for rescuing me. Lin Chen smiled as he regarded the short-haired girl before him, suddenly realizing that she possessed an intriguing charm. Unbeknownst to him, beneath his smile, Tai's heart began to race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the city of West, at Dr. Brive's residence, after hastily addressing the police's inquiries, Dr. Brive rushed back to his living room. There, Mrs. Brive was entertaining the remaining Hanasaya with delectable cake and tea. Upon observing his daughter Bulma curiously poking at Hanasaya's tail while the latter devoured cake ravenously, Dr. Brive felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. This troublesome girl, does she not consider the situation? What if she provokes that alien? Does she not fear for our family's safety? At that moment, 2 figures materialized in the center of the living room, Lin Chen and Tai's. Having returned via instant teleportation. Sister, Your Majesty, Tai's. The room erupted in exclamations as Bulma leapt to embrace her elder sister, while Mrs. Brive, visibly shaken, enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace. Hanasaya stood up, offering Lin Chen a piece of cake. Your Majesty, do try this. The food on this planet is exquisite. Lin Chen smiled politely and declined, then turned to the still-dazed Dr. Brive. Dr. Brive, I have safely brought your daughter back. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. And Dr. Willow. He shall no longer disturb you. Forever, Lin Chen interjected. Dr. Brive adjusted his glasses. Is that so? Well then, thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Oh dear, must you discuss business so soon after our daughter's rescue? I am preparing a sumptuous meal to properly entertain our guest. Mrs. Brive interjected, her displeasure evident. Madam, please prepare, Dr. Brief, and I can discuss matters while we await your return, Lin Chen called out. Hanasia. Immediately, she grasped the arm of the Tai sisters and ushered Mrs. Brief into the kitchen, thereby granting space for Lin Chen and Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I shall be direct. I have come seeking your assistance, Lin Chen began. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together. Mr. Lin Chen, given your formidable strength, I am uncertain how I might be of help. Lin Chen shook his head. While we Saiyans possess greater strength than the people of Earth, we lack the capability for technological development. Thus, I hope to secure the technical support of you and the omnipotent Capsule Corporation to provide technological products for our Saiyan race. Chapter 22. Journey to Corinta. Dr. Brief wore an expression of wariness. Mr. Lin, if I may speak candidly, you appear to be quite powerful already. Earth's weaponry. No, Doctor, you misunderstand. Let me be straightforward. I currently require only 2 technological devices, a healing apparatus and a gravity chamber. Dr. Brief was taken aback. A healing apparatus? A gravity chamber? Lin glanced around and pointed toward the garden outside. Doctor, let us proceed there. I wish to show you something. With that, Lin strode toward the garden. Dr. Brief's wealth was evident. His garden rivaled the size of a park. Finding a flat spot, Lin waved his right hand and summoned a healing device he had brought from the Vegeta planet. The sudden appearance of the apparatus left Dr. Brief astonished. How, Mr. Lin? Is this some sort of universal capsule? Not at all. Consider it a unique ability of mine, Lin replied nonchalantly. Patting the healing device, Lin continued. This is the model we are currently using, capable of fully healing individuals with severe injuries in a short amount of time. Doctor, I request that you replicate it completely and manufacture 100 units for us. Once the healing devices are completed, I will also need at least 10 gravity chambers capable of adjusting artificial gravity. Our planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth, so these chambers must accommodate at least 20 times the gravity. These items are vital for us Saiyans. The gravity chambers can wait, but I expect the 100 healing devices to be finished within a month. Dr. Brief looked troubled. Mr. Lin, given your kindness in saving our family and ties, I can agree to these requests. However, I have never worked with either the healing apparatus or the gravity chamber before, and I am uncertain if I can truly create them. Indeed, Dr. Brief was a genius who had invented many wondrous technologies, yet even geniuses have their limits. The items Lin required involved biotechnology and gravitational technology, fields Dr. Brief had never ventured into, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. At that moment, a voice suddenly chimed in, Daddy. If it's a healing apparatus and we already have a prototype, It shouldn't take long to replicate one. Then we can have the robots mass-produce them. Both Dr. Brief and Lin turned to see Bulma emerging from behind a tree, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the healing device Lin had unveiled. She smiled at her father, seemingly seeking his praise. Really? Bulma, do you have confidence in this? Dr. Brief asked, his expression one of disbelief. Yes. By the way, Brother Lin, do you have a prototype for the gravity chamber as well? If there is one, I should be able to replicate it quickly too. Recently, I have been engrossed in the study of anti-gravity systems. Brief chuckled as he addressed Lin Chen. Pardon me, Mr. Lin Chen. This is my daughter, Bulma. Despite her youth, she is indeed a prodigy, surpassing even me. Lin Chen was not taken aback by Brief's words. For Bulma could be considered the most intellectually gifted character in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Bulma. You have been immensely helpful. If you have any wishes, feel free to share. I would be glad to fulfill them. Lin Chen said with a smile, gently ruffling Bulma's hair. Upon receiving his affectionate gesture, Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Brother Lin Chen, I overheard my sister say you can fly. Could you take me for a flight? She inquired eagerly. Is it really that simple? Yes, yes. Bulma nodded with determination. Dr. Brief, may I take Miss Bulma for a brief flight? Lin Chen asked. Of course, please do. Brief replied. Though a hint of concern tinged his voice, he dared not refuse. Lin Chen then took Bulma's hand, and they soared into the sky. Oh my goodness. Ha. I'm really flying. This is amazing. Bulma exclaimed, showing no fear, reminiscent of her sister, Tai's. She urged, Brother Lin Chen, can we go faster? Certainly. Lin Chen pulled Bulma closer, enveloping her in his arms, and accelerated. With the protection of his aura, their speed swiftly surpassed that of a fighter jet. Yet Bulma felt no discomfort. However, her cheeks were flushed, clearly impressed by the experience. Bulma, shall we return? Lin Chen asked. No, Brother Lin Chen. Can we fly a little longer? A little longer? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. In that case, how about I take you to see the god? The god? Where? Is there really a god in this world? Bulma glanced around, her curiosity piqued by the legends of deities. Indeed, wait here, I shall take you to see. Lin Chen planned to bring Bulma to Korin Tower and the Heavenly Sanctuary, both of which were already part of his itinerary. Since he was taking Bulma out for an adventure, he decided to expedite their route. Korin Tower was situated in a remote area, far from civilization, requiring several hours by plane from West City. However, with Lin Chen's speed, they arrived at the towering Korin Tower in no time. As they approached, the cat hermit's body began to tremble. What an ominous presence. How could that alien know of this place? Meanwhile, within the heavenly sanctuary, the goddess' green visage paled slightly. Could it be that the alien has discovered me? Wow. Bulma gazed at the distant tower in awe, her jaw nearly dropping in amazement. She is, after all, a denizen of Earth. Yet she has never fathomed the existence of such a place. That lofty tower must surpass even the tallest structures in the world, wouldn't you agree? Why has she never heard of this location before? Brother Lin Chen, is that where the celestial beings reside? That is the Korin Tower, the abode of the immortals. The dwelling of the divine beings lies even higher. Even higher? Bulma felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through her. Not only had she encountered extraterrestrials, but she was also on the cusp of meeting immortals and deities. Her youthful visage flushed with excitement. Moments later, Lin Chen had already transported Bulma to the Grand Hall of Korin Tower. Brother Lin Chen, where is the immortal? Where is he? Upon landing, Bulma scanned her surroundings, completely overlooking the bewildered figure of the cat sage nearby. Ahem. The cat sage cleared his throat. Forgive me, but I am the immortal. What? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Lin Chen, the cat can talk. He is not merely a cat. He is an immortal. Chapter 23. The Choice of Earth Immortal? Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter as she lunged toward the cat immortal, eager to stroke the fluffy, white feline. However, the cat immortal would not grant her wish and was about to leap away when an unexpected aura enveloped it, rendering it immobile. The cat immortal glanced at Lin Chen, who stood in the distance with his arms crossed, beads of cold sweat forming on its forehead. Fat cat, are you truly an immortal? Bulma inquired, petting the cat immortal's fur and pinching its chubby face. Brother Lin Chen, you're deceiving me. It's merely a cat. Just then, Lin Chen retracted the aura controlling the cat immortal. Instantly, the cat immortal seemed to regain its vitality, gasping for breath as it exclaimed, I am an immortal, not just a cat. Wow, it really can talk. Bulma exclaimed. All right, Bulma, I have some matters to discuss with it, Lin Chen stated, approaching the cat immortal. The ominous aura surrounding him caused the cat immortal's fur to bristle uncontrollably. You, aren't you an extraterrestrial? How do you know about this place? The cat immortal questioned, perplexed. I not only know about this place, but I also understand that you possess Senzu beans. Hand them over to me, Lin Chen declared. Before the healing device is completed, we can make do with the Senzu beans from Korin Tower. Although this method is somewhat wasteful, it pales in comparison to being eradicated by the system. Absolutely not. You are of unknown origins. The Senzu beans cannot. The Cat Immortal's protest was cut short as Lin Chen waved his hand, conjuring a magnificent fish that was entirely unlike any found on Earth, appearing before the Cat Immortal. This is a fish from planet Vegeta. If you give me the Senzu beans, I have 100 more right here. Meow? I will give them. The Cat Immortal immediately acquiesced, unable to resist the allure of the fish. Cat Immortal, in the future, cultivate more. I can bring you fish from across the universe. After swiftly collecting the Senzu beans left by the Cat Immortal, leaving only the seeds behind, Lin Chen took Bulma's hand, soaring upward once more. The heavenly temple awaited just above. Effortlessly breaching the barriers of the heavenly temple, Lin Chen gently descended onto its grounds, Bulma bubbling with excitement, yet quickly startled. For not far away, the green deity and the black Bubu were already awaiting their arrival. Lin Chen cast a glance at the two. The deity, who was truly a Namekian, appeared somewhat reserved, while Mr. Bubu remained expressionless. Welcome, esteemed guest from another planet, the deity greeted warmly. Hello, deity. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen responded, acknowledging the two. Upon hearing Lin Chen's introduction, Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Lin Chen, are they really the deities? He is the deity. I am Bubu, the servant of the god, Mr. Bubu clarified. Indeed, he is the deity. Disappointed, perhaps? Lin Chen remarked. Bulma nodded, feeling her childhood fantasies of deity shatter. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here on this occasion? The deity inquired with caution. Lin Chen replied, I wish to ask if you can summon the dragon directly for me. To summon the dragon, one must locate the 7 Dragon Balls. However, even I am unable to ascertain their whereabouts, the deity murmured. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, inquired, Brother Lin Chen, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? They are orbs capable of granting wishes, Lin Chen briefly elucidated. He then continued, since summoning the dragon is not feasible, we shall forego that endeavor. My primary purpose for this visit is to show Miss Bulma around and to acquire some Senzu beans. The deity paused momentarily and suggested, in that case, would you like me to guide you through this place? No, we have been away long enough. It is time for us to return. Oh, Brother Lin Chen, I still wish to see more. Enough, Bulma. Dr. Brief and the others are likely waiting impatiently. Lin Chen held Bulma's hand, prepared to utilize instant transmission to depart. When the deity stepped forward and asked, Mr. Lin Chen, may I inquire if you have any thoughts regarding Earth? Thoughts? Lin Chen turned his head. With your prowess, conquering Earth should be a trivial task, yet you merely engage in transactions with mortals. I fail to comprehend. Fail to comprehend. Lin Chen smiled faintly. With his current strength, subjugating Earth would indeed be effortless. Yet why would he wish to do so? Ding. The system detected the host's confusion regarding Earth's fate and activated the strongest options. Option 1. Unify Earth, transforming it into a Saiyan colony. Reward. Enhancement ability from the Grand Elder of Namek. Option 2. Annihilate Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Reward. Technique. Key Scythe. Option 3. Maintain the status quo, allowing the Dragon Ball saga to unfold smoothly on Earth. Reward. Battle power increase of 100,000. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the strongest options in his mind, Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. It appeared the system was intent on stirring the pot. Among the 3 choices, the reward for the third option was nearly negligible. Conversely, the first 2 options offered immediate capabilities to fulfill his current task and acquire a formidable technique. Regardless of the perspective, the first 2 choices were evidently more advantageous. However, Lin Chen did not dwell on it for long and opted for the third choice. System, I choose 3. As a transmigrator, Lin Chen's familiarity with the storyline was his greatest asset, and altering the plot to his detriment was inadvisable. Moreover, there were many individuals on Earth whom he held dear. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Rewards have been dispensed. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a subtle enhancement in his body. He turned to the deity and smiled. Perhaps it is because I cherish this planet and its inhabitants. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the deity appeared utterly astonished, while Mr. Popo remained expressionless. After meeting with the deity, Lin Chen escorted Bulma back to West City. In the following days, Dr. Brief and Bulma commenced their work on replicating the healing device. Lin Chen returned once more to planet Vegeta, where he bestowed 3 large jars filled with Senzu beans for King Vegeta and his people to utilize. Simultaneously, he dispatched a gravity chamber with a 50-fold increase to Earth. temporarily for Dr. Brief and his team to examine. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. On this particular day, Lin Chen arrived at a place known as Baobao Mountain. He floated in the air, gazing down below. Ever since he made the decision to maintain Earth's original state, thoughts of Son Goku had resurfaced. He wished to see how this protagonist from Dragon Ball was faring in his life. Although planet Vegeta had not met its demise prior to Lin Chen's slumber, he had instructed Bardock to send Son Goku to Earth. Consequently, Goku arrived on Earth at the same time as in the original narrative. Observing the youthful Goku practicing his punches, Lin Chen was filled with nostalgia. True to the original tale, Goku's battle power was a mere 10 at this moment. Despite living alone, he was free from worries regarding food and shelter. Nevertheless, he was still diligently honing his skills. Throughout the entire Dragon Ball saga, it is only Goku who truly embodies the term martial artist. It is precisely due to his relentless spirit that young Goku could evolve from a lowly Saiyan warrior into one of the universe's mightiest warriors in the original series. As for Lin Chen in the present, while he possessed a superior bloodline, he seemed to lack Goku's level of diligence. The future held numerous perils, including the immediate threat of Frieza, whose whereabouts were unknown, and the distant awakening of the god of destruction, Beerus, decades hence. The challenges that lay ahead were indeed daunting. Therefore, I must not allow myself to become complacent. Chapter 24. Galactic Patrolman Jack. As time swiftly passes, a month has elapsed. During this period, Hanasea was sent back to planet Vegeta by Lin Chen for training, while he resided alone at Bulma's house. He occupied his time in the 50X gravity chamber, eagerly awaiting the completion of Dr. Brief's therapeutic device and the gravity chamber's development. As he shared meals and sleep with the Brief family, Lin Chen's relationship with them gradually deepened. Mrs. Brief even jested multiple times about Lin Chen's rapport with her two daughters, suggesting that he might consider marrying one of them, regardless of his existing bond with Hanasea. After all, Lin Chen, as a king, could be expected to have multiple wives. Surprisingly, Dr. Brief concurred with this notion, even expressing a hint of envy. These two individuals truly embodied the carefree nature portrayed in the original narrative. Lin Chen, however, firmly dismissed such implications. Although a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he had never contemplated romantic involvement with any female character from the past tales upon his arrival in this world. His relationship with Hanasea was purely driven by physiological needs. Nonetheless, Tai seemed to harbor different thoughts, occasionally engaging Lin Chen in conversations about the Saiyan lore whenever he exited the gravity chamber. She claimed her interest was for material for a new novel. Unlike Dr. Brief and Bulma, Tai was a literary enthusiast and an emerging science fiction writer. As for the younger Bulma, she feigned ignorance of her parents' banter. Yet every time she found herself alone with Lin Chen, her cheeks would flush crimson. Moreover, she displayed a keen interest in Lin Chen's research on the therapeutic device and the gravity chamber. Occasionally, when she observed Lin Chen conversing with Tai, a look of melancholy would cross her youthful face, revealing her unspoken feelings. On one particular day, within the confines of the 50X gravity chamber, a resounding explosion echoed, enveloping the room in a haze of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen lay on the ground, a visage of agony etched upon his face. Yet, mere moments later, the pain began to fade, and he was soon able to rise. Remarkably, throughout this ordeal, Lin Chen had not consumed even a single senzu-bean. Having previously sustained near-fatal injuries from a ki blast unleashed at full power, he now found himself unscathed. This extraordinary recovery ability was a testament to the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Through a month of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Lin Chen gradually confirmed that his legendary Saiyan heritage was indeed distinct from Broly's. According to the system, his bloodline was akin to the earlier version of Broly's legendary blood. While his rate of power growth was not as rapid as that of Broly from this world, he possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities and exceptional defensive strength. This resilience and fortitude allowed Lin Chen to train without the need for senzu-beans. A mere moment of rest on the ground sufficed to restore him from a near-collapsed state, truly remarkable. After a month of rigorous training, Lin Chen had gradually acclimated to the immense gravitational force of 50 times that of Earth, resulting in a staggering increase in his combat prowess by 200,000. At present, Lin Chen's combat power was nearing 1 million. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 890,000. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Mastery of Ki. Just then, the communicator in the room emitted a sound, and Tai Si's voice resonated through it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Chen approached the door and pressed the communicator, inquiring, "What is it? Do you remember the Galactic Patrol Officer, Gak? He has arrived." Is that so? Please wait a moment. I will be out shortly. Gak was indeed the Galactic Patrol friend of Tai Si. Lin Chen harbored an aspiration for the future of the Saiyans, and fortuitously, he needed the assistance of the Galactic Patrol organization to achieve his goals. Thus, he had urged Tai Si to find a way to contact Gak and invite him to Earth. Once Lin Chen had dried off and donned his attire, he stepped outside to find Tai Si conversing with an extraterrestrial being resembling a miniature Ultraman. This being was none other than Gak, as described by Tai Si. Hello. Lin Chen greeted as he approached the two. Hello. Gak initially responded, but upon catching sight of the tail at Lin Chen's waist, he was rendered speechless. A Saiyan. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. You may call me Lin Chen or Lynx, Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, Gak, displaying a demeanor of caution, drew his laser gun, instructing Tai Si, step aside. This individual is a ferocious Saiyan. I'll cover you. You must quickly escape with your family. It's best to flee Earth, as far away as possible. Suddenly, Tai Si produced a frying pan from seemingly nowhere and struck Gak on the head. You idiot. I told you Lin Chen is a friend. I brought you here to meet him. What? But he is. Lin Chen interjected, Mr. Gak, you have misjudged. Saiyans are no longer as they once were. I summoned you at Tai Si's request because she mentioned you are a super elite in the Galactic Patrol. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. True to his memories, Gak was a proud individual with a strong sense of self-esteem. Hearing Lin Chen's flattery, he instantly puffed up with pride. Super elite? Well, she wasn't mistaken. So, Saiyan sir, what is it that you require of me? I wish to meet the Galactic King. The Galactic King? Gak's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What are your intentions? Do you mean to assassinate His Majesty the Galactic King? Of course not. In fact, I am also a king. I am the current ruler of the Saiyans and wish to discuss a potential collaboration with your Galactic King. Lin Chen smiled at Gak, asserting, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. I do not have time to waste, and I hope you can agree to this immediately. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand, revealing that at some point, he had taken hold of Gak's laser gun. In an instant, he crushed the weapon into a metallic sphere and tossed it back to Gak. Gazing at the iron object in his hand, Jack let out a chuckle. I never anticipated that you are indeed the king of the Saiyans. Very well, we can set off now. Although a galactic patrolman, Jack's strength was only marginally superior to that of an earthling. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's display of power, he immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, refraining from any insolence. Before long, under Jack's guidance, Lin Chen pinpointed the location of the Galactic King, and together with Jack and Ties, they executed an instantaneous teleportation. Shortly after the trio vanished, Bulma approached, her face alight with excitement. Brother Lin Chen, the healing device and gravity chamber are all set. However, as she noticed the gravity chamber's door wide open, Bulma came to a halt. At that moment, Mrs. Brief happened to walk by. Mom, where's Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen. Ties mentioned they were embarking on a long journey and are uncertain when they will return. Bulma's previously jubilant expression instantly fell. Upon observing this, Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and smiled. Oh dear, Bulma, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Not at all. Mom, don't say such things. With that, the little girl stormed off. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Chapter 25. The Saiyan Peacekeeping Force. After a sudden fluctuation in space, Jack and Ties found their surroundings transformed dramatically. The location where the three of them now stood had inexplicably shifted from Earth to the Galactic Police Headquarters, a place Jack was intimately familiar with. What sorcery is this? How astonishing! Jack exclaimed in wonder. This is Lin Chen's instant teleportation, Ties remarked, having experienced several such transports with Lin Chen and thus grown accustomed to it. Lin Chen turned to Jack, a smile gracing his lips. Mr. Jack, please take me to meet the Galactic King. Lin Chen, you must not harbor any nefarious intentions. This is the Galactic Police Headquarters. If you dare to act recklessly, the Galactic Police will not spare you, Jack cautioned. Rest assured, I am genuinely here to discuss collaboration. Lin Chen replied, fully aware of the formidable powerhouse, Mel's, concealed within the Galactic Police, a being suspected to possess strength on par with that of the angelic race, Whis. Given Lin Chen's current prowess, provoking such an individual would be tantamount to courting disaster. The trio then proceeded toward the Galactic King's office. Along the way, many individuals expressed their curiosity upon seeing Jack's return. Jack, weren't you supposed to be on Earth? Jack, you're back? Where's your spaceship? Jack. Ties observed the unfolding scene and remarked, Jack, it seems you are quite well liked. Of course, I am a super elite. Jack retorted with a grin. Shortly thereafter, the three finally encountered the Galactic King. Although Ties had known Jack for many years, it was her first time meeting his superior, and she was momentarily taken aback. The true Galactic King was strikingly different from her mental image. He was, in fact, a green octopus-like creature adorned with a crown. Jack, why have you returned? Who are they? The Galactic King quickly noted the unexpected visitors. Jack respectfully bowed to the Galactic King and hurriedly whispered in his ear. Saiyan. The Galactic King gasped, visibly trembling. Meanwhile, a nearby guard stealthily approached a button within the room. Lin Chen suddenly glared at the guard, unleashing a restrained aura that sent the guard crashing to the ground. Do not be alarmed, everyone. Though I am a Saiyan, I come in peace, Lin Chen assured. What do you intend to do? The Galactic King inquired, apprehensive. Galactic King, I have come to propose that the Saiyans serve the Galactic Police, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the Galactic King was momentarily taken aback. Serve us? What does that mean? Lin Chen then elucidated his plan. Now that the Saiyans were under Lin Chen's control, they had been forbidden from raiding and invading other planets. However, this restriction had left the Saiyans lacking in practical combat experience. The combat skills honed within training facilities had their limits, and to transcend those limits, real battle experience was indispensable. Now that the Saiyans can no longer engage in malevolent deeds, Lin Chen has resolved to guide them along the path trodden by their counterparts in the original narrative, specifically the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe. In that universe, Saiyans have dedicated themselves to the protection of other planets, employed to eradicate malevolent beings as their vocation. Familiar with the original tale, Lin Chen understands that, apart from the formidable Mels, the Galactic Patrol is not particularly powerful. Most of the time, they can only contend with lowly bandits, and when faced with more formidable adversaries, such as the nefarious Frieza force, they find themselves utterly powerless. However, the current Saiyans possess the means to rectify this. What say you, Your Majesty the Galactic King? If you consent, the Saiyans can become a specialized task force within the Galactic Patrol. I propose to name this unit the Peacekeeping Force. Should you encounter particularly troublesome criminals, the Saiyans can be deployed. Upon hearing this, the Galactic King was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? This notion is indeed intriguing. But can you assure me that the Saiyans will not create chaos? Their past reputation is far from commendable. That is history. Under my rule, the Saiyans shall be guided onto the righteous path. Very well then. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall have my subordinates reach out to you for further details. After successfully negotiating with the Galactic King, Lin Chen did not linger for long, departing with Ties and Gak to return to Earth. Once they had left, a Galactic Patrol officer hurriedly entered with a laser gun in hand. Your Majesty, where are the Saiyan ruffians? I heard that a vicious Saiyan has come to attack you. Ah, Mels. Rest assured, it is all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the Galactic Patrol officer named Mels was momentarily stunned. As he learned of Lin Chen's intentions, a flicker of astonishment crossed his visage. The King of Saiyans, seeking to lead his kind towards redemption? Such a figure has emerged among the Saiyans of this universe. A month later, on planet Vegeta. At this juncture, the fervor for training on planet Vegeta had reignited. Within the gravity chambers crafted by the Capsule Corporation, Saiyans of all sizes were engaged in rigorous training. Occasionally, those who sustained severe injuries within the chambers would be swiftly transported to healing devices, also provided by the Capsule Corporation, for treatment. Thanks to Dr. Brief and Bulma, Lin Chen's Saiyan enhancement program had regained momentum. He had completed over half of the first task assigned by the system, to elevate the battle power of more than 1,000 Saiyans beyond 10,000 within a year. The other two tasks were also progressing well. It appeared that successful completion within the year was merely a matter of time. In light of these developments, after transporting the equipment from Earth back to planet Vegeta, Lin Chen commenced his own training. However, he soon realized that he had seemingly encountered a bottleneck. The gravity chamber set to 50 times Earth's gravity was no longer sufficient for him. One day, after exiting the training facility, Lin Chen assessed his current battle power. 1 million points. 2 months prior, he had increased his battle power by over 200,000 in just 1 month. In this past month, he devoted the same amount of time, yet witnessed only a modest increase of just over 100,000 in combat power. The rate of advancement has evidently diminished significantly. Indeed, the 50-fold gravity chamber is nearing its limits for him. Perhaps it is time to descend to Earth. One wonders if Dr. Brief has completed the development of the 100-fold gravity chamber. Prior to leaving Earth, Lin Chen had entrusted Dr. Brief with the task of developing a gravity chamber with higher multiples, as well as other technological equipment related to the Saiyans, in exchange for the expertise of Saiyan spacecraft technology. Now, a month has passed, and it is time to return to Earth. However, before his departure, Lin Chen must first ascertain the situation concerning the Saiyans. Chapter 26. Broly and Vegeta after reaching an accord with the Galactic King. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta officially became a unique armed force within the galaxy. Over the course of the past month, certain Saiyans who had reached their limits were dispatched to partake in peacekeeping missions, aiding the Galactic Police in confronting ferocious adversaries they could not handle alone. Bardock was appointed as the commander of this unit, entrusted with the responsibility of liaising with the Galactic Police and organizing missions. Before Lin Chen prepared to journey to Earth, he specifically summoned Bardock to ascertain the status of the peacekeeping force. Your Majesty, this month we have successfully completed 3 missions, all executed flawlessly. Moreover, those who participated have, as you predicted, surpassed their limits through combat, Bardock reported. Are there any grievances? Lin Chen inquired. Historically, the Saiyans had been conquerors, aggressors, and harbingers of death. Now, they had transformed into guardians of peace, a transition that surely would be met with some resistance. To Lin Chen's surprise, Bardock responded, Your Majesty, there are not many complaints. For those who engage in missions, as long as there is combat, they are content. The purpose of the fight is of little concern to them. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen comprehended the underlying truth. Although the world often perceived Saiyans as inherently warlike and irascible, not all of them were born with malevolence. During the previous turmoil of the Dales incident, those naturally wicked and unwilling to embrace a life of peace had perished alongside Dales at Lin Chen's hands. Thus, the remaining Saiyans predominantly exhibited neutral or benevolent traits. Perhaps, on the next occasion he visited the underworld, he should express gratitude to Dales. With a faint smile, Lin Chen addressed Bardock. Very well, you shall oversee this matter diligently. However, do remember to prioritize safety during each operation. The number of Saiyans is dwindling, and we cannot afford to sacrifice lives as recklessly as in the past. Bardock nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall be vigilant in this regard. After Lin Chen acknowledged Bardock's departure with a nod and a wave, it was not long before Xiao approached him. Your Majesty, are you heading to Earth? Indeed, Lin Chen replied. While I am away, you should also focus on your training. Among those who consumed the fruit of the sacred tree, your combat power has yet to exceed 500,000. Xiao's cheeks flushed. I understand, Your Majesty. Having visited Earth previously, Xiao had been captivated by its culture and, upon returning to planet Vegeta, had secretly brought back a computer brimming with various television dramas. While others were diligently training, she had been engrossed in watching shows, thus hindering her progress. Feeling a bit embarrassed after Lin Chen's admonition, Xiao ventured, Your Majesty, your trip to Earth isn't to see that little girl, Tais, is it? What nonsense are you speaking? Your Majesty, do not deny it. If you find Tais agreeable, you might as well keep her for warmth. And her sister seems quite interested in you as well. I imagine she has grown into a stunning beauty. Your Majesty, did you not assert that the hybrid offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings are born warriors? If that is indeed the case, should you not, as the king of the Saiyans, set an example by fathering a hybrid child for us to observe? Lin Chen was left speechless. Well, I shall endeavor to do so. But consent from the other party is requisite, he responded. Anaxia chuckled softly. How could she possibly refuse? Although we hail from different planets, we are both women, and I can easily discern the thoughts of those two sisters. After managing the affairs of the palace and state, it was time for Lin Chen to prepare for his departure. However, at that moment, another visitor arrived. Broly wishes to see me? Lin Chen gazed at Paragus in bewilderment. Indeed, Your Majesty. It appears that Broly has been somewhat troubled lately. He seems reluctant to remain on planet Vegeta, Paragus explained. In recent times, Broly had not enjoyed a moment's peace on planet Vegeta. It was rumored that several Saiyan children had been persistently challenging him to duels. While their strength was trivial compared to Broly's, they regarded him as the ideal sparring partner. After each bout, they would emerge from the healing pod, brimming with vitality, eager to challenge him once more. This arrangement was beneficial for the children's skill enhancement, prompting Bardock and King Vegeta to refrain from intervening. Yet, Broly found himself increasingly vexed. His current existence bore no resemblance to the tranquility he experienced on Namek. The naturally reserved Broly found little enjoyment in this life, and had voiced his grievances to his father on multiple occasions. In this incarnation, Paragus had not been exiled, and thus his temperament remained untainted. He harbored only pure paternal affection for Broly, devoid of any ulterior motives. Observing his son's distress, he could not help but seek assistance from Lin Chen. How can a Saiyan not acclimate to life on planet Vegeta? Lin Chen remarked. Very well, let us pay him a visit. At that moment, on the outskirts of the capital, atop a verdant, lush hill, stood a modest abode, solitary on the mountainside. The structure's design starkly contrasted with traditional Saiyan architecture, reminiscent instead of that of the Namekians. This was, in fact, Broly's residence. Disliking the boisterous and competitive nature of the Saiyans, Broly had retreated from the royal city shortly after returning to planet Vegeta, choosing solitude in this dwelling. He seldom returned to the capital unless summoned by Lin Chen. However, today, outside Broly's home, stood two young Saiyans. "Hey, Broly, come out quickly. Let us duel once more. I must prove to you that I am the second strongest Saiyan after His Majesty Lin Keisu, not you. Vegeta, perhaps we should return. You have already lost to Broly 4 times, Raditz suggested. Leave if you wish, but I am determined to settle this once and for all. Broly, do not feign deafness. I know you are inside. If you do not emerge soon, I shall destroy this place." Having said that, the youthful Vegeta began to channel his energy once more, seemingly prepared to engage in combat. At that moment, the previously silent cabin was finally opened, and Broly emerged from within. "Vegeta," he stated, "I have no desire to contest victory with you. Whether you aspire to be the second strongest or the mightiest Saiyan is of no concern to me. I kindly ask that you do not disrupt my life." "How can that be?" Vegeta retorted. "Among the younger generation, you are the only one I cannot surpass. If I cannot exceed you, how can I hope to surpass Lord Link's? Broly, come forth and engage me in battle." Chapter 27, A Year of Choices. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Who could it be? Vegeta and Raditz's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to look. Upon hearing a familiar voice, they immediately knelt down. "Vegeta, Raditz, we pay our respects, Your Majesty." "Rise," Lin Chen replied indifferently. His gaze settling on Vegeta, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was surprised to learn that the child disturbing Broly, as mentioned by Paragus, turned out to be the second main character of the original story, Vegeta. It was no wonder, among the younger generation, only Vegeta possessed the capability to exchange blows with Broly. Since Lin Chen had imparted the original training methods to the Saiyans, many had seen significant improvements in their strength. As the genius warrior second only to Sun Wukong in the original narrative, Vegeta had naturally benefited from the new training regimen, enhancing his combat prowess considerably. Now, Vegeta's battle power had surpassed 20,000, making him the youngest Saiyan, aside from Broly, with hopes of breaking through the 100,000 mark. However, even with such accomplishments, he still paled in comparison to the likes of Lin Chen and Broly, who were extraordinary in their abilities. "Vegeta, I have matters to discuss with Broly. You and Raditz may leave," Lin Chen said. Your Majesty, may I ask you for a favor?" Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, looking extremely anxious as he gazed at Lin Chen. "What is it?" "Your Majesty Lin Chen, I heard that Broly lived with you for 5 years and became your disciple. Therefore, I wish to become your disciple as well," Vegeta declared. "Oh," Lin Chen's brow twitched, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. He never expected the proud Vegeta to seek him out for mentorship. Was it possible for the arrogant Vegeta to be humbled? Lin Chen felt a flicker of satisfaction at having impressed the notoriously proud character from the original story. He smiled and replied, "Vegeta, you possess great potential, given time. You will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. However, I'm sorry, Vegeta, but I cannot teach you anything." "What?" Vegeta's face instantly fell in disappointment. Yet, Lin Chen's subsequent words rejuvenated his spirit. "In truth, Broly is not my disciple. Our strength stems from our innate talents, which are inherent. Even if you wish to learn, it would be beyond your reach." Innate talent? Vegeta struggled to comprehend this, for in the past, his father King Vegeta had always taught him that he was the king among Saiyans, a natural warrior, with royal blood coursing through his veins, making him the most talented fighter. Yet now, he realized that his talent paled in comparison to Broly's. Noticing the astonishment on Vegeta's face, Lin Chen chuckled and continued, "But do not be disheartened. Talent merely determines one's starting point and rate of growth. If you practice diligently, in due time, you may very well catch up to Broly." "Really? Can I truly catch up to Broly? And what about you, Your Majesty Link?" "Perhaps it is not entirely out of the question." Lin Chen smiled silently. After offering encouragement to the future Tsunderatawa, he sent the 2 children on their way. He then turned his gaze towards Broly. After more than a month apart, it was evident that Broly bore some signs of fatigue. Observing this, Lin Chen did not dwell on it and suggested, "Broly, shall we go to Earth together?" Earth? Indeed. It was abundantly clear that the life of a Saiyan did not suit Broly. Ever since Lin Chen had placed him on Namek 5 years prior, Broly's temperament had diverged completely from that of a traditional Saiyan. Despite his youth, he exhibited a remarkable calmness, akin to that of an old sage, remaining unperturbed in any situation. However, this was a relief for Lin Chen, as he no longer had to worry about Broly suddenly losing control. Now that Broly wished to leave planet Vegeta, it would be more suitable for him to go to Earth, given his disposition. Lin Chen knew there was someone there with whom Broly would surely resonate. Not long after, Lin Chen and Broly suddenly materialized in the serene hall of the Earth's Supreme Kai. With curiosity, Broly surveyed the quiet surroundings. "Supreme Kai?" Lin Chen called out. Moments later, the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo approached them. "Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here again?" Upon seeing Lin Chen, the Supreme Kai began to sweat profusely, overwhelmed by the pressure he exerted. Before Lin Chen could explain, Broly exclaimed in surprise, "That Namekian." The Supreme Kai, taken aback, responded, "Young one, you know me?" "Of course. Aren't you a Namekian? What are you doing on Earth?" "A Namekian? So, I was once a Namekian?" The Supreme Kai's heart swelled with unprecedented joy upon finally understanding his identity. Consequently, he readily agreed to Lin Chen's request to have Broly stay in the Supreme Kai's temple. With the Supreme Kai's care, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief regarding Broly's well-being. The Supreme Kai, being a Namekian himself, would not be unfamiliar to Broly, and their temperaments aligned perfectly, ensuring Broly would find joy in their company. Having resolved his concerns, Lin Chen felt unburdened and swiftly made his way to West City to resume his training. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 9 months had elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your objective within 1 year. Allow more than 50 Saiyans to possess a battle power exceeding 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on simultaneously completing 3 objectives. All rewards are now being dispensed. Reward includes 5 vials of S-Cell reagent, 1 room of spirit and time, and the talent for beginner martial arts genius. Inside the gravity chamber, set to a 50 times gravity, Lin Chen lay on the ground in slumber. However, upon hearing the system's notification, he immediately sprang to his feet. Fully awake. "System, have I completed my task?" Ding. Detection complete. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and he soon discovered that 2 items had indeed appeared in his system space. One was a set of 5 S-cells, which endowed Saiyans with the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Typically, such cells could only be gradually cultivated within Saiyans living in peaceful environments. The other was a capsule containing a mental time chamber. Furthermore, Lin Chen's skill bar had been enhanced with a talent for being a novice martial arts genius. Henceforth, whenever others showcased their unique skills before him, Lin Chen would possess a 30% chance of instantly mastering them. Receiving 3 rewards at once for a year-long endeavor was undoubtedly worthwhile. Chapter 28. The Birth of the Super Saiyan. Power adjustment. Lin Chen deftly flipped his right hand, causing a test tube to drop into his palm. Within the tube, a faint golden liquid glimmered. This liquid was a solvent teeming with S-cells. System. How is this to be utilized? Simply consume it to augment your S-cells. Upon hearing this response, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the system. Ordinarily, for a Saiyan to increase their S-cells is a formidable challenge. Otherwise, the legend of a Super Saiyan emerging only once every millennium would not exist. However, Lin Chen found no need for these S-cells himself, as his combat power had already surpassed 1 million. According to previous system prompts, his body already contained sufficient cells to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, this S-cell solution would be of service to another. With this in mind, Lin Chen grasped the vial and executed an instantaneous teleportation, arriving at the royal palace of Vegeta Star. His infrequent visits had left the palace somewhat desolate. Yet, within the chambers of Hanasiya, a cacophony of animated dialogue resonated. As Lin Chen pushed the door open, he discovered Hanasiya engrossed in a soap opera. Upon noticing Lin Chen's presence, Hanasiya gasped in surprise, hastily shielding the computer screen. "Your Majesty, what brings you back?" "Hannah, are you slacking off again?" "My apologies, Your Majesty, but I have attained a combat power of 500,000. "Very well. Since you are disinclined to train, I have a splendid gift for you." As Lin Chen spoke, he produced 5 vials of S-cells from his pocket and handed them to Hanasiya. Curiously, she glanced at them and inquired, "Your Majesty, what is this?" "Drink them all." "I shall explain shortly," Lin Chen instructed. Without hesitation, Hanasiya consumed all 5 vials of S-cell solution. However, upon finishing, her expression turned sour, suggesting the S-cells were rather unpalatable. Yet, aside from that, she exhibited no further changes. "Your Majesty, may I now inquire what that was?" Observing Hanasiya's lack of reaction, Lin Chen felt puzzled. Surely, the items provided by the system held some efficacy. "Hannah, do you not sense any changes within your body?" "None at all." "Your Majesty, did you perhaps administer poison?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Hannah, why not try to summon some anger? Anger? Forgive me, Your Majesty. But I cannot muster any ire towards you. Hannah chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, a sudden sound of something piercing through the air echoed within the room, followed by an explosion. Hanazia's countenance froze in shock. The source of the explosion was none other than her beloved computer, which she had brought from Earth, containing at least 300 episodes of television dramas she had yet to watch. Unforgivable. Not even Your Majesty can be excused. Hannah felt a surge of heat rise within her, and in the next instant, her hair began to flutter as if caught in an unseen wind, transforming from its original black to a shimmering gold. As Hanazia's hair transformed entirely into a golden hue, an earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from her being. At that moment, every power level detector on the planet Vegeta, engaged in combat power detection, spontaneously exploded. Those that remained inactive also triggered alarms for high-energy readings. With a piercing scream, part of the outer wall of the Saiyan royal palace was blown away, and Hannah leaped skyward through the breached wall. A torrential wave of energy surged from her, powerful enough to cause the entire planet Vegeta to tremble. In that instant, every Saiyan on the planet sensed the oppressive atmosphere in the air. They paused their activities, turning their gazes toward the royal palace. Soon, they beheld Hannah, suspended in midair, her golden hair glistening. Who is that? Is it Princess Hannah? How did her hair turn golden? Golden hair? Are not the Saiyan's locks typically black? Why has the princess's hair transformed? Confusion enveloped the crowd regarding Hanazia's transformation. Yet, some recalled an ancient legend. Your Majesty, have you returned? What has happened to Princess Hannah? King Vegeta rushed to the scene, initially astonished that Lin Chen had returned, followed by shock at the sight before him. A golden-haired Saiyan. Your Majesty, could it be that Princess Hannah has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Lin Chen remarked. King Vegeta's breath caught in his throat. The legendary Super Saiyan? Wasn't he that a being who appeared once every millennium, the most powerful Saiyan in history? Their princess had become the fabled Super Saiyan? How could this be? Hadn't Princess Hanazia's combat power been inferior to his? How could she have transformed into a Super Saiyan first? In contrast to the astonishment of others, Lin Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Why was Hanazia's combat power so low after her transformation into a Super Saiyan? The best large-scale combat power detectors on planet Vegeta had a maximum detection range of merely 1 million. Thus, Lin Chen utilized the capabilities of the system within him to assess Hanazia's strength post-transformation. According to the system's observations, Hanazia's combat power was only 11 million. Her power had increased by less than 20-fold. Previously, when Lin Chen had transformed into a simulated Super Saiyan, he noted that his power surge seemed somewhat different from that in the original narrative. The same appeared to hold true for Hanazia's transformation. Clearly, something was amiss. With this in mind, Lin Chen inquired within. System, I require a reasonable explanation. Ding. Host, do not doubt. In this world, the combat power increase for the first stage of Super Saiyan form is only 20-fold. Higher forms will yield greater increases in combat power. However, the Super Saiyan first form has a limit to its combat power. Exceeding this limit will result in only a minimal enhancement of strength. What? Is there such a phenomenon? What of my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Ding. The host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is akin to an ordinary bloodline. However, upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, the combat prowess will amplify by 50-fold, with no limit to its potential. So that is the case. Lin Chen began to grasp the concept. The transformation effects of Super Saiyans in this realm differ from the ones he previously understood, or rather, they adhere to a more logical framework. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form remains overwhelmingly formidable, a boundless existence that can effortlessly dominate the ordinary Super Saiyans. Chapter 29. The Contest of Super Saiyans. What is this? Your Majesty? What has happened to me? At this moment, Hannah had regained her senses, feeling the surging power within her body. A mixture of curiosity and panic washing over her. With a swift motion, Lin Chen stepped forward and ascended into the sky. Hannah, you have become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? What is that? The legend of the Super Saiyan was one that even the Saiyans of this era scarcely remembered, known only to a select few. Lin Chen took a deep breath and, with a voice resonating throughout the entire capital, explained to all present, including Hannah, a Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years. In truth, it is merely a unique transformation of the Saiyans, akin to the Oozuru transformation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can amplify your combat power by dozens of times. By the way, Hannah, your current combat power stands at an astonishing 11 million. 11 million? Me? Hanasia gazed at herself in disbelief, then turned her eyes toward the distant hills beyond the capital. With seemingly little effort, she launched a ki blast toward the desolate mountain. Moments later, a visually striking mushroom cloud erupted from the site. The shockwave from the explosion nearly toppled everyone within the capital. When the wave subsided, the mountain had vanished, leaving gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the city. All right, Hannah. This is the homeland of the Saiyans. You must not destroy it. If you wish to understand your power, I shall accompany you. Your Majesty, you. Upon hearing this, Hannah suddenly recalled something and looked toward Lin Chen. In that instant, she witnessed his pupils transform into a brilliant blue, his hair standing on end. A fearsome aura, more terrifying than Hanasia's, erupted from Lin Chen like a tempest, radiating outward in all directions. The Saiyans, already intimidated by Hanasia's presence, could no longer withstand the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Chen. Many fell to their knees, submitting to this terrifying power. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. After the flash, Lin Chen's hair had entirely turned golden. Super Saiyan, Your Majesty. You too can transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course, how else could I lead? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. After his combat power surpassed 1 million, he too broke through the limitations of the pseudo-Super Saiyan and gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, at this moment, his transformation was merely that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, not the legendary Super Saiyan form unique to his bloodline. Similar to Hanasia, this form also multiplied his combat power by 20. Previously, Lin Chen believed this multiplier was influenced by his bloodline, where the true Super Saiyan form was the legendary variant, rather than this ordinary Super Saiyan state. Upon seeing Hannah, he finally comprehended that the battle power of a Super Saiyan in this world multiplies by a factor of 20, though there exists a limit to this enhancement. However, it appears that Lin Chen has yet to reach this threshold, possessing a staggering battle power of 20 million, almost double that of Hannah. Hannah, let us ascend to the skies and train, since becoming a Super Saiyan. I have yet to engage in combat. All right, Your Majesty. I shall challenge you to 300 rounds. No sooner had she spoken than Hannah soared into the sky like a rocket, with Lin Chen following closely behind. The two of them shot upwards like celestial projectiles, only halting when they reached the stratosphere of planet Vegeta. Without the sound of a starting gun, they both sprang into action simultaneously. The thunderous clash of their fists and feet resonated like a tempest in the heavens. Golden energies roared and collided, sending shockwaves through the very air. The Saiyans on the ground stood in awe, captivated by a battle that exceeded their wildest imaginings. Is this truly the legendary power of a Super Saiyan? King Vegeta, frozen in place, suddenly heard his son's voice beside him. Turning, he saw his son, Vegeta, standing forlornly. Father, is it possible that I may never reach the realm of His Majesty? Despair etched across the youthful face of Vegeta. King Vegeta took a deep breath, at a loss for words, and simply grasped his son's shoulder. Originally, he held great hopes for his son, believing that given time, even if Vegeta could not surpass Lin Chen, he would certainly outshine his father and become the second greatest Saiyan after Lynx. Yet now, he realized how naive that sentiment had been. Lin Chen and his peers had long since achieved an unattainable level of power. In the sky, the two figures continued to clash, each collision sparking brilliant fireworks and generating fierce gusts of wind. These razor winds, if unleashed upon the ground, could likely decimate any Saiyan with a battle power of less than 100,000. The confrontation between Super Saiyans was indeed fearsome. Even with Lin Chen and Hannah deliberately holding back, they could effortlessly unleash devastation. After nearly half an hour of combat, as Hannah began to show signs of fatigue, Lin Chen decided to conclude this bout. Let this suffice for now. He reverted to his normal state, cracking his neck, which resonated with a series of pops. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Hannah was left utterly astonished. She had anticipated that her ascension to Super Saiyan would render her invincible, yet not only could Lin Chen also transform, but his prowess seemed to far surpass her own. Although their earlier exchange had merely been a test of strength, Hannah sensed that Lin Chen had likely only exerted a fraction of his true capabilities. Truly, he is worthy of being called Your Majesty. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, she could not surpass him. Contemplating this, Hanasia reverted to her normal state and glided over to Lin Chen's side. Upon their return to the ground, they beheld a throng of Saiyans, all kneeling in reverence. Observing their expressions of fear, Lin Chen devised a plan. He suddenly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Hanasia's transformation into a Super Saiyan is due to my influence. I was the one who enabled her transformation." What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, many were struck with astonishment, soon followed by a wave of admiration. If Lin Chen could grant Hanasea the power of a Super Saiyan, could it not be inferred that he could bestow this ability upon others as well? Noticing their expressions, Lin Chen offered a subtle smile and began to weave a vision for all the Saiyans. In my view, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an arduous task. As long as you possess sufficient awareness, each of you may one day have the opportunity to become those legendary figures. It all depends on your own efforts. We can also become Super Saiyans. Indeed, after hearing Lin Chen's words, many showed visible changes in their expressions. Not only Hanasea, but even they had a chance. Lin Chen observed their astonishment with a knowing smile. As long as the Saiyans obeyed him and diligently served him, granting them all the potential to transform into Super Saiyans would be an achievable feat after all. He possessed a system within himself. Chapter 30. The Doubt of Combat Power. The choice of martial arts. As time flows, another year has passed. In the West City, Lin Chen emerged from the 100-fold gravity chamber, his face etched with frustration. He realized that he had once again encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Although his combat power had been gradually increasing over the last 3 months, it was peculiar that he remained unable to fully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen was at a loss for the reason. Despite his relentless efforts, he could only achieve the ordinary Super Saiyan form, while the unique legendary Super Saiyan transformation, tied to his bloodline, eluded him. He scrutinized his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1, 280, 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills, Instant Transmission, Key Control, Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent. Upon observing his combat power, Lin Chen recalled an oddity. After surpassing the million mark, the rate of his combat power growth had noticeably decelerated. Logically, given Lin Chen's legendary bloodline, one would expect his power to soar dramatically, akin to a rocket. Yet, despite his arduous training, his combat power had only increased by over 200,000. This was disheartening. Reflecting on the past year, he remembered that during the original storyline Cell Saga, Gohan had catapulted from a mere several hundred thousand to several million in combat power. The contrast between Gohan's rapid ascent and his own was stark. Lin Chen sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that in this world, once combat power crossed the million threshold, further enhancement became increasingly arduous. This was evident in Broly's case as well. Possessing the same legendary bloodline, Broly's combat power continued to rise daily without training, and at a pace even swifter than Lin Chen's. Yet, Lin Chen recalled visiting the Supreme Kai 3 months prior, only to find that Broly's power had merely increased to over 800,000, far from the exaggerated figures of the original narrative. In puzzlement, Lin Chen contemplated the situation when suddenly, the ceiling of the 100-fold gravity chamber collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Dr. Brief and his family. They stood in shock, gazing at the ruined gravity chamber. Tai approached with concern. Lin Chen, what happened? I'm fine, Lin Chen replied, snapping back to reality. He glanced at the destruction and sheepishly said, I apologize, doctor. It seems the 100-fold gravity chamber can no longer suffice. What? Dr. Brief exclaimed, his cigarette falling from his mouth. Have you truly acclimated to 100-fold gravity? I actually got used to it 3 months ago. Doctor, could you please devise a gravity chamber with a higher multiplier? How about starting with a maximum of 500-fold? Lin Chen proposed. 500-fold? Lin Chen, at your weight of 200 pounds, that would be equivalent to 50 tons. Can you handle that? Not a problem. I can adapt gradually. However, with a gravity of 500 times that of Earth, the materials of our planet may not withstand such immense density. Lin Chen, I can commence the development of the gravity chamber, but it would be prudent for you to source some new high-density metals. Otherwise, it may prove unfeasible. Very well. I shall instruct the inhabitants of planet Vegeta to prepare accordingly. After agreeing with Dr. Brief, Lin Chen resolved to consider alternative training methods, given that the gravity chamber was temporarily unusable. Ding! A desire for the enhancement of strength has been detected in the host, triggering the ultimate choice. Option 1. Consult with North Kai to learn any technique of his choosing. Reward: Evil Energy Bomb Technique. Option 2. Seek guidance from Master Roshi to acquire any technique of his choosing. Reward: Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Option 3. Inquire with the Supreme Kai to master any divine technique. Reward: Gigantification Technique. Upon seeing the ultimate choice that had been triggered, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. With his current rudimentary martial arts talent, the prospect of learning mere techniques seemed somewhat trivial. However, he quickly realized that the rewards offered were likely techniques he might not be able to acquire through his innate talent in in the foreseeable future. He found option 2's reward particularly comprehensible, as it likely pertained to the technique that Son Goku would later develop after mastering instant transmission, blending it with Kamehameha to create a unique technique. The reward for option 3 appeared to be akin to the innate abilities of the Namekians, not merely an ordinary technique. Much like their cellular regeneration, it was something Lin Chen could not hope to learn through traditional means. As for the first option, he had never encountered such a technique before. System, what does the evil energy bomb entail? Ding. Host, the standard energy bomb absorbs a minuscule amount of life energy, whereas the evil energy bomb disregards the safety of the energy provider, absorbing all their energy. Consequently, the evil energy bomb possesses greater power, although it requires significantly more time to gather energy for each use, and it creates a desolate wasteland afterward. So that is how it works, Lin Chen began to understand. If the traditional energy bomb is akin to borrowing power from others, the so-called evil energy bomb directly seizes the energy of others for personal use, showing no regard for their well-being. Thus, under equal conditions of energy provision, the power of the evil energy bomb would likely be several-fold that of the standard energy bomb. The energy bomb, as demonstrated countless times by Goku in the original narrative to turn the tide of battle, is undoubtedly potent. The fact that the evil energy bomb surpasses even the regular energy bomb in strength ignited Lin Chen's interest. However, upon deeper contemplation, he ultimately decided on option 2. Although the evil energy bomb possesses formidable power, it still requires a lengthy accumulation time akin to the standard energy bomb. Furthermore, utilizing it would drain the life energy of those around him. If Lin Chen were to employ it on planet Vegeta, by the time he could rescue his enemies, his own subordinates would have perished. He had no intention of becoming a Dark Overlord. Thus, acquiring Master Roshi's techniques seemed far more prudent. As for the reward of the third option, although the ability to transform and grow in size could enhance combat prowess, the drawbacks were also quite evident, making one susceptible to being swallowed whole. Thus, Lin Chen promptly dismissed it. Forget it, system, I choose the second option. Ding. The host has activated the selection. Please complete the task promptly. After making his choice, Lin Chen turned to Tai Si and said, Tai Si, I must embark on a journey to meet a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Tai Si inquired with curiosity. Yes, his name is Master Roshi, also known as Wu Tian. Wu Tian, I know him. Lin Chen, could you take me along? I too wish to seek out Master Wu Tian to cultivate my martial skills. Chapter 31. The first encounter with Master Roshi. Upon hearing that Tai's wished to embark on the path of cultivation, Lin Chen paused momentarily before raising his hand to draw Tai's close, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. Silly girl, what martial arts do you intend to pursue? Over the course of the past year on Earth, Lin Chen and Tai's relationship had blossomed significantly. They had already established their bond. However, they had yet to marry, and Tai's had not expressed any desires regarding that matter. It's not that I oppose your training, but if you truly wish to cultivate, why didn't you seek me out earlier? Lin Chen inquired. Tai's chuckled. You aren't even from Earth. What could you possibly teach me? Master Wu Tian's renown extends both domestically and internationally. He would be the more suitable choice. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Just as they reached this decision, Bulma, who had been nearby, suddenly interjected, Brother Lin Chen, I too wish to learn martial arts. Bulma? Both Lin Chen and Tai's exclaimed in surprise. Tai's placed her hands on her hips. Bulma, what mischief are you up to? What mischief? Sister, I merely wish to pursue martial arts. Bulma defended herself. In truth, her motivation was to spend more time with Lin Chen. Though she still bore the innocence of a young girl, Bulma had already begun to experience the stirrings of affection. In the original narrative, she had been portrayed as infatuated since her first appearance. Although she was younger than her original introduction, she had undeniably been captivated by Lin Chen. However, her sister Tai's had taken the lead in forming a connection with him, causing Bulma to suppress her feelings. Lin Chen had not considered this dynamic. He simply thought it would be beneficial for Bulma to practice. While the original story did not suggest that Bulma possessed any particular talent for martial arts, if she were to train even a little, it might provide her with some means of self-defense during her future adventures with Goku. Moreover, given Lin Chen's strength, he would not linger long with Master Roshi. If Tai's were to abandon her training early, it would be one thing, but if she chose to persist, Bulma's presence would ensure that the sisters would not be bored. Thus, Lin Chen persuaded Tai's to allow Bulma to join them. After bidding farewell to the briefs, he set off with the two sisters towards Master Roshi's island. Unfamiliar with the exact location of Master Roshi's abode, Lin Chen could not use instantaneous movement to arrive directly. Fortunately, he recalled that Master Roshi resided on an island in the ocean, and so he flew towards it with the sisters in tow. Additionally, Lin Chen carried with him a new battle power detector crafted by Bulma. This device was a modified version of the Saiyan's portable battle power detector, although slightly larger. It had no upper measurement limit. In other words, this detector would not explode if the battle power of the subject exceeded its limits. To ensure the accuracy of this device, Lin Chen had dedicated several days to assisting Bulma with prototypes. Master Roshi possessed an understanding of energy perception in a non-combat state. He was merely an ordinary old man. Thus, if Lin Chen were to rely solely on energy to locate Master Roshi, it would prove to be quite challenging. Under the auspices of Bulma's innovative detector, Lin Chen swiftly located Master Roshi's whereabouts. "Bulma, your device is truly remarkable," Lin Chen exclaimed, flushed with modesty at his compliment. Bulma replied, "Really? Brother Lin Chen, I have 100 more capsules for you. Please take them. My father has the blueprints as well, so if you need more in the future, he can craft them for you." Meanwhile, on a secluded island amidst the vast ocean, Master Roshi sat in front of the television, engrossed in a yoga class led by a captivating instructor, while attempting to staunch his nosebleed with a roll of paper. Beside him, a turtle basked lazily in the sun at the window's edge. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Master Roshi, prompting him to leap up and hastily exit the room. "Master Roshi, what is the matter?" the turtle inquired, perplexed as it followed him. "A formidable and terrifying presence is approaching us." Master Roshi's face was drenched in cold sweat as he sensed an aura that dwarfed even the nightmarish power of King Piccolo by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Who could it be to possess such terrifying strength? "It has arrived." As he uttered this statement, Master Roshi's muscles bulged instinctively in response to the impending danger. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky and landed on the beach. Wow, is this where Master Roshi resides? What a remote island. No wonder no one knows where he is. The once bulging muscles of Master Roshi deflated, and his previously stern expression morphed into one of glee. "Greetings, ladies. What brings you here?" His gaze fell upon the Tai's sisters, lingering particularly on the alluring figure of Tai's, clad in a refreshing outfit. However, the next instant, Master Roshi's attention shifted as he noticed Lin Chen approaching from behind the sisters. A bead of sweat rolled down his brow. It dawned on him that the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this man. Lin Chen observed Master Roshi's power level displayed on the combat detector, revealing a mere 20. He mused that Master Roshi indeed concealed his energy during ordinary circumstances. Without Bulma's detector, it would have been exceedingly difficult to discern the presence of someone with such a low combat level amidst the vast ocean. "Hello, Master Roshi," Lin Chen greeted warmly. "What brings you here?" Master Roshi replied, his expression tense. "Master Roshi, my name is Lin Chen. This is my girlfriend Tais and her sister Bulma. We hail from West City and wish to seek your guidance and training." "Seeking a master?" Master Roshi responded, astonished. "Young man, you are far superior to me. Do you truly wish to learn from an old man like myself?" "Indeed," Lin Chen answered earnestly. "You are renowned as the god of martial arts, possessing mastery over various techniques. In contrast, my knowledge is limited to brute force, which pales in comparison to your expertise. Moreover, I am not the only one seeking a master. Tai Si and Bulma also wish to receive guidance from Master Wu Tian." "Ahem." Master Roshi coughed lightly, feeling somewhat elated, astonished by his own fame. Even formidable beings such as them desired to become his disciples? If he were to encounter Master Crane in the future, he would certainly have something to boast about. Accepting disciples is not an impossibility, but there are conditions for becoming a student of Wu Tian. Just as Master Roshi was about to propose the terms, a sudden flash of white light appeared before him. As Lin Chen raised his hand and unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the distant sea. Boom! An astonishing mushroom cloud erupted from the ocean's surface. Lin Chen turned and innocently addressed Master Roshi. "Master Wu Tian, what were you about to say?" "Oh, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Master Roshi sniffled. "Welcome to the Turtle School." Chapter 32, An Unexpected Tragedy. Hanasea falls in battle. Amidst the vast, uninhabited expanse of the ocean, upon a deserted island, Lin Chen gazed at the blazing sun, his hands raised high, gripping a colossal stone weighing at least several tons. Suddenly, he hurled the immense rock skyward, simultaneously bringing his palms together, from which emanated a deep blue radiance. "Came, Haim, ha!" Just as Lin Chen uttered the final syllable, his figure inexplicably vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself soaring high above, nearly parallel to the ascending boulder. "Huh!" With that last exclamation, a brilliant beam of deep blue energy surged forth, engulfing the stone entirely. The energy wave, slicing through the heavens, was witnessed by Master Roshi and his two companions below. Observing the energy wave, which was several times more robust than anything they could muster, Master Roshi found himself in awe, his nose running uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Taiz and Bulma, both bearing the weight of turtle shells, erupted into jubilant cheers. Lin Chen is so amazing. In the skies above, Lin Chen surveyed the results of his recent endeavor with great satisfaction. Truly, it was worthy of the system's reward. This instant transmission Kamehameha not only possessed the extraordinary power to surpass limits akin to Master Roshi's Kamehameha, but also included a form of instant transmission that was far more agile than the Gebet version he currently possessed. The instant transmission of Gebet, designed solely to facilitate movement across the universe for King Kai, was not particularly swift. This inadequacy became glaringly apparent when facing adversaries of similar strength. Such a technique was rendered nearly useless in combat. Conversely, the instant transmission integrated within the Kamehameha was ideally suited for battle, allowing Lin Chen to arrive anywhere within his line of sight in an instant. In combat, this could yield surprising counterattack opportunities. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Chen smiled at Master Roshi. Master Wutian, how did I perform with that Kamehameha? With a sigh, Master Roshi responded, Lin Chen, I told you there was nothing more I could teach you, yet you would not believe me. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, Lin Chen, having coaxed Master Roshi into demonstrating various techniques, had stealthily acquired skills such as the Kamehameha and the afterimage fist. The innate talent of a martial arts prodigy proved to be immensely beneficial. While Lin Chen had completed his tasks, Taiz and her companions were merely at the beginning of their training journey. With little left to learn from Master Roshi, Lin Chen naturally could not afford to squander time in his presence. Just as he contemplated visiting King Kai next, the combat power detector he had been carrying unexpectedly emitted a communication request. The original combat power detector, in addition to measuring combat prowess and life signs, also functioned as a communication device. The communication capabilities within this realm far surpass anything found in earthly technology, allowing for instantaneous correspondence even across vast distances of tens of thousands of light years. Naturally, Bulma has seamlessly integrated this functionality into the new probes. At present, the communication request Lin Chen received originates from planet Vegeta. The 100 probes that Bulma initially crafted were mostly entrusted to King Vegeta and his entourage. As the Saiyan warriors with battle powers exceeding 30,000 continue to multiply, the outdated probes left behind by the Frieza force have become obsolete. This new batch of probes perfectly meets the needs of King Vegeta and his forces, who are primarily engaged in peacekeeping missions. Beep. Lin Chen connected the communication, inquiring, King Vegeta, what is the matter? Your Majesty, we just received a transmission from the Galactic Police. It appears that Princess Hanasiya and her team may encounter an ambush from the Frieza force during their mission. Frieza? Has he finally lost his composure? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Ever since the Saiyans formed a peacekeeping unit under the auspices of King Vegeta, they have engaged in combat with the Frieza force on several occasions. Once a tyrant of the cosmos, Frieza has long been a formidable adversary feared by the Galactic King and the Galactic Police. The Galactic Police have previously been powerless to thwart Frieza's aggressive invasions and the destruction of civilizations. However, with the establishment of the Saiyan peacekeeping force, the Galactic Police have finally acquired the means to retaliate. Consequently, a significant portion of the Saiyan troops stationed on planet Vegeta have been tasked with operations related to the Frieza force. From thwarting invasions to liberating colonized planets, the Saiyans have clashed with the Frieza force numerous times. During this period, the Saiyans have received definitive information. The Frieza who was defeated by Lin Chen in orbit around planet Vegeta did not perish. Rather, he was rescued by his father, King Cold's subordinates. Unfortunately, due to severe injuries, Frieza has been incapacitated for several years. King Cold, in a bid to save his son, not only reorganized the Cold Force, but also led Frieza's troops on numerous campaigns seeking the means and technology to revive him. Recently, it has come to light that Frieza has regained not only his mobility, but also his combat capabilities. Upon learning this news, Lin Chen took precautions against Frieza's potential retaliation and specifically instructed Bardock that Princess Hanasiya must oversee every peacekeeping operation moving forward. Although the Saiyan strength has dramatically increased, only Hanasiya, now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, possesses the power to confront the cosmic tyrant directly. However, Lin Chen recalled a battle power analysis he had seen which noted that Frieza's ultimate form boasts a staggering battle power exceeding 100 million, while Hanasiya, in her Super Saiyan state, has only achieved a battle power of a little over 10 million. This discrepancy caused Lin Chen some concern. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen bid farewell to Master Roshi and the others, then activated instant transmission, returning directly to planet Vegeta. Upon returning to planet Vegeta, Lin Chen discovered that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. In the Saiyan Command Center, he beheld King Vegeta, whose face was etched with panic. "What has happened? Is there trouble?" he inquired. "Indeed, Your Majesty," came the response. "We have just received alarming news that Princess Hannah and the warriors assigned to this mission have lost all contact." King Vegeta, filled with dread, replied, "We are currently in communication with the Galactic Patrol to ascertain the circumstances, but it is highly probable that Princess Hannah and her companions have fallen victim to Frieza's wrath." "Hannah, she is dead?" Chapter 33. The Ambush, Frieza's Revenge. Hanasia, dead? Lin Chen was utterly astonished. His queen, the one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, had actually been slain by Frieza? At that moment, aware of Lin Chen's arrival, Bardock and Paragus rushed over. Paragus spoke somberly, "Your Majesty, do not be too disheartened. This is merely a speculation from the Galactic Patrol. The specifics have yet to be verified, and it is possible that their communication device has malfunctioned." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, yet his heart was not as optimistic. After all, Hanasia's combat power was merely over 10 million, which paled in comparison to the Frieza he knew. In the Dragon Ball universe he was familiar with, Frieza had never disclosed the combat power of his final form, but the general consensus was that when he unleashed his full power in that form, his combat strength hovered around 120 million. If Frieza's power in this world was indeed similar, Hanasia could not possibly be his match. Even Lin Chen, at present, would likely find it impossible to defeat Frieza, for even in his Super Saiyan form, his combat power barely exceeded 20 million. 20 million against 120 million. It was a battle destined for defeat. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had resolutely decided to journey to Hanasia's location. If she were still alive, he would bring her back to Vegeta's star immediately. If Hanasia had already perished, he would avenge her. Even if he knew he was no match, he would still proceed. Reflecting on the original tale, where Sun Wukong, with only a few million in combat power, dared to confront the formidable Frieza, how could Lin Chen, with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline coursing through his veins, retreat? To fight to the bitter end was the hallmark of one who possessed the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Which planet did Hanasia and the others travel to? Provide me with the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock grasped Lin Chen's arm. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. You are our Saiyan King and must not act impulsively. Bardock, stand down. Lin Chen bellowed. Yet Bardock did not relent, and even King Vegeta urged, Your Majesty. The situation is unclear. It would be wise to await the Galactic Patrol's investigation before making a decision. Lin Chen cast him a glance and replied, King Vegeta, do not forget that besides Frieza, we Saiyans have another, even more formidable enemy. If we cower before Frieza, how shall we ever confront that adversary in the future? Send me the coordinates. King Vegeta was taken aback. He certainly understood that the formidable enemy Lin Chen spoke of was the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, compared to Beerus, what was Frieza? Contemplating this, King Vegeta finally lowered his head and said, I understand, Your Majesty. Soon, King Vegeta provided the coordinates for the planet Hanasia and the others had traveled to. Their mission was to a planet known as TV Star. The civilization on this planet is even more primitive and backward than that of Earth. However, it produces a rare and exceptional metal that is ideally suited for spacecraft construction. According to intelligence gathered by the Galactic Patrol, a group of space pirates has set its sights on this precious metal, planning to annihilate the planet's civilization before seizing the metallic resources for themselves. As these pirates belong to a highly combative race, the Galactic Patrol finds itself outmatched and calls upon the Saiyans for assistance. Not long after, the Galactic Patrol receives a tip-off revealing that there is a deeper conspiracy behind this raid. The band of space pirates is merely a decoy, as the Frieza force has been lying in wait just beyond the planet TV. Upon acquiring the coordinates of TV, Lin Chen immediately attunes himself and teleports to the location. At that moment, where TV should have existed, there is nothing but a vast expanse of darkness littered with colossal fragments of rock, reminiscent of an asteroid belt, aimlessly drifting through the void. A grotesque and massive figure stands before the debris, laughing maniacally. What a splendid display of fireworks. Foolish Saiyan monkeys. Such beautiful pyrotechnics to accompany your demise. You ought to thank me when you reach the afterlife. The being, half flesh and half machine, is in its third form, resembling a grotesque alien, as Frieza's face contorts with a cruel delight. Despite the battle having left him battered and nursing wounds that throb with pain, he revels in his victory. Even the formidable Super Saiyans are ultimately no match for him. Now you wild monkeys must understand. I, Frieza, am the most powerful being in the universe. In a distant sector of space, a Frieza Force mothership hovers ominously. The extraterrestrial crew aboard wears expressions of shock and disbelief after what was intended to be a meticulously orchestrated ambush nearly resulted in their own defeat. Thankfully, their leader Frieza proved to be more skilled. Who would have thought that among the Saiyans there existed the legendary Super Saiyan? It is no wonder that Frieza was nearly vanquished by them. They are truly terrifying warriors. Fortunately, Saiyans cannot survive in the cosmos. And that female Super Saiyan was overly complacent. Otherwise, Frieza might have met his end once again. Regrettably, all the fighters on the planet have perished alongside the Saiyans. Enough of this chatter. A being with purple skin and two black horns protruding from his forehead suddenly shouted. His voice silenced the others instantly. For he is none other than the strongest warrior of the Frieza Force, the captain of the Jinyu Force, second only to Lord Frieza himself. Captain Jinyu wore a stern expression, casting a malevolent glance at his companions. Are you all oblivious to Lord Frieza's temperament? Should he catch wind of our earlier conversation, we would all meet our demise here. I have fought hard to survive. Anyone who dares to drag me into the abyss shall face my wrath first. Gritting his teeth, Captain Jinyu clenched his fists. In this ambush against the Saiyans, everyone had assumed victory was assured. After his miraculous resurrection through advanced technology, King Frieza retained his memories from the past, vividly recalling how the Saiyans had previously triumphed by utilizing their great ape transformation to launch a surprise attack against him. Thus, Frieza approached his vengeance with unwavering confidence. However, they had not anticipated that the Saiyans, whom the Frieza Force had not encountered for years, had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming far more formidable than before. Chapter 34. The Terrified Frieza, Another Super Saiyan. In the past, although the Saiyans prided themselves on being a warrior race, they were often the subject of ridicule within Frieza's army. The majority of Saiyans possessed combat power that rarely exceeded 10,000. Had it not been for their ability to transform into great apes, they would likely have been regarded as mere fodder within the ranks. However, this time, as hundreds of Frieza's soldiers launched an assault on the Saiyan contingent of fewer than 10 on Planet TV, the Saiyans exhibited an astonishingly different performance. Merely a handful of Saiyans managed to decimate Frieza's forces, even obliterating the Jinyu Force, who were actively participating in the attack. Raikum, Berta, Guldo, and the other members of Jinyu were swiftly dispatched by a female Saiyan. Had it not been for Frieza's keen observation of the extraordinary female Saiyan, who prompted him to intervene personally, Jinyu himself might have met a similar fate. The subsequent battle revealed to Jinyu the source of her immense strength. She was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Lord Frieza found himself utterly powerless against her, having undergone two transformations that significantly amplified his combat prowess. Yet he was still left battered and bruised. Fortunately, in a fit of rage and humiliation, Frieza seized an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, the Planet Destroyer, obliterating Planet TV. Otherwise, the recently revived Lord Frieza would have faced certain death at the hands of the Super Saiyan once again. Cursed Saiyans. I must recruit members for the Special Forces anew. I wonder if I can find individuals as exceptional as Raikum and the others. Jinyu gritted his teeth. Just then, the energy detector on the bridge emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Jinyu looked up and inquired, "What is happening?" "Captain Jinyu, a high-energy reaction has been detected ahead." "What? Where?" It's near Lord Frieza. It appears to be a Saiyan." Whoosh. Lin Chen exited the state of instant transmission, materializing at the location of Planet TV. But in the next moment, he suddenly found himself suspended in emptiness. A suffocating sensation enveloping him entirely. Lin Chen instinctively held his breath, only to realize he was now adrift in the vastness of space. "Where's Planet TV?" Lin Chen glanced around, quickly piecing together the situation. No wonder everyone, including Hannah, had lost contact. Planet TV had been destroyed. In this realm, only Frieza possessed the capability to obliterate Planet TV instantaneously, preventing even formidable warriors like Hannah from escaping in time. Where's Frieza? As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen sensed an immense energy nearby. Turning, he was indeed met with the astonished visage of Frieza not far away. Surveying Frieza closely, Lin Chen confirmed what he had suspected. The Frieza of yore was, in fact, very much alive. At present, he appears to be a mechanically enhanced Frieza, restored using extraterrestrial technology. However, in stark contrast to the original narrative, this mechanical Frieza has assumed a third form rather than the ultimate form depicted in the source material. Suddenly, the unmistakable cackle of Frieza fills Lin Chen's ears. Due to the recent destruction of Planet TV, remnants of gas linger in this cosmic expanse. While this gas lacks the life-sustaining properties of oxygen, it is capable of transmitting sound. Let us observe who this is. Is it not the Saiyan who nearly ended my reign all those years ago? Frieza scoffs coldly, his expression shifting to one of fury as he bellows at Lin Chen. You wretched monkey! How dare you flaunt your presence before me? Prepare to die? With that, Frieza, without further ado, pointed a finger at Lin Chen, unleashing a violet beam of energy. The sight of an adversary ignites fierce emotions. The last encounter almost resulted in Frieza's demise at Lin Chen's hands. Now, confronted with Lin Chen, he does not pause to ponder the sudden appearance of his foe, but rather launches a lethal attack. The devastating move, which has annihilated countless beings, hurtles towards Lin Chen, erupting in a blinding radiance. Amidst the brilliance, Frieza smirks with malevolence. At last, you shall pay for your transgressions, you accursed monkey. Next, I will rid the universe of Vegeta and all Saiyans. Death. The only one to perish today shall be you, Frieza. Suddenly, a voice penetrates Frieza's mind. In the next moment, Lin Chen's form emerges from the dazzling light, eliciting a look of terror from Frieza upon witnessing him. Golden hair. The Saiyan before him is capable of transforming into the same golden-haired form as the female Saiyan he encountered earlier. You are also a Super Saiyan? No, that cannot be. There cannot be so many Super Saiyans in this world. Such things are mere legends. How could they be real? Death beam. As the words escape his lips, Frieza's fingers coalesce to form 3 violet beams once more, aimed at Lin Chen. Yet this time, Frieza watches in disbelief as Lin Chen effortlessly deflects his signature attack with a mere glare and a raised hand. Boom. The diverted beams collide with a drifting meteorite, erupting in a dazzling explosion. What? How could my death beam be thwarted? Frieza, is this all you are capable of? Lin Chen, channeling his energy, shouts across the cosmos. Unleash your full power. I seek vengeance for Han Asia and all the Saiyans you have slain. Full power? A wild Saiyan. Frieza's lips curl in disdain as he gathers 3 more violet beams, directing them at Lin Chen once again. With a simple gesture, Lin Chen swats the beams aside as if swatting flies. The 3 bolts of energy soon illuminate the distant void. Ding! The talent of a budding martial arts genius awakens, and he learns the technique of the death beam. Upon witnessing the activation of his innate talent for martial prowess for the first time, Lin Chen remained neither elated nor despondent. He merely let out a cold chuckle. After having endured so many blows, it is now my turn to retaliate. With that, Lin Chen wiped the smile from his face and charged directly at Frieza. Boom. Before Frieza could react, Lin Chen had already raised his fist and delivered a devastating blow to Frieza's head. Whoosh. Frieza was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a towering rock formation, only to emerge from it and hurtle into another. This relentless assault continued until Frieza collided with the 7th rock, at which point he finally came to a halt. What is happening? What is going on? How can he be this powerful? How can a Saiyan possess such strength? Frieza shouted in bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Chapter 35. The Truth Revealed. Frieza's True Combat Power. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spacecraft, Captain Jinyu and his crew held their breath. Why? Why had 2 Super Saiyans emerged? Have the Saiyans grown this formidable? Could King Frieza emerge victorious? These Saiyans were indeed terrifying. Of course, just moments ago, King Frieza had slain a Super Saiyan. This one would be no exception. As one of the extraterrestrials voiced this thought, a hush fell over the ship. Soon after, a voice quivered. By the way, why is this Saiyan still alive? How can a Saiyan survive in the cosmos? The moment these words were uttered, a collective gasp reverberated throughout the ship. Indeed, they were in the vastness of space. Planet Taiwei had long since perished. How then had this Saiyan managed to endure in such an inhospitable environment? At that moment, Frieza on the battlefield pondered the same question. He gazed incredulously at the approaching Lin Chen, his anger boiling over. Why? Why are you still alive? Since when can Saiyans survive in the vacuum of space? Ordinary Saiyans certainly could not. But I am no ordinary Saiyan. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen replied with an air of calm, projecting his voice through the surrounding energy. The legendary Super Saiyan? Preposterous. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Frieza scoffed, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Yet, at that moment, his keen eyesight detected a faint energy aura enveloping Lin Chen. Frieza surmised it must be some form of energy shield. Frieza's assumption was correct. This energy shield was indeed a manifestation of the innate bloodline abilities of Lin Chen's legendary Saiyan heritage. If the vacuum of space cannot kill you, then I shall personally ensure your demise. As Frieza's words echoed, His figure abruptly appeared before Lin Chen, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. To Frieza's astonishment, his fist felt as though it had struck solid iron. Lin Chen exhibited no reaction whatsoever, while Frieza himself felt the sting of pain in his hand. Is this all the strength you possess? Frieza, do you not have another transformation? Unleash it. Or do you wish to repeat your previous folly of not utilizing your full power, only to be vanquished by me? Lin Chen spoke with icy indifference, though a flicker of anger danced in his eyes. This time, he was genuinely enraged, not merely because Frieza had killed Hannah, but because he had not done so in a fair confrontation, but rather through the destruction of a planet. How dare you take my woman in such a manner? Come, Frieza, unleash your full strength. For those you have slain, I shall defeat you in a fair battle. A mere Saiyan merits my full power? The malevolent energy erupted, filling Frieza with a white aura as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Though the cosmos is devoid of sound, the reverberations of Frieza's punches resonate endlessly within this space. All hail King Frieza, the invincible King Frieza. The extraterrestrial beings aboard Frieza's spaceship erupted in excitement as they witnessed Frieza's relentless assault. Among them, only Jinyu exhibited a visage of trepidation, continually retreating. As the most formidable warrior on the ship, Jinyu discerned that, despite Frieza's continuous onslaught, the Saiyan remained utterly unscathed. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly apparent. A Super Saiyan, so terrifying. How could this be? After unleashing a barrage of punches exceeding 1,000, Frieza was astonished to find that he had inflicted no harm upon Lin Chen. My combat power stands at 3 million. Why can I not breach your defenses? Upon hearing Frieza's words, Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Frieza abruptly ceased his attacks and distanced himself from Lin Chen. Very well. Accursed monkey. Since you wish for me to exert my full strength, I shall oblige. Prepare to experience terror. My ultimate form boasts a combat power exceeding 100 million. In the next instant, a malevolent aura erupted, and Frieza's form began to undergo a transformation. However, to Lin Chen, this transformation appeared rather grotesque, as he beheld Frieza's body twisting and contorting, flesh protruding grotesquely. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, Frieza was exceedingly reluctant to undergo this final transformation. His reluctance stemmed from a different source than that of the original Frieza. The former Frieza hesitated to transform into his ultimate form due to the difficulty in controlling his power thereafter. In contrast, the current Frieza was averse to this transformation because it would subject him to immense agony. When Frieza was slain by Lin Chen, he was in his first form. Consequently, when advanced technological means were employed to reconstruct Frieza's body, he was restored to his original first form. Although the technicians worked diligently to ensure that the mechanical body would not hinder Frieza's ability to transform, it remained that a mechanical body could never replicate his original flesh. Thus, every transformation inflicted tremendous pain upon Frieza due to the remnants of his damaged physique. The greatest suffering occurred during his final transformation. Therefore, even when facing Hanasea, Frieza opted to assume only his third form and, upon realizing he could not defeat Hanasea, chose to obliterate a planet rather than transform into his ultimate form to secure victory. However, now confronted with Lin Chen, who could survive in the vacuum of space, Frieza had no choice but to endure the pain and undergo his final transformation. As the aura enveloping him erupted completely, a diminutive Frieza finally materialized before Lin Chen. Gasping for breath, his face slick with cold sweat, he proclaimed, "Thank you for your patience. Saiyan, this is the most powerful form you sought to witness." Frieza raised a finger and coldly smirked at Lin Chen, saying, "Allow me to inform you in advance. My current combat power exceeds 100 million. Upon hearing Frieza's proclamation, Lin Chen's confusion was finally dispelled. A smile crept onto his face as he replied, 100 million? Frieza, I never imagined your propensity for boasting could reach such heights." Frieza paused, his expression darkening as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Frieza, could you enlighten me on how you ascertain your own combat power to be 100 million? As far as I know, the most advanced combat power detection device of the Frieza Force has a maximum detection value of merely 2 million. How did you arrive at this figure of 100 million? Lin Chen inquired with a grin. Frieza's countenance stiffened. Lin Chen continued, "Frieza, if I am not mistaken, your so-called 100 million combat power is nothing more than your own boastful fabrication, isn't it? In fact, you are unaware of your true combat power, which, regrettably, stands at merely 11 million. Approximately 1/10 of your own estimations." Chapter 36, The Crushing Defeat of the Emperor. Nonsense, Frieza exclaimed in a fit of rage. Yet, deep within, he felt a pang of insecurity. For indeed, Lin Chen's assertions were not without merit. Regarding the combat prowess of his ultimate form, Frieza had merely relied on his own conjectures. In truth, ever since the invention of the power level detector, the maximum combat power it could register was just over 2 million. This figure sufficed for over 90 of the beings in the universe, yet it bore little relevance to the Frost Demon race. Once they reverted to their final, or rather, their original, form, their combat power vastly exceeded the limits detectable by the device. Thus, Frieza and his father had always operated under rough estimations of their own strength. Frieza, for instance, believed that his final form was exponentially more powerful than his third form, estimating his combat power to be around 120 million. However, in reality, his assessment was astronomically flawed. When Lin Chen heard Frieza claim that his third form possessed a combat power of 3 million, he sensed something amiss. For according to the detector crafted by Bulma, Frieza's third form only registered at 240,000. Later, upon transforming into his final form, Frieza's combat power was revealed to be merely 11 million, a far cry from the 100 million he had boasted about. Initially, Lin Chen suspected a malfunction in Bulma's device, but upon verifying with his own system, he confirmed the same result of 11 million. The much-touted combat power of 100 million was indeed shrouded in deceit. Lin Chen, who had initially harbored intentions of avenging Hanasea by engaging Frieza in a fierce battle, now realized that Frieza's strength was not even half of his own. Nonsense! 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 Frieza repeatedly shouted in a fit of indignation. How could my combat power be merely 11 million? Lin Chen pointed to the detector atop his head. Frieza, allow me to enlighten you. My power level detector is the latest invention of a genius, with no upper limit on its readings. It simply indicates that your combat power is only 11 million. What? Frieza gasped in disbelief. Moreover, my combat power exceeds 20 million. And the female Super Saiyan you previously killed had a power level of 12 million. Therefore, you are woefully weak. You dare to claim that I, Frieza, am weak. Infuriating. Infuriating. I, Frieza, am invincible. Suddenly, Frieza twisted his left arm and spun half a turn to gather energy, unleashing a staggering wave of power, akin to flames, directed at Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The full force of the attack struck Lin Chen directly. Yet this was not the end. Frieza continued to wave his hands, relentlessly unleashing waves of fiery energy towards Lin Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the technique. Flame Rift. In the dark expanse of the universe, for nearly a whole minute, the crimson flames illuminated the void. When Frieza finally ceased, panting heavily, a sinister smile crept upon his face. Did you dare to call me weak? Now you comprehend my might, do you not? Alas, you are simply too feeble. Suddenly, a voice resonated, and Frieza was struck as if by lightning, momentarily frozen in shock. His pupils dilated, a chilling dread surged from his feet to his brain. As Lin Chen emerged from the smoke, he beheld a Frieza who appeared utterly terrified, sensing the flicker of fear in his eyes. Lin Chen sighed. In this state, Frieza would likely fall to Hanasea, were it not for her inability to survive in the vacuum of space. Unfortunately, this Frieza was far too malevolent and cunning. Simultaneously, Frieza's eyes darted about. For the first time in his life, he experienced the sensation of fear. Faced with the threat of death, Frieza's mind raced. I must flee immediately. I need to reach my father. In my current state, I am no match for him. Only my father can protect me. Realizing he could never triumph over Lin Chen, Frieza's thoughts shifted solely to escape. You wretch, I shall see you dead. Frieza shouted, raising his hand to conjure a purplish-black energy sphere, pulsating with chaotic power. He forcefully pointed ahead, and the energy sphere hurtled towards Lin Chen. Ding! The talent of a novice martial arts prodigy has been unlocked, acquiring the technique, Planet Destruction Ball. As the system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, racing in the opposite direction from Lin Chen. There lay Frieza's spaceship. Though he could survive and move through space, traversing the cosmos was far more efficient via spacecraft than relying solely on one's physical form. Frieza gazed at the enlarging vessel in the distance, muttering to himself, Once I reach my father, I shall train diligently. A mere handful of Saiyan monkeys. I will never succumb to you. Naturally gifted, Frieza had never trained since birth. He believed that with just a bit of practice, he could easily surpass that Saiyan. In no time, he was nearing the ship, and he could even see through the porthole the terrified expressions of his subordinates. Suddenly, he noticed that his minions were frantically banging on the windows, gesturing wildly behind him. Behind me, Frieza turned to look and beheld a brilliant blue light, radiant as the sun, suddenly appearing in the space behind him. Lin Chen brought his palms together, gazing intently at the distant Frieza, silently murmuring, "Came, Haim, huh." As the final syllable of Ha escaped his lips, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight, narrowly evading the energy sphere hurled by Frieza. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Frieza, causing the latter to startle and turn around in disbelief. "How did you?" Frieza began, but his words were cut short. "Finish," Lin Chen shouted with a powerful voice. With a decisive thrust of his hands, a blue energy wave surged forth, propelled by a terrifying force that charged directly at Frieza. "I cannot die," Frieza bellowed, realizing it was too late to evade. He spread his palms wide, attempting to deflect Lin Chen's Kamehameha back. However, his hands barely held against the energy wave for a fleeting moment before being utterly consumed by the overwhelming power. Aya! In the next heartbeat, even Frieza himself vanished within the radiant blue glow. Chapter 37. The rumor of the Dragon Ball's thunderous roars echoed through the cosmos, as a ferocious energy materialized and dissipated with equal swiftness. Soon, tranquility reigned once more. Lin Chen's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixed upon the void ahead, where, 1,000 meters away, a bloodied and battered figure floated in the vastness of space. It was none other than the once mighty cosmic emperor, Frieza. Yet, his corporeal form now constituted less than a quarter of its original self. Frieza's lower half had vanished entirely, his arms were likewise absent, and the mechanical enhancements that once repaired his head had completely disintegrated. Despite this, astonishingly, his life signs still persisted. Having endured Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan form, Frieza remained alive, showcasing a terrifying vitality. Lin Chen began to comprehend why. Despite sharing the regenerative abilities of the Namekian cells, Cell could resurrect even after losing his upper body, while Piccolo succumbed to a mere energy blast from Nappa. The distinction lay in the exceptional life force of Frieza's Frost Demon lineage. Drifting closer to Frieza, Lin Chen regarded him with a steely demeanor, raising his right hand, poised to deliver the final blow. As if sensing his impending doom, a flicker of pleading appeared upon Frieza's face. "Please, I beg you, save me. Forgive me." "Save you? I am not Goku, nor do I possess his merciful heart," Lin Chen retorted coldly. Although Frieza did not comprehend who Goku was, he grasped that Lin Chen was unwilling to grant him mercy. Gradually, the fear in Frieza's eyes morphed into despair, which soon ignited into fury. "Saiyans, this time, you may have triumphed, but at least, I have taken many Saiyans down with me, including that female Saiyan. She must be your partner, right? Ha ha ha. When I reach hell, I shall educate them well." "Fool, they will not accompany you to hell," Lin Chen replied indifferently. "What?" Frieza stammered in disbelief. "After you perish, I shall seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect Hanasia and the others. Even this planet, TV, shall be restored, then descend into hell," Lin Chen declared, pointing his hand forward, unleashing a golden energy beam identical to Frieza's death beam, severing the last remnant of his right arm. "Death beam? Why do you possess my technique?" Frieza gasped. "Such a trivial skill, once seen, is easily mastered. Frieza, let your demise be at the hands of your own technique." With that, Lin Chen unleashed 5 additional death beams, each obliterating Frieza's remaining form into nothingness. As the final beam surged towards Frieza's head, accompanied by his agonized cries of "I do not wish to die," the ruthless cosmic emperor met his ultimate fate. This time, Frieza's body was utterly shattered and evaporated, leaving no trace that even the most advanced technology could resurrect him. Having resolved the situation with Frieza, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the Frieza Force S spaceship in the distance, slowly unfurling his fingers. The subordinates aboard the ship gasped in alarm. "Flee! Quickly escape! Please! You are facing King Frieza. Why unleash your prowess upon mere minions like us?" A chorus of aliens wept profusely. However, just as the colossal spaceship commenced its launch, a powerful energy wave surged forth, cleaving through the sky with formidable might. The spaceship disintegrated in the wake of the energy blast, and the inhabitants within were incinerated by the intense heat. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Just prior to the explosion of Frieza's spacecraft, he noticed a small spherical ship making its escape. Should he pursue? After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. A mere foot soldier of the Frieza force was not worth the trouble. Instead, he should hasten to resurrect Hannah and the others. With that thought, Lin Chen activated his instant transmission and departed from the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, aboard the small vessel that had made its hasty retreat sat not an inconsequential minion, but rather Captain Jinyu. This elite underling of Frieza, upon witnessing Frieza's brutal demise at Lin Chen's hands, reacted more swiftly than the rest. Promptly boarding the circular ship designated for combatants, and narrowly escaping calamity. Now, as he watched his former mothership vanish in the shockwave, Jinyu bore an expression of relief. Breathing heavily. Thank goodness. I escaped in time. The Saiyans. I never imagined they possessed such terrifying power. But wait, Saiyans. I shall ensure that King Frieza is resurrected. The Frieza force will undoubtedly return. Captain Jinyu bellowed, utilizing the advanced technology aboard his ship. While Lin Chen divulged the matter of the Dragon Balls to Frieza, the crew, including Jinyu, also overheard this revelation, while the others aboard the vessel remained indifferent. Jinyu connected this information to a legend he had encountered in the past. The tale spoke of a mysterious race known as the Namekians, who possessed the extraordinary ability to create wish orbs. It was said that gathering 7 such orbs could grant any wish. The Dragon Ball spoken of by that Saiyan must indeed be the wish orbs. The legend is true. Such a thing truly exists in this world. Just wait. I, Jinyu, will acquire the Dragon Balls, resurrect King Frieza, and the Jinyu Force. Then it will be our turn for vengeance. Captain Jinyu shouted within the confines of the spaceship. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space, thousands of kilometers away from Planet TV, a circular spaceship of the same model as Frieza's mothership began to accelerate, steering away from TV. King Cold, the life signs of King Frieza have vanished. As an extraterrestrial began to report, a collective gasp resonated throughout the spacecraft. What? The formidable Frieza has met his demise? Is the Super Saiyan truly that powerful? Before the gathering stood an egg-shaped spacecraft. A voice, reminiscent of Frieza's, emanated from within this vessel. Silence. That fool Frieza has always been so naive. He had already suffered at the hands of the Saiyans once. Yet he failed to heed the lessons learned. This is entirely his own doing. Upon witnessing the occupant of the egg-shaped craft, all the aliens present fell to their knees. For seated within was none other than their master, the cosmic overlord Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. Chapter 38. A new choice. Is the target Broly? A diminutive figure with blue skin, purple complexion, and white hair addressed Cooler, saying, Lord Cooler, should we not investigate? Lord Frieza may still be alive. After all, last time no need for that. Frieza must pay for his folly. Zaviza, we shall return. The subordinate, known as Zaviza, hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes. My lord. Although Cooler possessed a temperament far more composed than the capricious and tyrannical Frieza, it did not imply that anyone dared to defy his orders. Upon hearing Cooler's command, the crew aboard the ship promptly busied themselves, maneuvering the vessel to turn back towards Cooler's domain. However, unbeknownst to them, their leader, Cooler, wore a grim countenance, his face drawn taut with worry. In truth, Cooler's reluctance to send the ship forward was not born of a desire to abandon Frieza to his fate, but rather from fear. An adversary capable of thriving in the cosmos and easily overpowering Frieza was likely beyond Cooler's own strength. He dared not approach, fearing that the one who might kill Frieza had not yet departed, nor could he linger, anxious that this individual might take note of their presence. It was unfathomable for the formidable Cooler to be so overtaken by fear, fleeing in shame. This profound humiliation ignited a resolve within Cooler. Cursed be it. My Ice Demon clan is the mightiest in the universe. Saiyans, await my return. I, Cooler, shall transcend the limits of the Ice Demon lineage. The day my 4th transformation is complete shall be the day we meet again. At that moment, I will defend the honor of my Ice Demon clan in Frieza's stead. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to planet Vegeta, sharing his revelations with King Vegeta and the others, as they mourned the loss of Queen Hannah and her companions. They also rejoiced in Lin Chen's complete annihilation of Frieza. Your Majesty Lynx, with Frieza's demise, the threats we face have significantly diminished. I believe we can now unleash our full potential and engage in grand endeavors, suggested King Vegeta. What do you propose? Lin Chen inquired. Do you still aspire to conquer the universe? Certainly not. King Vegeta quickly shook his head. Having spent considerable time with Lin Chen, he recognized that this monarch was distinctly different from past Saiyans. While he too harbored ambition, it was of an entirely different nature than Frieza's. Moreover, Lin Chen had repeatedly emphasized to King Vegeta and others that the future of the Saiyans must not replicate the path of conquest and destruction through violence. Thus, King Vegeta proposed, Your Majesty Lynx, now that Frieza is gone, his subordinates will undoubtedly fragment. In the past, Frieza controlled over 100 planets, and the inhabitants of those worlds, much like us Saiyans, were subjugated by him. Since you wish to transform us Saiyans into champions of justice, shall we not liberate those planets? To liberate the planets? Lin Chen was pondering the words of King Vegeta when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A new choice has been detected for the host, triggering the ultimate choice system. Choice 1. Liberate over 70 of Frieza's army territory. Reward: 50 vials of frozen demon serum. Choice 2. Liberate over 70 of Frieza's army territory, as well as over 50 of Cooler's army territory. Reward: 20 vials of frozen demon serum and 1 vial of 100 SL reagent. Choice 3. Liberate the southern galaxy controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward: 1 experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. This mission allows for only one selection. Multiple choices are prohibited. Upon seeing the options triggered, Lin Chen immediately gestured for King Vegeta to wait, as he needed to contemplate his decision. Subsequently, Lin Chen began to examine the 3 choices presented by the system. Among the rewards, there were several items Lin Chen had never encountered before and needed to clarify. System: what is the frozen demon serum? Ding. Response to the host: the frozen demon serum can transform any intelligent race into the frozen demon lineage. Note: this frozen demon lineage refers to the original frozen demons, not the mutated forms like Frieza's clan. Original frozen demons? So, they resemble Frieza's ancestor, Chilled? Lin Chen recalled that these frozen demons seemingly lacked the transformation abilities of Frieza and his kin, thus their combat power might not be very high. Yet it should exceed 400,000. Therefore, this serum appeared somewhat redundant for the Saiyans, but if Lin Chen wished to recruit members from other alien races in the future, these serums could prove useful. However, Lin Chen was far more intrigued by the third option, the experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. System: what purpose does this experience card serve? Ding. Response to the host: the experience card allows the host to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form for a duration of 1 hour. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? Now, this piqued his interest. Lin Chen was well aware that the legendary Super Saiyan referred to the transformation he had yet to master. This transformation is a unique form that only individuals like Lin Chen and Broly, who possess the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, can attain. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 is an even stronger variant of this transformation. In the original narrative, merely achieving the legendary Super Saiyan form granted nearly limitless power, and the prospect of a further transformation was something Lin Chen had never heard of. Now, even though he had yet to grasp the legendary Super Saiyan form, he had the opportunity to experience an even more potent transformation, which stirred excitement within him. Choices 1 and 2 would bolster Lin Chen's influence, while choice 3 merely offered a 1-hour enhancement. Which should he select? After some contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly realized another matter. Liberating the southern galaxy controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait, the choice mentioned here refers to the legendary Super Saiyan controlling the South Galaxy. Isn't that a plot from the Dragon Ball movie? And in that film, the legendary Super Saiyan is none other than another version of Broly. Having lived in this world for so long, Lin Chen has come to understand that the Broly in his universe should be the one from Dragon Ball Super. Given this, why does the mission propose that he eliminate another Broly? What is going on? System: what is the name of the legendary Super Saiyan in option 3? Ding. Replying to the host: the name of the counterpart is Broly. Indeed. But wait, system, isn't Broly on Earth? How could he be in the South Galaxy? At this moment, Lin Chen is truly filled with questions. Chapter 39, Decision. Preparations for the Parallel Dimension. Ding. Responding to the host: the target is Broly from the Parallel Dimension, not from the host's current timeline. Upon hearing the system's revelation, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Broly from a parallel universe? This is quite unexpected. It is fortunate that he had inquired, for otherwise, how could he have possibly fulfilled this choice? Lin Chen understood that the Dragon Ball universe is, in fact, an immensely vast realm. It encompasses the concept of multiple universes, totaling 12 distinct universes. The universe in which Lin Chen resides is but one among these 12. The relationships between these different universes are akin to that of disparate nations, with significant variations. For instance, within the universe Lin Chen inhabits, the Saiyans are originally a warlike and brutal race. However, in another universe, the Saiyans might be a peaceful people, while in yet another, the Saiyan race might not even exist. Furthermore, Lin Chen was aware that this world also possesses the concept of parallel dimensions. A parallel dimension refers to a world that, for some reason, emerges within a universe, resembling yet differing from another. Taking Lin Chen as an example, he was acutely aware that the world he currently occupied was certainly a parallel dimension of a specific universe. This dimension, due to his presence, allowed the Saiyan home planet, Vegeta, to escape the fate of destruction at the hands of Frieza. Beyond this world, there must exist another realm where Lin Chen has not traversed. In that world, due to Lin Chen's absence, Vegeta would meet the same grim fate as depicted in the original narrative, falling victim to Frieza's destruction. Now, the task assigned to Lin Chen by the system is to confront another Broly in a parallel dimension. The pressing question is, how would Lin Chen travel to the specified parallel dimension? System, how am I to accomplish this third choice? Will you transport me to that parallel realm? Ding. Responding to the host must devise a method to complete the task independently, though the system can offer hints. In this universe, there exist means to reach the intended dimension. System, I choose option 3. After some contemplation, Lin Chen, unable to quell his curiosity, opted for what appeared to be the most formidable choice. After all, the frozen demon serum provided by options 1 and 2 would be of little assistance to Lin Chen, whose current subordinates predominantly consist of Saiyans. However, he was eager to explore the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation experience card. He was intrigued to discover what that entailed. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please expedite the completion of the task. Due to the considerable difficulty of this mission, the deadline has been extended to 3 years. Having confirmed his new objective, Lin Chen issued fresh orders to King Vegeta and the others. Starting today, the Saiyans would commence assaults on the territories formerly held by Frieza's army, liberating those planets that had long suffered under Frieza's dominion. Although such actions would not yield any rewards from the system, attacking Frieza's domain would enable the Saiyans to accumulate some valuable combat experience. The lessons from Hanasiya have demonstrated that sheer power, at times, proves futile. 5 years of peace have allowed many Saiyans to forget the harsh realities of battle. Meanwhile, as the Saiyan legions launched their assaults, Lin Chen returned to Earth. This time, the system's mission was set for 3 years, prompting Lin Chen to prioritize the resurrection of Hanasiya and her companions. Upon his arrival on Earth, Lin Chen first visited the Turtle Hermit's abode. Upon his return, he observed the Turtle Hermit imparting martial arts lessons to Tais and Bulma. Turtle Hermit, Tais, Bulma. Lin Chen greeted them, and, after sharing a playful moment with Tais, he directly stated his purpose. You seek this orb of mine. I've spent years studying it, yet I remain baffled by its nature, the Turtle Hermit remarked, lifting the Dragon Ball before him with a puzzled expression. Indeed, this object is known as a Dragon Ball, of which there are 7 in total. Gathering them all grants one wish. What? Such a marvel? The Turtle Hermit exclaimed, but he nonetheless handed the Dragon Ball to Lin Chen. You're already so powerful, yet you desire this. It must be of great urgency for you. Take it, he added. Thank you, Master Roshi, Lin Chen replied, taking the Dragon Ball and bidding farewell to the trio before swiftly teleporting away. However, after Lin Chen's departure, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bulma's eyes. Could it be that the dragon Lin Chen spoke of is indeed real? Having acquired the Turtle Hermit's Dragon Ball, Lin Chen next found himself at the Baozi Mountain. There, the solitary Goku was hunting outdoors. Lin Chen quietly uttered an apology before taking his 4-star ball. Subsequently, he made his way to the Heavenly Temple. Brother Linkus. The first to greet Lin Chen was Broly, who had been living there for over a year now. Clad in attire reminiscent of the deities, Broly had grown considerably, almost to the point of being unrecognizable to Lin Chen. Oh, Broly. Gazing at the amiable Broly before him, who bore little resemblance to his former self, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the transformation he had facilitated, especially considering the Broly he was tasked to confront in this mission. Broly, how are you faring here? Quite well. I owe it all to Brother Linkus for bringing me here. Every day, I learn new knowledge alongside Mr. Bobo and the Supreme Kai, Broly replied. Lin Chen smiled, and then turned his gaze to the approaching Supreme Kai. After exchanging greetings, Lin Chen articulated his purpose. Supreme Kai, I have come to request your assistance in locating the remaining Dragon Balls. I currently possess 2. Lin Chen produced the 2 Dragon Balls he had collected. The Supreme Kai glanced at them but replied, Mr. Lin Chen, I believe I mentioned before that I. Lin Chen interrupted, Supreme Kai, help me this time, and I can take you to see your homeland. Namek? The Supreme Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The last time Lin Chen brought Broly along, the celestial being had already discerned his true identity as an extraterrestrial from another planet. As an alien orphan, he had always harbored a deep desire to return to his homeland. However, the celestial being immediately furrowed his brow and shook his head, declaring, No. I am the celestial being of Earth, and I cannot be away from this divine sanctuary for too long. Lin Chen quickly reassured him, Do not worry. It will not take long. I will teleport you to Namek in an instant. At this, the celestial being's heart was finally stirred. If it took just a few hours, it posed no significant issue. Thus, driven by his longing for home, the celestial being ceased to be dismissive of Lin Chen and promptly instructed Mr. Bobo to gather the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 40, Resurrection, the Divine Dragons of 2 Planets. Here, is that Namek? When the celestial being first gazed upon the homeland of Namek, an involuntary tremor coursed through his body. A profound sense of familiarity, rising from the depths of his soul, compelled him to take a deep breath. Even the air seemed imbued with a familiar aroma. Come, celestial being. I shall lead you to meet the Grand Elder. Lin Chen gently patted the celestial being's shoulder and then guided him towards the Grand Elder's abode. Soon after, the celestial being encountered, for the first time apart from the tyrant demon King Piccolo, another Namekian. Welcoming them was the Grand Elder's guardian, Naru. He bowed to Lin Chen and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Lin Chen. The Grand Elder has sent me to welcome the prodigal son of Namek back home." What followed was a harmonious scene of reunion, where the celestial being learned from the Grand Elder that he was the child of a Namekian named Kadas, who had sent him to Earth during the catastrophic climatic disaster on Namek. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chen remained silently observing. After the celestial being and the Grand Elder reminisced, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Chen and inquired, "Mr. Lin Chen, have you come this time for the Dragon Balls?" "Indeed, Grand Elder. I wish to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. Must I undergo the trials once more?" "Haha, Mr. Lin Chen. The Dragon Balls of Namek are always at your disposal." The Grand Elder possessed a certain prophetic ability and had long foreseen that Lin Chen might aid the Namekians. Moreover, as time passed, he observed that each encounter revealed Lin Chen to be significantly stronger than before. Establishing a favorable relationship with a being of such strength was deemed invaluable by the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's permission, Lin Chen swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the various Namekian villages across the planet. Once the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were assembled, the celestial being presented the 7 Dragon Balls he had brought from Earth. "Are these your Dragon Balls? You truly are an exceptional member of the dragon race." The Grand Elder praised upon seeing the Earth Dragon Balls. "Thank you for your kind words, Grand Elder. Now, Lin Chen, are we ready to begin?" "Indeed." Lin Chen nodded. "Dragon, arise. Grant my wish," the celestial being exclaimed. Immediately, Naru chanted the incantation to summon the dragon in the Namekian language. In the next instant, the sky of Namek was engulfed in darkness. The 14 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light simultaneously. Soon after, 2 dragons, one large and one small, materialized from the golden glow. The dragons of Earth and Namek appeared at the same time and place, an unprecedented sight that had never before graced the original narrative, now unfolding before Lin Chen and the others. However, observing this spectacle, Lin Chen's first remark was, "Celestial being, your dragon is rather small." The celestial being, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied with embarrassment, "Yes, in comparison to the Grand Elders, I still have much to learn." The Grand Elder chuckled softly, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, appearances are but illusions. What truly matters is that your Shenlong is brimming with power, and that is commendable." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Tian Shun expressed his gratitude before addressing Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, articulate your wish." Lin Chen nodded, turning first to Nilu. "Mr. Nilu, for my first wish, I kindly request that the Shenlong of Namek restore Planet TV." He then addressed the Shenlong of Earth. "Please revive the lives on Planet TV that were obliterated by Frieza." This was the reason Lin Chen called upon the Shenlongs of 2 planets simultaneously. His aim was not solely to revive Hanasia, but to resurrect multiple lives, which the Namek Shenlong could not accomplish in one go. Therefore, to fulfill his desire, he had to rely on the Earth Shenlong. However, the Earth Shenlong could grant only a single wish at a time, and in order to resurrect the inhabitants of Planet TV, it first needed to restore the planet itself. This necessity prompted Lin Chen to gather the Dragon Balls from both worlds. Upon declaring his wishes, the eyes of Purunga, the Namek Shenlong, and the Earth Shenlong began to glow in succession. Purunga spoke first. "Saiyan, your wish has been granted. Planet TV has been restored." Following this, the Earth Shenlong added, "Your wish has been fulfilled, Saiyan. Thank you for allowing me to reunite with my brethren. Farewell." With that, the Earth Shenlong spiraled upwards, transforming back into 7 Dragon Balls, ready to scatter across the globe. Yet, as they were currently on Namek, Lin Chen could not allow the Dragon Balls to disperse haphazardly, lest he face difficulty retrieving them to Earth. Thus, before they could take flight, Lin Chen leapt high into the air, catching all 7 Dragon Balls in one swift motion. Meanwhile, on Planet TV, numerous individuals stood up in bewilderment, including the once-deceased Hanasia and several Saiyans. "Frieza!" Hanasia exclaimed upon her revival, only to realize that she appeared to be on Planet TV. "How peculiar! Where are Frieza and the others?" Princess Hanasia, a group of recently revived Saiyans gathered around her, inquiring about the events that had just transpired. Many of them recalled that they should have perished. Hearing their conversation, Hanasia suddenly understood. She too seemed to have died. Frieza, in a moment of desperation, had destroyed Planet TV when he could no longer contend with her. If that were the case, why had they all returned to life? Why had Planet TV been restored? As Hanasea and the others grappled with their confusion, on the planet's surface, other extraterrestrials hastily boarded nearby spaceships, fleeing into the cosmos. These beings were combatants of Frieza's army, who, during the ambush on the Saiyans, had landed on the planet only to be killed alongside it by Frieza. Suddenly revived, they remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, yet they recognized the Saiyans nearby. Among them was a formidable female Saiyan, who had once dealt a severe blow to King Frieza. Now, would she not flee, but rather await her demise at their hands once more? Meanwhile, on Namek, Nail addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Mr. Lin Chen, your wish has been fulfilled. What shall your second wish be?" To which Lin Chen replied, I seem to have yet to ponder that." His words elicited a collective collapse of the deities present onto the ground. Chapter 41. Captain Jinyu's survival story to recount. Lin Chen's initial purpose in summoning the dragon was to resurrect Hanasea and the others. However, due to the limitations of the Namekian dragon, which cannot revive multiple individuals at once, he also called upon the Earth's dragon. Beyond resurrection, Lin Chen had not contemplated any other wishes. What should he wish for? Lacking prior preparation, he was left to ponder now. Purunga, for my second wish, please fortify planet Vegeta so that it cannot be easily destroyed by external forces. This decision stemmed from Lin Chen's lessons learned from Hanasea. Even as a Super Saiyan, there are times when one cannot save a planet in time. Though Frieza has perished, countless unknown and formidable foes still lurk within the universe. The Dragon Ball world is prone to planetary destruction. Even a power level of merely tens of thousands can possess the capability to obliterate a planet. Lin Chen was not afraid of encountering strong enemies. Rather, he feared that someone might, in a moment of madness, launch a sneak attack on planet Vegeta in his absence and annihilate the entire planet. That would be disastrous. This is quite simple, Purunga proclaimed with a resounding voice, his eyes gleaming. Moments later, he declared, "The second wish has been granted. Now, for your third and final wish. Speak it forth." Lin Chen, please articulate your third wish, Nairu added. For my third wish, I desire the potential development technique akin to that of the Grand Elder. Lin Chen announced his wish with conviction. This ability had long been coveted by him, although the Grand Elder's potential development was inferior to that of the future Old Kais. It was still immensely beneficial in the early stages. With this ability, Lin Chen could elevate the overall strength of the Saiyans. This could serve as compensation for the lack of opportunities to enhance his forces previously. This wish is quite straightforward. As Purunga's eyes glowed red once more, Lin Chen suddenly sensed something merging into his mind. Subsequently, he observed changes in his personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen Battle Power, 1, 360. 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Key Control, Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique. Techniques, Planet Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave, Kamehameha. Afterimage Fist. Saiyan, all your wishes have been fulfilled, so farewell. With that, Purunga ascended into the sky, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls. Scattering across various locations on Namek, the sky regained its brightness, and the radiant sunlight bathed the earth, casting a warm and peaceful aura. Seeing his wishes materialized, Lin Chen smiled contentedly and casually retrieved a spirit tree fruit from the system space, handing it to Nairu. This is the fruit of the spirit tree, which can enhance battle power, but its greater purpose lies in strengthening the body's recovery of vitality and mental strength. Present it to the Grand Elder. It will prolong his life, Lin Chen advised. Really? Thank you. Nairu expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen harbored an ominous premonition. He feared that he would soon require the assistance of the dragon from Namek once again. Thus, he presented a spirit tree fruit to the Grand Elder, not only to solidify their relations, but also for ulterior motives. At that moment, as Lin Chen summoned the dragon to fulfill his wishes, a circular spacecraft descended upon a distant planet in the cosmos. This celestial body was designated as Planet Kurd 001. As the name implies, it served as the stronghold of King Kurd, the father of Frieza. Upon the spacecraft's landing, a throng of extraterrestrial beings swiftly surrounded it. Those aboard the ship exit immediately for inspection. Despite the vessel bearing the insignia of Frieza's army, its arrival had gone unannounced, prompting the Kurd army's warriors to remain on high alert. Compared to Frieza's legion, the Kurd forces were far more disciplined. Before long, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a purple figure emerged. Do not attack. I am Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force, under Frieza's command. Captain Jinyu? The aliens paused momentarily, but recognition quickly dawned upon them regarding the notorious captain. Captain Jinyu, this is the domain of King Kurd. What brings you here? I have urgent news to deliver to King Kurd. Frieza has been slain, Jinyu stated with a grim expression. Shortly thereafter, within the palace of King Kurd, who resembled Frieza in his second transformation, the tragic tidings of his son's demise reached him. Enraged, King Kurd struggled to contain the surging energy within him. What? My son Frieza is dead. Feeling the surrounding air tremble, Jinyu fearfully knelt on one knee. Forgive me, King Kurd, but Frieza was killed by a Saiyan. It appears they are the legendary Super Saiyans. King Kurd waved his hand dismissively. Super Saiyan? Preposterous. That is merely a myth. Not a myth, my lord. We encountered 2 Super Saiyans. One of them can even survive in a vacuum. It was that Saiyan who personally defeated Lord Frieza. And what of you? Frieza has been slain, and what were you doing? King Kurd glared menacingly at Jinyu. My lord. I apologize, but at that moment, I was aboard Lord Frieza's ship. Their battle was beyond our capabilities to intervene. However, my lord, I possess information. Jinyu intended to reveal the intelligence he had inadvertently overheard regarding the Dragon Balls. If they could locate all 7, they could resurrect Frieza. Yet, before Jinyu could finish his sentence, swish, a lethal energy beam pierced through Jinyu's body. King Kurd's face darkened. Since you cannot aid my son, what purpose do you serve in remaining alive? Ugh, King Kurd. Jinyu lay on the ground, struggling to comprehend that he was to meet his demise in such a manner. He had aimed to deliver news to King Kurd that could potentially revive Frieza. He had been unwaveringly loyal to the Frozen Demon clan. Why? The Kurdish king departed without a backward glance, leaving his subordinates with a chilling command. Incinerate that wretch's corpse. He revolts me. A reptilian alien, resembling a lizard, saluted and then hoisted Captain Jinyu's lifeless form, making his way towards the royal palace's designated incineration chamber. However, as this extraterrestrial entered the crematory room with Jinyu's body, an unexpected voice resonated within the chamber. Exchange. A brilliant purple light suddenly illuminated the room, yet tranquility returned almost instantly. Moments later, the lizard-like alien emerged, a familiar, sinister smile adorning his face, one that had once belonged to Captain Jinyu. Hee. I shall not perish so easily. Chapter 42. The ambition of Captain Jinyu. A few days later, on planet Cooled 001. At this moment, the world believed that Captain Jinyu had perished. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the soul of the captain, who was thought to be dead, had been replaced by that of an unknown alien warrior. Meanwhile, the true Captain Jinyu, under a new identity, sat alone in a bar on the planet, drowning his sorrows in drink. He could not find peace over the betrayal from Cooled, who had ruthlessly taken his life despite Jinyu's unwavering loyalty in delivering crucial information. All along, he had taken pride in being a member of the Frieza Force, never anticipating that his loyalty would nearly lead to his demise. Cursed be the tyrant Cooled. I have dedicated myself to serving your Frozen Demon clan with utmost devotion. Yet this is how you repay me? Had it not been for my ability to exchange bodies, I would have perished long ago. The true fool is your imbecilic son, Frieza, yet you place the blame upon me. I shall not accept this fate. In a fit of rage, Jinyu smashed the table before him, but at that moment, a robust alien approached and lifted him off the ground. Hey, you little punk. How dare you vandalize the bar? Hand over your money or meet your demise. Spitting dismissively, Jinyu scoffed at him. Little did he realize, he was no longer the formidable Captain Jinyu with a battle power of 120,000. The alien, having detected his meager battle power of merely 5,000, sneered, Ha! A fool with such paltry strength dares to act tough. With that, the alien grasped Jinyu's head and dragged him toward the alley behind the bar. The patrons of the bar merely shrugged. This was the domain of King Cooled, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. Moments later, a voice echoed from the alley. Exchange. A flash of purple light illuminated the space. Shortly thereafter, the burly alien emerged from the alley, now hosting Jinyu's soul within his form. Battle power of only 10,000. Even with that, you are still worthless. Jinyu spat disdainfully. At that moment, a thought began to take root within him due to this altercation. I cannot continue like this. I require a more powerful body. I must grow stronger. I will no longer allow my life to be dictated by others. Suddenly, Jinyu froze in place, his gaze fixated on a colossal statue before him. It was the statue of King Cooled. His eyes darkened, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he cackled. How could I have forgotten? The finest body for me is right before my eyes. King Cooled, you have betrayed and humiliated me. It is only fitting that I seize your body. Ha ha ha. Not long ago, on the enigmatic planet Kurd-001, a series of mysterious attacks stirred a significant uproar. Numerous elite members of the Kurd Legion fell victim to these assaults, each death shrouded in a peculiar aura. An examination of the bodies revealed that the victims had been killed at close range, yet astonishingly, there were no signs of struggle. As the number of deceased grew and their combat prowess escalated, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the entire planet, Kurd-001. The Kurd monarch, already consumed with fury over the death of his son, was further incensed upon learning of these events. A band of inept fools. The invaders must possess formidable strength. Employ the detectors to locate them, he commanded. Thus, under the monarch's orders, the Kurd Legion mobilized en masse, diligently scouring the planet for any suspicious individuals. Anyone not affiliated with the Kurd Legion and boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000 was apprehended and subjected to interrogation. Despite these efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive. On a fateful day, after receiving reports confirming the continued absence of the assailant, the Kurd monarch erupted in rage, silencing his subordinates with an icy glare. I grant you 3 days. If the culprit is not apprehended by then, you shall all face dire consequences. Yes, your majesty. As his subordinates hurried away, one of the royal guards suddenly returned. Your majesty, I have something to report. The Kurd monarch furrowed his brow slightly before a smile graced his lips. Very well, speak. The guard stepped forward, glancing around at the attendants in the room before lowering his voice. Your majesty, I believe I have discerned the true identity of the assailant. Oh, pray tell, could you dismiss them for a moment? I wish to reveal this person's identity to you alone. Upon hearing this, the Kurd monarch waved his hand gently. The attendants promptly formed a line outside the chamber, and the door was shut. Now, can you reveal who the perpetrator is? The monarch inquired. The assailant is me. The moment the guard uttered these words, he suddenly lunged forward, hurling an energy projectile at the Kurd monarch. Boom! An explosion erupted where the Kurd monarch stood, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout the palace. Those outside the door quickly sensed the blast emanating from the monarch's chamber. They shouted in alarm, attempting to force the door open, only to discover it had been locked from within. Hurry! Find a way to open the door. Amidst the chaos, the guard, now possessed by Captain Jinyu, charged into the smoke-filled room. Though he knew an energy projectile could not harm the Kurd monarch, he pressed on. In the next instant, Jinyu was seized by the neck from behind the veil of smoke by the Kurd monarch. Who would have thought that my own guard was the perpetrator? The Kurd monarch chuckled coldly. How could you possibly contemplate an assault on me, the king? What are your thoughts? Jinyu chuckled softly, expressing that he merely wished to draw nearer to the king. The face of King Cooled suddenly shifted in expression. In the next moment, he witnessed the individual he had apprehended suddenly shout, "Exchange." Upon hearing this word, a long-forgotten figure resurfaced in King Cooled's mind. He vaguely recalled that his son had once mentioned this person. Father, I recently encountered a most intriguing individual. This being hails from an exceptionally rare race in the universe. They possess no inherent combat prowess, yet have the remarkable ability to swap bodies with other life forms. Before I met this individual, he had already exchanged bodies with dozens of beings. I never anticipated that such fascinating entities existed in the cosmos. I intend to appoint him as captain to assemble a special forces unit. Gula commands the Gula Mecha Corps. I too shall establish a special operations team. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. What is the name of this individual? Jinyu. Jinyu. So, this person is Jinyu. Chapter 43, The Omniscient Lord Zuno Bang. Upon hearing the resounding shout of King Cooled, the guards outside dared not delay any longer and immediately shattered the door with a forceful impact. King Cooled. As they burst into the room, they were met with the sight of King Cooled grasping the lifeless body of one of his personal guards. The guard's head hung limply to one side, clearly deceased. King Cooled, you incompetent fools. He is the perpetrator behind the recent string of attacks. King Cooled flung the corpse to the ground. Clean up this mess, and incinerate the body of this wretch. With that, King Cooled strode out of the room. Yes. The attendants knelt on the floor, watching as King Cooled departed. They then glanced at the body on the ground, perplexed. How could this man, a royal guard, dare to lay hands on the king? I don't know. Perhaps he has gone mad? To be a royal guard, and still be oblivious to King Cooled's terror? What a fool. Unbeknownst to these attendants, the King Cooled they spoke of was, in fact, the very corpse lying on the floor. The person who had just exited was none other than Jinyu, who had seized control of King Cooled's body. Once Jinyu returned to the chamber that belonged exclusively to King Cooled and closed the door, he could no longer contain his laughter. Power. I can feel power coursing through me. Is this the body of the Ice Demon clan? The strength within this vessel surges and swells, as if it might explode. Ah, the Ice Demon clan can transform. Just like King Cooled and Frieza, I have been suppressing my own power. If I were to transform further, would I not become invincible? Suddenly, Jinyu composed himself. No, I am not invincible yet. Even if I were to achieve my final form, I would still likely fall short against a Super Saiyan. I must grow stronger. This body still has much potential to unlock. Moreover, there is the Dragon Ball. I shall use it to attain immortality. If I can secure eternal life, combined with this Ice Demon physique, I, Captain Jinyu, shall dominate the entire universe. Just wait, Saiyans. Once I surpass the limits of the Ice Demon clan, I will come for you. The mightiest emperor of the universe shall not be Frieza, nor any of you Saiyans, but I, Jinyu. Gak, does that Zuno truly know everything? Of course. Lord Zuno is the mightiest in the entire universe. His knowledge may even surpass that of your dragon. Gak replied while piloting the spacecraft. At this moment, Lin Chen and Tais were aboard Gak's ship. Their destination was a wondrous planet somewhere in the cosmos. On this planet resided a remarkable figure known as Zuno. According to Lin Chen's recollections, Zuno was an extraordinary being, omniscient and wise in all matters of the world. The reason he sought out Zuno was to discover the method of traversing parallel dimensions. Thus, upon returning to Earth, Lin Chen instructed Tais to contact Gak. Although he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, he was unaware of Zuno's planet and could only rely on Gak for guidance. Meanwhile, Tais, intrigued by the prospect of meeting Zuno, expressed her eagerness to witness such an omniscient being. What could be more captivating than that? Initially, Bulma had also insisted on joining them, but Lin Chen, aware of the girl's true intentions, promptly declined her request. The distance to Zuno's planet was considerable, and after several hours of flight, impatience began to set in among the group. Gak, how much longer until we arrive? Tais inquired, her boredom evident. Approximately 2 more hours. I would estimate, Gak replied. What? 2 hours? This spaceship is incredibly slow. Instantaneous movement would be far more convenient, Tais lamented. Gak, displeased by her remarks, retorted, please. This ship was a reward from the Galactic King for the TV Star battle. I risked my life to obtain it. Oh, TV Star? Lin Chen mentioned it. So, Gak, does that mean you've died before? Tais asked curiously. I have no idea. Gak turned his head away dismissively. Tais quickly grasped his shoulder, pleading, come on. Don't be stingy. Share your experience. I could incorporate it into my new book. Gak, puzzled, responded, new book? ISNT Galactic Patrolman Gak completed? Indeed it is. I'm currently serializing a new work titled My Saiyan Boyfriend, which has skyrocketed to the top of the bestseller list, far surpassing the success of Galactic Patrolman Gak, Tais declared proudly. Humph. Then I shan't divulge anything, Gak huffed, turning away in a sulk. Amidst their banter, Zuno's planet finally came into view. Much like Zuno himself, Zuno's planet, Zuno Star, possessed its own peculiar charm. The planet was modest in size, merely several times larger than King Kai's planet, and its appearance resembled a colossal wooden box enveloping a celestial body. The surface was adorned with vibrant colors, featuring only Zuno's palace. The palace exuded a traditional Japanese architectural style, yet a massive escalator in front of it lent an oddly modern twist to the overall aesthetic. Upon ascending the escalator to the corridor in front of the palace, the trio was met with a long queue. As they steadied themselves, several extraterrestrial beings resembling samurai approached, each holding a small notebook. Seeing these warriors, Tais inquired, These fellows look rather peculiar. Which one of them is Zuno? None of us are Zuno. We are attendants serving Lord Zuno. The samurai-like aliens replied in unison. They then encircled Lin Chen, stating, Lord Zuno has informed us of an unexpected guest. So we have come to investigate. Unexpected guest? Tais mused. Indeed, Lord Zuno does not meet with those who have not made an appointment, one of the attendants explained. What? Gak, why didn't you inform us about this? Tais, filled with rage, scolded Jack for the inconvenience. After several hours of travel, they still had yet to meet. Anyone in his position would be infuriated. Jack, bewildered, found himself in an unfamiliar place, Zuno Star, and was equally astonished by such regulations. At that moment, a servant flipped through a small notebook and remarked, If you wish to make an appointment now, the earliest available slot is in 5 years. What do you say? Shall I book it for you? 5 years. Taken aback, Jack awkwardly replied, I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Is there any possibility of leniency? No. The servant of Zuno responded without hesitation. Chapter 44. The response of Zuno, what to do. Jake Don was momentarily at a loss. It was simple. Lin Chen smiled, stepped forward, and declared, I have an appointment. Allow me to meet Zuno. You? The attendant of Zuno paused, flipping through his notes. What is your name? Let me verify. Lin Chen. In the Saiyan tongue, I am known as Lin Sai. Lin Chen. Lin Sai? The attendant scrutinized the list and, with a tone of regret, replied, I'm afraid you are not on the appointment list. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden golden light illuminated the space before him. In the next moment, Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the corridor outside. How absurd. Zuno Star is under the protection of Lord Zuno's power. You cannot inflict any harm upon the planet. Boom. The energy wave struck a distant forest, penetrating the ground and erupting from the opposite side of Zuno Star. Witnessing this spectacle, all the guards and guests widened their eyes in astonishment, tears streaming down their faces. May I inquire if my name has been located? Yes, it has been found. Lin Chen, correct? Please, enter. The guests who had been queuing immediately parted, creating a pathway for Lin Chen. Let us proceed. Lin Chen maintained his Super Saiyan form, his golden hair shimmering as he strode deeper into the corridor. Taisi was about to follow, but was halted by Jake. Taisi, is that truly a Super Saiyan? Indeed. Do you not find it impressive? His hair can turn golden, Taisi exclaimed. Lin Chen mentioned that he could also change to yellow-green, red, and blue. She cast a glance at Jake and added, Surely you do not intend to apprehend him for causing destruction? Jake hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. We are comrades. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a grand hall deep within the structure, where a figure resembling a Japanese samurai sat atop a bowl-shaped flying vessel. He was none other than the master of this planet, Lord Zuno. Beside Zuno, an attendant was whispering, evidently reporting on the recent events outside. As Lin Chen entered, Zuno immediately adopted a stern expression and addressed him. You are the one who broke the rules and barged in? Do you have any objections? Lin Chen inquired. And what if I do? Zuno, however, remained silent, gazing ahead with an air of mystery. At that moment, another attendant standing beside Zuno spoke up. Please present your tribute. In truth, Zuno's requirements for tribute were minimal. A mere kiss would suffice to answer a question, and if the offering were a beauty, the number of inquiries could increase. However, Lin Chen, as the esteemed Saiyan King, would never stoop to such demeaning acts. What constitutes a tribute? This. Lin Chen raised a finger, coalescing a planet-destroying bomb in his hand. This was one of Frieza's most formidable techniques, containing the power to obliterate a planet with ease. Being a figure of mysterious power, Zuno immediately recognized the gravity of this move and, in a flustered manner, nodded. That is sufficient. You may ask one question. No, 3. In fact, feel free to pose as many inquiries as you desire. With a flourish, Lin Chen extinguished the annihilation sphere of his planet. Now listen closely. My question is, how does one traverse to a parallel universe? Zuno cleared his throat and began to elucidate in a manner akin to reciting scripture. There are several methods to traverse parallel dimensions. The first involves the use of a time machine. Theoretically, such devices do not exist. Each activation of a time machine is, in truth, a journey into a parallel realm. The second method entails becoming a Kaioshin and utilizing the specialized time rings exclusive to them. When the world generates divergent parallel universes, green time rings are birthed, and utilizing the corresponding ring allows one to access different parallel dimensions. Before Zuno could conclude, Lin Chen interjected, Wait, Zuno. What I wish to know is how to reach a specific parallel universe. Realizing that his question might have been misphrased, Lin Chen discerned that Zuno's response did not align with his inquiry. In the parallel universe I wish to reach, there exists a legendary Super Saiyan who has conquered the entire southern galaxy. I must learn how to access this realm. Zuno paused momentarily, then surprisingly responded. The legendary Super Saiyan you speak of, is he not named Broly? You know of him? Lin Chen was taken aback by Zuno's knowledge, astonished that he was aware of such details. Of course, my extensive knowledge stems from a peculiar ability akin to a grand prophecy. There is nothing in existence that escapes my understanding, Zuno replied. Impressive. Lin Chen found himself genuinely admiring this seemingly comical figure. Can you then answer my earlier question? Certainly. To reach the universe you mentioned, there are 2 methods. The first is to seek the assistance of the Kaioshin of Time, Kane. The Kaioshin of Time governs all parallel dimensions and possesses the ability to observe and freely traverse them. However, it is worth noting that the Kaioshin of Time transcends all universes, existing independently from the control of the Omni King. Unless summoned directly, mortals have no chance of encountering her. Lin Chen then inquired, and what is the second method? Just as Zuno began to speak, he seemed to falter, his body beginning to twitch uncontrollably. Zuno's attendants were witnessing such a state for the first time and rushed forward in alarm, but at that moment, Zuno raised his hand, signaling them to remain at a distance. The second method is to find the metal known as Tamuleeps. Tamuleeps metal? What is that? Lin Chen asked. It is an exceedingly rare metal in the universe, also referred to as temporal metal. The time rings of the Kaioshin are crafted from this very substance. As a side note, this metal has become extinct in our universe. That's not a concern. I can summon the dragon to manifest it. Then what? Lin Chen continued to inquire. Zuno replied, possessing the metal of time is merely the initial step. Next, it is imperative to transport this metal of time to a realm abundant in space-time, where the forces of space-time can be infused into the metal of time. Before Lin Chen could inquire further, Zuno continued, a black hole serves as such a realm, where infusing the forces of space-time into the metal of time equates to casting the metal of time into the black hole. Is that truly sufficient? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, finding this method rather dubious. Zuno nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, that suffices. However, in reality, this action would only succeed in opening a portal to space-time. It would not grant control over the destination of that portal. Suddenly, Zuno's expression turned serious as he declared, my abilities reveal that if a Saiyan named Lin Chen were to undertake this action, he could forge a pathway to a designated space. Chapter 45. Preparations before the journey to the parallel universe. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. How was he able to open the pathway to the designated space? Hey, are you speaking nonsense? My brother Lin Chen has no superpowers. How could he possibly accomplish such feats? Taisi exclaimed. Zuno did not even glance her way, stating curtly, you have no offerings. You cannot ask questions. What? You fat buffoon, I. Taisi's words were abruptly cut off as Jack covered her mouth. Please, Taisi is not Lin Chen. How could you speak to Lord Zuno in that manner? Zuno continued, if it is not merely a coincidence in names, then it pertains to you. You possess a unique power. As long as you carry the metal of time to a black hole, you can open the pathway to the designated space. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to comprehend Zuno's meaning. The unique power Zuno mentioned likely referred to the system within Lin Chen's body. In other words, if he took the metal of time to a certain black hole, his system might assist him in traversing to another dimension where Broly resides. Is that what you mean, system? Lin Chen silently inquired. Ding. Response to the host. The system prohibits disclosing relevant information before the new function meets the triggering conditions. So, it cannot be said, which implies it is a default. Lin Chen smiled and said, all right, I understand. Thank you. With that, he prepared to depart. However, just as he turned, he suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, is there a way to gain power sufficient to rival a god of destruction in a short time? You have exhausted your opportunity to inquire. Zuno habitually replied. But he soon noticed the energy sphere glowing on Lin Chen's fingertip. The first method is to undergo training from an angel. Angelic training can accelerate your strength significantly. The second method, there are none. Power is something one must cultivate through personal effort. There is no shortcut to greatness. Zuno closed his eyes, reflecting momentarily before suddenly opening them again to gaze at Lin Chen. No, if it pertains to you, perhaps there is a way to achieve greatness in a single leap. You truly know everything. Lin Chen chuckled, then turned to Tai Si and the others, saying, let us go. We're heading back to Earth. As Lin Chen and his companions vanished from sight, the all-knowing Zuno finally exhaled in relief. His attendant, visibly agitated, remarked, Lord Zuno, who exactly is that Saiyan? Should we seek out the Kaioshin to deal with him? Forget it. He is not an entity we can contend with. Even the Kaioshin would be incapable. Subsequently, Zuno solemnly instructed his attendant to close the gates, declaring a temporary halt to visitors for the day. Upon returning from Zuno's star, Lin Chen began his preparations for this journey through time and space. Although the metal of time, Tamuleeps, was said by Zuno to no longer exist in this world, Lin Chen was confident that as long as he summoned the dragon, he would surely obtain a peace. However, the dragon of the two planets had only recently been summoned, and Lin Chen would have to wait a minimum of 130 days before he could make a wish to the dragon on Namek. Although the waiting period was lengthy, it was fortuitously timed for Lin Chen. After all, he was heading towards an alternate parallel universe. Despite having attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen could not guarantee his safe return. The span of 130 days was just sufficient for him to engage in rigorous training. Thus, in the following days, Lin Chen diligently trained on both Earth and planet Vegeta. At times, he would endure grueling sessions in the 500 times gravity chamber on Earth, while at other moments, he would engage in combat training with Hanasiya, honing his skills against fellow Super Saiyans. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt that these efforts were still inadequate. He was set to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, a being who shared the same bloodline as himself. Although this Broly bore a resemblance to the one Lin Chen knew, they were fundamentally different. All of the negative emotions inherent to Saiyans had coalesced within him, and due to the adverse effects of his bloodline, this Broly had long since lost his sanity, driven solely by the impulses to battle and kill. In the narratives known to Lin Chen, Goku and his allies had once combined the powers of 4 Super Saiyans, yet found themselves unable to conquer the formidable Broly. Ultimately, it was only through the collective energy of all Z fighters being channeled into Goku that they managed to achieve a hard-fought victory over him. Lin Chen was acutely aware that in his current state, he would struggle not only against 4 Super Saiyans like Goku, but even against 4 Hanazias. If he did not rapidly enhance his strength, his journey to the parallel universe would likely end in disaster. As time passed, the day when the Namekian dragon would be restored drew near, yet Lin Chen felt he was still lacking. Compared to his power over 100 days ago, he had indeed made progress, but the rate of his improvement was woefully insufficient given the challenges that lay ahead. Hanaziya, lacking natural combat aptitude, could not offer Lin Chen any fresh insights during their sparring sessions. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Chen. What if he fought the Broly from this world? Although the formidable adversary he was destined to face was the Broly from another universe, this world also possessed a Broly. Engaging in battle with the Broly here might provide him with insights for his confrontation with the other Broly. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen swiftly made his way to the Supreme Kai's realm, where he encountered Broly and shared his intentions. Brother Lynx, do you wish to spar with me? Indeed. I may soon face a powerful foe and hope to enhance my strength. Hanaziya can no longer assist me, and I thought of you. Lin Chen looked at Broly with palpable excitement, even as Broly suppressed his energy, revealing a combat power reading of merely 5,000 on the scouter. Yet within the system that Lin Chen possessed, he could distinctly perceive that Broly's combat power had reached an astounding 1.2 million at that moment. Lin Chen was well aware that Broly had never engaged in training since his birth, and yet he already boasted such formidable strength. Truly, he was deserving of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. However, Broly's ancestral Super Saiyan lineage differed somewhat from Lin Chen's. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Broly's heritage belonged to the Super Dragon Ball lineage, while Lin Chen's was derived from the Super Dragon Ball theatrical adaptations. In terms of combat power enhancement, Broly's lineage was significantly stronger than Lin Chen's. Thus, a confrontation with Broly would undoubtedly prove beneficial for Lin Chen. To Lin Chen's surprise, upon realizing Lin Chen's intention, Broly expressed some reluctance. Brother Linkus, I do not wish to fight, even with you. Broly, we are merely practicing. Brother Linkus, have you forgotten why I came to Earth in the first place? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the initial reason for Broly and Lin Chen's arrival on Earth was to evade the incessant challenge requests from the Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Now, however, Lin Chen found himself desiring to engage Broly in combat, much like those very challengers. Was he not becoming just like them? My apologies, Broly. I failed to consider your feelings. Realizing his mistake, Lin Chen promptly offered his apology. Yet, he soon found himself in a quandary. If he could not spar with Broly, how would he elevate his own strength moving forward? Chapter 46. The enigmatic Mr. Popo. Lin Chen. If you seek to enhance your abilities, I may possess a method to assist you. Just as Lin Chen found himself in a quandary, a voice suddenly resonated from beside him. Turning his head, he discovered that it was the Celestial God speaking. The Celestial God? You can aid me? To be precise, it is not I, but rather Mr. Popo. The Celestial God replied with a smile. Mr. Popo? Lin Chen turned to glance at the nearly expressionless figure of Popo beside him. He can help me? With eyes as tranquil as copper coins, Popo gazed at him innocently, stating, since the Celestial God has spoken, Popo is willing to offer you some guidance. And how do you intend to guide me, Mr. Popo? By the way, I do not have much time. Lin Chen refrained from outright rejection. Although it seemed illogical for someone with Mr. Popo's modest combat prowess to instruct him, he sensed that Mr. Popo was far more complex than he appeared. Perhaps he indeed had wisdom to impart. I have a rough understanding of your capabilities. Conventional methods may prove ineffective for you. Therefore, Popo intends to guide you in a different manner. As for your time constraint, allow me to take you to a specific location. Celestial God, is that acceptable? Popo turned to inquire of the Celestial God. The Celestial God nodded. Mr. Popo, do you wish to go there? Very well, you may take Mr. Lin Chen with you. Understood. Meanwhile, Broly expressed his regrets to Lin Chen. I apologize, Brother Lin Kex, but I cannot assist you this time. It's quite all right, Broly. You are a good soul. Combat is indeed not suited for you. Lin Chen pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse that a combat prodigy had been reduced to this, yet he recognized that for Broly, this existence was the life he desired most. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Mr. Popo deeper into the celestial temple. He trailed behind Popo, winding through several corridors, step by step descending towards the temple's depths. At this moment, Lin Chen began to comprehend the destination Popo had in mind. Mr. Popo, are you leading me to the hyperbolic time chamber? Are you aware of the hyperbolic time chamber? Popo inquired, though his face remained as impassive as ever. Indeed, I possess one myself, located on Vegeta. Lin Chen's hyperbolic time chamber now served as a training ground for promising young Saiyans. Although the gravitational conditions within the chamber were not particularly challenging compared to Vegeta, the vastness of its space posed a significant test for one's mental fortitude, making it an ideal environment for the young Saiyans to cultivate their willpower. Upon hearing that Lin Chen also owned a hyperbolic time chamber, a flicker of surprise crossed Mr. Popo's face, though he merely opened his mouth in astonishment before resuming his role as the guide. Finally, after a lengthy detour, the two arrived at the temple's lowest level, standing before a grand golden door. We have arrived. Popo pushed open the door. Since you are already familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber, I shall refrain from further explanation. A year within the chamber equates to a day in the outside world. Our training here should not impede your schedule, correct? Not at all. Lin Chen replied with a smile as he stepped inside. Before them soon appeared a vast expanse, engulfed in heat and low pressure, where gravity was tenfold. Wasting no time, Lin Chen promptly commenced his training under Bobo's guidance. It was only at this moment that he grasped the true meaning of the divine words. Mr. Bobo aimed to instruct Lin Chen in the mastery of energy. Though you possess immense power, your utilization of it is rather poor, Mr. Bobo remarked. If you were to unleash your full strength, would it not be quite effortless for you to obliterate a planet? Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. This was precisely why he sought to engage in practice with Hana only on Vegeta, for that planet had been fortified by the dragon. Were they to spar on any other celestial body, a careless move could lead to catastrophic destruction. This is due to your inability to control your power. A true master, even with world-shattering strength, can wield it without endangering others, Mr. Bobo continued. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, fully understanding. He recalled that in the saga of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction, Beerus, had once engaged in a skirmish on Earth. With his unparalleled might, he could effortlessly annihilate a planet with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet during his prolonged battle on Earth, he caused no harm whatsoever to the planet. In fact, as the story of Dragon Ball progressed, some believed that the power hierarchy had collapsed, unaware that the true masters had achieved the ability to control their strength with finesse. The earlier instances of tearing apart the Earth and piercing planets had become entirely avoidable for these adept warriors. Mr. Bobo continued, I have heard from Broly that your training has always leaned heavily towards strength and physicality. While this approach is indeed beneficial for short-term gains, it is far from sufficient for true advancement. Thus, in the time to come, I shall teach you the control of energy. You must pay close attention. Understood. Lin Chen nodded. It was only after hearing those words that he realized why he had felt as though he had encountered a bottleneck. It stemmed from his lack of control over his energy, which could not keep pace with his body and strength. It was akin to possessing a formidable weapon without the ability to wield it effectively. Had he not heard Mr. Bobo's words today, he might still be oblivious to the root of his challenges. That single exchange had already made the experience of entering the hyperbolic time chamber with Mr. Bobo worthwhile. However, Lin Chen was astounded by what followed. Mr. Bobo instructed him to transform into a Super Saiyan and then engage in sparring in that state. Are you certain, Mr. Bobo? One punch from me could be fatal. Lin Chen couldn't help but inquire. You may give it a try. I am quite formidable, Mr. Bobo replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was reminded of the original tale of Dragon Ball, where it seemed that Mr. Popo indeed had experienced training with Super Saiyans, albeit with two mere children. With this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Very well, Mr. Popo, here I come. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure appeared directly before Mr. Popo. His right fist aimed squarely at Popo's face, launching forth with great force. Exercising caution, Lin Chen employed only 50% of his strength, yet his speed had reached its utmost limits. Strangely, however, what appeared to be a lethal blow was effortlessly evaded by Mr. Popo, who merely tilted his neck aside. What? Lin Chen was taken aback, astonished by the outcome. Chapter 47. Breakthrough, perfect preparation here. Here, your punches lack decisiveness. And here, your movements are overly excessive. A true attack must be executed with precision and clarity. Moreover, here and here, these are superfluous. You ought to restrain your energy while launching your strikes. At this rate, before the enemy succumbs, you shall exhaust yourself first. Master your inner self and attune to the flow of your essence. Indeed, Bobo's prowess is unfathomable. Although he exudes no palpable aura of strength, Lin Chen, already in Super Saiyan form, finds himself unable to even touch Mr. Bobo. Astonishingly, while evading Lin Chen's onslaught, Mr. Bobo manages to observe Lin Chen's movements and offer guidance simultaneously. This serene composure drives Lin Chen to the brink of madness. How is he accomplishing this? Lin Chen swept his leg, only to have Mr. Bobo effortlessly evade the attack. Just as he prepared to pursue further, Mr. Bobo raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, your mind is in disarray. Pause for a moment and recalibrate your mental state." Breathless, Lin Chen gazed at Bobo and inquired, "Mr. Bobo, who precisely are you?" Hadn't Bobo claimed to possess remarkable abilities? Lin Chen scrutinized Bobo, unable to suppress his curiosity, and activated his system's capabilities. System, what is Mr. Bobo's combat power? In no time, the attributes panel for Mr. Bobo materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. Bobo, combat power, 1000. 1000? Are you jesting? With his own combat power exceeding 1 million in normal form, how could he possibly be outmatched by someone with a mere 1000 combat power? At that moment, a flash of insight struck Lin Chen's mind. "Mr. Bobo, could it be that you are an angel? Angels serve as the masters, attendants, and overseers of the gods of destruction." Given the power Mr. Bobo exhibited, the notion of him being an angel was the only explanation that resonated with Lin Chen. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo's expression betrayed no sign of recognition. Angels? What is that? Perceiving this, Lin Chen refrained from pressing further. If Mr. Bobo truly belonged to such a divine echelon, he must undoubtedly harbor a significant secret. Given Lin Chen's current strength, it would be prudent not to provoke him unnecessarily. Under Mr. Bobo's tutelage, Lin Chen diligently refined his control over his energy, striving to achieve a state of effortless mastery. Time flew by swiftly. Soon, Lin Chen would complete nearly a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. While his combat power hadn't experienced a remarkable surge, the aura he emanated gradually transformed. One day, merely a day after Lin Chen's entrance into the chamber, the divine temple remained as tranquil as ever. Broly sat cross-legged at the edge of the temple, gazing downwards at the mortal realm. This ability, typically reserved for deities, had somehow been acquired by Broly during his time in the divine temple. During moments of ennui, Broly would employ this skill to observe the world below and pass the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet, murmuring, "This aura, it belongs to Brother Lynx. Has he emerged?" Indeed, shortly thereafter, the figures of Lin Chen and Mr. Bobo stepped forth from the entrance of the temple. The arriving Supreme Kai, upon sensing Lin Chen's aura, could not help but remark, "Your strength has not changed significantly, yet your presence feels much more stable than before." "Indeed, this is all thanks to Mr. Bobo," Lin Chen replied, turning to bow respectfully to Bobo. "Thank you for your guidance throughout this year. You still have a long journey ahead. Do not forget that power does not equate to everything," Mr. Bobo advised. Lin Chen nodded, bidding farewell to Broly before utilizing instant transmission to return to the lower realm, preparing for the final departure. At that moment, Lin Chen's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1, 560, 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki. Techniques, Planet Destroying Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. In the span of a year, aside from a combat power increase of 300,000, Lin Chen's most significant achievement lay within his skills. The original control of Ki had evolved into perfect control of Ki. Although it was merely an addition of 2 words, Lin Chen understood that this alteration had elevated his true prowess by a full 30%. Now, with the Dragon Balls of Namek nearly restored, Lin Chen was prepared to undertake this system mission. However, since he was venturing into a parallel universe, he was uncertain how long he would be away, necessitating careful arrangements. Both Tai Si and the others, as well as the situation on planet Vegeta, required his attention. Once all was settled, 3 days had passed. On Namek, as deep bass resonated, dark clouds drifted across the horizon, plunging the usually bright Namek into darkness. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the colossal form of the eternal dragon Porunga emerged in the sky. "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish." Porunga's voice echoed throughout the cosmos. "Very well, Lin Chen." "Voice your wish," Nail urged. Lin Chen nodded and declared his desire. "I wish to obtain the Time Medal, Tamil PS Medal." When Nail relayed Lin Chen's request, Porunga fell silent for a brief moment before responding. "The Time Medal, Tamil PS Medal, is a substance only usable by the Supreme Kai. What do you intend to do with it? I have my own purposes. Can you not conjure it? Lin Chen replied. Purunga proclaimed, I can. But the time metal is a divine item. To acquire it, you must expend 3 wishes. 3 wishes? That is acceptable. For this summoning of the eternal dragon, Lin Chen had no other desires aside from the time metal, so 3 wishes it would be. In the next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal materialized before Lin Chen. Despite its lackluster appearance, upon grasping the metal, Lin Chen suddenly sensed an unusual force emanating from it. This force was peculiar, prompting Lin Chen to hesitate in further contact. He intended to cast the metal into his system space. However, just as the metal was about to enter the space, it unexpectedly rebounded out. The time metal and Lin Chen's system space seemed to reject each other. Was it due to the incompatibility of the temporal energy within the metal and the system space? After some contemplation, Lin Chen decided to retrieve a box, placing the metal inside before carrying it in one hand. Inalu, I am departing. This time I shall journey to a distant place. If there is an urgent matter on Namek, you may reach out to Vegeta's planet. Having spoken these words, Lin Chen activated his instantaneous movement, departing from Namek. Chapter 48. The system's new function. Acquiring temporal points in the vast expanse of the universe. Black holes are, in fact, not a rarity. These unseen entities serve as traps scattered throughout the cosmos. Every civilization adept in traversing the stars diligently marks their locations on interstellar maps. After procuring the temporal metal, Lin Chen's next destination is planet Vegeta. He did not linger long upon arrival. After confirming the proximity of a black hole, he immediately utilized his instantaneous movement to arrive at the celestial expanse near it. Even though Lin Chen could now transform into a Super Saiyan, resisting the formidable force of a black hole was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he materialized at a considerable distance from the black hole itself. Upon exiting the state of instantaneous movement, Lin Chen swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan and activated an energy shield for his protection. The black hole. It is over there. With a mere flicker of perception, Lin Chen discerned the presence of the black hole. In one direction, he felt nothing at all. Black holes possess the ability to attract all matter, including energy. Therefore, wherever he found an absence of sensation, that location must surely be the black hole. After an hour of flight, Lin Chen gradually began to sense the overwhelming gravitational pull of the black hole. Continuing forward would undoubtedly lead him into peril. Consequently, he halted and, adhering to the intel provided by Zuno, retrieved the temporal metal. By casting the temporal metal into the black hole, a temporal gateway would open. Can my system truly govern the destination of this temporal portal? Lin Chen murmured, hesitating briefly before hurling the temporal metal towards the black hole. I sincerely hope Zuno has not deceived me. Otherwise, he shall face my wrath. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, the rare metal, long thought lost to the cosmos, began to drift towards the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a brilliant, radiant light erupted from the metal, and Lin Chen witnessed the once solid form of the temporal metal contorting under an immense force, adopting bizarre shapes. Then, as if unable to withstand the strain, the temporal metal shattered under the gravitational pull, vanishing from sight. Had that precious temporal metal, for which Lin Chen had expended 3 wishes, truly been lost? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon Zuno's unreliability, he beheld a series of gaping, blood-red spatial fissures emerging at the spot where the temporal metal had vanished. These rifts expanded relentlessly, ultimately forming a colossal aperture through which Lin Chen could pass. Could this be the temporal gateway? While Lin Chen pondered this, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Temporal gateway confirmed. Activating temporal traversal function. Please, host, expend temporal points to select your desired destination. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Zuno had foretold. As the temporal gateway manifested, Lin Chen's system revealed a new function. Moreover, according to the prompt, this new feature would allow Lin Chen to choose the world he wished to visit. Simply put, what is the time point? Ding! Response to the host. In this instance, you will traverse a parallel dimension, which will inevitably result in disruptions to the target timeline. To mitigate the impact of these disturbances, the system necessitates the consumption of a unique energy known as time points. The host may acquire time points by rectifying the historical events of the current timeline. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Rectifying the history of the current timeline? What does that entail? However, this time the system refrained from providing an explanation and instead presented Lin Chen with a countdown. Ding! Reminder to the host. The newly manifested portal to the dimension remains unstable. Please consume time points to confirm your destination within 1 hour. Otherwise, the portal will close. Lin Chen, upon seeing the countdown before him, scratched his head in frustration. This system has a penchant for mischief. If I had known about this feature, would it have been too much to inform me in advance? Now I have merely an hour to procure these time points. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, he activated his teleportation ability, returning to Earth, specifically to the Hall of Deities. Inside, the deities were observing the next generation when one of them sensed Lin Chen's presence behind him. He turned in surprise and asked, "Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you back?" Lin Chen waved dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that, deity. Where are the Dragon Balls you received from planet Namek last time?" "The Dragon Balls? I have stored them away. My intention in creating the Dragon Balls was to provide humanity with the means to achieve their aspirations. But alas, humanity, enough with that, deity. Please retrieve the Dragon Balls for me," Lin Chen urged, his tone serious, startling the deity. "Huh." Oh, the deity, seeing Lin Chen's urgency, instructed Mr. Popo to fetch the Dragon Balls, which at that moment still resembled mere stones. Lin Chen frowned and inquired, "Deity, could you enlighten me on the star ratings of these stones?" "Certainly, this one is a 1-star ball, this one is a 2-star ball, and this one is." Lin Chen mentally noted each designation and promptly gathered all the orbs, placing them into his system space. "Deity, I shall return these Dragon Balls to the lower realm. Farewell." With that, Lin Chen vanished once more before the deities. Watching Lin Chen depart as swiftly as a breeze, the deity appeared bewildered and asked, "Mr. Popo, what is Lin Chen up to?" Mr. Popo replied, "Deity, it seems Lin Chen intends to return the Dragon Balls to the lower realm." At that moment, atop Mount Baozi, Lin Chen reappeared at Sun Wukong's abode. Once again, the little monkey's home was empty. Lin Chen did not linger long. He retrieved the 4-star ball from his system space and rolled it under Sun Wukong's bed. Next, he traveled to Kame House, where it was also deserted. Without delay, he placed the 3-star ball down before departing. Lin Chen continued to utilize his teleportation abilities, distributing several Dragon Balls to locations such as the Bull Demon King's castle. After the 7 Dragon Balls were successfully dealt with, a notification indeed appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Historical correction confirmed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 point of time currency. Lin Chen clenched his fist in affirmation. The so-called rectification of history essentially meant steering the course of this world towards the original narrative of the Dragon Ball saga. Initially, due to the incident involving planet Taiwei, Lin Chen had permitted the Supreme Kai to confiscate all the Dragon Balls from Earth, which could have potentially halted the unfolding of the Dragon Ball story in this realm. However, now that Lin Chen had restored the 7 Dragon Balls to their rightful places, the tale of the Dragon Ball world was poised to continue its unfolding. Chapter 49. A world both familiar and unfamiliar through the power of instantaneous travel. Lin Chen found himself once again standing before the time portal, a mere half-hour having elapsed since his departure. This intense and rapid utilization of teleportation was a novel experience for him, leaving him utterly exhausted and gasping for breath upon his return. After a brief respite, he gazed at the unchanged time portal and inquired within his mind, "System, can I now ascertain the objective of the time portal?" Ding. To the host, "Please confirm the time and space you wish to traverse. Then please allow me to journey to the realm where I can accomplish the third option." In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of energy emanate from within him, striking the time portal. Instantly, the crimson hue of the portal began to shift, gradually transitioning towards a deep blue. When the portal finally stabilized in its azure form, the system issued another prompt. Ding. The time portal has been locked. Please proceed with your traversal promptly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen prepared to embark on his journey, but suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Right. System, how will I return once I have crossed over? This was a question that needed to be clarified. Ding. To the host, upon traversing through the time portal, a coordinate will be left at the original location. To return, the host need only return to the starting point. However, once reopened, the time portal will vanish, and subsequent usage will require the consumption of time points. Understood. This time point is akin to a one-time round-trip ticket, isn't it? With this thought, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and plunged into the time portal. Here lies a realm within the cosmos, time unknown. In the midst of an otherwise silent void, a scarlet fissure suddenly materialized, emerging from what should have been an empty expanse. This rift expanded outward, ultimately solidifying into a rectangular portal wide enough for a person to pass through. Swish! A figure suddenly leaped forth from the portal. As the crimson gateway swiftly contracted behind him, transforming into a nearly imperceptible scarlet sphere in the blink of an eye. Could this be a parallel universe where another Broly exists? The figure that emerged from the portal was none other than Lin Chen, who had traversed through time and space. Gazing at the resplendent stars surrounding him, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow before employing instantaneous movement toward the coordinates of planet Vegeta, as recalled from his memory. Upon arriving at the location of planet Vegeta in his original world, Lin Chen was unsurprised to find the planet having been relocated by the dragon. Absent from its expected position, where planet Vegeta should have been, there remained only an abyss. Indeed, this was another world. Since that is the case, I shall seek out Broly. I remember he resides in the southern galaxy. In Lin Chen's recollection, the legendary tales of the Super Saiyans rampage transpired in the southern galaxy, originally depicted in the Dragon Ball movie Burning. Heat battle, fierce fight, super intense battle. This theatrical piece narrates the events prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta. Fearing that Broly, the son of the Saiyan Paragus, might pose a threat to Vegeta, King Vegeta orders his demise. However, both Broly and Paragus survive, ultimately escaping due to Broly's formidable power, and they find themselves in the southern galaxy. Subsequently, Paragus exploits Broly's strength to wreak havoc across the southern galaxy and establishes a new planet Vegeta, intent on exacting revenge upon the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Now, tasked with liberating the southern galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen realizes he must venture there to locate Broly and his allies. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Chen suddenly falters. Alas, where is the southern galaxy? Even in his original world, he had never ventured to the southern galaxy, and without knowledge of the destination, his instantaneous movement cannot be executed. What to do? Lin Chen scratches his head in thought. Eureka! In the next moment, he activates his instantaneous movement once more, this time directing it towards Earth. He recalls that, in the narrative, Paragus had made a special trip to Earth to exact his revenge on Vegeta. If time permits, he might be able to accompany them. Yet, he ponders whether the timeline of this world has progressed to the point of the Super Battle Arc. Nevertheless, if it hasn't, he can seek out the guardian of this world to guide him to the underworld, and from there, travel to King Kai's planet to ascertain the location of the southern galaxy. Upon arriving on Earth, Lin Chen quickly discerns that this world seems to be set many years later than his original one. Due to his frequent visits to West City, he always lands there when teleporting to Earth. This occasion is no different. However, as he appears above West City, he notices that it is far more prosperous than in his previous world, adorned with numerous unfamiliar billboards. It is evident that this world's timeline surpasses his original by many years, suggesting that the Dragon Ball narrative has commenced. Yet, he wonders what the current year of the age is. After some reflection, Lin Chen clears his mind and begins to sense the energies across the planet. Soon, he identifies several powerful auras, some of which unmistakably belong to Saiyans. One aura, in particular, feels somewhat familiar. Is that Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta is present on Earth. And since no battle has ensued, this timeline must be situated after Frieza's defeat. Yet, he remains uncertain if they have reached the events of the Super Battle Arc. Contemplating this, Lin Chen promptly activates his instantaneous movement, reappearing near Vegeta's location. He finds himself amidst a grove of cherry blossoms, and as soon as he manifests, his energy is detected by those present. Who goes there? In the next moment, he is surrounded by a throng of individuals. Seeing these familiar faces, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Vegeta, future Trunks, Son Gohan, as well as Master Roshi, Bulma, and Oolong, among others. The timeline of this world indeed appears to be several years ahead of his own. Judging by the circumstances, the androids must have already made their appearance, right? Hello? Lin Chen greeted the group with a wave and a smile. However, his salutation did little to alleviate the wariness felt by those in front of him. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, his eyes first scanning the battle suit he wore, then resting on the tail coiled around his waist, exclaiming, "A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan?" "Yes, I am a Saiyan, known as Linkus. You may also refer to me by my Earth name, Lin Chen." Chapter 50, A Different World. Without the cell games and time-space paradox impossible, upon hearing Lin Chen's admission of his Saiyan heritage, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. "The only Saiyans in this world are myself, Kakarot, and our sons. There are no others." Observing Vegeta's scornful demeanor, Lin Chen could not help but concede that, compared to the grown Vegeta before him, the younger, eager to learn Vegeta from his own world, was far more endearing. "You are partially correct, yet not entirely. I am indeed not a Saiyan from your world. I hail from an alternate dimension." An alternate dimension? At this revelation, the onlookers momentarily paused, their comprehension faltering. However, one among them, the remarkable Bulma, was quick to piece together the significance. Clutching the infant Trunks, she squeezed through the crowd. "An alternate dimension? Are you a Saiyan from a different parallel universe? Just like Trunks? Bulma, keep your distance." This individual is quite suspicious, Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed at the proximity of his wife to someone he deemed dubious. Trunks, equally anxious, chimed in, Mom, be careful. Not to worry. He is likely not lying. The Bulma of this world, much like her counterpart from Lin Chen's realm, exuded a carefree spirit. Remember, Trunks, you yourself are from a parallel dimension, are you not? Upon hearing this, Trunks fell into a stupor. His mother's words rang true. He was indeed a product of a different timeline. Thus, the emergence of another Saiyan from an alternate reality seemed plausible. By the way, how did you arrive in our world? Do you possess a time machine as well? Bulma continued, her curiosity piqued. Lin Chen responded, I actually found myself in this place due to an unforeseen incident, not a time machine. My power detector sensed formidable energy here, prompting me to investigate. I never anticipated encountering you all. Observing the assembly, Lin Chen discerned they were partaking in a cherry blossom viewing. A moment that coincided with the timeline just prior to the events of Super Warrior. In that narrative, Paragus made his appearance during a cherry blossom festival. Lin Chen suspected that Paragus could materialize at any moment, hence he chose not to elaborate further. Fortunately, with the exception of Bulma, the majority of those present were either engrossed in training or preoccupied with culinary delights and beauty. Bulma's easygoing nature meant she did not press for more information, allowing the conversation to shift. Thus, the gathering swiftly moved past inquiries into Lin Chen's origins. Instead, Gohan and the others warmly invited the interdimensional wanderer to join their cherry blossom celebration, with Gohan expressing his intent to introduce Lin Chen to his father upon his arrival. As the cherry blossom festivities resumed, the group reclined on the grass, engaging in karaoke. The proud Vegeta retreated to a secluded spot, leaning against a tree, and closed his eyes to rest. Everything unfolded just as Lin Chen recalled from the narrative of Super Battle. Anticipating the arrival of Paragus, Lin Chen chose not to hastily seek out Broly, allowing the plot to progress naturally. Moreover, conversing with these familiar characters was a rare experience for him. After all, many of them had not yet been born in Lin Chen's original timeline, or were merely children. Thus, he felt most at ease with their current selves. As Krillin commenced to sing, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of the Saiyans in this timeline, turning to Gohan beside him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this parallel universe diverged significantly from the Dragon Ball world he knew. If Lin Chen's understanding of the original Dragon Ball universe is considered the primary world, then his own realm represents a parallel version. This world, akin to Lin Chen's, is also a distinct parallel universe from the primary one. In this reality, the Cell games had never transpired. Although the androids and Cell made their appearances, the narrative diverged after Cell absorbed Android 17, leading to a divergence from the Dragon Ball universe Lin Chen was familiar with. In this timeline, to combat Androids 17 and 18, Vegeta and Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber, achieving powers beyond that of Super Saiyans. Consequently, when Cell reached his second form, Vegeta did not allow Cell to absorb Android 18 as in the primary world. Instead, he swiftly defeated him. From that moment, the tale took a different turn. With the absence of a perfect Cell, the Cell games never occurred, and humanity remained oblivious to the existence of such a terrifying creature, allowing peace to prevail. Much like what Lin Chen currently observed. So that was it. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen unraveled a mystery that had long puzzled him. Previously, while watching Super Battle, he had wondered why, with the impending climactic battle and the formidable foe Cell looming, Vegeta and the others would venture so far to the South Galaxy. Furthermore, with the world on the brink of destruction, why were people on Earth still lining up to enroll their children in tutoring classes? The answer lay in the fact that Cell had long since perished. Trunks, your father is the savior, isn't he? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Trunks, who was standing nearby. The latter lowered his head, his face flushed, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Bulma chimed in with a laugh. Even if he is a savior, he's a guy who can't even sing well. Do you know why he hides away? It's simply because he feels embarrassed not to sing as well as Krillin. This elicited laughter from the others. Bulma. Vegeta suddenly leaped out from behind a cherry blossom tree, his expression one of irritation. At that moment, an unexpected darkness enveloped the heads of the crowd, and suddenly, a colossal spacecraft materialized before them. It has arrived. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The others, however, stood up, their expressions wary. Trunks, is that a Saiyan aboard that ship? Gohan inquired. Indeed, it appears there is a Saiyan on board, Trunks affirmed with a nod. Humph, what is happening today? Why does another Saiyan appear? Vegeta, regaining his haughty demeanor, questioned Lin Kex. No, I am unfamiliar with this spacecraft and the Saiyan aboard, Lin Chen replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the spacecraft finally descended onto a grassy area not far from them. Shortly after, a throng of extraterrestrial beings clad in purple armor emerged from the ship, rushing towards the assembled group. Chapter 51, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Journey to new planet Vegeta. As the enigmatic extraterrestrials charged towards them, an air of vigilance enveloped the group. Only Vegeta displayed a disdainful demeanor, for he sensed that these aliens were nothing more than weaklings. This sentiment was indeed substantiated under Lin Chen's combat power detector. The energy levels of these beings hovered around a mere 1,000, merely foot soldiers. However, as they approached Vegeta, they unexpectedly knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay homage to Prince Vegeta. Who are you?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed. "What do you seek?" "We have been searching for you, Prince Vegeta." A voice Lin Chen recognized emerged from behind the throng of aliens, revealing a Saiyan stepping forward, none other than Paragus from this realm. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Indeed, I am Paragus." He knelt before Vegeta, one knee touching the ground. "Prince Vegeta, we have come specifically to welcome you as the king of New Planet Vegeta." New Planet Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Yes," Paragus continued. "This is a new planet I have established. As you are well aware, after our planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, I have longed to reconstruct our home world, allowing the might of the Saiyan race to resonate throughout the cosmos once more. However, this endeavor is beyond my capabilities alone. It can only be realized under your leadership." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, dismissing the notion. The glory of the Saiyan race was but a relic of the past to him, and he held no interest in it. Seeing Vegeta's disinterest, Paragus resorted to his second argument. "Prince Vegeta, even if you are unwilling to restore the Saiyan Empire, do you not possess an interest in dealing with the fabled Super Saiyan?" "The fabled Super Saiyan?" Vegeta halted. "Indeed, recently, a legendary Super Saiyan has emerged in the southern galaxy. He wields astonishing power and has obliterated countless planets. Several celestial bodies near new planet Vegeta have already fallen victim to his attacks. At this rate, our newly established planet may also face destruction. Your Majesty, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to confront this rebellious Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan?" "Intriguing." Vegeta turned, declaring, "Very well, I shall investigate." As Vegeta made his way towards the spacecraft, Trunks swiftly interjected, "Father, do not heed his words. What legendary Super Saiyan? Are we not Super Saiyans ourselves?" "What?" Paragus faltered momentarily. "Huh." Trunks suddenly unleashed his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to glance at Trunks' combat power. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had utilized the system to assess the combat abilities of each individual, discovering that although they resided in two parallel universes, their fighting power systems appeared strikingly similar. Even the formidable Vegeta, in his normal state, possessed a combat power of merely 1.5 million, comparable to Lin Chen's own level. This was already on par with the power levels from the Cell Saga, indicating that Lin Chen's earlier conjectures regarding combat strength were indeed accurate. The authentic power levels within the Dragon Ball universe were far less exaggerated than depicted in the original work, where characters often boasted billions or even trillions of units. As one's strength increased, the enhancements to combat power became increasingly gradual. Take Vegeta, for instance, who, following the Android Saga, still retained the capability to defeat Cell's second form. Yet his normal combat power lingered around 1.5 million. However, Lin Chen could not afford to feel entirely at ease. After all, in this world, the strength gained from transforming into a Super Saiyan was still beyond the system's detection. Lin Chen feared that the combat power boost for Super Saiyans in this realm might differ from that in his own universe. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, upon witnessing the combat power scanned by the system for Trunks, Lin Chen's anxiety dissipated. 22 million. With Trunks' normal combat power at 1 million. This indicated that his power increase upon transforming into a Super Saiyan was consistent with Lin Chen's universe, yielding a mere 20-fold enhancement. "See, both my father and I can transform into Super Saiyans. So what is so terrifying about the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of?" Trunks remarked. Paragus gazed at Trunks with astonishment, then turned his attention to Vegeta, but soon regained his composure. "You must be Prince Trunks, of the royal bloodline of Vegeta. Regrettably, while you do bear a resemblance to the legendary Super Saiyan, as far as I am aware, there remains a notable disparity between you and that fabled warrior." "What?" "Oh." Vegeta responded with a slight smile. "Paragus, what do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty Vegeta," Paragus continued. "The Super Saiyan who wreaked havoc upon the South Galaxy appears to be the legendary warrior our Saiyan lore speaks of, one who emerges only once every millennium. He is the embodiment of destruction, knowing only slaughter. I have heard testimonies from survivors who encountered him, and it is noted that the appearance of that Super Saiyan differs from the transformation of a prince. Most crucially, the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is a yellowish green, not the golden aura exhibited by princes. Fascinating. Paragus, head immediately to new planet Vegeta. I must witness this so-called legendary Super Saiyan for myself. With that, Vegeta no longer hesitated and strode directly towards the spaceship. What legendary Super Saiyan could possibly surpass Cell? He mused. For he was now the invincible Super Vegeta of the universe, unafraid of anything. Father, Trunks attempted to persuade him further, but was interrupted by Paragus. Your Highness, why not join us as well? Trunks pondered, torn in indecision. At that moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, saying, Trunks, let us embark on this journey together. I am equally intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan. Mr. Lin Chen, is that you? Paragus exclaimed in surprise. Are you also a Saiyan? Indeed, Lin Chen replied, crossing his arms. I am a wandering Saiyan, uncertain of your reception towards me. Of course, the newly established Saiyan kingdom welcomes every homeless Saiyan. Paragus chuckled warmly. Thus, Lin Chen joined Vegeta aboard the spaceship. Concerned for Vegeta's well-being, Trunks felt compelled to follow suit. Accompanying them were the drunken Master Roshi, who had forcefully boarded the ship in a state of inebriation, along with Gohan, Krillin, and Oolong, who inadvertently found themselves entangled in Master Roshi's antics. Chapter 52. The first encounter with Broly, the allure of the transcendent bloodline. The new planet Vegeta, nestled within the southern galaxy, was reached by Paragus's spacecraft, which employed some alien technology, in a mere day from Earth. On board, Paragus lavished praise upon Vegeta with fervent enthusiasm, nearly to the point of absurdity. The turtle hermit, observing the scene, could not restrain himself and remarked to Trunks, Trunks, be wary of this Paragus. He does not seem to be a man of good intentions. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat quietly in a corner, scrutinizing various information regarding the innocent and oblivious Gohan. Gohan, who do you think is stronger? Vegeta or your father Goku? Gohan furrowed his brow, tilting his head in contemplation. After Cell's defeat, Uncle Vegeta has been eager to spar with Dad. But Dad has been too busy, so I can't say for certain. Perhaps, my father is slightly stronger? Though Uncle Vegeta did defeat Cell. Then, is it safe to assume that Goku's combat power exceeds that of Vegeta? Lin Chen pondered with growing concern. As it stood, Vegeta could at least transform into a Super Saiyan second grade, considering his current base power of 1.5 million. It was likely that Vegeta's ultimate strength surpassed even Lin Chen's. Furthermore, Goku might have already reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, suggesting that his prowess could indeed overshadow Vegeta's. Yet, even with such formidable strength, they had proven powerless against Broly in the original storyline. Could Lin Chen truly contend with such a formidable adversary? Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his thoughts. Ding. Host's doubts detected, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Employ a strategy to vanquish Broly and Paragus without allowing Broly to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward. Combat power of 1 million. Choice 2. Collaborate with Goku and the others to defeat Broly. Reward. Combat power of 3 million. Choice 3. Conquer Broly single-handedly. Reward. Combat power of 5 million. A task centered entirely on combat power selection? Without hesitation, Lin Chen opted for the highest reward. System, I choose 3. In truth, choice 1 was the least arduous. The so-called bloodless method Lin Chen envisioned involved immediately subduing Paragus and seizing the control device from him, ensuring that Goku would not encounter Broly. If these 3 objectives were accomplished, waiting a few days would result in a comet colliding with the new planet Vegeta. Though Broly would not perish, he would sustain severe injuries, and Paragus and his cohort would descend into the abyss alongside the comet, allowing the task to be fulfilled effortlessly. As for choice 2, it mirrored the original plot, where Goku and his 3 Super Saiyan allies, along with Piccolo, endured a fierce battle before ultimately defeating Broly. With Lin Chen's inclusion, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. However, whether choosing 1 or 2, both options felt like acts of cowardice to Lin Chen. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen is destined to challenge even the gods in the future. Should he retreat now, what courage would he possess to confront the divine later? Although he may seem outmatched by Broly at present, Lin Chen is acutely aware that he possesses one final trump card. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please complete the task promptly. Wait a moment, system. I wish to confirm. Does defeating Broly alone, even through a wheeled battle, count? Or must I confront Broly entirely on my own? Lin Chen needed to clarify this. Otherwise, if Son Goku were to intervene unexpectedly, his task would be jeopardized. In response, host, as long as you ensure that no one assists you during the confrontation, it will qualify as defeating Broly alone. Previous encounters with others do not affect task completion. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt reassured. Soon after, the spacecraft descended upon New Vegeta. The landscape revealed a planet in a state of desolation, with towering buildings emerging from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green extraterrestrials were laboring to transport materials and construct new edifices. Yet Lin Chen understood that this scene was merely an illusion crafted by Paragus to deceive Vegeta. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Paragus and his entourage made their way toward a distant palace. There, a ragtag army composed of villains from across the galaxy shouted Vegeta's name in welcome. Among the crowd, Lin Chen spotted his target, the Broly of this world. In comparison to Broly from Lin Chen's own world, this version appeared frail and feeble, wearing a perpetually disheartened expression. However, Lin Chen knew that this was all a facade. Beneath Broly's calm exterior lay a heart filled with brutality. Unlike the Broly from Lin Chen's world, this version harbored only pure malevolence, devoid of any trace of benevolence. Your Majesty Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I hope you will promote him in the future. Paragus said with an ingratiating smile. Vegeta cast a cursory glance at Broly, showing little interest. Indeed, from Vegeta's perspective, Broly's aura was hardly stronger than Gohan's. However, through the capabilities of his system, Lin Chen discerned that Broly's base combat power had reached an astonishing 1.6 million, surpassing both Lin Chen and Vegeta. Currently, Broly's strength was being suppressed by the energy-constricting device shaped like a crown upon his head, rendering Vegeta oblivious to Broly's true power, leading him to perceive Broly as merely weak. Hello, I am Broly, he greeted politely. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, intending to proceed deeper into the palace. At that moment, a soldier suddenly reported, Report. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared on Marmokato Star. What? Vegeta halted, immediately declaring, Set off at once. I must meet this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, come with me. The two individuals promptly made their way towards the palace exit. Observing this, Trunks attempted to offer a few words of counsel but was swiftly silenced by Vegeta's retort. If you're afraid, then don't come. Accompanied by Broly, Vegeta exited the palace, and just as they were about to head towards the spacecraft, Broly, brushing past Lin Chen, suddenly came to a halt. Broly? Paragus inquired. Noticing his son had not followed Vegeta, he observed Broly's gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his expression gradually shifting. What is this? Lin Chen discerned the reason. Broly had sensed the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline residing within him. Two beings sharing the same bloodline felt the presence of a similar power within each other. The fabled Super Saiyan bloodline, a rare heritage that emerges once every millennium, is indeed the true royal lineage among the Saiyans. And since there can only be one king, Broly, possessing the royal blood, instinctively regarded Lin Chen with hostility. However, Lin Chen was not one to yield easily. He met Broly's gaze with an impassive stare. The atmosphere became charged with an almost palpable tension, as an invisible force clashed between the two. Chapter 53, The Fateful Encounter. Wukong and Broly. Lin Chen and Broly stood locked in a gaze, an electric tension crackling between them. Broly's countenance grew increasingly grim, anger flickering across his features. Who are you? Broly demanded, teeth clenched. I am Lin Chen, though you may also refer to me as Lin Kes. I am a Saiyan, Lin Chen replied. Lin Kes. The two were drawn together by a shared bloodline, and Broly, already prone to emotional volatility due to his legendary Super Saiyan lineage, felt the surge of competition ignite within him upon sensing a kindred spirit. He teetered on the brink of losing control. Broly. Paragus, sensing his son's agitation, hurried over, a device in his hand glowing to life. Broly, calm yourself. As Paragus activated the device, the headband on Broly's forehead illuminated. Moments later, Broly regained his composure and raced after Vegeta. Once the spaceship ascended, Trunks hurried over. Mr. Lin Chen, that person seemed quite dangerous. Indeed, I sensed an aura of malevolence. Gohan added, Will Vegeta be alright out there? Krillin asked, gazing at the now-vanished spacecraft. Rest assured, Vegeta should be fine, Lin Chen reassured. From what I observed, it appears Broly only loses control in the presence of Son Goku. One must wonder what grudge he bears against Son Goku, merely having been disturbed by his cries as a child, yet harboring such animosity for a lifetime? Lin Chen mused. Feeling fortunate that the system had eliminated the adverse effects of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline during his own transformation. Although his version lacked the raw potency of the original, he was spared the risk of succumbing to madness like Broly. After Vegeta and the others departed, Krillin and his companions suggested exploring the planet. With little else to do, Lin Chen joined them. On new planet Vegeta, the opulence surrounding the royal palace was starkly contrasted by the dilapidated, abandoned cosmic metropolis just beyond its borders. What is the meaning of this? Krillin and Gohan questioned, perplexed. Perhaps Paragus never intended to establish a true Saiyan nation, Lin Chen speculated. What? Trunks exclaimed, eyes wide. Over there. At that moment, Krillin pointed towards a distant construction site in the abandoned city. What is that place? Trunks inquired. It appears to be a mining site. Or rather, an energy plant, Lin Chen observed. It seems they draw energy from underground to supply the palace. No wonder that area is so lush compared to the rest of the planet. At the construction site, numerous diminutive extraterrestrials were visible, laboring under the watchful eyes of Paragus' subordinates, subjected to servitude. Well versed in the narrative of Dragon Ball, Lin Chen understood that these extraterrestrials were likely the indigenous inhabitants of the nearby planet Shamo. They had been captured by Paragus to construct this new planet Vegeta. However, the reality was that everything here was merely a facade, from the name of the new planet Vegeta to the opulent palaces. It was all orchestrated to prolong Vegeta's stay on this planet for just a few more days. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the sky. At that moment, though invisible to the naked eye, a comet was hurtling towards the new planet Vegeta in the vastness of outer space. In less than 2 days, that comet would collide with the planet, leading to the demise of all Saiyans beneath its catastrophic impact. This was the true intention of Broly's father, Paragus. In fact, Paragus could have simply commanded Broly to eliminate Vegeta and his companions, yet he went to great lengths out of fear of Broly's power. Worried that he might lose control during the battle, unfortunately for Paragus, he ultimately miscalculated by overlooking one crucial figure, Bardock's son, Kakarot. That is, the influence of Son Goku on Broly. As Lin Chen reflected on the storyline, Son Gohan could no longer bear the plight of the Shamo inhabitants below and felt compelled to intervene. A group of warriors with power levels merely in the thousands were no match for Gohan and his allies. At that moment, Son Goku, tracking Broly's energy, also instantaneously appeared nearby. Dad. Huh. Gohan. Krillin. What are you all doing here? Huh. And who is this Saiyan? Goku asked, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. Dad. This is Lin Chen. He is a Saiyan from another world. Gohan explained. Oh, another world? Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku easily accepted Lin Chen, saying, Hello, Lin Chen. I sense you possess great strength. Perhaps we could spar together sometime? Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Nearby, Krillin and the others shook their heads. Sorry. Lin Chen. But that's just Goku. He can't resist a challenge from a strong opponent. It's alright. I too wish to test myself against formidable opponents. By the way, Mr. Goku, are you currently tracking the legendary Super Saiyan? Huh. How do you know? Goku replied, intrigued. Because we are also in search of the legendary Super Saiyan. Gohan elaborated on their quest. After listening to Gohan, Goku furrowed his brow. I am tracing the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Could that person be Paragus? Just as Goku finished speaking, Paragus' voice echoed nearby. So you have arrived, Kakarot. You are Paragus? The group turned to see Paragus accompanied by a cadre of henchmen at the edge of the construction site, evidently having come over upon hearing the commotion. Paragus, recognizing familiar faces, smiled and remarked, Indeed. How about we share a dinner together? Kakarot, you are just like your father Bardock. Sounds great. Sun Wukong possesses an utter lack of resistance when it comes to indulging in food. Thus, the group made their way to the palace for a sumptuous feast. During the meal, Sun Wukong informed his companions that the aura he sensed was not that of Paragus. As doubts arose regarding the legendary Super Saiyan possibly being another Saiyan they had yet to encounter, Vegeta returned from his quest to uncover the whereabouts of this fabled warrior. The satiated group eagerly approached him, keen to inquire if he had found any trace of the legendary Super Saiyan. Ah, Vegeta. Kakarot. Have you come here specifically for me to end your life? He taunted. Still the same, I see. I am in search of the legendary Super Saiyan. Then your journey is in vain. For once the legendary Super Saiyan is discovered, it shall be I who brings about his demise. You may return. With that, Vegeta departed. Sun Wukong chuckled, remarking, that Vegeta, always trying to act cool. However, at that moment, he suddenly froze, turning his gaze to behold Broly, who had followed Vegeta away from the spaceship. The fated rivals were destined to meet once more. Chapter 54, Rampage, the legendary Super Saiyan Kakarot. Broly instantly recognized the visage of Son Goku. In this realm, both Broly and Goku were born on the same day, their incubation pods situated side by side. At that time, The formidable battle power emanating from Broly had frightened the infant Goku into tears. Ironically, Goku's cries instilled fear in Broly, leaving an indelible shadow over him regarding Kakarot. Now, upon encountering Goku before him, Broly's aura surged uncontrollably. This overwhelming energy radiated immense pressure, prompting all those present to adopt a defensive stance. This aura. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan I have been tracking? Goku immediately identified Broly's energy. He had been tasked by the King Kai to investigate the legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the South Galaxy. The residual energy he sensed on a recently destroyed planet was precisely that of Broly standing before him. This is bad, Paragus exclaimed, swiftly activating the control device in an attempt to pacify Broly. Vegeta had not ventured far. If he were to be alerted, Paragus's plans would be in ruins. Broly, calm down. Broly, Kakarot. The headband control device on Broly's forehead illuminated, temporarily restraining the escalation of his aura. However, Paragus was perplexed. Although Broly's energy had stabilized, it neither diminished nor receded. What is happening? This is terrible. Paragus suddenly recalled that during the day, Broly had nearly lost control upon encountering Lin Chen, though he had quickly subdued him with the control device. Yet, it seemed that the device was nearing its limits. Curse it! Why must this occur at such a critical moment? Paragus, what are you doing? Vegeta, who had initially departed, felt the surge of Broly's energy and hastily returned. He gazed in astonishment at Broly, enveloped in a golden aura reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Paragus, what has happened to Broly? Vegeta inquired. Broly is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan we seek. Goku shouted. What? No, Vegeta, that cannot be. Broly cannot possibly be a Super Saiyan. He is merely. Paragus attempted to refute, but Trunks arrived, declaring, Father, Mr. Goku speaks the truth. Paragus is deceitful. Everything about this planet is a lie. The cities over there lie in ruins. This man is steeped in falsehood. You must be cautious. I. Paragus stammered, caught off guard, when suddenly, the energy he had been suppressing within Broly erupted once more. Kakarot. Broly's battle power surged like a volcano, ascending rapidly. His hair transformed, shimmering into a deep crimson hue. The ascendant Super Saiyan, Lin Chen, possessing the same bloodline as Broly, instantly recognized the changes in Broly. To his surprise, he discovered that Paragus's controller had begun to malfunction at this critical moment. The narrative had seemingly shifted unexpectedly with Lin Chen's appearance. The decisive battle, initially slated for the following day, appeared to be hastening towards its inevitable confrontation. With a resounding bang, the controller in Paragus's hand suddenly exploded, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. Paragus, who had initially attempted to conceal his intentions, finally relinquished his facade. Damn it. Very well, Vegeta. You fool. As dense as your father. Are you truly deceiving me? Indeed. Paragus exclaimed, flinging his hand dismissively. What worth is there in this wretched planet? Moreover, it is on the brink of destruction by a comet. My true ambition lies in the Earth you now inhabit. I intend to use it as the foundation for my and Broly's empire, to dominate the entire universe. As long as you and this planet are obliterated by the comet, Broly and I shall face no obstacles. Although the plan had shifted, the outcome remained unchanged as long as you perished. Go forth, Broly. Without the need for Paragus's command, Broly advanced towards Son Goku with heavy steps. Kakarot. Freed from the controller's suppression, Broly's aura swelled, rapidly transforming from a pseudo-Super Saiyan to a true Super Saiyan form, while his forehead's control device still exerted some influence, preventing his hair from turning golden and instead giving it a bluish-green hue. The immense power he radiated was undeniably that of a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen observed that Broly's combat power had surged to an astonishing 32 million, far surpassing his own. Yet, this strength paled in comparison to Vegeta, who had once vanquished Cell, the legendary Super Saiyan. Preposterous. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta also transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power skyrocketing to 30 million. Yet Vegeta's transformation was not complete. His energy continued to escalate. Suddenly, his aura erupted like an explosion, unleashing an overwhelming force that whipped up a fierce whirlwind, striking everyone in the face. Very well. Let me witness the true strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. His combat power soared to 5 million. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of envy. It was evident that Vegeta had mastered the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, which granted an astonishing 35-fold increase in combat power. Although Lin Chen's base power was greater, Vegeta, through his transformation, had already surpassed him. No wonder Vegeta remained confident even after witnessing Broly's transformation. Broly, your opponent is me, Vegeta shouted, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached Broly, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his neck. However, Broly appeared to be impervious to any sensation, remaining utterly still as he advanced unwaveringly towards Son Goku. What? Vegeta was taken aback. How could it be that, despite his full-throttle assault, Broly seemed entirely unscathed? What on earth is going on with that guy? Meanwhile, Son Goku's expression grew serious. He had withstood Vegeta's strike without a scratch. In that case, let him come. Kakarot. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Kakarot. Observing that Broly dismissed him entirely, Vegeta soared into the sky, raising his hand to unleash a powerful energy wave directed at Broly, disregarding Goku's presence beside him. Vegeta, stop. Boom. The energy wave struck Broly squarely, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, yet the resulting shockwave sent everyone present hurtling backward. Ha ha ha, what legendary Super Saiyan. I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed maniacally, preparing to turn his attention to Paragus, intent on dealing with the one who had so thoroughly bewildered him. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned to the epicenter of the recent explosion. Broly stood there, completely unscathed. Chapter 55, Terror. The legendary power with a single strike from Vegeta, a profound crater was etched into the ground. The ensuing shockwave nearly obliterated the nearby royal palace. Even Goku was compelled to utilize instant transmission to momentarily escape to a distant location. Those at a greater distance, including Lin Chen, took refuge in the sky. However, Broly, who directly withstood such an overwhelming assault, remained utterly unscathed, his aura showing no sign of waning. In fact, far from diminishing, Broly's energy appeared to be escalating. How could this be? Witnessing the astonishing power emanating from Broly, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, everyone, be cautious, Goku shouted, sensing Broly's transformation and urging the others to take heed. Lin Chen, too, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his face, in his eyes. Broly's combat prowess was evidently on the rise. 55 million, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. As Broly's battle power surged, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Suddenly, a look of anguish crossed Broly's face. Roar! Boom! 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 Out of nowhere, the sky was filled with countless bolts of lightning. These arcs penetrated the atmosphere, exploding midair and fragmenting into innumerable streaks of electricity that cascaded downwards, striking the ground. Thunderous roars echoed as many of Paragus' henchmen, drawn by the commotion, were struck by these bolts and instantly vaporized. Watch out! Goku exclaimed, shielding Gohan and the others from the descending lightning. Lin Chen waved his hand forcefully, dispersing a bolt of lightning. Goku glanced at Lin Chen, having noticed the sudden surge of energy that emanated from him. Yet soon, their attention was once again drawn to Broly. At that moment, Broly's golden aura underwent a transformation, shifting from its original hue to a yellowish-green energy. Vegeta recalled a statement made by Paragus upon their first encounter. The aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is yellowish-green. This individual is already a Super Saiyan. Could he possibly undergo another transformation? Unfortunately for Vegeta, his thoughts proved prophetic. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly suddenly roared like a beast, his muscles swelling dramatically. A fierce and brutal energy radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. In the next instant, Broly's pupils gradually lost their color, and a surge of yellowish-green energy erupted violently. Soon, everyone present could sense an overwhelming aura, a chilling dread enveloping them. Ha! You are all doomed. No one can save you now. Broly, in his current state, is beyond control. He will not rest until the entire universe is annihilated. Observing Broly achieve his final transformation, becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus cried out in despair. Broly's long hair floated as his pupil-less eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. In that moment, his physique had transformed into an imposing figure, resembling a demonic deity. The legendary Super Saiyan. Under Broly's overwhelming aura, Vegeta found himself involuntarily retreating from his Super Saiyan state, collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way as he knelt, gasping for breath. What is happening? Vegeta, can you feel it? Paragus crawled out from a pit, a grim smile on his face. It seems your pure Saiyan bloodline has sensed it. The legendary Super Saiyan, this is the true bloodline of the Saiyan royalty. Before him, all Saiyans will inevitably feel the weight of his presence. I. Vegeta attempted to resist, but discovered he was utterly powerless. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart, a terror he had only experienced when facing Frieza. He never imagined he would feel it once more today. We will die. This thought plagued not only Vegeta, but also Goku and Lin Chen, both pure-blooded Saiyans who sensed the overwhelming bloodline suppression. So this is what the true legendary Super Saiyan is like. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated Broly's strength would be so formidable. Broly's battle power had reached an astonishing 80 million. The multiplier for the legendary Super Saiyan transformation had soared to 50 times, far surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan's 20-fold increase. Could he truly defeat such an opponent alone? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Kakarot. Broly glared at the face he despised, a savage smile spreading across his features. I will crush you to pieces. No sooner had he spoken than Broly lunged forward, the ground collapsing beneath his feet as he charged at Lin Chen. Dad! Gohan cried out, wishing to assist Goku. But Goku held him tightly. Run, Gohan! Even the battle-hungry Goku, influenced by the bloodline, sensed the insurmountable gap between himself and Broly. His fighting spirit extinguished as he could only flee with Gohan. Broly pursued them relentlessly. Seeing this, Trunks called out to Lin Chen and followed suit. Mr. Lin Chen, please take Mr. Klin and the others to safety. Lin Chen nodded, leading Klin and the others in the opposite direction of Broly. According to his original plan, Lin Chen would not intervene in the initial battle. He would only act once Goku and the others were defeated. Otherwise, he would be unable to complete the task of choosing option 3. But could he truly overcome Broly on his own? In the distance, Goku and Gohan evaded Broly's relentless pursuit, the blue energy spheres raining down behind them, shattering the earth into fragments. On numerous occasions, Sun Wukong and Gohan narrowly escaped being caught, thanks to Wukong's remarkable ability to teleport, which allowed him to evade danger at critical moments. However, after a brief pursuit, Broly suddenly halted. With a sinister grin, he conjured a cerulean energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards a nearby construction site. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, a cacophony of screams erupted. Countless lives of the Shamo Star slaves, who lay dormant at the site, were extinguished in the brilliance. Ha! Kakarot, if you do not engage in battle, I shall obliterate this planet. You fiend, I shall never allow you to succeed. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with fury as he landed alongside Gohan, then roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Gohan and Trunks also descended to the ground, each assuming the form of a Super Saiyan. In the face of the astonishing aura radiating from the 3 Super Saiyans, Broly merely emitted a cruel laugh. Charging forward with unyielding determination. Boom! A shockwave erupted instantaneously. Chapter 56. Overwhelming Disparity. Lin Chen joins the fray as Lin Chen departed with Krillin and the others. The distant sky resonated with thunderous booms. Mr. Lin Chen, are Goku and the others all right? Krillin inquired, cradling Master Roshi. I cannot say for certain. Broly is indeed formidable. Lin Chen replied. Are you not going to assist them? You are a Saiyan as well, are you not? Oolong, nestled in Lin Chen's arms, questioned. I shall. But first, you must board the spacecraft and leave, for this planet is on the brink of destruction. Upon revealing the news of the approaching comet to Krillin and the others, their faces turned pale with shock. What? What will happen to Goku and the others? Fool. Isn't Goku capable of instant transmission? We should be the ones worried. We must flee at once. As they landed, the group hastily made their way towards Paragus' spaceship. At that moment, Lin Chen spotted Paragus also fleeing towards the spacecraft. Go ahead, I will confront that Saiyan. Lin Chen declared, swiftly positioning himself before Paragus. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Paragus immediately halted. If you intend to escape with me, then follow. Otherwise, get out of my way. Will you not stay to accompany your son? Lin Chen asked. Humph. Broly is beyond my control now. He will only hinder me. Sighing, Lin Chen shook his head. Paragus, you have indeed been coerced by reality in this world. Allow me to set you free. What? Paragus was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Lin Chen's implication. He unleashed his aura, preparing to strike, but Lin Chen placed a hand upon his chest. Paragus, you are a pitiable man. I lament your plight in this life. However, rest assured, the other version of you is faring quite well. What are you saying? In an instant, a brilliant white-blue beam pierced Paragus' heart, ending the life of a man who had endured a lifetime of suffering, his character warped into selfishness by external circumstances. In truth, dying at Lin Chen's hands was a stroke of fortune for Paragus. Had Lin Chen not intervened, Paragus would have met his end at the hands of his own son, Broly, crushed within the spacecraft before being cast into the comet's embrace. As Paragus fell, Krillin and the others remained silent, offering no sympathy. After all, had it not been for Paragus' machinations, countless lives in the southern galaxy would not have been lost to Broly's wrath. His hands were stained with blood no less than that of Frieza. Returning to Krillin and the others, Lin Chen swiftly entered the spacecraft, dispatching Paragus' subordinates before emerging to address Krillin. Mr. Krillin, this vessel is now in your charge. Depart at once. I must check on Mr. Goku. Understood. Krillin nodded, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he turned towards the direction of Goku's battle. In that moment, the energy of Goku and his companions was rapidly diminishing. This is bad. It seems something has gone awry with Goku and the others. Krillin turned to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin Chen, I must entrust this to you. I am merely a human from Earth, and I can no longer intervene in such a battle. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, I understand. Leave it to me. He then soared towards the battlefield. Along the way, Lin Chen sensed that Goku's aura was waning, and it appeared that they were on the brink of exhaustion. Just as he contemplated accelerating his pace, an unfamiliar presence abruptly invaded the scene. Is that Piccolo? Indeed, upon arriving at the desolate city that had transformed into a battleground, Lin Chen saw Piccolo feeding the others with senzu beans. Revived, the 4Z fighters surrounded Broly, and it was at that moment that Lin Chen entered the fray. Broly cast a disdainful glance at him, sneering, no matter how many of you come, it makes no difference. In my eyes, you are all trash. Saiyan. Goku. Who is he? Piccolo inquired. This is Lin Chen, a wandering Saiyan. Goku replied before asking, Mr. Lin Chen, could you lend us a hand? This guy is incredibly formidable. Apologies, but I prefer to work alone. Should you all falter, I shall intervene. Lin Chen responded, constrained by the demands of his mission. Goku felt a pang of disappointment, while Piccolo, unaware of Lin Chen's true strength, paid little heed to his words. After all, they were facing an unprecedented foe, and if Lin Chen proved to be inadequate, his presence would only serve as an additional burden. Son Goku, enough chatter, let us all attack together. Piccolo shouted. All right, Goku replied. Ha ha ha, just surrender and die. It would spare you unnecessary suffering. Why can't you comprehend this? The legendary Saiyan bloodline, as energy swells, tends to erode one's sanity. Yet Broly, having been suppressed by Paragus, had not entirely lost his wits. Though Broly was ferocious and fearless in his rampage, the rational side of him was even more daunting. After restoring their strength with the senzu beans, Goku and his companions resumed their assault. The battle prowess of the 3 Super Saiyans exceeded 20 million, while Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, boasted a combat power of over 30 million. However, their combined efforts failed to even inflict a wound on Broly. What was even more despairing was Broly's seemingly boundless stamina. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is inherently a temporary state. The higher the level, the greater the physical toll. Thus, Super Saiyans are not suited for prolonged confrontations. Yet, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form appeared utterly unaffected by such limitations. Since the onset of the battle, Goku and the others had consumed a senzu bean, bolstered by Piccolo and the recently revived Vegeta, who had rekindled his fighting spirit. 4 Super Saiyans, along with a singular Super Namekian, proved utterly incapable of diminishing Broly's formidable aura even by a fraction. Boom. Ugh. With a muffled grunt, Vegeta found himself forcefully pressed into a massive boulder by Broly's hand. A crater, reminiscent of the impact left by a colossal meteorite, emerged on the surface of the stone, with an array of wide fissures sprawling outwards, gradually enveloping the entire rock. Vegeta, ensnared in the center of the pit, succumbed to unconsciousness after Broly mercilessly struck his head multiple times, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta's fall signified the conclusion of the battle, apart from Lin Chen, who observed from the sidelines. No one else remained standing. Is this truly the end? Humph. Trash is ultimately trash. Broly released his grip, allowing Vegeta to tumble to the ground, and then, as if to flaunt his overwhelming power, he erupted into a triumphant roar. Amidst his raucous celebration, a golden aura ignited around him, resembling a fiercely burning flame, radiating with unrestrained splendor. Yet, at that moment, a figure unexpectedly materialized before Broly. Broly, perhaps you should hold off on celebrating your victory for just a moment. Do not forget, I am still here. Chapter 57. Confronting the Enemy. The fierce duel with Broly. Before Broly stood the imposing figure of Lin Chen. However, upon recognizing him, a hint of disdain crept across Broly's face. What kind of trash is this? Lin Chen remained silent, responding instead by transforming into a Super Saiyan. As his overwhelming energy surged forth, the exhausted Goku and others lifted their heads in astonishment. Lin Chen, he can transform into a Super Saiyan too? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Lin Chen. Trunks felt a flicker of hope. That fool, why didn't he help earlier? Piccolo seethed with anger. As for Vegeta, he merely raised his head to glance at Lin Chen, then wearily closed his eyes. It's futile, we are all doomed. Broly, witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, remained unfazed, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He pointed a finger at Lin Chen and declared, even if you can transform, trash will always be trash. You'll soon learn whether I am trash or not. Lin Chen's form vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Broly. He struck with his leg, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Broly's chest, unleashing a wave of force accompanied by a thunderous sound that shook the air. Yet, Broly did not even bother to defend himself, meeting Lin Chen's attack head-on with his chest. Did you really put in some effort? Broly's manic grin widened. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he pivoted, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Broly, each strike infused with all his might. If these blows were to land on a planet, they could potentially shatter its core. Now, as his fists collided with Broly, they produced deafening booms, each impact reverberating through the air. Is that all you've got? Broly's voice dripped with contempt. Lin Chen's face paled, his assault abruptly ceasing as he retreated swiftly. Almost simultaneously, Broly's palm surged with a concentrated azure energy sphere. Explosive strike. Broly waved his hand, sending the energy sphere hurtling towards Lin Chen. This blue sphere possessed a tracking attribute, and even as Lin Chen leaped into the sky in a desperate attempt to evade, it was too late. He could only brace himself with his arms crossed defensively. Boom. The explosion echoed, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Is he dead? Broly mused, but suddenly paused as he spotted a glimmer of green light within the haze. Explosive strike. A sphere identical to the one Broly had just unleashed shot forth from the smoke, crashing directly toward him. However, unlike Lin Chen, Broly merely waved his hand lightly, sending the energy sphere ricocheting away before it detonated overhead. Your techniques are not that difficult to replicate. Lin Chen emerged from the smoke, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Broly. How about this technique? Broly suddenly burst into laughter, the light in his hand flickering, as he hurled a cerulean energy sphere with great force. The diminutive orb sped toward Lin Chen, who realized that evasion was futile and braced himself for the impact. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The talent of a primary martial arts genius has been activated, mastering the technique of the massive meteor. Massive meteor? This is bad. Lin Chen quickly lowered his defenses and brought his hands together. Simultaneously, the small energy sphere in the distance expanded dramatically, its diameter swelling to several dozen meters. The energy from this strike, if it struck the ground, would likely annihilate the planet. Just as Lin Chen was about to be engulfed by the energy sphere, his figure suddenly flickered and reappeared behind Broly. Kamehameha. A brilliant azure light sliced through the air, and a torrent of formidable energy surged forth, engulfing Broly's form entirely. What? He can also use the Kamehameha? Wasn't that Goku's instant transmission just now? Who exactly is this Saiyan? Witnessing Lin Chen's display of prowess, Goku and the others were left in astonishment. The fact that Lin Chen could transform into a Super Saiyan had already shocked them, but to think he could also execute Goku's technique was beyond their expectations. No wonder he wanted to fight alone. Mr. Lin Chen is incredibly powerful, Trunks exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. However, Vegeta gritted his teeth, declaring no. It's useless. He is far outmatched. Vegeta's words were not unfounded. Having taken the brunt of Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha, Broly unexpectedly turned around within the energy wave. Smirking at Lin Chen, what are you doing? As soon as the words left his mouth, Broly charged straight toward Lin Chen, as if traversing a river. What? Boom. Broly's fist collided with Lin Chen's face. The overwhelming force of the punch transformed into a transparent shockwave, sending Lin Chen hurtling like a projectile, ultimately crashing into a towering building. With a thunderous roar, the structure could not withstand the impact and crumbled. From the dust of the collapse, Lin Chen emerged, gasping for breath, swallowing the remnants of the Senzu Bean. Had it not been for the Senzu Bean, that punch would have rendered him incapacitated like Goku and the others. Ha ha ha. It seems you can take a bit more punishment than they can. Let us continue our game. With a wild roar, Broly charged at Lin Chen, who also gathered his strength. Two brilliant flashes traversed the increasingly bright sky, colliding with a resounding impact. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens erupted with powerful detonations, the result of two fists clashing fiercely. Under the strain of these two tremendous forces, the new planet of Vegeta began to tremble violently, as chaotic energy triggered earthquakes throughout, causing mountains and rocks to collapse. Not far away, the five companions of Wukong had regrouped, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who was bravely confronting Broly. They could only stare in disbelief, Their injuries were severe, and although they had gradually regained some strength, they were still far from being able to engage in battle. It was clear that while Lin Chen was formidable, he was no match for Broly. Despite the considerable distance, the onlookers were not ordinary beings. They could sense the unfolding battle through the fluctuations of energy. In the presence of Broly, Lin Chen's energy was steadily diminishing, while Broly's power only continued to surge. The outcome of this clash was evident. "Piccolo, do you still have any senzu beans left? We need to assist," exclaimed Sun Wukong. Piccolo shook his head. "The senzu beans we had are all gone." At that moment, Gohan noticed something peculiar. "Father, why does Mr. Lin Chen's energy fluctuate so strangely?" The others turned their gaze toward the distant combat, and indeed, as Gohan had observed, Lin Chen's energy would occasionally plummet to a near-zero level, only to spike dramatically moments later. Chapter 58. Despair, an unwinnable battle. It is the senzu bean. That Saiyan possesses senzu beans. The Namekian's superior vision and hearing allowed Piccolo, who was observing the battle, to be the first to uncover Lin Chen's secret. Previously, none of the five had been a match for Broly, and it was inconceivable that Lin Chen could last alone for such an extended period. Fortunately, in preparation for this battle, Lin Chen had procured a substantial quantity of senzu beans from the cat sage of his world, just in case. Although it may seem that senzu beans are scarce in the original narrative, in reality, there are at least a dozen vats of them within Korin Tower. The reduction in their quantity later stemmed from the insatiable appetite of Yajirobe, who consumed them as if they were a staple food. At this moment in Lin Chen's world, Yajirobe had yet to arrive at Korin Tower, and the cat sage, having formed a partnership with Lin Chen, had expanded the cultivation of senzu beans. Thus, Lin Chen was prepared with at least several hundred senzu beans. What? Lin Chen actually has senzu beans? Why isn't he sharing any with us? Son Goku questioned in bewilderment. Gohan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Father, could it be that Mr. Lin Chen intends to utilize the senzu beans to enhance his combat prowess?" Enhance combat prowess? I had forgotten such a method existed. Each time a Saiyan nears death and revives, their power significantly increases. Goku and Vegeta had relied on this trait to rapidly elevate their strength on several occasions. However, Vegeta scoffed, "Foolish. That applies only to ordinary Saiyans. Our bodies have undergone countless trials, and this method will yield little improvement." If Lin Chen were present, he would certainly commend Vegeta's words. Since the battle commenced, he had been on the brink of death multiple times at Broly's hands and had consumed numerous senzu beans, yet the boost in his combat power was almost negligible. Even with the amplification from transforming into a Super Saiyan, the increase barely reached a few 100,000, truly inconsequential. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had only just come to this realization today. After all, in his original world, he had never before been so close to death since merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked across the horizon, carving a massive chasm 100 meters wide. An energy sphere then erupted violently, creating a crater with a diameter of a kilometer. The colossal energy orb lingered for a considerable duration before gradually dissipating. However, just as the orb began to fade, Broly heard a voice. "Came. Haim, huh?" In the next moment, Lin Chen reappeared before Broly, thrusting his hands forward with all his might to unleash the Kamehameha wave. The thick beam of light engulfed Broly entirely. Yet, as the beam dissipated, Broly tilted his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Chen. "Did you not say it was futile?" Death beam. Lin Chen pressed his fingers together and began to unleash Frieza's signature technique. Streams of golden energy beams intertwined, forming an impenetrable net that ensnared Broly. Each energy ray harbored terrifying power, and any misstep could result in devastating bodily harm. However, the beams striking Broly's form failed to penetrate his flesh, unable even to break his skin. A series of luminous rays were intercepted by a golden-green shield before reaching him. A protective barrier? Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and a bitter sensation crept into his mouth. What about this move? The planetary destruction ball. What? In the distance. Upon witnessing Lin Chen pointing skyward and conjuring a purple energy sphere, Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. This technique was familiar to everyone present. How could he wield Frieza's attack? No time to ponder that. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks. Hold on to me. Frieza's planetary destruction ball, as its name implies, could effortlessly obliterate a planet. With no time left to board a spaceship, Sun Wukong could only devise a means to grasp everyone and then utilize instant transmission to escape. "Do not touch me, Kakarot. I shall not accept your assistance." Vegeta, however, extended his hand and rebuffed Sun Wukong. "Father." Vegeta. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen finally hurled the planetary destruction ball towards Broly. This time, Lin Chen showed no mercy. After all, even if the planet were to perish, he could survive in the cosmos. As for Sun Wukong and the others, he could simply seek the Dragon Balls on Namek from this universe to resurrect them. In any case, against a formidable foe like Broly, hesitation was not an option. Upon seeing the planetary destruction ball launched by Lin Chen, Broly smirked cruelly, attempting to swat it away with his hand. Bang! Yet, when Broly's body made contact with the planetary destruction ball, his expression abruptly shifted. Frieza's planetary destruction ball concentrated all energy into a singularity. Thus, this technique contained nearly all of Lin Chen's power, and even Broly, caught off guard, found it difficult to withstand for a moment. The planetary destruction ball capable of annihilating planets bore down upon him, and under its immense force, Broly was sent hurtling backward, plummeting toward the ground. Boom! Broly was effortlessly driven into the earth, continuing its relentless descent. As he flew backward, a rare fury spread across Broly's face. Until now, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Bastard! Suddenly, Broly's falling form came to an abrupt halt, and then, with a powerful thrust of his palms, he propelled the planetary destruction ball back into the sky. Whoosh! The planetary destruction ball shot up like a rocket, bursting from the ground and ascending without losing momentum, ultimately piercing the atmosphere. Moments later, high above, it was as though another sun had appeared in the sky, a dazzling radiance that pierced the eyes of all present, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated in all directions, nearly rendering them deaf. After a while, as the smoke cleared and the storm subsided, Lin Chen gazed down, his pupils narrowing suddenly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Broly slowly ascended from the pit he had just emerged from, panting heavily. His body bore no visible wounds, and his aura showed no signs of waning. In fact, it had intensified, with his fighting prowess surpassing its previous level by an astonishing 5 million. Alas, it appeared that he had perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. In that moment, Lin Chen could not help but regret his earlier decision. Had he known that the legendary Super Saiyan was so overwhelmingly formidable, he would have opted for a task that required no conflict whatsoever. Am I truly destined to bring misfortune upon myself? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly at his predicament. Chapter 59, Awakening. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Just as Lin Chen found himself engulfed in despair, Broly floated upward, his body radiating a yellow-green aura as he approached Lin Chen. His gaze pierced through Lin Chen, eyes glinting with cold fury, a deep growl emanating from his throat. My energy, it swells. It is about to erupt. Roar. Kill. 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 Suddenly, Broly paused momentarily, then clenched his fists, unleashing a wild howl. A tremendous amount of energy began to coalesce around him, forming a sphere of overwhelming power that enveloped him entirely. Moments later, a flurry of azure energy orbs erupted from Broly's being, unleashing a cacophony of violent explosions. Even the distant onlookers, including Son Goku, were nearly swept into the chaos. Fortunately, Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission, transporting everyone to safety. Yet, elsewhere on the planet, fortune did not favor all. Those henchmen who had previously escaped, along with the Shamo Star slaves who failed to board their spacecraft, were consumed by the barrage of green energy blasts. Lin Chen, closest to Broly, was bombarded by a relentless rain of projectiles. Having already exhausted most of his strength in the previous attack, he found his defenses utterly breached, crashing to the ground. Even his Super Saiyan form faltered, his hair reverting to black. Damn it! With the remnants of his strength, Lin Chen retrieved a Senzu bean from his system space, ready to consume it, when Broly suddenly appeared above him. So, you rely on that bean to restore your strength, do you? Broly's lips curled into a sneer as he descended rapidly. Thud! His legs crashed down upon Lin Chen's wrist, which clutched the Senzu bean. Lin Chen's right hand shattered instantly. Broly let out a cold chuckle, leaping into the air before coming down forcefully once more, this time directly stomping on Lin Chen's abdomen. Gush! Blood erupted forth. Damn it! The unprecedented agony ignited a fire of rage within Lin Chen. Why had he not yet transformed? Why could he not become the legendary Super Saiyan, despite his current state? Danger begets opportunity. Lin Chen resolved to confront Broly alone, firmly believing it was not a path to self-destruction. His last hope lay in the legendary Super Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. This fabled lineage not only promised the potential to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form, with combat prowess increasing with age, but it also bestowed a remarkable ability. The legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger in the face of adversity. Lin Chen's intention was to challenge Broly, compelling himself to awaken as the legendary Super Saiyan. However, it seemed that his hopes were dwindling. Repeated injuries had yet to grant him this transformation. Thud! Another crushing weight bore down, and the earth beneath Lin Chen was on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen's body was utterly shattered, every bone crushed, and his breath had become nearly imperceptible. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt an astonishing surge within himself. Billions of cells began to vibrate vigorously against the odds. Waves of golden energy spread throughout his body, only to be absorbed and depleted by countless cells, before erupting anew. This is troubling. Lin Chen is on the brink of collapse. Friends, lend me your energy. Grant me the power to vanquish Broly. As Lin Chen appeared to be on the verge of failing, Sun Wukong managed to stand, preparing for one final desperate attempt. However, just then, a remarkable aura suddenly erupted. This energy. Sun Wukong was taken aback. How is this possible? Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. It belongs to Mr. Lin Chen. But why? Trunks questioned, perplexed. Meanwhile, Vegeta trembled uncontrollably, gritting his teeth. How can this be? The legendary Super Saiyan is said to appear once every 1,000 years. Why is that fellow also? In the distance, lightning crackled. Astonishingly, Lin Chen, who should have been reduced to mere fragments, began to levitate, emanating an astonishing aura of yellow and blue. Lin Chen's appearance had transformed entirely. He now stood nearly as tall as Broly, exceeding 2 meters in height, with a physique as robust as Broly's. The only distinction was in Lin Chen's eyes, which still bore the serene, emerald hue of tranquility. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Chen had finally achieved the legendary Super Saiyan form. Ah, so that is the secret. To attain the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, one must be guided by fury. Lin Chen, gazing at his powerful self, finally grasped the truth. No wonder he had been unable to break through before. It was merely because he had always sailed smoothly, easily dispatching foes like Frieza. Such a state of being rendered it impossible for him to summon any true anger. Ironically, the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, much like the ordinary Super Saiyan transformation, required extreme rage as a catalyst. Just moments ago, it was Lin Chen's anger in the face of despair that ultimately enabled his transformation. Upon successfully transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, Lin Chen's aura underwent a radical transformation, soaring from a baseline power of 1.6 million to an astonishing 80 million, a staggering increase of 50-fold, nearly on par with Broly. Unlike Broly, who was beginning to lose his rationality, Lin Chen retained control over his emotions, refusing to become a mere killing machine. Feeling the potent energy coursing through him, Lin Chen smiled. His gaze shifted toward Broly, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. Roar! Attack! In an instant, Broly unleashed a furious roar, his demeanor turning frenzied. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunged forward, his massive fist aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Crack! As Broly's fist soared halfway through the air, it was suddenly seized by another hand. Lin Chen clasped Broly's hand and chuckled. How does it feel to be overpowered? After enduring so many blows from you. It's now my turn. With a resounding thud, akin to a cataclysmic strike, Broly expelled an indeterminate liquid from his mouth, doubling over in agony. The indomitable Broly, who had remained unfazed by any assault, now exhibited visible torment under Lin Chen's singular punch. Boom, boom. Lin Chen's iron fists rained down upon Broly like a tempest, driving him from the heavens to the earth and back again. Broly appeared to lose all semblance of reflex, resembling a mere punching bag as he withstood Lin Chen's relentless barrage, utterly unresponsive. For the first time, Broly's aura began to genuinely wane. Chapter 60, Clash of Legends. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen and Broly, 2 legendary Super Saiyans, engaged in an intense duel of fists and feet. The clash reverberated through the air as punches met punches and kicks met kicks. Yet this time, Broly found himself devoid of the overwhelming advantage he had previously wielded against Goku and others. Instead, he was being relentlessly pressured and struck by Lin Chen. In terms of combat prowess, Broly still held the upper hand, but the current scenario saw him being mercilessly attacked from various angles by Lin Chen's relentless blows, to the extent that Broly's neck twisted painfully, suggesting imminent defeat. The rigorous training Lin Chen underwent under Mr. Popo's guidance in the hyperbolic time chamber had finally borne fruit in this evenly matched confrontation. Meanwhile, their battle was causing the new planet Vegeta to teeter on the brink of destruction. Chaotic energy was causing the very stones beneath their feet to defy gravity, while mountains and rocks crumbled around them. Nearby, Goku and the others could only watch in disbelief. Even Goku had to concede that the fight unfolding in the sky surpassed their capabilities. He contemplated that even if he gathered everyone's energy and joined the fray, it might not make a difference. This level of intensity in battle leaves us with no chance to assist. Goku lamented, scratching his head in frustration. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen would possess such formidable strength. I should have challenged him earlier. Gohan chimed in. Dad, I can barely see their movements. Vegeta, with a scowl of discontent, felt a sting of humiliation. Ever since his victory over Cell, he had believed he had surpassed Goku, claiming the title of the strongest Saiyan. Yet, now he faced two overwhelming Saiyans that left him feeling hopeless. This was a disgrace for someone who had always prided himself as the Prince of Saiyans. Suddenly, as Lin Chen continued to pummel Broly, the latter abruptly curled his body before expanding it once more. A radiant yellow-green aura enveloped Broly, completely shielding him. Lin Chen's fists collided with this energy, producing sounds akin to striking a wall. Ding! The basic martial arts talent has been activated. The protective barrier technique has been learned. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Chen paused his assault, taking a brief respite. Broly, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Why do you only know how to defend and not retaliate? Provoked by Lin Chen's taunts, Broly erupted into a furious roar. His muscles trembled with the force of his cry, and his aura surged, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Was Broly's energy escalating once more? What monstrous beings were these legendary Super Saiyans? As the roar subsided, Broly grinned maniacally at Lin Chen, devoid of any signs of rationality. In the heat of battle, Broly's sanity had evaporated, transforming him into a beast driven solely by the urge to fight. Driven by an uncontrollable frenzy, Broly charged forward recklessly. Lin Chen, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, summoned all the insights he had acquired from Mr. Popo regarding energy manipulation. Broly, whose power had surged once more, began to widen the gap between them. As the disparity in strength reached a certain threshold, the effectiveness of technique gradually diminished. Although Lin Chen still maintained the upper hand, Broly was now capable of mounting effective counterattacks. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen's fist struck Broly once again, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. Yet this time, before Lin Chen could retract his fist, Broly seized his arm with one hand. In the next instant, a yellow-green energy sphere materialized in Broly's other hand. This sphere was thrust against Lin Chen's chest and propelled outward, erupting into a violent explosion. As if reveling in his apparent success, Broly let out another roar. But this time, his bellow was abruptly cut short. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood before him unscathed, encased in a similar yellow-green protective barrier. Beneath the shield, Lin Chen panted heavily. Having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he possessed immense power akin to Broly's. However, boundless strength did not exempt one from fatigue. Gazing at Broly, Lin Chen realized it was time to revise his strategy. Defeating such a formidable creature as the legendary Super Saiyan could not be achieved through conventional means. With their strengths so closely matched, a stalemate was inevitable. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted behind Broly. Unbeknownst to them, the sun of New Vegeta had risen, revealing a colossal white energy mass that dominated a significant portion of the azure sky. It was the comet. In Paragus' original scheme, he intended to utilize the comet to annihilate Vegeta and his companions, and the comet's impact on New Vegeta was scheduled for today. Unbeknownst to them, the battle between Lin Chen and Broly had persisted throughout the night, and the gigantic comet was now perilously close to New Vegeta. Eureka! Just as Lin Chen conceived a plan, an overwhelming barrage of energy blasts, igniting with a ferocious blaze, surged toward him like a tsunami. These energy blasts collided against Lin Chen's protective shield, detonating with relentless fury. Amidst the chaos, Lin Chen suddenly soared into the sky, and a bloodthirsty Broly, without hesitation, pursued him, continuously hurling energy spheres in Lin Chen's direction. What were they attempting to accomplish? Below, Goku and the others watched in bewilderment as the two fighters ascended ever higher, nearly breaching the atmosphere of New Vegeta. However, they soon found themselves with little time to ponder, for the colossal comet had entered their field of vision. Oh no, it's that comet. Piccolo, where's your spaceship? Over there. Hurry. Vegeta, stop dawdling. As Sun Wukong and his companions fled towards the spacecraft, Lin Chen and Broly also finally burst through the atmosphere. A yellow-green protective shield enveloped both of them as they continued their relentless chase. Carrying Broly, Lin Chen soared almost to the comet before coming to a halt. Broly concentrated once more, forming an energy sphere in his palm, which he hurled towards Lin Chen. Initially no larger than a fist, the energy sphere suddenly swelled to an enormous size midway through its flight. The colossal energy sphere collided directly with Lin Chen's form. However, at that moment, Broly realized that Lin Chen, engulfed by the energy sphere, had unexpectedly flickered and vanished from sight. It turned out that Lin Chen was merely a phantasm. Chapter 61. Returning home. I am the King of Saiyans. Phantom Fist. In the next instant, Lin Chen suddenly appeared behind Broly and tightly embraced him. At that moment, all the power within Lin Chen erupted explosively as he clutched Broly, propelling them both towards the oncoming comet. The legendary Super Saiyan is nearly invincible unless faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength. The only strategy that Lin Chen could conceive to defeat Broly was by harnessing the comet's might. Even Broly, when confronted with a comet capable of effortlessly obliterating planets, would be unable to withstand its force. However, as Lin Chen accelerated towards the comet with Broly in his grasp, even the mindless Broly sensed the imminent danger under the comet's immense pressure. He began to rain down blows upon Lin Chen's back, striving to free himself from Lin Chen's hold. Bang, bang, bang. Let go of me. Perhaps sensing the peril to his life, Broly suddenly regained his senses and cried out. Simultaneously, he conjured two energy spheres in his hands, pressing them against Lin Chen's back. Boom. Lin Chen had exhausted all his energy in suppressing Broly, leaving no reserves to form a protective shield. He could only grit his teeth and brace for the impact. Fortunately, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his body was as indomitable as Broly's. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Broly, in a frenzy, unleashed a torrential barrage of energy blasts upon Lin Chen's back. The explosions sounded like raindrops pelting down, and even Lin Chen, as the legendary Super Saiyan, began to feel a sense of dizziness. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not relent. He continued to exert all his strength, propelling Broly towards the comet. Above them, the colossal comet loomed ominously close, its white gaseous form dominating their view. Let go. We will both perish. No, only you will die. I shall survive. Instant transmission. In an instant, Lin Chen teleported to the surface of New Vegeta, standing atop a shattered rock, struggling to raise his gaze towards the sky above. Without Lin Chen, Broly finally halted, but at that moment, the comet was perilously close to him. There was no time to escape. Broly descended into madness once more, extending his arms and unleashing a deafening roar, radiating an overwhelming energy aura. He aimed to halt the comet with his sheer will. Boom. When Broly's body collided with the comet, for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the comet had paused. Yet, regrettably, in the next instant, the massive comet engulfed Broly entirely. His essence was obliterated in that moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice, defeating Broly alone. Reward. Combat power of 5 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice, liberating the Southern Galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward. 1 experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Would you like to use the experience card immediately? No. In jest, one might wonder how one could possibly utilize an experience card at such a dire moment. With the new planet Vegeta on the brink of annihilation. Following Broly's demise, the new planet Vegeta seems to be nearing its end, returning to his normal state. Lin Chen glanced around and finally pinpointed the location of Goku and the others. He immediately soared towards their spacecraft, employing instant transmission as he approached, leaping into the vessel. Hello, I'm back. Lin Chen greeted with a smile as he entered the ship, plopping down and gasping for breath. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 6 million Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline skills, instant transmission, beginner martial arts genius talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of ki. Techniques, planetary destruction bomb, death beam, flame rip wave, Kamehameha, afterimage fist, instant transmission Kamehameha. This encounter with Broly marked the closest Lin Chen had ever come to death since his arrival in this realm. Yet, the rewards were astonishing. Aside from the almost legendary experience card for the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Lin Chen's combat prowess had multiplied several times. His current maximum combat power reached 330 million, representing a qualitative leap compared to his past self. It was akin to striking gold overnight. Indeed, opting for the most arduous challenges and embracing the peril of death had proven worthwhile. However, Lin Chen's elation was short-lived as he regained his composure. Though 330 million seemed invincible, he recalled that the combat power increase of the Super Saiyan 2 form was double that of the Super Saiyan 1. Moreover, within this universe, numerous adversaries could match the strength of a Super Saiyan 2, not to mention beings like Beerus, who resided at the pinnacle of power beyond the gods. He realized that he was far from invincible. There remained many paths to traverse in his future. Mr. Lin Chen, are you truly leaving? Trunks' voice brought Lin Chen back to reality. The group was on their way back to Earth, and Goku and his companions were already aware of Lin Chen's intentions to depart. Indeed, although our time together was brief, my objectives have been fulfilled, and it is time for me to prepare for my departure. Piccolo, having previously learned from Gohan that Lin Chen was a Saiyan from a parallel universe, cast a glance at him and remarked, "Your purpose for coming to our world wasn't solely to confront Broly, was it?" Now, Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, possessed the wisdom to see through Lin Chen's intentions. "Yes," Lin Chen confirmed. Goku then inquired, "Mr. Lin Chen, could you share with us the circumstances of your world?" "Of course," Lin Chen replied with a smile, and subsequently, he narrated the tale of his alternate universe. Upon hearing that in Lin Chen's world, the Saiyans not only survived but also triumphed over Frieza, embarking on a new journey, Vegeta's face flushed with excitement. After recounting the story of his world, Lin Chen realized it was indeed time to return. He rose to bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, who are you? To be able to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, you must be someone extraordinary from the planet Vegeta in that realm." Lin Chen turned back and smiled at Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, in my world, I am the king of the Saiyans." With that, Lin Chen activated his instant transmission, departing from the spacecraft and returning to the very first place he arrived in this world. "System, open the portal to time and space and let me return home." Chapter 62. An unexpected turn in the year 749 of the AG era. The method to return to the original timeline proved to be, as the system had initially stated, remarkably simple. Upon issuing his command, a surge of energy emanated from Lin Chen's body, striking the abyss of darkness surrounding him. In the following moment, the time portal that had transported Lin Chen opened before him, exuding a familiar sensation that tugged at his memories. How should one describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to the essence of home. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen plunged headlong into the portal. Instantaneously, he found himself enveloped in a resplendent and vibrant realm that was undeniably peculiar. Having experienced this phenomenon once before, Lin Chen was well aware that he was now situated in the enigmatic space that existed beyond the confines of time. Drawing upon his prior encounter, he anticipated that he would soon extricate himself from this realm and return to the present timeline. Yet, to his bewilderment, he remained in this space for an extended duration. Gradually, an unsettling feeling began to wash over Lin Chen. "System, what is happening? Why am I not exiting?" Strangely, the system did not respond immediately. A considerable amount of time passed before a reply finally came through. "Ding. The time anchor has vanished, and the system is forcefully opening the time portal for the host." "Wait, the time anchor has vanished? What does that signify?" A sense of foreboding crept over Lin Chen. Before he could fully comprehend the implications, a time portal suddenly materialized before him, and in the blink of an eye, he was drawn into it, returning to the reality he knew. The scene shifts back to the moment Lin Chen first traversed the time portal. Shortly after his departure, two figures abruptly manifested within this space. One was tall and imposing, while the other was diminutive yet bore an air of authority. "Lord Kaishin, the anomaly in time and space, is right here. It is indeed peculiar that it has manifested in this location. It may be due to the influence of the black hole. Jebet, do not squander time. Prepare swiftly. We must act to prevent any entities from crossing the time portal and disrupting the order of time." Understood. The two figures then raised their hands, directing their focus toward the area where the time portal had once appeared. In the next moment, an indescribable force was exerted upon this space. Time elapsed, and the two figures had vanished. At this juncture, a blood-red time portal re-emerged in the once tranquil space. Lin Chen burst forth from behind the portal, re-entering the realm of reality. Concurrently, the time portal dissipated instantaneously. Lin Chen turned back, gazing into the void surrounding him, confirming that he was indeed in close proximity to the black hole where he had originally opened the time portal. Yet, what had just transpired? "System, I require an explanation." Ding. The system has detected instability in the time anchor, resulting in a temporal discrepancy upon the host's return. Speak plainly. Ding. The system confirms that 6 years have elapsed in the current timeline. What? 6 years? Lin Chen never anticipated that despite only spending a few days in another dimension, 6 years had elapsed in his original timeline. System, are you playing tricks on me? Why is this happening? Time and space. Don't give me that. I want a straightforward explanation. Ding. The system suspected that an external force interfered with the temporal gateway activated by the host, erasing the coordinates left behind after the host's departure, thereby rendering it impossible for the host to locate the exit coordinates upon return. Erased? Who could be responsible? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to hasten back to planet Vegeta. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he wondered if any mishaps had befallen the planet. In the next instant, Lin Chen materialized above planet Vegeta. Upon his arrival, he beheld a bustling and peaceful scene, markedly different from the planet he had known 6 years prior. Numerous spacecraft were seen traversing the skies, and a slight sense of energy revealed that, apart from the Saiyans, there were now many extraterrestrial beings present on planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen began his descent toward the planet's surface, a cacophony of sirens suddenly pierced the air. Several spaceships adorned with flashing lights approached, and a group of Saiyans and aliens, on high alert, emerged from the vessels surrounding Lin Chen. This is planet Vegeta, unidentified stranger. State your intentions immediately. A Saiyan equipped with a power-level scouter shouted at Lin Chen. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as his scouter indicated that the incoming individual possessed an astounding power level exceeding 500,000, an ability rivaling that of the elite warriors, second only to Princess Hanasea and her high-ranking officers. The defense team, with power levels in the mere thousands, wondered if they could withstand the onslaught until the elite warriors arrived. Wait, this person looks somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen him before. Who could it be? Lin Chen observed their vigilant demeanor and pondered whether, during his absence of 6 years, numerous external threats had indeed visited planet Vegeta. Otherwise, they would not appear so alarmed. However, what were these extraterrestrial beings doing here? Alas, 6 years had brought about significant changes. With this thought, Lin Chen continued his descent. As he did, a young Saiyan, seemingly no older than a teenager, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, impulsively unleashed a wave of energy toward Lin Chen. Fool! Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. The commanding Saiyan realized the situation was beyond salvage as soon as one of their own fired the first shot and promptly issued the order for combat readiness. Yet, at that moment, the onlookers witnessed the energy wave collide with Lin Chen, only to dissipate harmlessly. Lin Chen, seemingly unfazed, continued his descent. What just happened? All eyes turned towards the young Saiyan, who appeared equally perplexed, exclaiming, I was using all my strength just now. Without further ado, he instructed, immediately notify the defense headquarters. For there has been an unauthorized incursion into planet Vegeta. Soon enough, dozens of Saiyans soared into the sky, converging towards Lin Chen. This time, several formidable presences accompanied them. Could it be Paragus? Sensing a familiar aura among them, Lin Chen smiled. Moments later, it was indeed Paragus, leading a cadre of young Saiyans, who ascended towards him. However, upon catching sight of Lin Chen's face, Paragus suddenly froze in place, before erupting with an exhilarating cry. Ah, it is His Majesty. King Lin Kex has returned. Paragus exclaimed with fervor, simultaneously activating his communicator to announce over the public frequency, Everyone, King Lin Kex has returned. At that instant, it seemed as if the entire planet Vegeta fell silent. Shortly thereafter, a golden aura surged forth from the palace, racing towards Lin Chen. His Majesty, Hannah, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, dashed into Lin Chen's embrace, greedily inhaling the scent that emanated from him. Chapter 63. The changes of planet Vegeta over 6 years. Upon witnessing the actions of Hanasea, the other Saiyans quickly grasped the situation. Moreover, those unfamiliar with Lin Chen were primarily the younger generation of Saiyans, while most still vividly recalled his appearance. Upon confirming that the figure in the sky was none other than their long-absent king, a wave of reverence swept over the Saiyans as they knelt in unison, bowing towards Lin Chen. Hey, what is happening? Who is that person? What are you all doing? The extraterrestrial on the ground looked puzzled as they observed their Saiyan companions pause their activities to kneel on one knee, voicing their confusion. Silence. That is our Saiyan king. His Majesty Lin Kex. What? Lin Kex? Is that really him? The crowd of extraterrestrials gasped in astonishment. The reputation of King Lin Kex resonated throughout the universe. Even those who had never laid eyes on him had heard tales of how he single-handedly vanquished the tyrant Frieza on planet TV. However, it was later reported that King Lin Kex had embarked on a journey and had not returned for several years. To their surprise, he had come back today. Your Majesty Lin Kex. Another figure soared from the capital of planet Vegeta, hastening towards Lin Chen. It was none other than King Vegeta. Lin Chen had entrusted the governance of the Saiyan kingdom to 4 leaders, with only Bardock yet to make his appearance. Observing the entire planet halt in his honor, Lin Chen smiled and proclaimed, I am Lin Kex, and I have returned. You may all disperse. Yes. The Saiyans across the planet responded in unison. Moments later, the order of the planet was restored to its normalcy. Only those few Saiyans who had initially surrounded Lin Chen remained frozen in place, hesitant to move. Lin Chen cast a glance at them and waved his hand, saying, You may all return. It is natural that you do not recognize me after 6 years." Upon hearing this, the Saiyans felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders and hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Chen descended to the surface with King Vegeta and the others. As they approached planet Vegeta, Lin Chen increasingly noticed the transformations that had taken place. Over the 6 years, towering buildings had sprung up across the planet, particularly in the capital district, which buzzed with activity, with ships constantly arriving and departing, imparting a sense of a thriving trade hub in the cosmos. In the central square of the city stood a monumental statue towering 100 meters high, proudly depicting Lin Chen in his Super Saiyan form. Lin Chen chuckled upon seeing it, realizing why the earlier Saiyans had failed to recognize him. For 6 years, they had only seen him in his Super Saiyan guise, thus forgetting his original visage. Upon entering the royal palace, Lin Chen reclaimed his long-lost throne, while Hanasea unabashedly took her seat upon his lap. All hail King Lin Kex. Beneath the throne, aside from King Vegeta and his entourage, several other Saiyans had arrived at the palace to pay their respects to Lin Chen, including 2 extraterrestrial beings who were not of Saiyan descent. King Vegeta elucidated that these individuals were key officials responsible for various affairs on planet Vegeta, with one being the ambassador of the Galactic Patrol stationed on planet Vegeta, and the other a representative of the Galactic Trade Alliance. Intrigued, Lin Chen inquired about the events of the past 6 years, remarking on their apparent success. King Vegeta promptly began his explanation. Although Lin Chen had been absent for 6 years, this duration was but a fleeting moment for the Saiyan race. In the past, when Saiyans were still in service to Frieza, they often undertook missions that required them to be away for several years at a time. Children who were exiled to weaker planets due to their low combat abilities frequently spent 6 to 7 years completing their tasks. Consequently, during Lin Chen's absence, everything on planet Vegeta remained on course without any significant setbacks. Following his departure, King Vegeta and his associates continued to heed Lin Chen's guidance, diligently developing and constructing planet Vegeta. Militarily, planet Vegeta maintained ongoing cooperation with the Galactic Patrol, executing their assigned missions while organizing forces led by Princess Hannah and Bardock, launching assaults from planet Vegeta against territories that once belonged to Frieza, liberating planets under Frieza's dominion. Over the span of 6 years, 70% of Frieza's territories had been liberated, granting countless indigenous peoples their freedom. During this period, the reputation of the Saiyans underwent a transformation. Initially, when the Saiyans commenced their missions with the Galactic Patrol, some lesser races mistakenly perceived them as invading demons, filled with trepidation. Even when planets under Frieza's rule were liberated, some believed they were merely exchanging one tyrant for another. However, after a period of apprehension, when the anticipated calamities failed to materialize, these races came to realize that the present-day Saiyans were entirely different from the ominous tales they had heard. As the Saiyans' favorable reputation spread, some weaker races actively reached out to planet Vegeta, establishing a contract for the Saiyans to protect their worlds. Similar collaborations began to emerge as well. With these partnerships, the need arose for representatives to remain on the planets to facilitate daily communications with the Saiyans, consequently increasing the presence of extraterrestrials on planet Vegeta. Beyond military endeavors, a collaboration initiated by Lin Chen on Earth enabled the Saiyans to penetrate the Galactic Trade Alliance. Dr. Brief's versatile capsules unexpectedly became a best-selling commodity throughout the cosmos. Initially, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta had no intention of using these capsules as trade goods, as most of them were brought back by Hannah during her leisure trips to Earth. However, an unforeseen incident allowed the extraterrestrials on planet Vegeta to witness the versatility of these capsules, leading to a swift surge in demand from other civilizations. As a strategist, Paragus played a pivotal role in this endeavor. Upon discovering the commercial opportunity, he promptly facilitated an agreement between Hanasea and Brief for the agency sales of the Universal Capsule, representing it in the sale of the product on planet Vegeta. The Saiyans, naturally indifferent towards wealth, are, however, unable to resist the allure of food, given their prodigious appetites. The meager output from planet Vegeta is merely sufficient to keep them from hunger. To satiate their voracious appetites, they must procure sustenance from other celestial bodies. Previously, a significant portion of the remuneration received by the Galactic Patrol had been exchanged for provisions. The sensational popularity of the Universal Capsule has since provided the Saiyans with an additional source of income. Capitalizing on the widespread demand for the Universal Capsule, food items from across the universe have been transported to planet Vegeta, becoming a staple in the Saiyan diet. The abundant availability of food has even influenced the Saiyan birth rate, which has risen by a remarkable 10% since the advent of this newfound financial resource. Chapter 64. The Development of Potential and the Rewards for Meritorious Officials. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen could not help but applaud Paragus. It was quite remarkable that he, as a Saiyan, had conceived the notion of engaging in commerce. Although the idea of Saiyans involved in trade may seem rather absurd, the mere fact that he had managed to increase the birth rate among Saiyans warranted commendation. It is vital to note that in this world, the Saiyans were already on the brink of extinction without Frieza's intervention. The population of Saiyans on their home planet was alarmingly less than 10,000, a precarious situation for any biological species. Even after Lin Chen liberated the Saiyans from Frieza's grasp and imposed a 5-year isolation on planet Vegeta, the situation remained unresolved. Due to insufficient food supply, the number of newborn Saiyans was still quite limited. However, thanks to Paragus's initiatives, there were finally signs of improvement. According to Paragus's report, the Saiyan population had now surpassed 10,000. Almost every Saiyan family welcomed a newborn. Even King Vegeta had experienced a resurgence, fathering another son. King Vegeta, splendid indeed. Lin Chen remarked. Your Majesty, you jest, King Vegeta replied with a blush. Hanasia then embraced Lin Chen, whispering in his ear, Your Majesty, when shall we have children of our own? Clearing his throat, Lin Chen hastily redirected the conversation. King Vegeta, what is the current state of the Saiyan warriors? King Vegeta responded, Your Majesty, after these 5 years, the number of Saiyan warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000 has surpassed 2,000. Moreover, over 300 have surpassed 100,000, and aside from us, 3 more have exceeded 500,000. Speaking of the achievements of the Saiyans over the past 6 years, King Vegeta was filled with excitement. In his lifetime, the Saiyan strength had never been as formidable as it was now, not to mention the presence of Lin Chen and Hanasia, both Super Saiyans. This was a source of pride for every Saiyan. Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the enhancement of Saiyan strength and nodded before inquiring, By the way, King Vegeta, what of your companions? Besides Hanasia, have any others ascended to Super Saiyan status? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention them, King Vegeta's expression changed immediately, and he exchanged glances with Paragus. The two knelt on one knee, their faces filled with remorse. We apologize, Your Majesty. We have squandered your spirit tree fruits. Over these 6 years, aside from Queen Hanasia, no new Super Saiyans have emerged among the Saiyans. Even our combat power has seen little improvement. Oh, Lin Chen remarked, immediately activating his power level scanner to assess the two. Indeed, King Vegeta's combat power stood at a mere 690,000, while Paragus had at least 600,000, showing almost no significant increase compared to 6 years prior. As for Hanasia, who was nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, despite her ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, her base combat power was merely 640,000, which was inferior to that of King Vegeta. What about Bardock? Lin Chen inquired. Bardock has been engaged in battles outside, and his combat power has significantly increased, yet it stands at only 730,000. I apologize, Your Majesty, but it seems we have reached our limits. Limits? Lin Chen chuckled. Indeed, King Vegeta and Bardock, in terms of innate talent, were not on par with the future generation of Vegeta. Even with the latest training methods, they were nearly exhausting their potential. But did Lin Chen believe they had truly hit their limits? Not at all. Gently placing Hanasia on the ground, Lin Chen rose and approached King Vegeta and Paragus. You two have performed admirably during my absence of 6 years. As a reward, allow me to enhance your potential. What? King Vegeta, taken aback as Lin Chen placed his hand on his head, stammered, Your Majesty, what are you doing? I am awakening your latent power. Latent power? Does such a force truly exist? I feel as though I have already reached my limit. No sooner had King Vegeta spoken than an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from him, causing those nearby to cast curious glances. Power, power. My strength has suddenly increased. King Vegeta exclaimed with excitement, immediately activating his scouter to assess himself. Incredible. My combat power has risen by 100,000. Your Majesty, what exactly did you just do? I merely awakened your latent power. Not only that, but your limits should also be elevated. With diligent training, further enhancement is possible, Lin Chen elucidated. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, Lin Chen employed the potential development technique on Paragus and Hanasia, significantly boosting their combat power as well, particularly for Hanasia. Her strength soared to an astonishing 900,000. How marvelous. Your Majesty, how did you accomplish this? I shall refrain from elaborating on the method. Suffice it to say, this is a reward for the 3 of you for the past 6 years. King Vegeta, Lin Chen called. Present, came the response. Notify all that anyone who achieves merit during missions shall receive the reward of awakened potential. Understood. King Vegeta replied enthusiastically, while the Saiyan officers present had their eyes glistening with excitement. After bestowing rewards upon the three, Lin Chen listened to accounts of events from the past 6 years before dismissing everyone and returning to the palace to rest. In his chamber, Lin Chen held Hanasia close, fulfilling the void she had felt for 6 long years. After their passionate encounter, Hanasia lay against Lin Chen's chest, listening intently as he recounted the tale of his 6-year absence. Upon learning that Lin Chen had ventured into another timeline, Hanasia gasped in astonishment. Another timeline? No wonder we have not heard any news from your majesty over the past 6 years. It turns out you were in another dimension. Is it true that only a handful of Saiyans remain in that realm? The legendary Super Saiyan? I had assumed that we had transformed into Super Saiyans ourselves. But it appears we are not the ones mentioned in the legends, Hana thought, reflecting as she listened to Lin Chen's words. However, when she expressed her thoughts about a certain individual from that dimension, Lin Chen suddenly froze. Kakarot? Isn't he the son of Bardock? I recall his battle power at birth was merely 2. Who would have imagined that he too could become a Super Saiyan? Lin Chen abruptly sat up, inquiring, Kakarot. Oh no, I nearly forgot. Your Majesty, what did you forget? Hana, what month is it on Earth now? Lin Chen rolled out of bed, hastily dressing himself as he asked. What month? I believe it's September, Your Majesty. Are you planning to go out? Hana inquired. I apologize, Hana, but I must make a trip to Earth. Earth? Your Majesty, you don't mean to seek out ties, do you? No, I intend to meet Kakarot, Lin Chen replied. Bardock's son? Why? Because a legend is about to commence. Lin Chen turned back, smiling as he spoke. September of the year 749 in the Age of the Universe marks the moment when Kakarot, known in the original tale as Sun Wukong, first embarks on his quest for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 65. A different tale in the year 749 of the AG calendar, on the first day of September, the Earth. In the serene and secluded expanse of Baotou Mountain, surrounded by majestic peaks and remote landscapes, lay quiet and uninhabited. However, on this particular day, the roar of engines pierced the stillness of the mountains. A rugged vehicle sped through the terrain, with a young girl at the helm, deftly maneuvering the car while simultaneously scrutinizing the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Ahead lay the 4-star ball. How frustrating. Master Roshi is utterly useless. He can't even perform the flying technique. If he could, I wouldn't be so exhausted. I've only managed to gather 2 so far. The girl sighed in exasperation, her thoughts wandering. What wish should I make upon summoning the eternal dragon? Should I inquire about the whereabouts of Brother Lin Chen? No. Tai Si mentioned that Brother Lin Chen is merely on a distant journey and will return one day. I cannot squander my wish on such trivial matters. Instead, I should wish for Brother Lin Chen to fall in love with me. Yes, that's it. This vibrant young lady is none other than the now-grown Bulma. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed, transforming the once little girl into a blossoming young woman. Like her original counterpart, this world's Bulma has embarked on a quest to gather the Dragon Balls. In fact, her desire to collect these mystical orbs had ignited many years prior. Ever since she learned of the existence of such wondrous artifacts, Bulma has fantasized about uniting the Dragon Balls to win Lin Chen's affection. Thus, she scoured legends about the Dragon Balls, and through eavesdropping on conversations involving Lin Chen, she discovered that assembling all 7 Dragon Balls could summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. At one point, Bulma even contemplated deceiving Master Roshi to obtain his Dragon Balls for research, aspiring to create a tool capable of locating the Dragon Balls. However, just as she was about to set her plan in motion, Master Roshi's Dragon Balls mysteriously vanished. Without the Dragon Balls, Bulma could not develop her radar. It wasn't until 6 years later, when she stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in her family's storage, that she finally crafted the Dragon Ball radar and embarked on her quest. As Bulma's thoughts wandered, a sudden apparition on the mountain road jolted her attention. A large fish. How could there be a fish on a mountain road? Before Bulma could comprehend the situation, she realized it was a young boy carrying the fish. There's no time. With the vehicle on the verge of colliding, Bulma slammed on the brakes, managing to halt just before hitting the boy. Startled, he leapt back, brandishing a stick. You monster! Are you here to steal my food? Witness my might. Sun Wukong, poised to strike the car, was interrupted as Bulma sprang from the vehicle. Hey, you little brat, that's my car. What do you think you're doing? What? A monster's belly hides a demon? For the first time, Bulma was called a monster, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. How dare that little brat insult me as a monster? She swiftly retrieved her scouter and aimed it at the boy, bursting into laughter. His power level is a mere 10, what a weakling. Just wait, I shall teach you a lesson. Having trained under Master Roshi for several years, Bulma had developed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, with a power level reaching 20. Stashing the scouter back into her bag, she discarded her backpack and launched a punch at the boy. Come at me. I shall not back down. Seeing this, the boy raised his stick, charging toward Bulma. However, after a brief moment, he found himself on the ground, his backside in the air, having received a thorough beating from Bulma. Ouch, this monster is quite formidable. Grandpa, I'm sorry I lost. Noticing that the boy could no longer retaliate, Bulma brushed her hands off, ready to leave. But at that moment, she caught sight of something on the boy's backside, resembling a monkey's tail. Oh, you have a tail? Are you a Saiyan? A Saiyan? The boy, struggling to sit up, replied, I'm not a Saiyan. I'm Sun Wukong. Fool, I didn't mention your name. I'm referring to your race. Race? What is a race? Can it be eaten? Bulma rolled her eyes. I ask you, is your tail real? Of course. Wukong lifted his backside, swinging his tail in front of Bulma. Upon seeing this, Bulma confirmed that this child was indeed a Saiyan, just like Lin Chen. Though puzzled as to why a Saiyan child appeared here, she suddenly felt a sense of fondness for Sun Wukong. Considering that you are a Saiyan, I shall forgive you. Remember to be polite when you meet girls next time. Huh, you're a girl? Yes. Is it true that girls are all this strong? Bulma paused for a moment, contemplating before answering. I am special. With that, Bulma hopped into her vehicle and continued her journey towards the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong watched her depart, blinking with excitement. That girl was indeed impressive. Grandpa was right. There are many skilled individuals in this world. Amidst his excitement, Wukong suddenly froze, observing the vehicle disappearing into the distance, and exclaimed, Wait, is she heading towards my house? Curious, Sun Wukong chased after her, and upon returning home, he saw Bulma joyfully emerging with his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. Wonderful. Now I have 3 Dragon Balls. Stop. That is my grandfather's heirloom. No one is allowed to touch it. Sun Wukong exclaimed anxiously, attempting to reclaim the Dragon Ball. Yet, with his current power level being only half of Bulma's, he was effortlessly subdued once more. Yet, Sun Wukong persisted stubbornly. Observing this, Bulma had no choice but to say, All right, let me show you. With that, she revealed her 2 Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the 2 Dragon Balls in Bulma's hands. Oh, how come there are 2 grandfathers? Strange. He was momentarily bewildered, for these were indeed Dragon Balls. Bulma smiled and explained, If we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant you a single wish. Is that so? Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. Then, how about you give your 4-star ball to me, and I assure you, you won't suffer any loss. Bulma smiled. No, this is my grandfather's relic. I cannot part with it. Sun Wukong vehemently shook his head in refusal. Bulma, hands on her hips and brow furrowed, sighed, though she was tempted to seize it outright. Considering his Saiyan lineage, she proposed, How about this? I want to take your Dragon Ball. I only need to borrow it when summoning the Eternal Dragon. The rest of the time, it can remain with you. What do you say? Are you suggesting that I accompany you to the outside world? He asked. Indeed. Are there many strong people like you in the outside world? Little Wukong inquired with curiosity. Haha, there are plenty who are far more powerful than I, really? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. All right, but I will only lend it to you once, and it must be returned after use. Deal. Bulma wore a triumphant expression. In addition to deceiving Wukong for the 4-star ball, she sought his companionship as a helper. Though she was not his equal in combat, Bulma believed that this little Saiyan was indeed stronger than the average human, making him a suitable bodyguard. Throughout her journey, Bulma had encountered numerous dangers. Although she had grown adept at handling them, she was aware that fighting was not kind to a girl's skin. With little Wukong by her side, her troubles would be significantly alleviated. Thus, while their adventure diverged slightly from the original tale, Bulma and Sun Wukong embarked on their quest to discover the Dragon Balls together. Chapter 66. The Tale of Wukong and Master Roshi. Following the original narrative, Sun Wukong and Bulma embarked on their quest to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. However, unlike the original tale, the emergence of Lin Chen has transformed Bulma from a defenseless young girl into a martial arts expert, surpassing even Wukong in strength. After departing from Baozi Mountain, they soon encountered an attack by a pterodactyl. The creature intended to seize Bulma for its meal, but she effortlessly captured it and dispatched it with a single blow. Instead, Wukong found himself on the receiving end of Bulma's ire, reprimanding him for failing in his duty as her protector, allowing her to be attacked. Bulma, you are far more formidable than the pterodactyl. Why do you need me to protect you? Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. What are you saying? I am but a weak woman, Bulma shouted in response. Wukong could only shrug at her retort. Subsequently, they encountered bandits and robbers, and this time, Wukong finally proved his worth by dealing with the troublesome foes. Throughout their journey, their bond grew stronger, and Bulma unexpectedly discovered that after several battles, Wukong's combat power had begun to rise. "Hey, Wukong, your combat power has increased a bit. It's now at 11. She exclaimed. "Combat power? What is that?" Wukong inquired, puzzled. That evening, as they traveled towards the east coast, Bulma set up a mobile shelter for the night. After a refreshing bath, she idly checked Wukong's combat power with her scouter and was astonished to find a change. Combat power reflects the intensity of your strength. The higher the number, the stronger the individual, she explained. "Is that so? Then what is your combat power, Bulma?" Wukong asked curiously. Mine is 20 points. Bulma replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Among ordinary people, none can match me." "Wow, you are indeed impressive." Wukong marveled. "How did you become so strong?" Bulma sighed. "Oh, it's a long story. I trained under a lecherous old man for several years to achieve this strength." "Lecherous old man?" Wukong tilted his head in confusion. "Don't ask." Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "But you, on the other hand, truly embody the essence of a Saiyan. You've gained combat power in just a few days. If you continue to fight, you should surpass me in no time." "Saiyan?" Wukong queried. "Bulma, you keep saying I am a Saiyan. What precisely is a Saiyan?" Bulma explained. "Saiyans are an extraterrestrial race. They resemble humans, but all possess tails, just like you." Wukong. "What? I'm not human." Wukong scratched his head, realization dawning upon him. "No wonder my grandfather told me I fell from the sky." Bulma was amused by Goku's words, unable to suppress her laughter. "You know, if it weren't for your tail and innate fighting prowess, you hardly resemble a Saiyan at all. Most of them are so cool and composed. In any case, Saiyans are formidable beings from the cosmos. Though you may be weak now, you are destined to grow stronger in the future." At this, Bulma clapped her hands. "By the way, once we find the Dragon Balls, would you like to come visit my home? Several Saiyans come by monthly for various tasks. You could inquire with them about your origins." "Sure." Goku nodded eagerly. The following day, just as in the original tale, Goku and his companions encountered a lost turtle in the mountains. However, this time, Bulma not only supported Goku's decision to rescue the turtle, but also recognized it as Master Roshi's turtle. "You silly turtle. Master Roshi thought you were dead." The turtle, equally surprised to meet a familiar face, expressed its relief. "What a predicament. I never imagined I would get lost in the mountains." Given their acquaintance, it was only natural that they couldn't leave it in peril. Unlike the original story, Bulma took the turtle along, and after dealing with a highway robber in the form of a tiger, they made their way to the seashore. To express gratitude, the turtle asked them to wait by the shore while it returned to the sea. "Bulma, where do you think it's going?" "How should I know? Perhaps it's off to find that lecherous old man." Lecherous old man. Indeed, as Bulma had anticipated, the turtle soon returned, carrying Master Roshi on its back. "Oh, so you are the ones who rescued my turtle." Master Roshi greeted them from a distance, but was taken aback upon seeing Bulma. "Bulma, what are you doing here? Surprised to see me?" Bulma replied with a cold smile. "Not at all." Master Roshi chuckled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt that agreeing to train Bulma and her sister was the gravest mistake of his life. With two stunningly beautiful girls constantly around him, he lacked the courage even to steal a glance, especially considering their formidable backgrounds. Moreover, they were quite demanding. Even yoga classes were not permitted in his presence, leaving him feeling utterly exasperated. Just when he thought he had seen the last of them, here they were again. "Bulma, since we are all acquaintances, I won't bother with gifts," he said. "That's fine. It's not like you have anything worthwhile to give." Just then, Bulma's attention was drawn to a necklace around Master Roshi's neck. "Master Roshi, isn't that a Dragon Ball?" "Indeed," he replied, pulling out the Dragon Ball necklace. "I thought I had lost this, but I found it while cleaning the Kame house recently." "Perfect. You can give me that as a gift." Just like in the original story, Master Roshi intended to propose a condition, but, upon reflection, decided to simply hand over the Dragon Ball to Bulma. "Never mind. This girl is Tei's sister, and Tei's boyfriend is that formidable Saiyan, someone I cannot provoke." The turtle sage remarked, "It is this child who saved me." Adjusting his sunglasses, the turtle sage abandoned Bulma and turned his attention to Goku, saying, "Since you are the one who rescued my turtle, I shall bestow upon you a gift as a token of my gratitude." In a manner akin to the original tale, the turtle sage presented Goku with a nimbus cloud. As Goku ascended upon the cloud, soaring through the sky like a bird, the turtle sage suddenly paused, exclaiming, Bulma, why does this child have a tail?" "Of course, it is because he is a Saiyan." "What? Lin Chen and Tei's have a child?" The turtle sage gasped in astonishment. "Certainly not. This is the child I encountered in the mountains. His grandfather is named Gohan. The turtle sage was momentarily taken aback, and after calling Goku down to confirm, he realized that this child was, in fact, the adopted offspring of his former disciple, Gohan. It is truly unexpected that Gohan's adopted child turns out to be a Saiyan. Chapter 67. The Love of Parents. The return of the divine dragon after bidding farewell to the turtle hermit. The adventures of Sun Wukong and Bulma continue. Much like the original tale, they find the fifth Dragon Ball in a small mountain village plagued by monsters, simultaneously capturing a pig named Oolong. In order to prevent Oolong from causing further mischief, they bind him and take him along on their journey, where they encounter the desert bandit Yamcha. Following an intense skirmish, Sun Wukong and his companions resume their travels, while Yamcha, unwilling to accept defeat, trails them from afar. During this ongoing adventure, no one, including Bulma, notices that someone has been silently observing their escapades from above. This individual is Lin Chen, who has come to Earth. Upon realizing that the plot concerning the Dragon Balls is about to unfold, Lin Chen promptly arrives on Earth, watching Sun Wukong and his companions' grand adventure with a sense of reverence, unnoticed by all. Although the adventures below differ slightly from what Lin Chen previously knew due to Bulma's newfound strength, the essence remains largely intact. One day, after Sun Wukong and his party resolve the troubles of Fire Mountain and begin searching for the final Dragon Ball, Lin Chen suddenly detects another presence, aside from his own, monitoring Sun Wukong and his companions from a distance. Is that energy signature Bardock? To discover that he is indeed on Earth? Sensing the other's aura, Lin Chen smiles faintly and swiftly moves closer. Indeed, at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, Lin Chen encounters Bardock, whom he has not seen in 6 years, accompanied by a female Saiyan. Bardock. Startled by the call, both Bardock and the female Saiyan jump in surprise. However, their shock transforms into joy upon realizing that the newcomer is Lin Chen. Your Majesty, Lin Chen, you have returned. Bardock exclaims. Yes, Lin Chen nods. I wondered why I did not see you on planet Vegeta, so you were here on Earth. Your Majesty, this is my wife, Jine. We actually came to see Kakarot. Bardock explains. It is through his words that Lin Chen learns that over the past 6 years, Bardock and Jine have made it a point to visit Earth annually to observe their child. After the relocation of planet Vegeta, they can now reach Earth in just a week using the latest high-speed spacecraft from the Galactic Patrol. Yet, each time, they only observe from a distance, quietly watching him grow. Bardock, do you intend to bring Kakarot back to planet Vegeta? Lin Chen inquires. No, Bardock shakes his head, smiling at his wife. In truth, Jine once had that thought, but sending Kakarot to Earth was your idea, Your Majesty. Moreover, I have glimpsed fragments of the future. Though they are scattered images, I am aware that Kakarot will embark on a new life on Earth, which will greatly benefit his growth. Your Majesty, what brings you here this time? Bardock asks. Me? I am also here to see Kakarot. This child's future holds boundless potential. Really? Jine, filled with excitement, inquired about the future of her child, unable to contain her emotions. Lin Chen nodded, affirming, Indeed, I believe that Kakarot may one day transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Jine was momentarily taken aback. There were only 2 individuals on the entire planet Vegeta capable of such a transformation. Her son Kakarot currently possessed a mere battle power of 10. Could he truly become a Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, is this truly possible? She asked in disbelief. We shall wait and see. Kakarot's future holds the promise of hope for the Saiyans. Lin Chen remarked about Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, both Bardock and Jine were particularly stirred. Since ascending to the throne as the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen's words had never faltered. If he had made such an assertion, then indeed, Kakarot's future was boundless. Despite Kakarot's presently modest battle power, Lin Chen's confidence suggested a potential for remarkable growth. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your words are sufficient for me. Jine and I shall take our leave now, Bardock stated, preparing to depart. No need for trouble. I shall use instant transmission to escort you, Lin Chen offered. Utilizing instant transmission to return Bardock and his wife to planet Vegeta, Lin Chen further enhanced Bardock's potential, significantly boosting his battle power before he returned to Earth. Meanwhile, the saga of Wukong and his companions had progressed to the domain of Emperor Pilaf. Though Wukong had shown growth and had Bulma as an ally, their combined strength remained relatively feeble. Under Emperor Pilaf's cunning trap, both Sun Wukong and Bulma fell victim, and ultimately, they were captured, along with all 7 Dragon Balls now in Pilaf's possession. When Lin Chen returned to Earth, he observed Emperor Pilaf, clutching the Dragon Balls. As he made his way to the plaza outside his castle, is he about to summon the Eternal Dragon? Lin Chen mused with a slight smile. If the original storyline were to unfold as anticipated, soon, the Eternal Dragon's wish would be squandered by Oolong. Although Lin Chen intended to watch Wukong's adventures from the sidelines, the rare opportunity to utilize the Eternal Dragon's power was not something he wished to miss. "Ha! I, Pilaf, shall become the ruler of the world," Pilaf exclaimed with glee in the plaza, flanked by his excited companions, the dog-headed man Shu and Mai. Meanwhile, in the castle's underground dungeon, Yamcha and the others wore expressions of discontent. "My Dragon Balls." Bulma was furious, her frustration boiling over as she pounded her fists against the wall. Each strike sent tremors through the wall, leaving Yamcha and the others in awe. They never imagined that within Bulma resided a power greater than Wukong's. Although Bulma was enraged, her strength proved ineffective against the sturdy wall. "Damn it, why can't I break through? This infuriates me. My Dragon Balls. My wish." At that moment, Yamcha suddenly conceived a plan. "That's it. Wukong, use the Kamehameha. How did you know I could perform the Kamehameha? Enough of the trivialities, just do it." Suddenly, Bulma's voice pierced through the air like a lion's roar. "All right." Son Wukong immediately assumed his stance, aiming at the wall. Came. Haim. Ha! After a powerful wave of energy surged forth, a small hole finally appeared in the wall. While it may not allow for an escape, it at least provided a passage for Oolong and Puar to slip through. "Oolong, Puar, it's all up to you now. Go retrieve the Dragon Balls." Meanwhile, in the square, Pilaf had finally summoned the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Chapter 68. The first encounter with Wukong. The initial meeting of two Saiyans as Pilaf's voice faded into the ether. The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly began to emit a blinding radiance, soaring skyward. Thunderous booms reverberated through the atmosphere, as golden lightning, akin to furious serpents, descended from the inky night sky, striking the Dragon Balls with fervor. With a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens, the verdant figure of the dragon manifested against the backdrop of the night. "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any desire you hold, I shall fulfill." The booming voice resonated like a great bell, filling the wilderness with its might. The onlookers, many witnessing the dragon's true form for the first time, were momentarily paralyzed with astonishment, rendered speechless in the face of such magnificence. However, Pilaf quickly regained his composure, his mouth agape as he eagerly prepared to articulate his wish. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from above, gesturing dismissively at Pilaf and his entourage. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted, sweeping Pilaf and his companions skyward, whisking them away in an instant. Immediately following, the figure extended their fingers toward Oolong and Puar, who were racing toward the Dragon Balls. An invisible force collided with them, propelling both Oolong and Puar back toward the vicinity of the castle. "Who is that person? What is happening? What is going on?" Hearing the strange commotion from outside, Bulma and her companions, who had been in despair, eagerly attempted to peer through a small opening to discern the situation. Eventually, the 3 of them crowded around the aperture, their gazes fixating on the mysterious figure. It was then that tears welled in Bulma's eyes. Although they were still a distance away, she recognized that silhouette. It was him. He had returned. The one who had driven away Pilaf and intercepted Oolong was none other than Lin Chen. In the original narrative, during this wish upon the dragon, Oolong had cunningly seized the opportunity to wish for a pair of underpants, an act that Lin Chen would naturally not allow to tarnish the sanctity of the dragon's wish. Coincidentally, Lin Chen had formulated his own intentions concerning the dragon's wish. Hovering before the dragon, Lin Chen addressed it with a query. "O dragon, may I first inquire if you possess the ability to grant immortality? Immortality is beyond even the god's capabilities. This wish cannot be fulfilled," the dragon responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered inwardly, confirming his suspicions. The dragon's powers have their limits, and the notion of immortality clearly transcended those boundaries. Lin Chen's aspiration was to wish for longevity for himself and those he cherished. Yet, since the dragon could not grant this, he remained undeterred, having devised alternative plans. "What means do you possess to extend one's lifespan?" In the realm of the underworld, there exists a divine spring known as the Fountain of Youth. This sacred water is used by the gods to concoct elixirs of immortality, and mortals who partake in it may extend their years. "The Fountain of Youth? Very well. I desire that," Lin Chen declared. "This wish shall be quite simple." In the next moment, the dragon's eyes glowed crimson, and a silver flask descended from the firmament. Hovering in Lin Chen's grasp, Lin Chen opened the kettle only to find an indistinct liquid that was both colorless and odorless. It was enough for 3 to 5 people if shared. "Your wish has been fulfilled, so farewell." With that, the divine dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls. spinning gracefully in the sky before soaring off to various corners of the world. After retracting the elixir of immortality into the system's space, Lin Chen turned to glance at the castle that still held Sun Wukong and the others captive. Since he had already revealed himself, it was time for a meeting. With a smile, Lin Chen flew towards the castle. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, Oolong and Puer were startled and hurriedly transformed into small animals, scurrying back through the entrance of their prison. Oh no, that strange person is coming for us. Oolong cried out in terror as he reverted to his original form. Do not worry, I know that person, Bulma replied, having regained her composure and dried her tears. Moments later, the wall shattered, and Lin Chen entered the prison. Hello, everyone. Lin Chen, big brother, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to leap into his embrace, only to be gently caught by him and set back down. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair, just as he had in the past, saying, Bulma, it's been a long time. Big brother Lin Chen, I am no longer a child, she replied. Lin Chen chuckled but remained silent, directing his gaze to the others. Witnessing Lin Chen's effortless entrance, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puer greeted him with utmost respect, their expressions filled with deference. In contrast, Sun Wukong looked on with curiosity, his face brimming with innocence. Big brother, you are so impressive. I could only make a small hole in that wall with all my strength, yet you smashed it open. Lin Chen smiled and said, with diligent training, you too can achieve greatness. Diligent training? But I have been training since my grandfather passed away. Oh, you have a tail too, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the tail coiled around Lin Chen's waist. Is that a real tail? Indeed, Lin Chen replied, pulling the tail from his waist and waving it behind him. Like you, I am also a Saiyan. Saiyan. Goodness, are they extraterrestrials? Yamcha and the others immediately stood straight against the wall. Little Wukong, however, looked at Lin Chen with a perplexed expression. Just then, a thunderous noise echoed from afar. Bulma stepped out through the wall to take a glance, only to quickly retreat. Big brother Lin Chen, those people are back. Outside the castle, a massive robot charged towards it, piloted by none other than the previously thwarted King Pilaf and his companions. Damn it, give me back my dream of world domination. King Pilaf shouted, forcefully pressing a red button on the control panel. The robot promptly raised its right arm, from which a large cannon emerged. Boom. In the next instant, a shell hurtled towards the castle. Everyone, be careful, Yamcha cried out, embracing Puer as they tumbled to the ground. Oolong desperately wiggled his rear, attempting to squeeze into Yamcha's embrace. Only Lin Chen, Bulma, and Goku remained motionless. Bulma placed her trust in Lin Chen, while Goku remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, just a second later, a massive explosion erupted from the site where the shell had fallen. The towering castle was instantly reduced to rubble. Ha! Looking at the vanished castle, Pilaf erupted into maniacal laughter. Ash and Xiao Wu, on the other hand, were left in despair. Lord Pilaf, all our possessions were in the castle. Silence. What do you care for riches? My hatred cannot be quenched without their annihilation. However, as soon as Pilaf's words fell, his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Ash and Xiao Wu gaped, eyes glued to the monitor. There, amidst the ruins of the castle, Lin Chen emerged unscathed, slowly rising from the wreckage. Chapter 69. The Future of Wukong. A choice revisited upon witnessing Lin Chen suspended in midair. Pilaf and his companions found themselves momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, all three simultaneously screamed, a ghost. Amidst their cries, a powerful energy wave surged through the air, piercing through the armor of a robot. With a resounding explosion, Pilaf and his companions once again soared into the sky. I shall return. After they vanished from sight, Bulma leapt with excitement, exclaiming, Brother Lin Chen, we have triumphed. Meanwhile, Yamcha and the others remained in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, little Wukong's eyes were fixated upon the full moon above, his gaze gradually becoming entranced. Suddenly, Sun Wukong emitted a primal roar, his body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. What is happening? He's transforming. Lin Chen sighed and called out to Yamcha and the others, get away from here. He has lost control. With that, Lin Chen swiftly scooped up Bulma and dashed outside, distancing themselves from the now transformed giant ape. Brother Lin Chen, what has happened to Wukong? Why has he become a monster? Bulma asked in panic. He gazed upon the full moon. When Saiyans behold the full moon, they transform into giant apes, succumbing to rage. Being still quite young, Wukong will lose all reason in this form, Lin Chen explained. Hearing this, Bulma turned to Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, what about you? Do not worry. I can control my transformation, and I have not looked at the moon, Lin Chen reassured her. And what of Wukong? Bulma inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I will handle this matter." With those words, Lin Chen vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned behind Sun Wukong. Even in his giant form, his combat power barely exceeds 100. Indeed, Wukong possesses that protagonist aura. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Chen reached out and grasped Wukong's tail. Although Wukong was unconscious, his battle instincts sensed the grip on his tail, causing his massive form to twist as he raised a fist to strike Lin Chen. With ease, Lin Chen caught the colossal fist, exerting force until Wukong's tail fell to the ground. The giant body began to deflate like a punctured balloon, swiftly reverting to its original form, unconscious. "Brother Lin Chen, are you all right?" Bulma hurried over, concerned. "I am fine. Please find a garment to cover Wukong. We must protect him from the chill," Lin Chen replied. Bulma turned to see little Wukong lying bare on the ground. Initially, she feared he was lifeless, but soon she heard his gentle snores, realizing he had merely fallen asleep. With arms crossed, Bulma reflected. Wukong once mentioned that his grandfather was slain by a monster. Could it be that this monster is himself? It seems so, although he is merely a child. The Saiyan transformed into a colossal ape is not a foe that ordinary humans can contend with, Lin Chen remarked. However, as he gazed at the current power level of Sun Wukong, which barely exceeded a dozen, an idea suddenly struck him. The formidable Vegeta, Wukong's future nemesis, has already surpassed his original narrative strength, and even his elder brother Raditz boasts a combat power exceeding 10,000. Should he not assist Sun Wukong in hastening his training? Ding. The system detected the host's hesitation regarding Wukong's future and activated the ultimate choice system. Option 1. Allow Wukong to grow independently. Reward. Universal textbook on key perception. 1 time point. Option 2. Take Wukong back to planet Vegeta. Reward. Universal textbook on King's Fist. Option 3. Train Wukong for a year, enhancing his combat power by 10,000 points. Reward. 1 bottle of 100 SL solvent. Am I to determine Sun Wukong's fate? A smirk played upon Lin Chen's lips as he began to ponder. To be honest, upon his return and witnessing the growth of planet Vegeta, Lin Chen has gradually become somewhat indifferent to the affairs of Earth. Initially, he insisted that Bardock send Sun Wukong to Earth, captivated by Wukong's future astonishing power, as well as the proof of his son Gohan's hybrid strength between Saiyans and Earthlings. In Lin Chen's perspective, should the development of planet Vegeta stagnate, Wukong on Earth would be their final hope. However, with the thriving progress of planet Vegeta, Wukong's combat strength has begun to seem somewhat unimpressive to Lin Chen. After all, due to the rewards from the choice tasks, Lin Chen's own combat power has been significantly enhanced, making even a typical Super Saiyan at the 2nd level incomparable to him. Thus, for him and for planet Vegeta, the assistance Wukong could provide in the future is, at least until he reaches the realm of Super Saiyan 3, entirely dispensable. The only value Earth holds for Lin Chen now is that of an observer and a Dragon Ball enthusiast, witnessing the familiar tales unfold before his eyes. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen has made his decision. System, I choose option 1. Regarding Wukong, Lin Chen has resolved to let nature take its course. At least until he possesses the ability to venture into the cosmos, Lin Chen does not intend to interfere with Wukong excessively. Upon reflection, Wukong's initial growth in combat power was rather slow. He is the type that accumulates strength over time. Although the battles on Earth did not expedite Wukong's transformation into a formidable warrior, they laid a solid foundation for him. It is precisely these experiences that enabled Wukong, with the qualifications of a low-tier fighter, to eventually become the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, should Lin Chen disrupt his growth, it might indeed bolster Wukong's strength in the short term, yet it could also stifle his potential for growth, akin to the detrimental effect of pulling seedlings to hasten their growth. It is best to allow him to mature at his own pace. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Rewards have been credited. Within Lin Chen's system space, a universally applicable video tutorial materialized instantaneously, while his attributes panel reflected an increase of 1 temporal point. Shortly thereafter, the little monkey Wukong finally roused from his slumber. Upon awakening, he remained oblivious to the transformation that had occurred and was instead puzzled by the absence of his clothing and tail. Yamcha and the others had initially intended to keep Wukong in the dark, fearing that revealing the truth of his grandfather's demise would burden him with guilt. However, Lin Chen chose to unveil the reality of the situation. What? I was the cause of my grandfather's death. Even the innocent Wukong found the truth difficult to process. Lin Chen, this is too cruel, Bulma remarked. No, this is all for his benefit, Lin Chen replied, his arms crossed, addressing Sun Wukong with gravity. Wukong, this predicament arose solely due to your frailty. Had you been sufficiently powerful, you would have maintained your consciousness even after the transformation. Ultimately, your lack of training is to blame. Upon hearing this, Wukong clenched his fists, as if resolving himself. Lin Chen, will you teach me how to cultivate? Chapter 70. Parting Ways. Lin Chen's wedding. Do you wish for me to teach you the art of cultivation? Lin Chen remarked coldly, gazing at Wukong. Indeed, elder brother. Your prowess is remarkable. I yearn to learn from you. Wukong replied, a rare seriousness gracing his countenance. Very well, as long as you can reach me. I shall impart my knowledge, Lin Chen responded. Excellent. Young Wukong nodded vigorously, assuming a stance of determination. However, at that moment, his stomach growled unexpectedly, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Oh dear, I am quite famished. Could you possibly wait while I find something to eat? No need, Lin Chen said, tossing Wukong a magical bean. Consume this. What is this? Wukong inquired curiously, placing it in his mouth and chewing, his eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible. I am full. My strength has returned. What manner of food is this? This is a divine being. One is sufficient to sate your hunger. Brother Lin Chen, do you have more? Might you spare me some? Should you manage to reach me, I may grant you a few. Very well. I shall make my move. Young Wukong readied himself once more, shouting loudly before charging directly at Lin Chen. Though his spirit was fierce, the disparity in their abilities was evident, given Wukong's current strength. It was utterly impossible for him to touch Lin Chen. After indulging Wukong for some time, Lin Chen's patience waned. I shall retaliate. Be cautious. What? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Chen's tail swept forward, catching young Wukong off guard, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Wukong. Oolong and the others hurried over, gently patting Wukong's head to rouse him from his stupor. Brother Lin Chen, that was rather harsh, was it not? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Lin Chen shook his head, addressing Wukong. Do you now comprehend the gulf between us? The chasm is vast. You cannot learn anything from me at this juncture. And it would be perilous for you to pursue cultivation under such circumstances. Young Wukong scratched his head, wearing no expression of despondency, merely lamenting, alas. It seems that is indeed the case. Seeing his innocent demeanor, Lin Chen smiled, pondering that Wukong's simplicity might be one of the reasons for his swift growth in the future. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen said, Wukong, do you remember Master Roshi? Wukong replied, you mean that old gentleman? Of course I remember. He is the second strongest person I have encountered, aside from brother Lin Chen. Seek him out for your training. He is the master of your grandfather, and given your current strength, training under him would be most fitting. By the way, Bulma has also trained under Master Roshi. Having made his decision, Lin Chen intended not to alter Wukong's future. Moreover, Wukong could indeed acquire a wealth of martial knowledge from Master Roshi. Is that true? How splendid. I shall go train with Master Roshi and become stronger. Wukong, I wish to accompany you. Yamcha suddenly interjected. Young Master Yamcha? Pu'er queried, somewhat perplexed. Pu'er, I too aspire to grow stronger. Only after encountering Lin Chen did I realize how naive my past self was. I must become formidable, and in the future, I shall not be outshone by Lin Chen. At the very least, I cannot be overshadowed by a woman like Bulma. Yamcha added silently in his heart. Haha. That might prove to be quite challenging for you. Bulma chuckled. And you, Oolong? Puo inquired. I think I'll pass. Bulma, may I accompany you to the city? I've heard there are many girls in the big city. Oolong gazed at Bulma. Very well. Though your lechery is quite off-putting. Just say if you don't want me to go. Thus, as each individual resolved their own futures, they parted ways. Lin Chen took Bulma and Oolong and, with a swift use of instant transmission, departed the scene. Observing the three vanish, Goku couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Chen's technique is truly remarkable. I didn't even see how he left. Indeed, Yamcha reflected, there are indeed many powerful individuals in this world. In West City, after bidding farewell to Sun Wukong and the others, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at Bulma's home via instant transmission. Here, Lin Chen was reunited with the long-missed ties and the brief family. After 6 years apart, ties had matured and blossomed into a woman. For someone of earthly descent, the 6 years had been a trying period. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a weeping willow. Gazing at Ties, Lin Chen felt a pang of remorse and embraced her earnestly, declaring, Ties, we have known each other for so many years. Will you marry me? Ties responded softly, her voice barely a whisper. This moment was one she had long awaited. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. How can this happen so quickly? What are you saying, Bulma? Ties has waited for so long, Mrs. Brief chastised. However, Bulma stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off to her room. My dear Bulma. Ties gazed at her sister's retreating figure, wanting to offer an explanation. But Lin Chen waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, I understand her feelings." Then you. Tai's knew that Lin Chen already had a Saiyan princess, so she was not averse to sharing her husband with her sister. Yet Lin Chen shook his head, saying, "No need to elaborate. I regard Bulma merely as a sister. In the future, she will encounter the right person." A month later, in West City, Lin Chen and Tai's wedding took place. This ceremony was quite grand, considering Lin Chen's status as the prince of the Saiyans. Although the wedding was held on Earth, Planet Vegeta had prepared numerous gifts for Lin Chen, including rare gemstones collected from various planets. Additionally, individuals from Lin Chen's side, including Bardock and others, attended the event, and Hannah Xiao arrived to impart knowledge of Saiyan royal customs to Tai's. On the side of Tai Si, many of her friends had gathered, including Jeek and others. Regrettably, the esteemed Dr. Dasheng, who had invented the first-generation time machine, had already passed away by this time. The wedding lasted an entire day, and as night fell, Lin Chen embraced Tai Si and carried her into their bridal chamber. The chamber, located in the western capital, was not far from Dr. Broof's residence. It was a property Lin Chen had acquired with a fist-sized diamond after deciding to marry Tai Si. Prior to the wedding, the entire villa had undergone a complete renovation. When Lin Chen and Tai Si finally found themselves alone, he produced a flask of elixir of immortality. "Tai Si, take a sip of this," he urged. Although Tai Si was puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions and took a sip. After swallowing, she inquired, "What is this? It tastes peculiar. It isn't poison, is it?" "This is the elixir of immortality I received after making a wish to the dragon. A single sip can extend one's life by several centuries. As a Saiyan, I often traverse the cosmos. Once you drink this, you need not worry about aging," Lin Chen explained. "Why would I worry?" Tai Si replied with a shy smile. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a surge of joy. No woman would ever wish to forsake the dream of eternal youth and immortality. "Tai Si, it is time for us to rest," Lin Chen whispered softly in her ear, cradling her smooth form. The lights in the room dimmed immediately. Chapter 71. The experience of the legendary Super Saiyan 2. After their wedding, Lin Chen and Tai Si embarked on a honeymoon journey. As the wife of the Saiyan King, Lin Chen ensured that their getaway was nothing short of extraordinary. Their footprints graced nearly every planet under Saiyan control. During this time, Lin Chen seldom found moments of relaxation. For the first time since his rebirth, he chose to relish life rather than devote himself to training. However, blissful moments are often fleeting. As the Saiyan King, Lin Chen's leisure was limited. Post-honeymoon, Lin Chen prepared to resume his training. Notably, Tai Si did not return to Earth after their trip. Instead, she traveled to Adrat Star. Upon learning that Lin Chen could master instant transmission from the Adrat people, Tai Si resolved to learn this skill herself. Given that Lin Chen spent most of his time on Vegeta Star, she preferred not to passively await his return to Earth, and thus proposed her desire to study on Adrat Star. Moreover, one must remember that Tai Si's primary vocation is that of a novelist. And what ability could be more advantageous for a writer than the capacity to travel anywhere at will through instant transmission? In terms of combat prowess, after Lin Chen employed the potential development technique, Tai Si's battle power exceeded 10,000. Consequently, Lin Chen had no concerns for her safety and readily sent her off. The Adrat people are a peace-loving race, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. They readily acquiesced to Tai Si's request. Once it was confirmed that Tai Si had begun her training, Lin Chen departed from Adrat Star, preparing to immerse himself in his own endeavors. For Lin Chen, the most pressing matter at hand was to utilize the rewards acquired from his recent temporal traversal, the experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2. Host, Lin Chen Battle Power, 68 million Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki. Techniques, Planetary Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Split Wave, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Since his journey through time, Lin Chen's battle power experienced a remarkable surge. Typically, once one's power exceeds 1 million, the rate of training decreases significantly. However, thanks to the system's rewards, Lin Chen's base battle power nearly quintupled. Coupled with the 50-fold enhancement from his transformed state, Lin Chen's overall power increased exponentially, surpassing 300 million. Upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's battle power not only shattered the 100 million mark, but soared beyond 300 million. This figure, based on Lin Chen's assessments of Goku and others from an alternate timeline, could even surpass Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form. Nevertheless, the challenges ahead are boundless, and Lin Chen cannot afford to remain stagnant. In addition to continuing to hone his skills and enhance his strength, Lin Chen now set his sights on attempting a more advanced transformation, beyond the ordinary Super Saiyan, which includes the first, second, and third forms. Lin Chen believed that his legendary Super Saiyan form, while distinct from the typical, must also possess corresponding advanced transformations. However, this transformation had never been described even in the original narrative, leaving Lin Chen somewhat perplexed. Thus, the Transcendent Super Saiyan Level 2 experience card he acquired through a task became invaluable to him. Though it could only be utilized for an hour, it was sufficient to illuminate a path toward greater power. On this day, Lin Chen instantaneously transported himself to a desolate and unfamiliar icy planet. Despite its seemingly barren surface, beneath the ice lay a secret base of cosmic pirates. Lin Chen had learned of this place after visiting the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol to accept a mission aimed at eradicating these space marauders. He undertook this task specifically to experience the strength of Transcendent Super Saiyan Level 2. After all, simply transforming without engaging in battle would not allow him to fully appreciate the might of this form. System, activate the Transcendent Super Saiyan Level 2 experience card. After preparing himself, Lin Chen began to utilize the experience card from within the system space. As his words fell, his aura suddenly surged uncontrollably. It was as if a switch had been flipped within him, causing him to instinctively transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. 200 million, 300 million. In no time, Lin Chen's battle power astonishingly surpassed 300 million and continued to rise. As Lin Chen's aura erupted, the icy planet beneath him began to tremble violently, the overwhelming energy eliciting piercing alarms from the pirate base deep within the planet. What is happening? Are we under attack? Cried the cosmic pirate leader, resembling a shark, from the control room. Soon, he was met with horrified shouts from the surveillance room. Boss, the energy detector has exploded. An energy source exceeding our limits has appeared outside. What? Everyone, quickly go check who is causing trouble here. Instantly, numerous space pirates, each with battle powers ranging from the thousands to tens of thousands, flew out from the base's secret entrance. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Chen was utterly astonished. Even after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, he felt his power continuing to escalate. 350 million, 400 million, 500 million. 600 million. When Lin Chen observed his battle power finally stabilize at 660 million through the system, the abrupt surge of strength came to an end. The yellow-green aura that enveloped Lin Chen's body swirled like boiling oil, churning violently before erupting into a jet-like form. His previously upright yellow-green hair had also grown longer than before. The most dramatic transformation is undoubtedly the radiant yellow-green arcs of electricity surrounding Lin Chen, crackling and exploding with a cacophony of sound. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 668 million. Is this the legendary form of Super Saiyan 2? Lin Chen can distinctly feel the overwhelming strength surging within him, a power that yearns to be unleashed. Just at that moment, a tempestuous wave of energy blasts surged towards Lin Chen from below. These were the cosmic pirates, emerging from their hidden base, launching an assault against him. At this juncture, Lin Chen's prowess had surpassed the comprehension of these cosmic marauders entirely. It was akin to ants being oblivious to the vastness of human strength. Although these pirates sensed the astonishing aura emanating from Lin Chen, they could not fathom the extent of the disparity between them. Ignorant of the peril, the cosmic pirates hesitated not and proceeded to attack. Chapter 72. The Terrifying Power. Next target. As waves of energy surged like raindrops, they were shattered by the electric arcs surrounding Lin Chen before they could approach him. Casting a fleeting glance at the assailants, a cruel smile crept upon his lips as he gradually raised his right hand. The relentless blizzard that had been sweeping across the planet abruptly ceased at that moment. In an instant, a verdant sphere of light materialized in Lin Chen's hand. This orb was densely packed with staggering energy, so potent that it created an effect akin to a black hole, drawing in all surrounding matter. Perish! Lin Chen gently hurled the energy sphere towards the band of cosmic pirates, and it drifted slowly in their direction. Yet, in a heartbeat, the sphere swelled to an enormous size, its radiant brilliance leaving the pirates agape. Though they had previously underestimated Lin Chen's might, the sight of the planet-destroying energy orb made them acutely aware of the fear that loomed before them. However, it was already too late. The ominous energy sphere consumed the pirates and plummeted, ultimately embedding itself deep within the planet's core. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted from the fissures created by the energy sphere, illuminating the planet's interior with beams reminiscent of fireworks. Spaceships darted chaotically from beneath the icy expanse, desperately attempting to escape, only to be engulfed by molten lava that erupted from the depths. Before long, the icy planet succumbed to a thunderous crash, collapsing into dust. In the aftermath of the planet's obliteration, Lin Chen's figure emerged in the cosmos. He gazed impassively at the devastation, suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter. Yet just then, his laughter abruptly ceased. As if awakening from a great dream, Lin Chen was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the gravity of his actions. Did I truly do this? He gasped, staring at the annihilated planet. Had he really destroyed an entire world? The realization filled him with an unsettling thrill. What was happening? Lin Chen pondered, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He surmised that he had momentarily succumbed to a fit of uncontrollable rage. But why? After the transformation of his bloodline, had he nearly lost control? Upon inquiring within himself, the system responded, ding. The energy of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 exceeds the control limits of the bloodline transformation. The host must enhance their mental fortitude to effectively harness this power. Mental fortitude? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen promptly retrieved the last few coveted fruits of the spirit tree from the system's repository and consumed them without hesitation. As the essence of the spirit tree surged within him, Lin Chen absorbed and refined the pure mental energy, gradually calming his turbulent mind. However, Lin Chen could sense that as he consumed an increasing number of the spiritual tree fruits, the enhancement of his mental strength had begun to diminish in significance. It appeared that ultimately, he would still need to cultivate his mental power through self-discipline. The brief hours swiftly elapsed, suspended in the vastness of space. Lin Chen reflected on the fleeting experience of wielding the power of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation while quietly summarizing his insights. In light of his recent surge of power, Lin Chen had come to a fundamental conclusion. The legendary phenomenon of the Super Saiyan's berserk state was a manifestation of an individual's mental strength being inferior to their physical prowess. Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan transformations, the legendary Super Saiyan's overwhelming energy rendered those of the Super Saiyan bloodline unable to control such immense power. For instance, both Broly and Caulifla from Universe 6 exhibited this uncontrollable rage due to insufficient mental fortitude. Later, when Caulifla fused with Kale to become Kefla, the reason she could maintain her composure was evident. At that moment, Kefla possessed the combined mental strength of both fighters, enabling her to harness the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation. As for Lin Chen, although his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was perfect, he too was not exempt from the potential for losing control. While he could manage the transformation into Super Saiyan 1 due to the alteration in his bloodline, he began to struggle with control during Super Saiyan 2. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had become as ferocious as Broly due to the surge of power. It seemed that his next objective should be to strengthen his mental prowess. As for the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, once he attained the requisite mental strength, he could break through at any moment. The brief hour of experience was not a fleeting illusion. Lin Chen had etched that sensation into his memory. He was confident that with ample mental power, he could successfully transcend into the Super Saiyan 2 form. From that day forth, Lin Chen embarked on a new phase of cultivation. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen continued his training, while Tice, who had gone to planet Udrat, had yet to return. As the middle of the year 750 in the age approached, he recalled that the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, in which young Goku was set to participate for the first time, was about to commence. Such an intriguing event, Lin Chen could not possibly miss. Just as he arranged to join Bardock and his wife to witness Goku's growth on Earth, an unforeseen incident compelled Lin Chen to interrupt his journey to the planet. Hannah had been injured again? Upon hearing Paragus's report, Lin Chen was taken aback. Paragus clarified, "Apologies, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. The Queen is not injured. But according to the latest news we received, she may be pregnant." Pregnant? Lin Chen paused, his expression bearing greater astonishment than when he had initially heard of Hannah's potential injury. Urged by his curiosity, he prompted Paragus to hastily elucidate the circumstances. According to Paragus, Hannah had encountered an accident while on a mission. On this occasion, Hannah is leading an expeditionary force on a mission to safeguard a planet. This task has been commissioned by the Galactic Patrol Organization, and its difficulty has been set to the utmost level. The adversary in this endeavor is none other than King Cold, one of the two most perilous individuals listed by the Galactic Patrol following Frieza's demise, and indeed, he is Frieza's elder brother. A planet known as Ivlith has recently been designated as a target for conquest by King Cold's forces. Ivlith is a celestial body with a rich history, remarkably advanced technology, and is reputed to possess the most comprehensive library database in the entire universe. Upon receiving this alarming news, the inhabitants promptly sought emergency assistance from the Galactic Patrol Organization. Consequently, the Saiyans were dispatched as the supporting forces and were urgently deployed to the locality. It was during Hanazia's arrival at the scene and the commencement of battle that unforeseen events unfolded. Chapter 73, The Battle of Ivorith Star Ivorith. A planet bathed in a fiery crimson hue now bore witness to the sporadic explosions and energy fluctuations that deepened its scarlet visage. At this moment, a large spacecraft, frequently employed by the Galactic Patrol, soared above the planet. Unlike the typical vessels of the Patrol, this ship bore no insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Instead, it was adorned with the emblem of the Saiyans. This craft was commanded by the Saiyan Elite Squad, led personally by Princess Hanasia. The ship was piloted not by Saiyans, but by a contingent of space pilots dispatched by the Galactic Patrol to assist the Saiyans. As the vessel began its descent into the atmosphere, one pilot exclaimed, "Princess Hanasia, we are approaching Ivorith Star. We have detected Gulra's ship hovering over the capital. Shall we descend directly to confront them? Prepare to open the hatches," Hanasia commanded. At that moment, another pilot interjected, "Wait, Your Highness. The Ivrithians have sent an urgent request. Their evacuation convoy is under attack. We must prioritize their rescue." "What?" "I was eager for a confrontation with Gulra," Hanasia grumbled, but then relented. "Very well, let us proceed to assist them first." Meanwhile, below the surface, the sound of cannon fire echoed through the air, shrouded in smoke. An evacuation convoy of Ivrithians, having escaped the capital, was being toyed with by a battalion of Gulra soldiers. The Ivrithians, a subhuman race, possessed physiques comparable to the Saiyans, yet their hair was a striking red, complemented by pointed ears. Unlike the Saiyans, the Ivrithians did not possess innate combat abilities, but they were a venerable race, rich in advanced technology. These innovations allowed the Ivrithians to develop individual weaponry akin to that of Iron Man, enabling even ordinary Ivrithians to boast combat power exceeding 10,000. Thus, in the cosmic expanse, the Ivrithians were not a people to be trifled with. However, the current state of affairs on the planet was decidedly lopsided. The advanced technological armaments that had once been a source of pride for the Ivrithians now served only to scratch the surface against their foes. This time, the Ivrithians faced the notorious Gulra Legion. In contrast to the past Frieza force, which relied heavily on sheer numbers and a mix of elite and ordinary soldiers, the Gulra Legion, though fewer in number, was comprised entirely of elite warriors, each possessing combat power exceeding 10,000. The most formidable of their mech units, though only 3 in number, boasted combat prowess surpassing 100,000, earning infamy throughout the universe. Thus, the disparity between the Ivrithians on the battlefield and their adversaries was vast, leaving them with little hope of retaliation. Time and again, one could witness armored Ivrithians vanishing beneath the onslaught of energy blasts from their opponents. As the Ivrithians within the convoy watched in despair as their protective warriors fell one by one, they suddenly beheld a group of human warriors with tails and black hair soaring down from the sky. A member of the Gula Legion noticed an unidentified force approaching from the sky. Immediately, he alerted his comrades while activating his combat power detector to assess the situation. "My Lord Frieza, it appears reinforcements from the Ivlitans have arrived. Their combat power is..." Before he could finish his sentence, the detector suddenly exploded. Soon after, the combat power detectors of other aliens also succumbed to the overwhelming energy, resulting in a series of explosions. Upon receiving the alarming news, Frieza, commanding the mech troops from the rear, could not restrain himself from soaring into the sky. To his astonishment, he realized that the assailants were not Ivlitans at all, but Saiyans. "Fools. It's the Saiyans. Forget about the Ivlitans. Prepare for battle." Even the renowned mech troops, formidable as they were, dared not underestimate the Saiyans in that moment. After all, the dire circumstances faced by the Frieza force over the past 6 years had demonstrated the Saiyans' formidable strength to all. Moreover, the Gula Legion had previously encountered the Saiyans, and those battles had invariably concluded with the Gula Legion's retreat. Frieza himself had clashed with Saiyans before, particularly a scarred one whose visage was forever etched in his memory due to the near-fatal encounter he had endured. "My Lord Gula, the Saiyans have come." Just as Frieza uttered these words, the Saiyans surged onto the battlefield. The Gula Legion warriors, who had once held the upper hand against the Ivlitans, now experienced the weight of the Ivlitans' previous plight. Faced with the oncoming Saiyan warriors, most were no match for their opponents. Leading the charge was a female Saiyan, unstoppable in her advance, cutting through foes with relentless precision. With a mere flick of her arm, countless energy spheres rained down like a torrential downpour, mercilessly annihilating every alien struck by them. The already outnumbered Gula Legion found themselves in a precarious position. However, at that moment, a purple figure ascended into the sky. The formidable power emanating from this figure caused all the Saiyans engaged in combat to halt in their tracks. Unlike the combat power detectors used by the Gula Legion, the Saiyans employed devices from Earth, allowing them to clearly discern the terrifying power contained within that purple silhouette. Combat power, 16 million. Princess Hana. It's the frozen demon. I see it. The leader of the Saiyans, Hana, felt the gravity of the situation weighing upon her, though the figure before her was purple. Contrasting starkly with Frieza's white form, its resemblance, coupled with the long tail, was undeniably akin to Frieza's final form. Without need for further inquiry, Hana understood that the figure must be Gula, the leader of the Gula Legion and Frieza's elder brother. Everyone, stand back. I shall handle him. With that declaration, Hana immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Glaring at the golden figure standing not far away, Gula's eyes flickered with a hint of fury. Those accursed Saiyan monkeys. They seem to appear wherever one goes. Should I strike? A resounding crack echoed as Gula's tail whipped through the air. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead locking eyes with Hana. The tense atmosphere thickened, casting a heavy pall over the scene. Some Saiyans began to murmur amongst themselves. Is that Gula? Such terrifying power. He is even mightier than Frieza. There's no need to panic. Our Princess Hana's combat strength is currently a staggering 18 million. Indeed, with Frieza dead, what does Gula truly amount to? Chapter 74, The Lost Power. Is Hana pregnant? The female Super Saiyan. Wasn't she the one who vanquished Frieza? Gula licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a profound and terrifying depth. Ever since he learned that Frieza had perished at the hands of a Super Saiyan, Gula had been relentlessly seeking ways to enhance his strength. Unlike Frieza, Gula possessed a cautious disposition. He would not dare provoke a Super Saiyan without absolute certainty of victory. Consequently, during the 6 years that Lin Chen ventured into parallel dimensions, Gula's forces adopted a strategy of contraction and defense. However, evasion alone proved futile. Gula clenched his fists and muttered, "Before I acquire sufficient strength to confront that Super Saiyan, I shall first deal with you, woman." A bloodthirsty killing intent surged forth in an instant. Huh, are we about to engage? Hana sensed Gula's murderous intent and burst into laughter. Ever since she gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, she had feared no one in battle, save for Lin Chen. Even against the ice demon, she remained unafraid. Suddenly, a fine rain began to fall from the sky, and as raindrops landed upon the two formidable warriors, both with power levels exceeding 10 million, they sprang into action. Boom, boom. The two figures raced through the air, colliding with one another. The sounds of fists and feet striking echoed incessantly. Their blurred forms danced in the air like leaves swept away by the wind. The warriors on Gula's side could no longer keep pace with the flurry of movement, left only to hear the explosive sounds resonating in their ears. On the Saiyan side, although their eyes struggled to keep up, many warriors closed their eyes, beginning to sense the movements of the two using their key perception. Since Lin Chen received the task reward, he had entrusted the universal textbook on key perception to planet Vegeta, initiating its dissemination across the entire planet. Though the promotion had only recently begun, many warriors who frequently engaged in battle had already grasped this technique. With the aid of key perception, they managed to barely keep up with the speed of Hanazia's combat. Damn it, those detestable Saiyans. Why? Isn't the ice demon race the strongest in the universe? Why can't I triumph over this Saiyan? Gula's teeth nearly ground together in frustration. Ever since witnessing his brother's tragic demise, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, yet despite this, he found himself unable to close the gap with the Saiyans. Moreover, the opponent he faced was merely a female Super Saiyan. He had heard that the one responsible for Frieza's death was none other than the Saiyan King. He was the mightiest Super Saiyan. The female Super Saiyan before him ranked only second. After 6 years of arduous training, could he truly not even defeat the second strongest Super Saiyan? Boom. Gula suddenly took a punch to the gut, the immense force nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet, more unbearable than the pain was the overwhelming humiliation and fury. I am Gula, the king of the universe. How could I possibly lose to a mere woman? As Hana approached with intent to engage, Gula unexpectedly flicked his tail, striking her squarely in the face. This blow was merely a manifestation of Gula's frustration, devoid of expectations for any significant impact. To his astonishment, Hanazia's movements faltered at that very moment, resulting in a direct hit. Instantly, she was propelled like a cannonball, swiftly becoming a mere speck in the sky. Gula was momentarily taken aback, questioning how such an outcome could have occurred. The Saiyans present were equally bewildered. How could the Princess Hanasiya have been caught off guard? At that moment, two Saiyans quietly exchanged words. Hey, do you sense it? What? The princess's energy seems to be waning. What? That's impossible. In truth, it wasn't just these two. All Saiyans who had developed the ability to sense energy felt that Hanasiya's aura had inexplicably weakened. Some, refusing to believe it, checked their power scouters, confirming that Hanasiya's battle power was indeed diminishing. What could be happening? Hanasiya herself was perplexed, having only just begun to warm up. How could she suddenly feel so drained? It must be an illusion. Resolving to regain her strength, she surged forward once more towards Gula, reigniting their fierce battle. After a brief exchange, Gula seized an opportunity during a dodge, landing another kick squarely on Hanasiya's chest. Although she managed to cross her arms to absorb the blow, she could not dissipate its force, and once again, she was sent flying through the air. Princess Hanasiya, are you alright? Someone inquired urgently via communicator, struggling to stabilize herself. Hanasiya found her breathing more labored than before. Why? My energy is dissipating, she pondered, unconsciously placing a hand on her abdomen. Observing this gesture, a female Saiyan in attendance suddenly had a realization and whispered into the communicator, Your Highness, we should retreat. There may be a change in your condition. What? What is wrong with my body? Your Highness, you may be pregnant. The revelation stunned the other Saiyans. Pregnant? Many suddenly understood the situation. For female Saiyans, once they reached pregnancy, their battle power inevitably weakened. It was no wonder Hanasiya's strength had begun to decline. Recognizing the implications, the Saiyans swiftly surrounded Hanasiya, ensuring her safety while hastily retreating from the scene. At this point, the Evrithian evacuation convoy had already departed, and they saw no reason to remain and continue the battle. Seeing the Saiyans retreat, Gula's subordinates returned to his side. Master, congratulations. You have defeated that Super Saiyan, Shavira exclaimed. Foolish. Did you not see that they retreated of their own accord? My apologies. Gula cursed vehemently before turning his gaze back towards the retreating Saiyans, his mind clouded with doubt. It struck him as peculiar. How had that female Super Saiyan's power suddenly diminished? Could there be some insidious plot at play? Gula wore an expression of uncertainty. Perplexed by the current circumstances, he yearned to pursue and eliminate the female Saiyan, thereby eliminating any obstacles for his impending war against the Saiyans. Yet he was also wary of falling into a trap set by his adversaries. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his eyes fixated on the distant figures of the Saiyans. Gula finally clenched his fists. Shavira, confirm whether the database of the Iflit people has been successfully relocated. Once the task is complete, immediately pilot the ship away from this planet and await my arrival in outer space. Lord Gula, what are your intentions? I am going to deal with those Saiyans. Chapter 75. A false alarm. The terrified Gulra, let me go. I have not yet finished. Your Highness, please return to the spaceship at once. We need to conduct a medical examination. Meanwhile, Hanasiya, though exceedingly reluctant, was forcibly escorted back to the spacecraft by a throng of Saiyans. In truth, halfway through their journey, Hanasiya had already been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, and her combat power had plummeted to a mere 500,000. Simultaneously, on their way back to the ship, the remaining Saiyans hastily relayed the situation to planet Vegeta. With Hanasiya unable to become a Super Saiyan, only Lin Chen remained capable of confronting Gulra. Upon their return to the spaceship, Hanasiya was promptly ushered into the medical bay, equipped with Galactic Patrol's medical devices, allowing for an immediate comprehensive examination. However, it was soon revealed that Hanasiya was not pregnant. Rather, she had suffered from food poisoning. What? Food poisoning? Upon hearing this news, Hanasiya was enraged to the brink of dismantling the machine, yet was quickly incapacitated by excruciating pain, collapsing onto the medical apparatus. How could a proud Super Saiyan like me be poisoned? She lamented weakly. Your Highness, did you perhaps consume something unusual today? Inquired the extraterrestrial medical attendant. I. Hanasiya pondered for a moment, and then recalled one particular item. I believe I ate some fruit from Jorga today. Crash. The crowd present fell silent in shock. Hanasiya looked at them quizzically and asked, What is the matter with you all? A female Saiyan jumped up and exclaimed, Your Highness, Jorga is a Barlian. Their planet is heavily polluted. Therefore, the food from that planet is rife with ultra-heavy metal contaminants. The digestive system of the Barlian species has adapted to those substances. So Jorga can consume it without issue, but any other life form from different planets would surely perish. Your Highness, your mere stomachache is likely due to your status as a Super Saiyan. I found it peculiar that the fruit tasted so terrible. Upon realizing that Hanasiya was not pregnant, but merely suffering from food poisoning, the The Saiyans aboard the ship collectively sighed in relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, since Lin Chen had led the Saiyans into a new phase of development akin to a phoenix's rebirth, the question of Lin Chen's progeny had become a topic of much concern among the Saiyans. Had the princess truly been with child, it would have been a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for all Saiyans. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared through the spacecraft. Oh no, it's Gora. This is bad. The princess cannot fight now. We must protect her. Though it pained them to abandon the Ivletons, the Saiyans resolved to retreat. Weighing their options, they decided to withdraw, with only a few Saiyans boasting combat power exceeding 500,000 opting to remain behind to buy time for the ship's escape. Outside the spacecraft, Gora hovered ominously before it, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he noticed the absence of the female Saiyan. He had previously harbored suspicions that the female Saiyan might be entangled in some extraordinary circumstances. Now, it appeared that his doubts were indeed well-founded. Otherwise, why would she remain hidden? Taking a deep breath, Gula bellowed, "That woman, come forth. Our battle is far from over." His thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Moments later, the hatch of the Saiyan spacecraft opened, and Gula expected the woman to emerge. To his astonishment, however, several ordinary Saiyans, no more significant than ants in his eyes, stood before him. Humph. It seems that the female Saiyan truly has encountered some misfortune, he mused. Gula, you shall face us. To cover the retreat of their ship, the Saiyans unleashed their full power upon appearing, bombarding Gula with a torrential barrage of energy waves. Yet, to Gula, these energy waves felt no more than a mere tickle. He watched, incredulous, as these individuals, like foolish jesters, dared to strike at him, while the massive Saiyan ship began to turn away, solidifying his belief that the female Saiyan was indeed in peril. After all, given the Saiyan nature, how could they possibly flee without a fight? Seizing the moment to strike, Gula cared not for the adversities faced by his foes. He would seize any opportunity to vanquish the Saiyans. Supernova. Gula grinned cruelly, pointing a finger as a colossal fireball, brimming with immense energy, materialized above him. It surged toward the Saiyans and their ship. As the massive fireball drew closer, the Saiyans, who had intended to buy some time, fell into despair. Their energy waves, when launched at the fireball, proved utterly ineffective, being consumed in an instant. Meanwhile, the spacecraft, having turned around, had yet to accelerate, leaving its occupants helpless as they watched the enormous fireball approach. As the imminent doom of the Saiyans loomed, Gula erupted in laughter. Today's slaughter of these Saiyans was merely the prelude to his future destruction of planet Vegeta. However, just then before the colossal fireball, a figure suddenly materialized in an instant. Sensing the approaching fireball, the figure turned to glance at it, their expression hardening. In the next moment, a vast yellow-green aura erupted forth like a volcano. In the distance, Gula, witnessing the sudden appearance of this figure, was momentarily taken aback. Then without hesitation, he turned to flee, not sparing a glance to see the fate of the fireball behind him. One must admit, Gula's reaction was remarkably astute. For as he fled with all his might, the newly emerged figure had already splayed their fingers, forcefully halting the massive fireball in its tracks. The figure then lifted a leg and, with a swift motion, sent the planet-destroying energy fireball soaring into the sky as if it were a mere ball. Boom. Moments later, the fireball detonated in outer space, transforming the very skies of Ephrath into a spectacle of chaos. As the dense energy dissipated, the figure turned to the stunned Saiyans and inquired, "Where is Hannah? Your Majesty Linkus." Several Saiyan warriors came to their senses, their eyes brimming with tears, ready to kneel before Lin Chen in the air. "Enough of this, let us not waste time. Where is Hannah?" "The princess is aboard the spaceship. Everything is well," one Saiyan responded. Lin Chen exhaled with relief, then inquired, "Is she truly pregnant?" "No." Upon hearing this, the faces of several Saiyans contorted into expressions of bitter amusement. "Your Majesty, Princess Hannah is not with child. She merely has an upset stomach." "An upset stomach?" Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. "You all return to care for the princess. I shall undertake this task." With that, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the direction in which Gula had fled. He had initially intended to attend the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Yet circumstances had compelled him to this place. His frustration could not be directed at Hannah. Thus, Gula would have to bear the brunt of it. After all, it would be best if the frozen demons perished entirely. In the next moment, Lin Chen dashed after Gula. Meanwhile, Gula raced forward, exerting nearly all his strength as he sped towards his spaceship. It cannot be mistaken. It is that man. He is the one who killed Frieza. Gula had immediately recognized Lin Chen upon his arrival. After several years apart, the Super Saiyan had indeed grown even stronger, even with but a fleeting glance. Gula could sense the immense power emanating from him. I am Gula, the Cosmic Emperor. Why? Why am I so terrified? Unforgivable, unforgivable. Just then, Gula suddenly heard a sound resembling the tearing of space behind him. He turned around, nearly paralyzed with fear. There, behind him, Lin Chen loomed like a golden demon, rapidly closing the distance between them. Chapter 76. The Return of Tai's No. Gula exclaimed in panic, unable to halt Lin Chen's relentless advance. Faced with the impending threat, Gula gritted his teeth and concentrated all his energy into a singular orb, which he forcefully hurled to the ground. This orb contained enough destructive power to obliterate a planet. Lin Chen, who had been pursuing closely behind, furrowed his brow and redirected his flight towards the energy sphere. In an instant, Lin Chen appeared before the energy orb without any form of defense. He bellowed, and a yellow-green energy shield materialized in front of him, absorbing the ferocious impact of the orb. The terrifying energy, capable of annihilating a planet, erupted in an explosive display. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy radiated outward, transforming the orb into a massive fireball that soared thousands of meters into the sky. The clouds above were instantly dispersed, and invisible ripples spread through the fabric of space. At that moment, the entire planet seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Gula rushed into his spacecraft, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he commanded, "Take off. Initiate full-speed flight immediately." What? Lord Gula, the ship's engines haven't warmed up yet. Full-speed flight might cause the engines to explode, a pilot interjected, turning to caution him. But before he could finish, a beam of light pierced through his skull. In a fit of rage, Gula shouted, "Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?" Depart at full speed now. As the smoke on the planet's surface dissipated, Lin Chen remained unscathed in midair. He looked up to see Gula's spacecraft ascending beyond the atmosphere. Raising his hands high, he gradually positioned them at his waist, preparing to execute the Kamehameha technique. Came home in the next moment. Lin Chen instantaneously teleported behind Gula's ship and thrust his hands forward. A powerful golden energy wave surged forth, poised to engulf Gula's vessel. Yet, almost simultaneously with Lin Chen's attack, Gula's ship abruptly vanished from its position, leaving behind a series of explosive sounds as it fled. Was it just a hair's breadth away? Never mind. Upon witnessing Gula's escape, Lin Chen reluctantly abandoned his pursuit and turned back towards the Saiyan spacecraft. He had not had the time earlier, but now he intended to give Hanaxia a stern lesson. It was entirely because of him that he had missed the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Without addressing this matter adequately, Lin Chen felt his frustration would not dissipate. Meanwhile, not far from the planet Everett, Gula's spacecraft suddenly came to a halt from its high-speed trajectory. The interior of the ship was filled with the shrill sound of red alarms. Now composed, Gula stood motionless in the center of the command room with his arms crossed. "Lord Gula, the ship's engine is damaged and requires time for repairs," reported Frieza. Gula acknowledged, then inquired, "Frieza, what has happened to the Everett database?" The Everethians are reputed to be one of the most ancient civilizations in the cosmos. Although their power may seem insignificant in the eyes of Gula, the planet boasts a database that has preserved secrets of the universe for millions of years. Gula has dispatched forces to invade the Everethian planet in pursuit of potential methods to enhance their strength, believed to be contained within this database. The analysis has commenced, and technicians are diligently seeking intelligence related to power augmentation within the database. Frieza paused and remarked, Lord Gula, I just overheard the technicians mention an intriguing planet they discovered within the database, which the Everethians have designated as a forbidden zone for life. Oh, what is the name of this planet? Report, my lord, this planet is called Big O Star. According to the records of the Everethians, it is said to be sealed with a demon that once obliterated countless ancient technological civilizations. With a swift motion, Gula's tail thudded against the deck. Frieza, order the ship to be repaired, and then set course for Big O Star. Yes, Lord Gula. Thus, a momentary fright caused by a bout of indigestion came to an end. Upon returning to the Saiyan spacecraft, Lin Chen had initially intended to reprimand Hanaxia thoroughly. However, upon seeing her, she cried and leaped into his embrace. Your Majesty, I am not pregnant. Well, if you are not pregnant, then there is nothing to worry about, is there? But I truly wish to bear your child, Your Majesty. Fear not, we shall strive for that in the future. All right, Your Majesty, shall we begin now? Without a moment's hesitation, Hanaxia launched herself towards Lin Chen, disregarding their surroundings, including the infirmary. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Chen missed the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Realizing that even if he returned to Earth now, he would likely miss the competition, he dismissed the idea of returning for the time being and resolved to devote his energy entirely to the cultivation of his mental prowess. Additionally, he planned to take this opportunity to mentor Bardock, as the Saiyan warrior whose combat power now ranks just below Lin Chen's. Bardock's strength had finally surpassed 1 million following Lin Chen's potential development. According to Lin Chen's observations, Bardock's S cells had reached a satisfactory level, and with further training, he could potentially become the third Super Saiyan on planet Vegeta after Hanasea. Should planet Vegeta have a third Super Saiyan, Lin Chen would no longer need to be the sole rescuer in similar situations as the one on Evrithian Star. Therefore, he resolved to personally guide Bardock through this training. Meanwhile, on Earth, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded as before, with the climactic duel between Goku and the Turtle Hermit, known as Cheng Long ultimately. The result was a narrow victory for the Turtle Hermit, convinced that he had nothing more to teach Goku. The Turtle Hermit encouraged Goku to embark on his own training journey. At this moment, Bulma inadvertently mentioned the Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple, places she had visited with Lin Chen during her childhood. This ignited a yearning within young Goku, who resolved to embark on a journey to those locations for training once he had located his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. However, en route, Goku encountered an assault from the Red Ribbon Army, who were also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, thereby initiating a fierce battle for their possession. Meanwhile, as young Goku bravely ventured into Misruta, a blonde girl unexpectedly appeared on a street in West City. I'm finally home. Tai stretched her body, her face alight with excitement as she surveyed the familiar surroundings, completely oblivious to the astonished glances of the passers-by who regarded her with bewildered expressions. Hey, did that girl just appear out of nowhere? Yes, it seems so. Is she a ghost? Chapter 77. The Misfortunate Red Ribbon Legion at last. After taking a deep breath, Tais noticed the gazes of those around her. Embarrassed, she playfully stuck out her tongue and placed her fingers upon her brow. In the next moment, amidst the astonished crowd, they realized that Tais had vanished once more. If her previous disappearance could be attributed to mere bewilderment, this time, everyone was certain they had witnessed the extraordinary. A chorus of screams erupted immediately. The cause of this small commotion, Tais, was presently perched atop a nearby building. After several months away from Earth, she had returned, having mastered the art of instantaneous teleportation from the Ydrathians. Longing for her family after such an absence, she began to sense their whereabouts. Are Bulma and the others at home? How peculiar. Is Bulma in the midst of battle? Noticing the chaotic energy emanating from Bulma, Tais furrowed her brow in confusion. Just then, an explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and gunfire. What on earth is happening? Tais's brow knitted in concern, and she promptly activated her teleportation abilities. When she reappeared, it was within the familiar confines of her home, which was now transformed into a battlefield. Tais observed her parents, Dr. Brief and his wife, taking cover behind a table, while her sister Bulma was engaged in combat with a purple-haired female soldier. Tais initially intended to intervene, but soon realized that Bulma and the soldier were evenly matched and did not require her assistance. Thus, she turned her attention to her parents. Dad, Mom, what is going on? Tais, how did you return? Tais, darling, let me have a look at you. Upon seeing their eldest daughter, the Briefs momentarily set aside their fears, rushing to greet her. Even Bulma couldn't help but turn her head in astonishment, exclaiming, Sister, what an opportunity. Seizing the moment, the female soldier attempted to ambush Bulma, but Tais swiftly extended her hand, unleashing a formidable energy. The soldier was sent hurtling backwards as if struck by an unseen vehicle, crashing into a wall and losing consciousness. Sister, there are enemies outside. Hearing Bulma's call, Tais stepped outside, and indeed, she witnessed a peculiar army engaged in a fierce gunfight with the security forces of West City, just outside the Brief residence. The security team seemed intent on breaching the Brief's home for rescue, while the opposing army was merely stalling for time. 1 or 2, this is my home, Tais shouted, charging forward and swiftly incapacitating the soldiers with a flurry of punches and kicks. A tank aimed its cannon at Tais, but before it could fire, she obliterated it with a powerful energy wave, reducing it to mere rubble. The surrounding security forces, initially poised to launch a counterattack amidst the chaos, were left dumbfounded upon witnessing a girl annihilate a tank. With a clap of her hands, Tais returned home. Dad, what is happening? What is that army outside doing? Did you deal with them? Tais, it's been months, and you've turned into a rebellious child, Dr. Brief exclaimed in astonishment. Shut up. It was I who saved you all just now, okay? Ultimately, it was Bulma who elucidated the recent events to her sister. It turned out that the Peculiar Legion was none other than the infamous Red Ribbon Army, notorious across Earth. Equipped with advanced technology, immense financial resources, and a cadre of ruthless warriors, they instilled fear even in the regular military. Recently, the Red Ribbon Army had set its sights on Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation. Over the years, in collaboration with the Saiyans, Dr. Brief's company had not only produced the capsule but had also introduced numerous innovative products utilizing extraterrestrial technology, such as high-strength alloys and new anti-gravity engines. These advancements had drawn the attention of the Red Ribbon Army, which had previously overlooked the capsule company in the original narrative, prompting them to repeatedly attempt to recruit Dr. Brief. However, their overtures were met with unwavering refusal from Dr. Brief, leading to today's ambush. The Red Ribbon Army dispatched a special force led by Colonel Violet, intending to abduct Dr. Brief's family, but Bulma's quick thinking thwarted their plan. The security forces of West City, alerted by the commotion, engaged in fierce combat with the Red Ribbon Army outside. Yet, had Tai Si not arrived today, the outcome might have been quite different. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was teeming with formidable fighters. Although Bulma had trained in martial arts under Master Roshi for several years, her interest waned after Lin Chen married Tai Si, resulting in a decline in her skills. Those vile Red Ribbon scoundrels. How dare they bully our family? Mom and Dad, wait at home. I shall obliterate the Red Ribbon Army, Tai Si declared, her fists clenched. Wait, Tai Si, don't be impulsive. Bulma interjected. Yes, sister, although you seem stronger, they are capable of overpowering even the regular army. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others immediately urged caution. If we do not confront them, do you want to be kidnapped daily, Bulma? No, surely not, Bulma replied, momentarily taken aback. Dr. Brief's lip twitched. That is indeed a possibility. The Red Ribbon Army will stop at nothing. Sister, quickly defeat the Red Ribbon Army, Bulma urged without hesitation. All right. Tai Si nodded and approached the still unconscious Colonel Violet. Hey, stop playing dead. Quickly tell me where the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters is. Violet lifted her head, smirking coldly at Tai Si. Dream on. I will never betray the organization. Without further ado, Tai Si unleashed a ki blast that shattered the wall beside Violet. Seeing the enormous hole larger than her own body, Violet shuddered and exclaimed, I'll tell you. Please spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. The Red Ribbon Army headquarters, once a formidable force on Earth that instilled fear in countless hearts, now finds itself besieged by a series of grim tidings. First, Colonel Silver's search team was vanquished and the Dragon Balls were seized. Shortly thereafter, the northern stronghold of Misrutha fell to an unknown assailant. When the photograph of the conqueror of Misrutha arrived, the Red Commander was beside himself with fury. A mere child. Has our proud Red Ribbon Legion been defeated by a mere child? It is simply inconceivable. His aide, the Black Officer, echoed his astonishment. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, another piece of disheartening news arrived. Colonel Violet, dispatched to abduct Dr. Brief, met with a similar fate, total annihilation of her forces. Chapter 78. Dr. Gero's Oath, the points of time falling from the sky. What? After a moment of stunned silence, the Red Commander erupted into a furious rage. That incompetent Violet. Convey my orders at once. Summon all elite members to headquarters immediately, and bring forth the assassin, Tao Bai. I shall make those who dare to oppose us understand that the Red Ribbon Army is invincible. Indeed, in an instant, the Red Ribbon Army sprang into action. The mobilization capacity of an organization capable of rivaling the world government was nothing to be underestimated. Soon, several generals scattered across the globe, along with the world-renowned assassin Tao Bai, converged at headquarters. Humph, what an overreaction. Upon hearing that the Red Ribbon Army's mission was merely to deal with a young upstart and to apprehend Dr. Brief from the Universal Capsule Company, Tao Bai scoffed in disdain. Very well, do as you please, but I shall not compromise on the remuneration. Of course, the Red Commander nodded in agreement. Although Tao Bai was merely his final trump card, he would spare no expense as a precaution. Besides Tao Bai, the other generals maintained a relaxed demeanor regarding the mission. To them, the world's foremost Red Ribbon Army had no difficulty in handling a mere child and a doctor. However, little did they anticipate that at that very moment, a figure had finally flown near the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. This was indeed the stronghold of the Red Ribbon Army. The newcomer was Tai Si. Though Tai Si had mastered the art of instant teleportation, her perception of energy was still rudimentary. Aside from familiar auras, she struggled to distinguish those of strangers. Thus, she chose to fly directly rather than teleport. As soon as Tai Si approached, the reconnaissance aircraft of the Red Ribbon Army detected her presence. The personnel aboard the aircraft were utterly dumbfounded upon witnessing Tai Si soaring through the sky. There's someone. Someone is flying in the air. Good heavens, notify headquarters immediately. Just as the reconnaissance aircraft transmitted this information, Tai-Si effortlessly shot them down. The sound of the planes exploding resonated below, and one of the aircraft even plummeted onto the Red Ribbon headquarters itself. The violent explosion sent tremors through the room. What is happening? What is going on outside? The Red Commander bellowed in anger. Commander, we are under attack. A soldier reported urgently. What? Who dares to assault the Red Ribbon Army? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed throughout the entire Red Ribbon base. Red Ribbon Army, do you think the Brief family is someone you can provoke? Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy descended from the sky like cannon fire, obliterating a significant portion of the base in an instant. Before the Red Commander and others could even react, the place they occupied was engulfed by the explosions, leaving them with no time to respond. As Tai-Si gazed upon the Crimson Ribbon base, now reduced to ruins, she let out a sigh of relief. Although her combat prowess had surpassed 10,000, making her arguably the mightiest among Earthlings, this marked her inaugural experience with taking a life. Nonetheless, her composure swiftly returned, for the individuals she had vanquished were heinous villains deserving of their fate. She lamented, "It must be Lin Chen's influence. Since being with him, my temper has transformed to resemble that of a Saiyan." With that, Tai-Si utilized instantaneous movement to return. Unbeknownst to her, her interference had prematurely removed the Red Ribbon Army from the stage, a faction that was meant to have further encounters with Sun Wukong. After her departure, an indeterminate time passed before an elderly man arrived at the desolate remnants of the Red Ribbon Army base. A nightmare. Is this truly a nightmare? Our Red Ribbon Army has been obliterated in an instant? Who could have done this? At that moment, the old man noticed a photograph clutched in a lifeless hand amidst the debris. The image depicted none other than Sun Wukong, the one who had defeated Ma Si Lu Ta. Is it this little brat? Unforgivable. I, Glow, vow to avenge the Red Ribbon Army with these very hands. Suddenly, a mangled hand emerged from the rubble. Glow turned his gaze and his eyes widened in shock. You. It's you? Humph. This is fortuitous. If it's you, I am certain you would not produce a failure. Meanwhile, beneath Karen Tower, Sun Wukong, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, unexpectedly encountered the Bulma family. Not only did he locate his grandfather's 4-star ball, but he also discovered that the towering edifice beside him was indeed the famed Karen Tower that Bulma had mentioned. Karen Tower? I have heard from a friend that there is a sage atop it. Indeed. It is said that if one can ascend the tower through their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the sage, their power will significantly increase. Fantastic. This is precisely the place. The mere thought of the sage Bulma had spoken of, along with the divine realm above Karen Tower, filled Sun Wukong with exhilaration. He promptly leaped onto the tower, beginning his ascent toward the summit. Although diverging from the original tale, this encounter would lead him to cross paths with the cat sage, potentially granting him permission to ascend to the sacred divine realm in the future. Ding. Historical correction confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 point of temporal currency. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, Lin Chen was engaged in meditative training with Hanasia. This was reminiscent of the imaginative exercises Krillin and Gohan had undertaken during their journey to Namek, where they practiced sparring within their meditative states. Although in the original narrative, this training method was a necessity for Krillin and Gohan, it served as an effective means of enhancing mental fortitude. Thus, Lin Chen adopted it as a method to hone his own mental discipline. While he was diligently practicing, he was suddenly alerted by the system. What could this possibly mean? Was it a stroke of luck? Bewildered, he pondered how he had acquired a measure of temporal points. The system? What was happening? Ding. Due to the influence of those connected to the host, history has been amended, thus allowing the acquisition of temporal points. Those connected to me? Who could they be? What actions have they taken? Lin Chen's inquiries remained unanswered until, shortly thereafter, Tai-Si instantaneously materialized from Earth, providing the long-awaited clarification. Aware that the plot had been thrown into disarray by Tai-Si's manipulations, yet ultimately returned to its rightful course, Lin Chen could not help but admire the formidable power of historical rectification. Chapter 79. A call from Namek, the Elder's request since Tai-Si had arrived. Lin Chen accompanied her on a tour of planet Vegeta and several surrounding celestial bodies. Subsequently, he entrusted Han-Nasia to accompany Tai-Si, who had just mastered instant transmission, on her cosmic adventures. Meanwhile, he resumed his own training. The meditation practices from the previous period had subtly enhanced Lin Chen's mental prowess, yielding remarkable results. Consequently, he decided to focus his mind and diligently pursue breakthroughs in his cultivation. Coincidentally, on Earth, Goku and his companions had concluded their recent escapades. The next major event would be the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, set to unfold 3 years hence. Though Goku had ventured to Korin Tower, which might have diminished the narrative somewhat, it was unlikely to affect his strength. Once Lin Chen reflected on the matters on Earth, he redirected his focus to his current training. Mental conditioning was an arduous exercise, unlike physical training, where one could simply consume a senza bean to recuperate from injuries or fatigue. Recovery from mental exertion relied solely on the passage of time for relaxation and restoration, leaving little recourse for swift recovery. However, it was not entirely devoid of options. In fact, there existed a substance that could serve a purpose akin to that of a senza bean, facilitating rapid recovery of mental energy. This substance was the fruit of the mental tree. Lin Chen had confirmed its efficacy with the last few fruits stored in his system space. While these fruits no longer significantly enhanced his overall power, they were nonetheless a boon for mental energy, capable of revitalizing exhausted mental faculties with just a single bite. Regrettably, Lin Chen lamented his earlier impulsiveness in destroying the mental tree, wishing he had recognized the value of such fruits sooner. Perhaps he should seek out the dragon someday to request a few mental tree fruits. Lost in contemplation, he made his way towards the council chamber. Recently, as a form of mental relaxation, he would visit the council chamber after each training session to observe King Vegeta and Paragus as they managed state affairs. This not only served as a diversion, but also allowed him to offer his own insights, relishing the experience of kingship. However, before he could leave the palace, he was approached by King Vegeta and Paragus, who seemed to have urgent matters to discuss. Your Majesty Linkus, the object you left with us has suddenly illuminated. There may be trouble on Namek, announced King Vegeta, producing a green crystal sphere reminiscent of a Dragon Ball. Lin Chen recognized the sphere at once. It was the communication device entrusted to him by the Namekians upon his departure. They had informed him that it was a contact sphere created through wishes granted by the dragon. There were 2 such spheres, allowing communication across any corner of the universe. As the communication sphere radiated a luminous glow, it signified that planet Namek was in peril, necessitating Lin Chen's immediate assistance. Before embarking on his journey to the parallel universe, Lin Chen entrusted this communication orb to King Vegeta and his comrades for safekeeping. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Lin Chen discerned that it emitted a steady rhythm of azure light. Was planet Namek in trouble? King Vegeta, I shall investigate the situation on Namek. After imparting some instructions, Lin Chen swiftly employed his instant transmission technique. Planet Namek, the origin of all beginnings, was where Lin Chen first garnered the strength to contend for the throne against King Vegeta, thanks to the Grand Elder's potential unlocking. Thus, Lin Chen held the Namekians in high regard. However, upon his hurried arrival, he found the circumstances to be far from what he had anticipated. Prior to his teleportation, he had assumed that Namek was under siege by external foes. Yet, upon his arrival, everything appeared as tranquil as ever. There were no signs of smoke or gunfire, nor did he sense any malevolent presence. What could this mean? Filled with curiosity, Lin Chen utilized instant transmission once more, arriving at the residence of the Grand Elder. There too, there were no indications of conflict. How peculiar. Just as Lin Chen was about to descend, the door to the Grand Elder's abode opened, and Neru emerged, bowing respectfully towards Lin Chen in the sky. Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder has been awaiting you for some time. Neru, what is the situation? Is there not an external threat? Planet Namek is in good condition. This time, the Grand Elder has a personal matter he wishes to discuss with you. A personal matter? The Grand Elder will explain in detail. Lin Chen refrained from further inquiries and followed Neru into the Grand Elder's home. It has been a long time, Grand Elder. After several years, the Grand Elder appeared significantly aged. In truth, Lin Chen, well versed in the narrative, understood that the Grand Elder's lifespan was nearing its conclusion. It has been a long time, Mr. Lin Chen. You have grown stronger than before. The Grand Elder slightly opened his eyes, only to close them again. Grand Elder. The sudden communication. Was there a particular matter? I heard from Neru that you have a personal request. Indeed, I have sought you out, Mr. Lin Chen, to assist me in dealing with an individual, another Namekian. A Namekian? Lin Chen was taken aback. Mr. Lin Chen. The Grand Elder sighed softly. Not long ago, a visitor, both strange and familiar, arrived on Namek. It is this visitor that I wish for you to confront. A Namekian of pure malevolence. A malevolent Namekian? Lin Chen paused, a name suddenly surfacing in his mind. When considering a Namekian of pure evil, aside from the still-sealed demon King Piccolo on Earth, only one individual remained, the Super Namekian. Slug? The Grand Elder was slightly taken aback. Mr. Lin Chen is also aware of him? Indeed. It is not surprising that one would have heard of Slag, who was once one of the dominators contending for cosmic supremacy against the frozen demon clan. Is it truly Slag? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the information pertaining to this individual. Slag is a character from the Dragon Ball movie series. Like the Guardian of Earth, he was a Namekian sent to a distant planet to escape the cataclysm that befell planet Namek. However, unlike the Guardian, Slag's malevolent nature is far more pronounced and unadulterated. He is a super Namekian imbued with a wicked heart. Chapter 80. The Choice of Rebirth. Target. Shrag. Not long ago, after Shrag's arrival, he forcefully seized the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the eternal dragon, Purunga. Through Purunga, Shrag fulfilled 3 wishes. The first wish restored his youth. The second wish granted him a lifespan far exceeding that of his past. The third wish endowed Shrag with an almost immortal regenerative ability. As long as the core of his brain remained intact, he could restore his body indefinitely. Upon hearing the Elder's explanation, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Elder, when Shrag attacked, why did you not call for me or for the assistance of Planet Vegeta? How could you allow him to take the Dragon Balls so easily? Lin Chen had previously pledged to the Elder that he would protect Namek. Had they sought help at that moment, even in Lin Chen's absence, the warriors from Planet Vegeta would have rushed to their aid. Listening to the Elder's account, Lin Chen found it hard to believe that Shrag, despite being an aged and weakened figure, posed no substantial threat, even as a super Namekian. Why did they endure in silence until all his wishes were granted before reaching out for assistance? The Elder, confronted by Lin Chen's inquiries, fell into silence. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Neru and said, Neru, I wish to speak to Lin Chen privately. Please, leave us. Understood, Neru replied, departing obediently. The Elder then spoke, Mr. Lin Chen, it was I who instructed Neru and the others not to seek your aid when Shrag arrived. And it was I who directed the Elders to hand the Dragon Balls over to him. What? Elder, why would you do such a thing? Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. The Elder sighed deeply. To speak candidly, Mr. Lin Chen, Shrag is, in fact, my child. During a catastrophic event on Namek. In a bid to ensure the survival of our race, many wise Namekians, like myself, bore children imbued with our essence and sent them into the cosmos, hoping to preserve the Namekian bloodline. The deity of your planet and Shrag are among those children, though regrettably, very few of them survived. Shrag ended up on a planet named after him, as I deemed it a place where the inhabitants were not formidable, believing even a child like Shrag could endure. However, I tragically miscalculated one crucial factor. Shrag's planet was, in fact, a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The malevolent forces present on that planet transformed Shrag into a being of pure evil, a Namekian consumed by darkness. As the Elder recounted this hidden history, he sighed heavily. Lin Chen, arms crossed, listened intently to this long-buried narrative. Shrag's planet was one that rarely saw sunlight, perpetually shrouded by dense clouds. Consequently, resources were exceedingly scarce, forcing the inhabitants to engage in relentless violence for survival. The youthful Namekian resembled a blank canvas, easily swayed by the influences of the external environment. It was during this formative period that Slug became tainted by malevolence, transforming into the embodiment of pure evil that he is today. Lin Chen wholeheartedly resonated with the Elder's words, recognizing that the earthly deities themselves were birthed from the malicious thoughts of humanity, manifesting as the villainous King Piccolo. Clearly, the dark influences Slug encountered far exceeded those faced by the deities, leading him to embody a singular, unadulterated evil, unlike the earthly gods who, through their alter egos, managed to retain a semblance of virtue. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen inquired, Elder, could it be that your sense of guilt is what compels you to allow Slug to utilize the Dragon Balls? The Elder sighed deeply, affirming, indeed. When Slug arrived on the planet demanding the Dragon Balls, I immediately recognized him. In an attempt to guide Slug towards redemption, I revealed his origins, hoping he might reform. However, Slug insisted that if he were to change, he would require the Dragon Balls. I never anticipated his malevolence would be so overwhelming. How naive I was. Lin Chen silently echoed this sentiment, realizing that even the Elder, reputed to be the wisest, could falter in the face of familial ties. After regaining his youth, Slug did not harm the Namekians as he departed. Yet it was not long before he began to reassemble his forces, launching attacks on numerous planets. Because of me, Slug has grown even stronger. The deaths of those individuals rest upon my conscience. Therefore, Mr. Lin Chen, I implore you to locate Slug and put an end to his tyranny. Contemplating the task of confronting Slug, Lin Chen pondered. Based on the portrayals in the Dragon Ball films, Slug, as a super Namekian, was rumored to possess strength surpassing even that of Frieza and the Super Saiyans. Yet, In the narrative, his prowess ultimately proved to be limited. However, this world diverged from the original text, leaving the true extent of Slug's power uncertain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Decline the Elder's request. Reward, 1 time point. Choice 2. Agree to the Elder's request. Confirm Slug's whereabouts with Zuno, and swiftly eliminate him. Reward, Namekian regeneration ability. Choice 3. Locate Slug without external aid, capturing him alive to return to Namek. Reward, introduction to psychic powers, basic telekinesis. Surprised by the reactivation of the choice system, Lin Chen paused. The option to refuse the Elder for a single time point required no deliberation. However, the subsequent 2 choices warranted careful consideration. The distinctions were evident. One promised swift resolution while the other implied a more arduous path. Yet, both options offered intriguing rewards. The Namekian regeneration ability, second only to that of the Majin, would be invaluable. Combined with Lin Chen's transcendent physique, its effects could rival even that of Cell's regenerative capabilities. Regarding superpowers, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before quickly grasping the concept. In the world of Dragon Ball, there exist 4 distinct forms of power. The first is pure physical strength, often referred to as corporeal force. Techniques such as punches and kicks are executed through this power. The second is the energy force, manifested through techniques like ki blasts and energy spheres, which operate under similar principles of physical combat. Both of these can be classified as physical forms of offensive power. The remaining 2 forms, however, delve into the realm of the mental. One of these is magic, a domain in which characters like Majin Buu and the sorcerer Babidi excel. The second form is superpowers. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, Kaiatsu serves as a quintessential representative of superpowers, while Frieza also appears to wield such abilities, employing them when he lethally strikes Krillin in the original storyline. Chapter 81. The Secret Treasure of Dales for Lin Chen. The regeneration ability of the Namekians, although remarkable, merely enhances the fortitude of his physique. Conversely, superpowers, which rely on mental strength, could effectively compensate for Lin Chen's current shortcomings. In truth, the Saiyan race has always exhibited a deficiency in mental prowess. Their transformation system solely amplifies physical strength without any enhancement to the mind. For ordinary Saiyans like Son Goku and Vegeta, the lack of mental fortitude might not pose a significant issue, but for Lin Chen, it is a different matter altogether. Even the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form imposes rigorous demands on his mental capacity. Should Lin Chen aspire to progress further in the future, he must find ways to continually hone his mental strength. Thus, this opportunity for superpower rewards is one he cannot afford to overlook. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly made his final choice. System, I choose 3. Ding. Confirmation of host choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. At this point, Lin Chen turned to the Elder and said, Elder, I shall honor your request. Leave Slag to me. The Elder cautioned, Mr. Lin Chen, Slag possesses formidable strength. He is a combat-type Namekian. I am aware that you have attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet I fear that even in that form, you may find it challenging to contend with him. Furthermore, due to the power of the Dragon Balls, Slag currently has an exceptionally potent recovery ability. Please, exercise caution. I will be careful, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. Elder, do you have any information regarding Slag's whereabouts? Slag has converted a planet into a spaceship, making his movements erratic. The last I heard, he was in search of something. In search of something? Very well, I shall dispatch someone to locate him. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Due to the constraints of the mission, this time, the search for Slag cannot rely on external forces such as Zuno and the Dragon. Hence, Lin Chen was prepared for a prolonged endeavor. Upon returning to Vegeta, Lin Chen immediately issued directives for the Saiyans to gather intelligence on Slag's location. Even the Galactic Patrol received Lin Chen's commission. Simultaneously, information pertaining to Slag began to flow in relentlessly. According to the data from the Galactic Patrol, a young Slag had showcased an innate and exceptional combat prowess, dominating the skilled fighters on Slag Star, eventually declaring himself king and claiming to belong to the demon race. Gradually, he amassed a following and began to wreak havoc across the universe, committing numerous atrocities. During his zenith, Slag was notorious as a cosmic villain, rivaling the infamous Frieza. However, with the passage of time, Slag's influence waned, and news of him had become scarce. Nevertheless, recent investigations indicated that Slag and his gang had indeed begun to exhibit increased activity. 3 planets had already fallen victim to their attacks. Strangely, these 3 planets vanished entirely from their respective star systems following the assaults. From the perspective of the increasing size of the 3 planets, The Galactic Patrol harbored suspicions that Slag might be in the process of replacing his planetary spacecraft. These 3 celestial bodies were presumably transformed for use as spaceships. Upon receiving the report, Lin Chen inquired, "What about their whereabouts?" "We have initiated an investigation. However, Your Majesty Lin Kasai, the universe is exceedingly vast. Locating Slag and his crew will prove arduous unless they launch another attack. Otherwise, it may take us considerable time. Take your time." Lin Chen acknowledged the futility of haste and did not insist on an immediate discovery of Slag's location. After all, this mission was not time-restricted, allowing him to cultivate while patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the cosmos, a planet shrouded in dense clouds was hurtling through space at an astonishing velocity. This planet was, in fact, a spacecraft modified by Slag and his associates. Within a palace on the planet's surface, Slag, the individual Lin Chen sought, was attentively listening to reports from his subordinates. "King Slag, we shall reach our destination in 1 week's travel," one of the aides announced. Sitting upon the throne was a towering Namekian who nodded in acknowledgement. This Namekian was Slag, whose robust physique surpassed that of Piccolo, and having regained his youth, he exuded pure energy. Below him stood several trusted aides. Some were indigenous inhabitants of Slag's planet who had allied with him, while others were demonic subordinates born of Slag himself. Most were clad in attire befitting the demon race or Slag's planet. But one short extraterrestrial with purple skin stood out, donning the battle uniform of the Frieza force. Upon hearing the report, one of the aides turned to the one in battle attire, saying, "Lakaslu, the treasure of Dales should be on this planet, correct?" To this, the extraterrestrial named Lakasilu replied with an eager grin, "Lord Doladebo, I cannot guarantee that. Dales trusts no one, and only he knows the true location of the treasure. So we must search for it one by one. That will take an inordinate amount of time." The demon warrior named Doladebo retorted with dissatisfaction. At that moment, Slag, seated on the throne, suddenly erupted in a deep, rumbling laughter. "Time, ha. I am not lacking in time, Doladebo. We need not rush." "Yes." My king Doladebo immediately lowered his head. "However, Lakasilu, while I possess ample time, it should not be squandered frivolously. If we ultimately fail to locate Dale's treasure, or if that treasure lacks the desired item, you understand the consequences. Rest assured, my king. The seed of the spirit tree is surely within Dale's treasure. This information cannot be erroneous. Please, guide us, my king." Slag snorted softly, his dark eyes shifting towards the screen, his thoughts now dwelling on the spirit tree previously mentioned. As revealed in the recent dialogue between the two individuals, the being known as Rakasela was once a subordinate of the Saiyan Dares. Although Dares and his main legion were obliterated on the planet Vegeta, remnants of his followers still exist in various corners of the universe. Upon learning of Dare's demise, these individuals scattered in disarray. However, Rakaselu sought refuge under the command of Shrag, bringing with him a piece of news that piqued Shrag's profound interest. In the past, to prevent backlash from the indigenous inhabitants during the planting of the spirit tree, which could lead to failure, Dares had preserved an additional seed of the spirit tree as a contingency. In addition to this seed, a portion of the spirit tree fruits harvested by Dares was also retained for unforeseen circumstances. These treasures were stored in a location referred to by Dare's remaining followers as Dare's secret bounty. Rakaselu, in his possession, held valuable clues regarding its whereabouts. Chapter 82. The inauguration of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Regarding the spirit tree's fruit, Shrag had heard whispers of its existence. It is a life-giving fruit that condenses the essence of a planet, bestowing upon the consumer the ability to absorb the life force of an entire world. Not only does it extend one's lifespan, but it also significantly enhances one's power. Although Shrag no longer yearns for longevity, he remains fervently desirous of strength. After all, he has not forgotten the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Frozen Demon clan during his twilight years when his strength waned. In his youth, Shrag was a formidable presence in the northern galaxy, renowned as a fearsome emperor across the cosmos. However, after encountering the Frozen Demon clan, he suffered a devastating defeat. The prowess of the Frozen Demon clan was formidable, rivaling even that of the Super Namekians, and their longevity was an even greater concern. Centuries passed, and while Shrag succumbed to the ravages of age, his former adversary, King Cold, remained in the prime of life, having fathered two equally powerful offspring. Ultimately, Shrag's once-conquered territories were entirely consumed by the Frozen Demon clan, leaving him to retreat to the confines of his home planet, Shrag Star. This was the disgrace of his existence. Now, having regained his strength, Shrag eagerly sought retribution against the Frozen Demon clan. However, Upon hearing that the genius Frieza had been vanquished by a Saiyan, he was struck by a sense of incredulity. Though he was confident in his ability to confront Frieza, he ultimately resolved to first seek the spirit tree's fruit to augment his power. As time slipped by, 3 years elapsed. During this period, Lin Chen had inquired multiple times about Shrag's whereabouts, but alas, the latter seemed to be in pursuit of something elusive, never lingering in one place for long. Each inquiry ended in disappointment for Lin Chen. Fortunately, he was not pressed for time regarding his confrontation with Shrag and remained patient, diligently cultivating his strength while awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, on Earth, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence once more after a 3-year hiatus. Lin Chen was determined not to miss this occasion, especially after his previous absence due to Hanasia's miscalculation during the 21st tournament. Having made ample preparations, he returned to Earth with his 2 wives, inviting the Bardock couple along for the event. This time, he was resolute in savoring every moment. Hanasia and the others found Lin Chen's enthusiasm peculiar. While it was understandable for Bardock and his wife, who were eager to see their son, they pondered what could excite Lin Chen so. After all, what spectacle could a gathering of fighters, each with power levels below 1,000, possibly offer? They remained unaware of the profound significance that the World Martial Arts Tournament held for Lin Chen. It was a matter of sentiment. If it were not for the embarrassment of taking advantage of the weak, Lin Chen would have wished to personally participate in the martial arts tournament. However, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he was heading towards Earth, on a desolate planet in a corner of the galaxy, King Schlag exclaimed, "We have found it. The treasure of Dales is located on this very planet." Upon hearing the report from an alien, Schlag leaped to his feet in excitement. "Excellent. What about the fruits and seeds of the spirit tree? They have already been located. Besides 1 seed, there are 20 fruits of the spirit tree." "Well done," Schlag declared, settling back into his golden armchair with enthusiasm. "Quickly, bring everything back to me at once. Additionally, investigate the star charts immediately. Where are the nearby planets suitable for planting the spirit tree? I must plant the spirit tree at once. My lord, the nearest planet is only a week away, and if we travel at full speed, we may arrive in just 3 days. However, that planet seems to fall under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol? When have I, King Schlag, ever feared those worthless fools?" Schlag's voice was low and commanding. Upon hearing this, his subordinates immediately stood at attention and responded in unison, "Yes." Seeing this, Schlag erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, once I consume these spirit tree fruits, those frozen demon clans and Saiyans will learn who the true cosmic emperor is." On Papaya Island, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, the excitement had surged significantly following the spectacular duel between Sun Wukong and Master Wu Tian in the previous tournament. Many martial artists eagerly signed up for this competition. Even the longtime rival of Master Rashi, Master Crane, enrolled his 2 proud disciples, Tian Jingfan, a name altered to avoid censorship, and Jiaozi, to participate. Thus, this tournament promised to be unprecedented in scale, at least from the perspective of Earthlings. Yet for Lin Chen and his companions, who had come to spectate, the so-called grandeur was overshadowed by the realization that most participants were inferior even to newborn Saiyan infants. "Darling, I truly don't understand why you are so eager to watch a tournament of such a low caliber," Hannah sighed as she stretched. Lin Chen shot her a disapproving glance. "If you're not interested, you can always return to Vegeta." "Not a chance. It took me a great effort to come to Earth, and I'm looking forward to enjoying some delicious food later." In contrast to Hannah's nonchalance, Bardock and his wife appeared noticeably more apprehensive. Their casual attire made them feel quite uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, must we truly dress this way? And this hat is such a bother," Bardock murmured, adjusting the wide hat that his hair occasionally pushed up, while lowering the mask from his face. "If you don't dress this way, Kakarot will recognize you at first glance. You and your son look exactly alike," Lin Chen remarked. "Are you planning to reunite father and son today?" "Of course not." "Well, it seems this is the only way." Bardock found himself in a dilemma. Rather than interrupting his son's training on Earth, he chose to endure it silently. "Lin Chen, I heard that Bulma has also arrived. Shall we go and meet them?" Tai Si inquired. "Sure." Subsequently, outside the preliminary competition venue, Lin Chen and his companions encountered Bulma and her entourage. Among them were the familiar faces of Oolong and Pu'er, as well as the newly met Lan Chi. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Tai Si approaching, Bulma's expression suddenly shifted. "Bulma, it's been a while," Lin Chen greeted warmly. "Big brother Lin Chen." "Hello," Bulma stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, it's that. What was it again?" "Right. The Saiyan," both Oolong and Pu'er exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 83. the onslaught of the android since Lin Chen married Tai's. Bulma had maintained her distance from him. Despite the fact that their residences on Earth were merely separated by a single road, Bulma rarely visited. Lin Chen observed this with a heavy heart, understanding the young girl's sentiments, yet recognizing that Bulma's future did not belong to him. After a while, the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament were nearing their conclusion, with the final 8 contenders determined: Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Chung Long, Yamcha, Renlang, and Baput. This outcome bore little divergence from the original narrative. The official matches were scheduled to take place in the afternoon on an outdoor martial arts platform. Following this, it was time for lunch, and Wukong and his companions reunited with Bulma and others. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen greeted Wukong and the group. "Lin Chen, my big brother. It's been so long." Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, a beaming smile illuminating his face upon their reunion. Yamcha, having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable prowess, bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. As for Master Roshi, his reaction was akin to that of a mouse encountering a cat, brimming with nervousness. Only Krillin remained oblivious, perplexed by the trepidation displayed by his friends. "Wukong, who is this person? Why does everyone seem so frightened?" Krillin inquired, bewildered. "This individual is an unparalleled powerhouse. Not even 10 Master Roshis could stand against him," Yamcha whispered discreetly. Although Master Roshi was displeased by this assessment, he refrained from disputing it. Upon hearing this, Krillin was taken aback. After exchanging pleasantries, the group shared a meal together. However, Bardock and his wife chose to keep their distance, fearing recognition by Wukong. In the afternoon, the tournament's finals commenced as anticipated. The match unfolded much like the original story, albeit with slight variations. Tianjin Fan, who could have easily advanced to the finals, encountered difficulties from the outset against Yamcha in the first round. Lin Chen's presence had instilled in Yamcha a newfound resolve to improve, prompting him to begin training at Kame House much earlier than in the original timeline. Consequently, his combat power had reached an impressive 160, while his opponent, Tianjin Fan, stood at a mere 180. As the first match of the finals, their duel set a standard befitting the championship. Ultimately, after a hard-fought battle, Tianjin Fan triumphed over Yamcha through a diverse array of techniques, albeit at a significant cost to his stamina. Observing this outcome, Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that his presence had elevated the strength of Wukong and his companions compared to the original tale. Moreover, Wukong seemed to have been spurred on by Lin Chen's influence, achieving a combat power of 200, surpassing his original strength by 20 points. In the original storyline, the champion of this martial arts tournament was Tianjin Fan. However, it seemed likely that Wukong would claim his first championship title ahead of schedule. While Lin Chen was engrossed in the unfolding events, he was suddenly tugged at by Tai's, who held a phone in her hand. "Lin Chen, it appears that something has happened at home," Taisi exclaimed urgently in Lin Chen's ear. "At home? Dr. Brief's residence?" "Yes. Father has asked us to return swiftly. He mentioned that a person named Tao Bai Bai has arrived." "Tao Bai Bai?" Lin Chen's expression sharpened. Wasn't this Tao Bai Bai supposedly killed by Taisi? Even if he had somehow survived, according to the original storyline, his reemergence after undergoing mechanical modifications would not occur until the 23rd martial arts tournament. Why then? Would he appear at Dr. Brief's residence now? This is infuriating. I haven't even seen the finals yet. Lin Chen lamented. After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness the martial arts tournament. Why couldn't these individuals wait for him to finish watching before causing chaos? "Lin Chen, perhaps I should return alone," Tai Si suggested, noting his agitation. After all, she could teleport at will, and she felt no one on Earth posed a threat to her at present. Yet Lin Chen remained uneasy. The timing of Tao Bai Bai's appearance felt suspicious. He sensed that something was amiss. "Let us go together." "Huh? Lin Chen, are we leaving now?" Hannah asked, surprised by Lin Chen's decision. Although she had repeatedly claimed that such competitions were uninteresting, she had gradually discovered their allure after watching a few matches. "There seems to be an issue at Tai Si's home, and we must investigate. Would you prefer to stay here?" Lin Chen inquired. Tai Si shook her head vigorously, clutching Lin Chen tightly. With a smile, Lin Chen waved a greeting to Bardock and his wife, along with Bulma, before teleporting away. The sudden disappearance of the three stirred a commotion among the spectators. "Wait, did that Saiyan just leave? Bulma, do you know what happened?" "The finals are about to begin," Oolong questioned, bewildered by their abrupt exit. Bulma, equally perplexed, was filled with questions but remained unaware of the circumstances. The unexpected vanishing of Lin Chen and the others stirred ripples in the martial arts arena. Yet as the finals commenced, all attention swiftly returned to the stage. Due to Yamcha's sniping and Goku's significantly enhanced strength compared to the original storyline, this final match diverged greatly from the expected outcome. Goku effortlessly claimed victory, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, under Master Roshi's guidance, renounced their former ways. As Goku jubilantly leaped in celebration upon the stage in West City, Lin Chen reappeared at Dr. Brief's residence, staring in disbelief at the figure before him. Although his attire and appearance had undergone slight changes, the individual at Dr. Brief's home was unmistakably the assassin, Tao Bai Bai, as Lin Chen remembered him. But hadn't Tao Bai Bai perished during the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army? Even if he had survived, he should have been reduced to fragments. His resurgence should have manifested as a half-cyborg. Why, then, did this current incarnation of Tao Bai Bai appear entirely human? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Father, Tai Si rushed to the side of Dr. Brive and his wife, expressing her concern and confirming that they were unharmed. She then pointed at Tao Bai Bai and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my home?" "Miss Tai Si, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you," replied the figure resembling Tao Bai Bai, seemingly directed towards her. "You know me? Who are you exactly?" she questioned. "Who am I? You fail to recognize me?" he retorted incredulously. "Why would I need to recognize you, old man? My former name was Tao Bai Bai, but now I am known as Android 11. Remember this name, for it belongs to the one who will take your life." A chilling smirk graced the lips of the original Tao Bai Bai, now Android 11. Chapter 84, The Genius Doctor. "Jero, the artificial human number 11, what is an artificial human?" Tai Si inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Yet Lin Chen's eyes widened in realization. He finally comprehended why the seemingly deceased Tao Bai Bai now stood before them in such a form. It became evident that he had been transformed into an artificial human. This revelation suggested that the mastermind behind Tao Bai Bai was soon to be unveiled. "Hey, Dr. Jero, I know you are watching us through him, aren't you? Come out and speak," Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his words, Hanasia appeared perplexed, while Dr. Brief's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dr. Jero? Lin Chen. Are you suggesting he is Dr. Jero? I've seen him before, and he didn't look like this." "No, this individual before us is merely an artificial human created by Dr. Jero. Dr. Jero must be observing us through his eyes. Isn't that right, Dr. Jero?" Tao Bai Bai's eyes suddenly emitted a crimson glow. Moments later, a voice entirely different from Tao Bai Bai's emerged, aged and distinct. "Young man, how did you come to know about me and the artificial human?" "Indeed, I am Dr. Jero, the most esteemed scientist of the Red Ribbon Army in my time." Dr. Brief, incredulous, responded, "Dr. Jero, you actually joined the Red Ribbon Army?" "Indeed. The world rejected my research, yet the Red Ribbon Army generously provided me with the funding and materials I needed. Thanks to them, I was able to pursue my long-held aspirations. However, all of this was obliterated 3 years ago, and the culprit behind it all is your daughter, Dr. Brief." "Me?" Tai Si was taken aback. "What does that have to do with me?" "What? You don't remember?" Though Tao Bai Bai's expression remained icy, it was evident that Dr. Jero, from afar, was seething with rage. "You dare to forget? This grudge has consumed my thoughts day and night. To defeat you, I have tirelessly gathered information about you, conducting research day and night. What stands before you now is my latest masterpiece, artificial human number 11. The preparations for revenge are now complete. Once I eliminate you, I shall also rid myself of that fellow named Sun Wukong and utilize this artificial human to reign supreme, thereby reconstructing the Red Ribbon Army. This is my vengeance." Just as Dr. Jero's excitement reached its zenith, Hannah Xia, at an inopportune moment, let out a yawn. "Tai Si, how much longer do you intend to listen to this nonsense? Hurry up and deal with him." "Indeed," Tai Si asserted, placing her hands on her hips. "Dr. Jero, I am quite formidable. Your artificial human is likely to be rendered obsolete shortly. Indeed, your power is astonishing, almost inhuman. Although you have never revealed your strength to the world, I know that compared to you, those martial artists are mere jesters. Your capabilities are far more remarkable than those depicted in your novels." "Hey, what is wrong with my novels? I am now a best-selling novelist," Taze exclaimed. However, Dr. Jero paid her no heed and continued, "In just a moment, you shall witness the true spectacle. My android number 11 possesses strength far exceeding yours." "What? Him? That fellow, whose presence I can barely perceive, possesses any strength?" Taze scoffed. "You will see for yourself. Number 11, go forth and eliminate Taze, and ensure the others accompany her to the grave." "Yes, Dr. Jero," the android number 11 responded, raising both hands and assuming the familiar stance once favored by Tao Pai Pai. Taze appeared relaxed, ready to engage. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Taze. Be careful. Androids lack auras. This creature may indeed be stronger than you." Huh. Taze was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, number 11 lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Taze soaring through the sky, shattering the roof as she flew out. "Taze." The briefs couple gasped in horror. "Do not worry, Doctor. Hannah and I will keep an eye on Taze." Lin Chen reassured them before soaring out through the roof alongside Hannah. In the sky, android number 11 and Taze were locked in combat. Yet, it was evident that Taze was at a significant disadvantage. Number 11 effortlessly blocked all her attacks with a single hand. What is happening? Taze's battle power should exceed 10,000. How can she be overpowered by someone whose aura I cannot even sense? Hannah remarked, perplexed. Androids lack auras. They rely on physical energy. Lin Chen explained as he retrieved a battle power detector. Unlike sensing auras through intuition, the detector measures energy directly, so Lin Chen believed it would prove useful against androids. Indeed, when he pointed the detector at number 11, the display revealed a reading, 120,000. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Dr. Gero was truly a monster. It was known that number 11's original form, Tao Pai Pai, possessed merely a battle power of a little over 100 in life. What methods had Gero employed to elevate that power to 120,000? Such strength surpassed that of many formidable races in the universe. Even during the era of Frieza in the original story, it could still be classified as top-tier power. Presently, they had only just reached the narrative of Majin Buu, and Dr. Gero had already created such a monster. No wonder, in a decade or so, he would succeed in producing androids 17 and 18, who surpassed even the Super Saiyans. While Lin Chen marveled, Taze in the sky ceased her assault, panting heavily, sensing something amiss. She had exerted her full strength. Yet android number 11 had effortlessly blocked all her attacks with a single hand. Was the disparity between them truly this vast? Hadn't Lin Chen stated that for several years? He had been the strongest human on Earth? How could this be? At this moment, number 11 wore a look of disdain. Is that all there is to it? Then it is my turn. He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, preparing to thrust towards Tai Si's forehead. Should he connect? Given the disparity between their strengths, it could very well prove fatal for Tai Si. However, just as he launched his strike, a hand suddenly grasped him. Number 11 stared in astonishment at Lin Chen, who had unexpectedly appeared before him. When did you? Tai Si is my woman. If you intend to harm her, have you sought my permission? With a forceful grip, Lin Chen easily crushed the wrist of the artificial human, number 11. Chapter 85. The Ultimate Choice, The Fate of Dr. Gero. My hand. Number 11 exclaimed, retreating a step, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Lin Chen. How did you do that? Who are you? Me? I am Lin Chen, husband of Tai Si. Lin Chen. Far away, Dr. Gero watched through the monitor, his body trembling involuntarily as he beheld the dangerously charismatic Lin Chen. Is he truly Lin Chen, the husband of Tai Si mentioned in the reports? The surveillance robots failed to detect him. I had thought he was dead. Who exactly is this young man? You dare damage my body. The synthetic human number 11 was a new model created by Dr. Gero through human modification, not entirely a mere mechanical construct. As such, he retained a fragment of Tao Bai Bai's emotions, including his past arrogance. For Tao Bai Bai, his body was his pride, especially since this very form had nearly been obliterated due to Tai Si. Thanks to Dr. Gero, he was granted a powerful and perfect physique anew. Consequently, Tao Bai Bai held this body in the highest regard, cherishing it dearly. Thus, upon witnessing its damage, number 11 flew into a furious rage. Calm down, number 11. This fellow is peculiar. Dr. Gero, monitoring the situation from his laboratory, noticed the abnormal readings from number 11 and urgently cautioned him. Unlike the later models, number 17 and 18, number 11 obeyed Drive Gero's commands without question. At his words, number 11 promptly regained his composure. Beep, beep, beep. An unusual sound echoed in number 11's mind, and a smirk crept across his lips as he sneered. No wonder you're so arrogant. Your energy levels surpass even Tai Si's. I see, this woman's prowess was taught by you, wasn't it? Lin Chen smiled. Do you carry an energy detector within you? Indeed. Your energy is formidable, but regrettably, mine is vastly superior. Just now, I merely suppressed my energy to teach Tai Si a lesson. Now, I shall show you what true terror is. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. True terror? Very well, I am eager to witness it. Seeking death, number 11 roared, launching an assault on Lin Chen. Each punch and kick he executed could have instantly annihilated Tai Si had they connected. However, lamentably, number 11 was not facing Tai Si, but rather Lin Chen. as a sudden sound of air being sliced filled the space. Number 11 realized too late that Lin Chen's face was now alarmingly close to his own. Dr. Gero, your technological prowess is indeed impressive, but in comparison to reality, it falls woefully short. Lin Chen's icy voice penetrated number 11's ears, and in an instant, Lin Chen's hand seized number 11 by the throat. You? The number 11 had already transformed into an artificial being, and thus, it would not experience the inability to breathe from having its neck grasped. The troubling aspect was that 11 found itself unable to escape Lin Chen's grip. How could this be? In the research facility, Dr. Gero's eyes widened in astonishment. 11, what are you doing? Stop conserving energy. Use your full power immediately. What do you mean, Dr. Gero exclaimed. Do you not realize the vastness of the universe? Although 11 is indeed invincible on Earth, its strength pales in comparison to the formidable beings within the cosmos. To them, crushing 11 would be as trivial as squashing an ant. The universe? Could it be? You are not from Earth? 11, suddenly echoed Drive Gero's voice. Correct. But there is no reward. Cold sweat beaded on 11's forehead as it sensed Lin Chen's grip tightening, fearing that soon its neck would meet the same fate as its previously crushed wrist. At that moment, even as an artificial being, fear gripped 11. I am sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. If they were on the ground, 11 would undoubtedly be kneeling before Lin Chen, pleading with a desperate expression. I promise I will never do anything bad again. Please spare me. Spare you? Doing? Before Lin Chen could finish his thought, a sly grin appeared on 11's face as it abruptly pointed its left hand toward Lin Chen's head. Boom, boom, wave. With a surge of energy concentrated into a powerful wave, it struck Lin Chen's head, resulting in a tremendous explosion on his face. However, what sent shivers through 11 was that, amidst the smoke and debris, Lin Chen remained unharmed, casting a glance at him. How is this possible? My full-powered boom-boom wave actually. This farce can come to an end. With a firm grip, Lin Chen swiftly severed 11's body from its head. As 11's shattered form descended, Lin Chen casually unleashed 2 energy blasts, obliterating its remains into fine dust. This time, even Dr. Gero could not hope to salvage the once-feared assassin. Having completed his task, Lin Chen descended back to the ground alongside Tai Si and the others. Upon landing, Hennessy curiously inquired, Lin Chen, was that fellow a robot? A mechanical being with a battle power of 120,000? Such technology exists on Earth? The genius who invented it is on par with Dr. Brief, Lin Chen replied. Is that true? Hennessy gasped in astonishment. Dr. Brief's brilliance is universally recognized, and his development of the universal capsule technology is unparalleled across the cosmos. I never imagined that Earth's technological prowess could be so formidable. Indeed, Dr. Gero is truly a genius, Brief mused. It is just unfortunate that he has allied himself with the Red Ribbon Army. Both Dr. Willow and Dr. Gero are prodigies among humanity, yet they have chosen to fall from grace, which is truly lamentable. However, Your Majesty, such a character poses a considerable threat. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. Fortunately, we are on Earth this time. Otherwise, Tai Si would be in grave danger, Hanaxia remarked. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen had yet to make a decision when suddenly a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is prepared to take action against Dr. Glow, triggering the ultimate choice. Option 1. Ignore Dr. Glow and allow him to proceed unchecked. Reward, intermediate superpower, time-stopping ability. Option 2. Eliminate Dr. Glow to prevent the subsequent creation of artificial beings. Reward, a gravity chamber with a 1,000-fold increase, complete with a training robot. Option 3. Subjugate Dr. Glow and compel him to work for you. Reward, advanced version of teleportation. Chapter 86. Wukong and Lin Chen, 2 individuals who will save the world concerning Dr. Gero's options. Lin Chen found himself in deep contemplation upon encountering the 3 choices presented. It is imperative to acknowledge that Dr. Gero is an exceedingly rare super genius within the Dragon Ball universe. One might even assert that he truly embodies the genius who defends the dignity of humanity within this realm. Setting aside the android number 11 that Lin Chen currently observes, it is likely that Dr. Gero will create androids number 16, 17, and 18, surpassing even the Super Saiyan level, not to mention the perfect form of Cell, whose power rivals that of Super Saiyan 2. Such a prodigy, if extinguished, would indeed be a lamentable loss. Thus, Lin Chen refrained from making an immediate decision and continued to ponder. System, could you elaborate on the rewards this time? What distinguishes the time-stopping ability from the instant transmission technique? The time-stopping ability is an extraordinary power, enabling the cessation of time. Conversely, the instant transmission can halt time for a mere 2 seconds, during which one cannot utilize their ki. Time stoppage. This is indeed an enticing superpower. Lin Chen recalls that in the original Dragon Ball series, only Hit and Guldo from the Ginyu Force possessed related skills. However, this time-stopping ability seems reminiscent of Guldo's. With the inability to use ki during the cessation of time, the limitations are indeed considerable, rendering even flight impossible. What about the second option, the training robot? The training robot can transform into a Super Saiyan, a member of the Ice Demon clan, or an Namekian for realistic combat simulations. Additionally, it can adjust its combat power from 100,000 to 1 million. Lin Chen nodded. This reward is truly an exquisite tool for training, alongside the 1000x gravity chamber. Ever since the creation of the 500x gravity chamber, Dr. Brief had once informed Lin Chen that due to constraints in energy and materials, constructing a chamber with a higher multiplier was virtually impossible without a technological breakthrough. Thus, acquiring the 1000x gravity chamber through conventional means would likely remain unattainable for at least a decade. And what of the advanced version of instant transmission? It has been detected that the host already possesses the Gibbet instant transmission. Hence, this advanced version is a combat-oriented instant transmission. Combat-oriented instant transmission? Lin Chen instantly comprehended. This should resemble the kind employed by Metal Cooler. In the Dragon Ball universe, aside from the omnipotent instant transmission ability of Zeno, there are primarily 3 types: the instant transmission of the Yardrats, the unique version of the Kaishin, and finally, the instant transmission of Metal Cooler. This advanced instant transmission should align with the latter. This technique can be activated at any moment, although the distance may not be great. As long as it is within the line of sight, one can teleport anywhere they can see. Currently, Lin Chen's instant transmission requires time to activate, making it nearly impractical in the heat of battle. If he could acquire the advanced version of teleportation, it would significantly enhance his combat abilities. The 3 options for rewards each possess their own merits, making the choice exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, the only consideration left is the impact these 3 choices will have on the future. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before making his decision. System. I choose option 3. Ding. Confirmation of the host's choice. Please complete the task promptly. Rewards will be distributed upon Dr. Glow's submission. After confirming, Lin Chen turned to Dr. Brief and inquired, Dr. Brief, do you know the whereabouts of Dr. Glow's residence? Well, Dr. Brief contemplated for a moment before replying. I believe his research facility is located in the mountains near the northern city. Lin Chen nodded. All right, Hannah, accompany me. Tai Si, you stay here and look after the doctors. Lin Chen, are you going to confront Dr. Glow? Dr. Brief asked hesitantly. If possible, could you spare his life? It would be a pity for a genius like him to perish. I will consider it, Lin Chen replied. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen busied himself with matters concerning Dr. Glow, the first martial arts tournament concluded with Goku's victory, marking the end of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. While Goku and his companions celebrated, Bardock prepared to take Chilai away. Chilai, our child has grown, he remarked. Indeed, although still quite weak, you are right. He is filled with potential. As the couple was about to depart, Bardock suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent nearby. As a seasoned warrior, he was particularly sensitive to such a presence. Though faint, the aura was undeniably close. What is happening? Bardock asked. What is the matter, Bardock? Chilai inquired. Wait a moment, Bardock responded, taking out his power level detector and donning it to scan the surroundings. To his relief, he discovered a foe with a power level around 160 lurking behind the tournament stage. Feeling somewhat reassured, Bardock thought that this insignificant character posed no threat to his son. However, their plans to leave would have to be postponed. Chilai, let us hold off on returning for now. It seems our son is about to face a challenge. All right. With that, Bardock and Chilai held their breath, soaring into the sky to observe the unfolding events below. They soon witnessed the entire scene in which Demon King Piccolo's subordinate, Tambourine, seized the Dragon Balls and killed Krillin. Before long, an enraged Goku chased after him, but was defeated by Tambourine due to hunger. With the intent to test their son, Bardock and Chilai remained hidden, even refraining from intervening when Goku momentarily lost consciousness. However, they were taken aback when a Namekian appeared. A Namekian? What is a Namekian doing on Earth? Bardock and his companions were acutely aware that the Namekians were a race with formidable combat prowess, rivaling that of the Saiyans. Although the Namekians below exhibited a combat power of merely around 230, they still surpassed Goku. Indeed, Despite Goku's strength having surpassed that in the original narrative, he ultimately fell short against the formidable King Piccolo, who outmatched him in all combat techniques, losing by a narrow margin. As Goku's heartbeat ceased, Kairatsu could scarcely restrain himself from rushing down to confront King Piccolo, but was forcibly held back by Bardock. Do not act impulsively. Check your scouter. Goku still exhibits signs of life. Upon hearing this, Kairatsu realized the truth of the matter. Bardock, do you not possess senzu beans? Allow me to descend and administer one to Kakarot. No, we cannot interfere with Kakarot's training, Bardock replied, striving to maintain his composure. His Majesty King Kai once stated that the training on Earth is essential for Kakarot's future development, and I wholeheartedly agree with His Majesty's words. Perhaps, through this trial, Kakarot's combat power may be further enhanced. Look, his companions are arriving. Under their watchful gaze, Yajirobe, much like in the original tale, revived Goku, and with his assistance, they set off towards Korin Tower. Though Goku now had the option to seek Lin Chen's aid, he chose not to do so. Krillin, I will personally avenge you. One Dr. Gero, one King Piccolo. Unbeknownst to the world, Lin Chen and Goku embarked on their respective missions to save the world. Chapter 87. Subduing Dr. Gero. Regarding Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Brief possessed only a vague understanding. Many years ago, before Dr. Gero vanished from public view, a scientific magazine had featured an interview with him, mentioning that his research facility was nestled in the mountainous regions of the northern metropolis. Although there was a possibility that Dr. Gero had relocated, Lin Chen distinctly recalled that his laboratory was indeed concealed within a secretive mountain area. Thus, he did not ponder further and promptly set off towards the north with Hanase. The frigid Chulin mountain range in the north was blanketed in a thick layer of pristine snow, presenting a breathtaking sight of white from afar. In such a vast and desolate mountainous landscape, locating a well-hidden secret laboratory was no simple task. Just as Lin Chen and Hanase commenced their search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Your Majesty, why has the sky turned black? Hanase exclaimed, gazing up at the pitch-black heavens. Someone is summoning the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen replied, lifting his gaze. Given the timing, it must be King Piccolo regaining his youth. It's surprising that although Goku has grown stronger, he still cannot match King Piccolo's might. However, such trials of life and death are essential for Goku's continued growth. With this thought, Lin Chen activated the battle power detector and switched it to life detection mode. If he wished to witness the climactic showdown between Goku and King Piccolo, he needed to act swiftly. The detector, improved from the model used by the Frieza Force, retained many functionalities, including the ability to detect life signals from organisms above the insect level. At this moment, such a feature was particularly useful for tracking Dr. Gero's movements. After all, the northern mountainous region was exceptionally desolate, with few creatures capable of emitting life signals. Thus, searching systematically would prove more effective than aimless wandering. Indeed, after over an hour of diligent searching, Lin Chen finally discovered the secret entrance to Dr. Gero's laboratory. He summoned Hanase, and together they approached the entrance. A massive steel door, half a meter thick, barred their way. Your Majesty, allow me. I will handle the door, Hanase declared. Very well, he replied. Hanase stepped forward. Deftly adjusting her fingers, a brilliant energy wave erupted forth, blasting a hole through the entrance and revealing the corridor beyond. Dr. Gero's laboratory was not only situated in a remote location, but also boasted extraordinary security measures within. Shortly after entering, they were met with a swarm of sentry robots that charged forth, opening fire without hesitation. How laughable, Hanase scoffed, waving her hand. And a powerful gust generated by her energy obliterated all the robots in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within the laboratory, Dr. Gero was drenched in cold sweat, engulfed by utter despair. Damn it, why? Why does such a formidable individual exist in this world? Had I known, I would not have permitted the artificial beings to venture forth so early. How infuriating. If only I could be granted a little more time. What could you achieve with additional time? Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from behind Dr. Gero. He swiftly turned, only to find Lin Chen and Hannah standing before him. If given time, my artificial beings would undoubtedly triumph over the two of you monsters. Huh, with those mere scraps of metal? Hannah scoffed dismissively. Yet Lin Chen understood that Dr. Gero spoke no falsehood. The artificial beings he would eventually create could challenge even the divine. Such a genius is indeed worthy of subjugation. Pushing past Hannah, Lin Chen stepped forward, declaring, Dr. Gero, it is now abundantly clear that you have nowhere left to flee. I present you with two choices. First, you may ally with me. I can allow you to continue your research on artificial beings, but from this moment forth, your allegiance will not lie with the long-defunct Red Ribbon Army, but with me, Lin Chen. In the Saiyan kingdom I control. Science? Aren't you Earthlings? Doctor. Jiro's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, we are extraterrestrials from planet Vegeta, and even the one you wish to eliminate, Son Goku, is a Saiyan. No wonder. No wonder you possess such immense power. Dr. Jiro clenched his fists, realizing that he had underestimated the strength of beings not of this earth. Lin Chen continued. As for your second option, should you refuse to submit to me, your research shall be entombed alongside you in this cavern. As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from him, rendering Dr. Jiro nearly immobile, his body trembling uncontrollably. So what shall it be? Life or death? Dr. Jiro, how will you choose? Lin Chen inquired coolly. At that moment, Dr. Jiro found himself so overwhelmed by Lin Chen's presence that he could scarcely articulate a response. Despite his future potential to create artificial beings that could rival gods, he remained merely an ordinary human. Observing this, Lin Chen withdrew his oppressive aura. Dr. Jiro gasped for breath as if emerging from suffocation, struggling to lift his gaze towards Lin Chen. What do you desire of me in exchange for my submission? You need not do anything extraordinary. Simply continue your research. We Saiyans are a warrior race, often required to venture forth into battle, yet our numbers are few. Your artificial beings might serve as valuable allies to the Saiyans in the future. Lin Chen contemplated briefly on how to utilize Dr. Jiro post-subjugation. Historically, Saiyans have employed cultivated beings for training and combat assistance. With Dr. Jiro's artificial beings, the need for cultivated individuals could be rendered obsolete. Dr. Jiro, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to follow me? Lin Chen confirmed with unwavering resolve. Dr. Goro hesitated for a moment before finally lowering his head. I understand now, Mr. Lin Chen. I am willing to submit to you. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Dr. Goro. Reward, advanced teleportation. As the system's voice echoed, a new transformation appeared in Lin Chen's attribute panel under the teleportation section. Lin Chen smiled gently and nodded, saying, Very well, Dr. Goro. Please tidy up your research facility. For in the future, it shall be established on planet Vegeta, where I will arrange for some extraterrestrial scientists to assist you. Chapter 88. The Death of the Dark Overlord. I comprehend, my lord. The prospect of venturing to an unknown planet for research instilled a sudden sense of trepidation within Dr. Jiro regarding the future. At that moment, however, Dr. Jiro felt Lin Chen's hand resting upon his head. My lord, what are you doing? I'm bestowing upon you a surge of power. Otherwise, with your frail old bones, you would perish under the gravity of planet Vegeta, which is tenfold that of Earth. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from Dr. Jiro's body, and soon, this elderly gentleman, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, felt as though he had regained several decades of youth. Power. My body is brimming with strength. Through Lin Chen's potential enhancement, Dr. Jiro's combat prowess skyrocketed to over 900, nearly rivaling that of the lower-tier warriors previously found on planet Vegeta. Put forth your utmost effort. Perhaps in the future, I shall restore your youth, Lin Chen remarked. Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. At this juncture, Dr. Jiro seemed merely to be embarking on the advanced research of artificial humans. The subsequent creations of androids far surpassing Earth's combat capabilities had yet to begin. Thus, with the aid of the universal capsule, he swiftly transported all the equipment from his laboratory. My lord, I am prepared. Very well, Lin Chen nodded, glancing at the now barren laboratory, and inquired, Have you removed the computer from beneath the laboratory? Lin Chen recalled that beneath Dr. Jiro's lab lay a computer that continued the research even after Dr. Jiro's demise, ultimately culminating in the creation of the ultimate android, Cell. Beneath? But upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Jiro was momentarily taken aback. My lord, there is nothing down there. Realizing he might have overthought the matter, Lin Chen surmised that Dr. Jiro had yet to expand his laboratory. Very well, then let us depart. With that, Lin Chen, accompanied by Dr. Jiro and Hannah, instantaneously transported themselves to planet Vegeta. Hannah, I leave Dr. Jiro in your capable hands. Please make the necessary arrangements. I must return to Earth to address certain matters. After entrusting Dr. Jiro to Hannah's management, Lin Chen returned to Earth, driven by the unfinished battle against King Piccolo. In the original tale, this was the first major boss battle encountered by Son Goku, and Lin Chen was determined not to miss it. At that time, rejuvenated, King Piccolo had invaded the palace of the human kingdom, declaring himself the new king. Meanwhile, Son Goku, who had barely endured the torment of the super divine water, had finally harnessed the power of the super divine water and his Saiyan bloodline, achieving a rebirth with a combat power of 270, slightly surpassing that of King Piccolo. As Lin Chen soared above the palace, he fortuitously encountered the still-present Bardock couple. Bardock, you are still here? Your Majesty. Bardock and Jine bestowed a courteous bow upon Lin Chen, while Kakarot hastened toward them, eager to witness how he would confront this Namekian. Let us await the unfolding events with bated breath. As the original tale unfolds, it is worth noting that Master Roshi had already perished in his valiant attempt to thwart the evil King Piccolo, expending his life force in the process of unleashing the Mafuba technique. Tianjing Fan, inheriting Master Roshi's legacy, ventured forth alone to challenge the foe after mastering the Mafuba, yet found himself at a disadvantage when he discovered that the rice cooker required for the technique was malfunctioning, compelling him to confront King Piccolo head-on. However, at that moment, the Z fighters were still woefully weak. The martial arts passed down on Earth could not produce warriors capable of vanquishing extraterrestrial adversaries. It was only when Tianjing Fan faced imminent defeat that Goku finally arrived on the scene. Kakarot's battle power had astonishingly reached 270 in less than a few hours. He had enhanced his strength by a third. How could this be? Observing Goku's displayed power, Jine couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Such is the marvel of Earth. Lin Chen mused. Though in the vast expanse of the universe, Earth is but a trifling speck, this very planet possesses an array of wonders. The super sacred water, the Namekian Dragon Balls, these exceedingly rare artifacts reside right here, a truly remarkable phenomenon. As they watched, the clash between King Piccolo and Goku commenced, their fierce battle erupting around the palace, where energy blasts raged, transforming the already desolate surroundings into an even more barren wasteland. Gradually, the conflict neared its conclusion. Despite exerting all his might, King Piccolo realized he was no match for Goku. At this critical moment, King Piccolo suddenly seized the incapacitated Tianjing Fan, intending to use him as leverage against Goku. Haha, you'd best not move, or I shall crush his skull. Tianjing Fan. How infuriating. Goku, filled with resentment, found himself paralyzed with fear and could not dare to act. Observing this, King Piccolo, with a cruel smirk, picked up a stone, preparing to exploit the opportunity to cripple Goku. Do not move, boy. The moment you do, his life will be forfeit. King Piccolo sneered, directing the stone toward Goku, and then blew forcefully. Just as the stone was about to collide with Goku, a figure suddenly intervened to shield him. Huh. Goku stared blankly at the silhouette before him. While in the heavens, Bardock exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, that fool Jine." The figure that appeared before Goku was none other than his mother, Jine. You foolish boy. Why do you not dispatch that Namekian at once? Auntie, what do you mean? If I move, Tianjing Fan. You soft-hearted fool. You are nothing like a Saiyan. Very well, allow me to assist you this time. With that, Jine swiftly appeared beside King Piccolo, effortlessly severing his left arm with a flick of her hand, thereby rescuing Tianjing Fan. My hand. The demon King Piccolo let out a cry of despair, utterly unprepared for the emergence of yet another formidable opponent apart from the lad before him. What on earth had transpired during his centuries of confinement? All right, boy. I have rescued your friend. Swiftly eliminate this Namekian. Understood. Thank you, Aunt. Sun Wukong bellowed, channeling all his strength into his right fist and charging fiercely towards the demon King Piccolo. Meanwhile, the maimed Piccolo, driven to madness, recklessly hurled several energy blasts at Sun Wukong. These energy orbs collided with Wukong, erupting in a dazzling display of light. However, amidst the brilliance, Sun Wukong suddenly darted forward, delivering a crushing blow that pierced through the demon King Piccolo. Chapter 89. The rescuer must save himself. The demon King Piccolo, in disbelief, lowered his gaze and discovered, to his horror, that a large hole had formed in his chest. I have lost, he uttered with a grim smile, suddenly expelling a white egg from his mouth and hurling it towards the distant northern lands. My son, you must avenge your father. The source of evil must not be extinguished. With a violent explosion, the demon King Piccolo was obliterated, vanishing completely from existence. The brief interval between his egg expulsion and his cataclysmic demise went unnoticed by nearly all present. However, Lin Chen and Bardock, soaring high above, witnessed the event clearly, as did Jine on the ground. Seeing that her son had not been eradicated completely, Jine contemplated intervening once more. Yet, at that moment, Bardock's voice resonated through her communicator. Enough, Jine. You have intervened sufficiently. Let Kakarot rectify his own mistakes in due course. Very well, Jine acquiesced, halting her actions and allowing the egg to disappear into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha and others, emboldened by a sense of inevitable sacrifice, arrived to support Tien Shinhan. Upon learning of the Demon King's demise, they erupted into jubilant celebration. We have triumphed. Goku has defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Excellent. The Demon King has been vanquished. Goku, You have saved the world. Goku, supported by his companions, managed a pained smile and remarked, "It wasn't solely my doing. Had it not been for this lady's assistance, Tien Shinhan and I might have perished." Lady? The others, upon hearing this, realized that there was indeed another presence at the scene. Yamcha, though unfamiliar with her, noticed that Oolong, Pu'er, and Launch found her somewhat recognizable. As for Bulma, she immediately recognized her as one of the Saiyans who had accompanied Lin Chen to Earth. With her presence confirmed, Bulma's thoughts turned to Lin Chen. She lifted her gaze, and soon spotted Lin Chen and Bardock descending from the sky. Big brother Lin Chen. Hello. Bulma and everyone. Lin Chen greeted with a warm smile as he touched down. It's you. Yamcha exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Why did you only show up now? Aren't you powerful? Why didn't you help? Didn't you know that Master Roshi and Krillin are dead? How dare you? A surge of energy erupted from Bardock, forcefully sending Yamcha sprawling. Oolong and Pu'er rushed to assist Yamcha in rising from the ground. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan felt a jolt of alarm. He could tell at a glance that these two newcomers were likely more formidable than the Demon King himself. Enough, Bardock. Lin Chen called to him before turning to the equally puzzled Goku. Goku, do you believe I should have intervened? Why yes, big brother Lin Chen. You and Bardock are so powerful. If you had acted sooner, many lives could have been spared. Yet, we are not inhabitants of Earth. Why should we endeavor to save you? Lin Chen replied suddenly. At these words, Goku was momentarily taken aback, and Tien Shinhan fell silent. Wukong, do you remember what I once said to you? We are not of this Earth. Thus, the fate of the Earth bears little significance to us, Lin Chen articulated. This universe teems with peril, dangers far more formidable than the likes of King Piccolo. We may rescue you once, yet we cannot perpetually safeguard your planet. To truly ensure the Earth as safety, it is imperative that you harness your own strength. Those who save others must first save themselves. Only by possessing the power to protect the Earth can you genuinely uphold its peace. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fell silent. Yamcha, though reluctant, could not refute the truth in his statement. Had they possessed sufficient strength, the chaos wrought by King Piccolo would not have claimed so many lives. However, the Turtle Sage and Krillin have perished. Yamcha exclaimed in despair. That is not an insurmountable issue. We can revive them with the dragon, Wukong replied. Tianjin Fan, his expression darkening, retorted, Wukong, you are unaware that King Piccolo has slain the dragon. What? Then Grandpa Turtle and Krillin. Wukong gasped, trembling in shock. Fear not. The dragon is a creation of the gods. As long as we beseech the divine for its resurrection, it can be accomplished, Lin Chen assured. God. Wukong was taken aback. Oolong, with a disdainful expression, scoffed. How could there be a god in this world? No, gods do exist. Bulma interjected suddenly. Wukong, the god resides on Karen Tower. I have ascended there with brother Lin Chen before. What are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud. Wukong immediately summoned his cloud, ready to embark for Karen Tower. Wait. Tianjin Fan called out to him. The Karen Tower you just mentioned, is it truly the legendary sanctum of martial arts? Indeed. I have trained there before. My ability to defeat King Piccolo this time was aided by a sage known as the Cat Sage residing there. The tales were indeed true. Please, take me with you. I yearn to grow stronger. This encounter with King Piccolo has revealed just how far I still have to go. I shall not require your assistance in the future, Tianjin Fan declared. I wish to join as well. Yamcha stepped forward. Although I could not lend a hand this time, I will certainly strive to catch up with you. All right then, Wukong affirmed with a determined nod. Let us journey together to Karen Tower. The three, invigorated by their newfound resolve, prepared to set forth on the path to Karen Tower. After bidding farewell to the others, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan boarded a plane, while Sun Wukong leaped onto his Nimbus Cloud. Brother Lin Chen, thank you for your guidance this time. I will continue to grow stronger. Wukong called back as he rode upon the cloud. When I become powerful enough, I hope you will come to teach me. Very well, I shall await that day. Lin Chen replied, smiling and nodding. Farewell then. Wukong waved at them, ready to depart. At that moment, a sudden call interrupted Sun Wukong. He turned to see a stranger beside Lin Chen, a man he did not recognize. Uncle, is there something you need? Sun Wukong inquired. Do strive to grow stronger. Bardock urged, suppressing his emotions. Please take care. Jin added. Sun Wukong nodded to both of them before vanishing into the horizon. Farewell. He called to Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Pu'er. Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping also bid their farewells to the group, hastening after Wukong. After their departure, Lin Chen took his leave from Bulma and the others, and together they returned to Vegeta. Chapter 90. The Saiyan at the Heavenly Temple. After parting ways with Lin Chen and the others, Goku, accompanied by Tianjing Fan and Yamcha, made his way to the Korin Tower. Having vanquished the formidable Piccolo Daimao, Goku successfully acquired the permission of Master Roshi, allowing him to ascend to the Heavenly Temple to meet the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Tianjing Fan and Yamcha were tasked with the arduous challenge of climbing the Korin Tower anew. As the two of them began their ascent, Master Roshi guided Goku to the pinnacle of the tower. Inserting the power pole into a designated groove, Goku watched as it extended, granting him access to the temple above. And these bells serve as your token for the audience with the Supreme Kai, Master Roshi added. Goku nodded in understanding, using the power pole to rise into the heavens, soon disappearing from sight. With a twinkle in his eye, Master Roshi stroked his beard, reflecting, Lin Chen speaks the truth. The martial arts on Earth have lagged far behind. For the safety of our world, it is high time to rejuvenate its martial spirit. One must rescue themselves before they can save others. Oh, I can only imagine the surprise on Goku's face when he meets the two in the Heavenly Temple. Wow, it's so fast. I can hardly see the Korin Tower anymore. Moments later, piercing through thick layers of clouds, Goku finally beheld the Heavenly Temple, suspended majestically in the sky. With precision, he inserted the power pole into the base of the temple, climbing the side ladder and leaping onto its surface. In awe of the resplendent palace before him, Goku's curiosity piqued, and at that moment, he spotted a figure nearby. In the original tale, it was Mr. Popo who greeted Goku, yet in this realm, a young man with dark hair, appearing a few years older than Goku, stood before him. Are you the Supreme Kai? Goku inquired. I am not. My name is Broly, and I am a candidate for the Supreme Kai, replied the dark-haired youth, who had resided in the Heavenly Temple for many years. A candidate? What does that mean? Goku blinked in confusion. The Supreme Kai has stated that one day I shall become the next Supreme Kai, Broly explained. Wow. So you can be considered a god then? Hello? Is there any chance you could resurrect the dragon? Goku performed a respectful bow. Apologies. But that is a task only the Supreme Kai can accomplish. If you wish to meet him, you must undergo a test, Broly replied calmly. A test? Does this bell not suffice? Goku produced Master Roshi's bell. Broly glanced at it and said, the bell merely certifies that you are eligible for the test. To meet the Supreme Kai, further trials await. What kind of trials? Goku asked eagerly. Simply put, you must manage to touch me, Broly stated. That challenge sounds oddly familiar, Goku mumbled to himself. Well then, let us begin. Actually, the original test was meant to be a battle, but I prefer to avoid conflict. Broly admitted. Really? What a pity. I find battles quite enjoyable. Ever since defeating Piccolo Daimao, Goku brimmed with confidence, believing few could match his strength. However, he remained blissfully unaware that he faced a creature far beyond his own realm of power. Here I come. Having spoken, Sun Wukong suddenly vanished from his original spot. Yet, in the next moment, he was unexpectedly struck by an unseen force, landing merely 2 steps away from Broly. Ouch! What was that just now? Sun Wukong, bewildered, rose to his feet but found nothing amiss. How strange. Could it have been merely an illusion? Mr. Broly. Here I come. This time, Wukong unleashed his afterimage fist, attempting to sneak up on Broly. However, as soon as he executed the move, something struck him squarely on the face, causing it to swell. Oh my, that hurt. What on earth was that? Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, only to be rendered speechless. He finally discerned that the source of his misfortune was, astonishingly, a tail identical to his own, which belonged to Broly. You are also a Saiyan? Indeed. Broly acknowledged, it was Brother Lynx who brought me here. Lynx? You mean Lin Chen? So it was him. No wonder. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Broly replied coolly, you may return. Although you triumphed over Demon King Piccolo, your strength is not yet worthy of meeting the Supreme Kai. Yes, I apologize for my presumption. But I must meet the Supreme Kai. I must hasten to revive everyone, or I shall not return. So, Broly arched an eyebrow. May I undergo special training here? Yes. I wish to train rigorously and then pass the test to meet the Supreme Kai. Even with such a vast disparity in our strengths, you refuse to give up? Yes. Wukong clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Broly smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this Wukong, just as Brother Lynx described, is entirely different from the typical Saiyan. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, who had been observing from the shadows, decided it was time to meet Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Wukong encountered the old Supreme Kai, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo. Witnessing the Supreme Kai resurrect the dragon. After fulfilling his mission at the Supreme Kai's palace, Wukong learned an astonishing revelation. Sun Wukong, you have defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the world, which is truly commendable, the old Supreme Kai praised. However, Regrettably, Demon King Piccolo is not yet dead. He left behind a doppelganger even more formidable than he, which will inevitably threaten the world again. For certain reasons, Broly and I cannot confront it directly. So for the next 3 years, you must train here to safeguard the peace of Earth in the future. I understand. Brother Lin Chen told me that we can only protect the Earth with our own strength, not relying on others. Wukong declared. Your resolve is commendable. The Supreme Kai nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, the dragon was resurrected, and those who had perished at the hands of Demon King Piccolo were revived, including Master Roshi and Krillin, who awoke from their slumber. It is well understood that all of this is due to the efforts of Wukong, who has now ascended to the Celestial Temple for cultivation. Meanwhile, Krillin has resolved to journey to Karin Tower to hone his skills. On Earth, as the Z Warriors, influenced by Lin Chen's chain reaction, commenced their training with unprecedented diligence on planet Vegeta. Your Majesty Linkus, we have received news from the Galactic Patrol. They have confirmed the whereabouts of Chirag. Within the Saiyan Royal Palace, Lin Chen received urgent intelligence from Paragus. Lin Chen inquired, is it confirmed? They won't slip away this time, will they? It is highly unlikely, Your Majesty. As per the Galactic Patrol's report, Chirag appears to be cultivating the Tree of Might. Chapter 91. The Battle for the Spirit Tree. The Spirit Tree? Has it not already been obliterated by my own hand? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Years ago, after Lin Chen fused with the Transcendent Bloodline, he fortuitously encountered Dales, who was attempting to cultivate the Spirit Tree's fruit on planet Vegeta. In order to complete his chosen mission, Lin Chen effortlessly transformed both Dales and the Spirit Tree into nothingness. Why then has another Spirit Tree emerged? Now in the hands of the nefarious Namekian, Chirag? Paragus spoke, Your Majesty, the details remain unclear. According to intel from the Galactic Patrol, Chirag's forces previously occupied a planet under their jurisdiction, Lalula. Upon discovery, the patrol dispatched officers, but they were repelled by Chirag's men. They now hope that we can deploy a special operations team to provide immediate assistance. The Spirit Tree. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he had once deemed the fruit of the Spirit Tree of little use to himself, it remained a valuable asset for the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, offering a means for rapid enhancement of their power in a short span. Furthermore, the Spirit Tree's fruit could aid him in honing his mental fortitude. Thus, it was imperative that he did not let this opportunity slip away once more. How long will it take to travel from planet Vegeta to Lalula? It is quite distant. Your Majesty, utilizing the Galactic Patrol's high-speed spacecraft, it would likely take a month, Paragus replied. That far? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lalula lies within the Eastern Galaxy, surpassing our operational radius. As such, the Galactic Patrol has expressed that it would be best if you were to personally intervene. In that case, inform the Galactic Patrol that I shall take matters into my own hands. Additionally, Paragus, organize a team to investigate the Northern Galaxy for planets suitable for life that have yet to be inhabited by intelligent beings. Paragus raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, are you implying? If possible, I intend to procure the seeds of the Spirit Tree. I understand. I shall commence the investigation at once. Paragus, having once tasted the benefits of the Spirit Tree's fruit, fully recognized its value. By the way, Your Majesty, will you be undertaking this mission alone? Summon Bardock and Hannah, and find 5 elite warriors. I will teleport them along with me. Lin Chen made his decision. Although he could likely handle Chirag alone, it was prudent to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Paragus nodded and promptly began to assemble the team. Just as he was hastily seeking personnel, an elderly man suddenly intercepted him. Lord Paragus, what is the rush? Paragus glanced at the man. Dr. Glow? His Majesty is preparing for a mission, and I am gathering personnel. Is there a problem? And no, nothing at all. I was merely curious. Is Lin Chen? No. King Linkus, also undertaking this mission personally? Is the adversary particularly formidable? Dr. Glow inquired with keen interest. Indeed. Otherwise, why would His Majesty need to intervene personally? Paragus furrowed his brow and said, Dr. Jero, now that you have just arrived on Vegeta, it would be prudent to refrain from inquiring into such matters and instead focus on your research. Yes, I understand. Doctor. Jero nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Paragus chose to ignore him and busied himself with searching for others. Soon, Bardock and the others gathered around Lin Chen. Except for Bardock and Hanasia, the rest of the individuals summoned by Paragus were formidable warriors, each boasting a battle power exceeding 100,000. After hearing the mission, they immediately placed their hands on Lin Chen, who then activated instant transmission, carrying everyone towards the planet Lalula. Lalula is an agricultural planet that has not developed any civilization of its own. However, upon discovery by a certain civilization under the Galactic Patrol, This verdant planet was transformed into an agricultural hub dedicated to the cultivation of various crops. Yet now, this planet that should have been teeming with life was devoid of any greenery. It appeared as if the entire planet had succumbed to death, with wilted plants and extinct wildlife. Only a colossal tree towered above, reaching into the atmosphere, resembling a gigantic umbrella that shielded the warmth of sunlight from the star. Beneath this immense tree, the Slag Legion's demon warriors patrolled with vigilance, guarding against theft of the burgeoning spiritual tree's fruits. Meanwhile, aboard Slag's spaceship, he sampled a fruit from the spiritual tree, discovered among the treasures of Darius, and impatiently inquired, "How much longer until the spiritual tree's fruits mature?" "My lord, the latest should be today," came the response. "Excellent. This spiritual tree is indeed food meant for the divine. After consuming just a few, I already feel every cell in my body brimming with vitality. If I could devour all the fruits of this planet, no one in the universe would stand against me." Just as Slag roared with fervor, the spaceship's energy detector suddenly emitted a continuous series of beeps. Shortly thereafter, a voice rang out, "My lord, an unknown entity has suddenly appeared on the planet. Their battle power seems extraordinarily formidable." "Formidable? To what extent?" Slag inquired. "My lord, their battle power exceeds at least 3 million. We dare not continue scanning, lest the detector on the ship risk an explosion." 3 million? Upon hearing this figure, Slag's immediate subordinates gasped in shock. One subordinate, towering like a giant, nervously remarked, "Lord Slag, this situation is grave. Please, we must recall everyone immediately." However, Slag, coldly lifting his gaze, fixed his stare on the unknown. The subordinate trembled, hastily attempting to clarify, "My lord, I meant to say." But Slag silenced him with a mere gesture, unleashing a beam of light that forever sealed the subordinate's lips. To retreat before a mere 3 million battle power? Absurd. I, Sherlag, shall not tolerate such cowardly subordinates. "Yes, indeed, my lord," the others responded in unison. Sherlag removed his cloak and strode forth with resolute steps, making his way outside. "Come, let us discover which foolish thief dares to covet the fruits of my spiritual tree." Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions were equally astonished by the colossal presence of the spiritual tree that overshadowed them. In comparison to the spiritual tree on planet Vegeta, this one was of a far grander scale. The size of the spiritual tree is determined by the life essence present on the planet. As a planet dedicated to agriculture, Laluo's vitality far surpasses that of Vegeta in its heyday. Thus, this spiritual tree is nearly 10 times larger than its counterpart on planet Vegeta. Particularly, the fruits adorning its branches glitter like countless stars in the night sky. Chapter 92. The Super Namekian, Your Majesty, there must be thousands of spirit tree fruits here. Hennessy remarked, her eyes wide with awe. This planet is likely twice the size of Vegeta, which may be the reason for such abundance, Bardock replied thoughtfully. Lin Chen clenched his fists and declared, "These spirit tree fruits belong to us Saiyans." Hennessy, Bardock, take your men to deal with Shrag's subordinates while I confront Shrag. "Yes, Lord Lin Chen." Bardock nodded immediately. However, Hennessy interjected, "Your Majesty Lin Kex, allow me to handle Shrag." "You? Hannah, have you checked the scanner? Shrag's combat power is already at 20 million. "What?" Hennessy gasped, hastily activating the energy detector. Bardock and the others, too, turned pale and quickly initiated their scanners. Moments later, gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could a Namekian possess such formidable combat strength? Hennessy pondered in confusion. She was not entirely ignorant of Namekian capabilities. She knew that the inhabitants of that planet generally had combat powers in the thousands, with some even lower, akin to the Namekian from Earth, whose power barely exceeded 1,000. Yet now, an unexpected Namekian had emerged, boasting a combat power surpassing that of the frozen demon. Everyone's initial reaction was to suspect their detectors were malfunctioning. However, the Saiyans who had come to Lalala Star had all learned to sense ki. When they set aside their devices to perceive Shrag's aura, they were immediately met with an overwhelming presence, far greater than Frieza's, and even more potent than the ancient Gula they had encountered on the planet Ivrit. Shrag was a super Namekian, akin to a super Saiyan, representing the pinnacle of Namekian strength. "Hannah, you are no match for him now," Lin Chen stated firmly. "What about you, Your Majesty Lin Kex?" Hanazia's complexion paled. Since her transformation into a super Saiyan, she had never felt such a sense of helplessness. "Do not worry, if it were any other super Namekian, I might find it challenging, but Shrag is still far from my level," Lin Chen replied with a bright smile, revealing his pristine teeth. In truth, had the being before Lin Chen been the Piccolo from the original story, who merged with the Supreme Kai during the Android saga, even Lin Chen blessed with the bloodline of transcendent power, would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. For at that time, Piccolo's strength was at least 5 times that of the original Frieza, with a combat power analysis from the original text suggesting it was no less than 500 million. Translating that to Lin Chen's world, his base power would approximate 50 million, augmented by the extraordinary abilities possessed by the Namekians. Lin Chen would indeed face a formidable opponent. However, Shrag seemed to lack the refinement that future Piccolo possessed, likely due to his prolonged period of aging, thus, even restored to his youth. His combat power exceeded Frieza's by merely a fraction, whom Hanasea gently nodded, and then gazed at Lin Chen for a moment. Your Majesty, upon our return, I hope you can guide me further. I wish to grow stronger. Very well, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. It seemed that Hanasea, who had always been disinterested in cultivation, was now spurred on by Shrag. Watching Hanasea and her companions charge at Shrag's subordinates, Lin Chen stretched his limbs. Since returning to his own world, it had been a long time since he encountered an opponent worthy of unleashing his full power. I hope you do not disappoint me. At that moment, the demon warriors flying out from the spaceship were already under attack from Bardock and his group. In front of them, these warriors, whose battle power barely reached tens of thousands, were effortlessly dispatched, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Lord Shrag, upon witnessing one of his direct subordinates scream as he was vaporized by a wave of energy, Shrag scoffed and prepared to retaliate. However, at that instant, Lin Chen appeared before Shrag. Shrag was taken aback, as he had sensed no prior indication of Lin Chen's arrival. It was as if Lin Chen had materialized from thin air. Even with Shrag's superior Namekian vision, he could not track his movements. Shrag, your opponent is me, Lin Chen stated calmly. You are a Saiyan? Shrag's gaze fell upon the tail, at Lin Chen's waist. Indeed, I am Linkus from planet Vegeta. Linkus. Shrag's expression sharpened. Wasn't this the name of the Saiyan rumored to have slain the tyrant Frieza? So it is you? Saiyan, I have heard you killed Frieza. That is indeed impressive for a Saiyan. But if you think that makes you invincible, you are sorely mistaken. As he spoke, a murderous intent began to seep into Shrag's tone. With my current power, killing Frieza is akin to squashing an ant. I bear no grudge against your kind. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. Otherwise, once I harvest this batch of spirit tree fruits, you will be my next target, planet Vegeta. Huh, Lin Chen scoffed, raising his hand to summon a death beam that shot directly toward Shrag. The golden beam soared through the air, striking Shrag with explosive force. The ensuing explosion echoed loudly. However, when the smoke cleared, Shrag stood unharmed, though his attire was significantly shredded, including the helmet he always wore, revealing the characteristic antennae of his Namekian lineage. Seeking death, Shrag roared, his entire aura surging explosively. The chilling darkness of his presence momentarily stunned the surrounding Saiyans engaged in battle. How powerful, they thought, realizing that this aura surpassed even that of Frieza and Cooler. Hanasea and the others widened their eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Their concern for Lin Chen's safety growing. Shrag, seemingly reveling in his power, continued to unleash his energy, believing that Lin Chen, standing motionless before him, had been rendered speechless by fear. At that moment, Shrag suddenly noticed a faint smile curling at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth as he directed it towards him. To intimidate others with sheer presence, one must adopt such an approach. What? Shrag was taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, he beheld Lin Chen erupting with a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of energy cascading forth as if a dam, long restrained, had finally burst its barriers. Unleashing a torrent of force, the relentless wave of power now left Shrag and his subordinates in a state of sheer terror. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their minds rendered momentarily numb. Above the desolate La planet, dark clouds began to gather ominously, and bolts of golden lightning suddenly struck down, cracking the air with their explosive resonance. Meanwhile, beneath their feet, the formidable adversary emitted a series of deep, resonant tremors, causing tiny fragments of rock to levitate into the air, propelled by the sheer magnitude of the force. Chapter 93. The transformation into a giant 10 million. 20 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 130 million. As Lin Chen's aura finally ceased its explosive surge, his appearance had undergone a profound transformation. Shrag gazed incredulously at the figure before him. You are I have heard you are a super Namekian? My apologies, I am a super Saiyan. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. A super Saiyan? As Shrag beheld Lin Chen, whose entire being radiated a golden aura, and whose hair stood on end, his expression stiffened. Having lived for centuries, Shrag was well aware of the legends surrounding the Super Saiyans. Ah, I see. No wonder your kind was able to vanquish Frieza. Indeed, you are remarkable. But before me, Shrag, you shall all perish. With a roar, a surge of energy erupted from Shrag, radiating outward in all directions. The fragments of stone and the rumbling thunder that had been drawn upward by Lin Chen's power were either shattered or dispersed under this force. Simultaneously, Shrag moved, launching the first strike of the battle. Boom! Shrag's furious fist landed heavily upon Lin Chen's face. Following that, Shrag retracted his fist, shifting positions, and relentlessly attacked Lin Chen from various angles. Bang! 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 His fist struck Lin Chen repeatedly, producing a series of dull thuds, while Shrag's speed accelerated, creating a cacophony akin to firecrackers in the sky. Witnessing Shrag's overwhelming dominance in battle, his subordinates erupted in joyous cheers. Long live! King Shrag is invincible. Eliminate these Saiyans. Go, my king. On the Saiyan side, however, every face was tense with apprehension. Suddenly, they heard Bardock shout, "Do not lose heart. His Majesty Lin Chen's energy has not diminished in the slightest." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Lin Chen, who had been on the receiving end of the blows, finally unleashed his first strike in the battle. Boom! His fist landed squarely on Shrag's face just as Shrag was about to attack, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Gasp! The ranks of demon warriors collectively drew in a sharp breath. Shrag, that is how a punch should be delivered, Lin Chen remarked coolly. At the bottom of the pit, Shrag's limbs were shattered and broken, yet his wish to the dragon had granted him remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing his body to swiftly revert to its original state. However, despite his astonishing recovery, the pain was inescapable, and a twisted expression of agony contorted Shrag's face. A Super Saiyan. Impressive. Had this been before my rejuvenation, you would have likely been the strongest in the universe. Alas, I have wished for my youth back through the Dragon Balls. Now, I am invincible. Prepare to feel fear. Witness the true might of my Super Namekian form. The earth suddenly began to tremble violently, and a terrifying aura erupted anew. Those who could sense this presence discovered that Slag's aura was once again on the rise. How could this be possible? How could that Namekian possess such power? 30 million, 40 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million? Lord Bardock, Slag's combat power has surpassed 200 million. What? Just as everyone was taken aback, a tall, grotesquely fierce Namekian emerged from the gaping hole. This colossal Namekian could only be Slag. Is this the Namekian's transformation into a giant? Lin Chen gazed at the titan-like Slag beneath him, contemplating deeply. The Namekian transformation differs from that of other cosmic races. It is a transformation of form. Not only has his body become gigantic, but his combat power has also increased tenfold. Previously, Slag's combat power was 20 million, multiplied by 10, that exceeds 200 million. It surpasses Lin Chen's current combat power of 130 million by 70 million. The terrifying and immense aura caused even the Super Saiyan Hanasia to tremble involuntarily. How do you feel, Saiyan? Can you sense the boundless power within me? Prepare to meet your demise. Slag roared, launching himself into the sky. Although his body had grown enormous, his speed remained unaffected, even more agile than before. Boom, boom, boom. Slag and Lin Chen exchanged fierce blows, their bodies becoming mere afterimages, appearing and vanishing across the skies and ground. The golden flames and Slag's energy surged, enveloping the entire Lalala planet in an apocalyptic atmosphere. As various natural disasters unfolded in rapid succession, at times, Slag's demonic soldiers were caught in the crossfire of their battle, obliterated into dust. The remaining onlookers fled to the ground, desperate to avoid being collateral damage. My heavens, the Namekian's power is truly formidable. It can rival that of His Majesty Linkus? What do you mean rival? His aura has already surpassed that of His Majesty Linkus. Such a formidable foe has never been encountered by the Saiyans who followed Lin Chen. Ever since they learned that Lin Chen had become a Super Saiyan, they had believed their Lord Linkus to be the strongest in the universe. Yet today, someone has exceeded him in combat power. This cannot be. I must aid His Majesty. Seeing Lin Chen seemingly at a disadvantage, Hanasia immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to assist. Wait. Bardock halted Hanasia. Your Highness, that level of combat is beyond your reach. Then what should I do? Do you want me to stand by and watch Linkus be defeated? Do not worry. Your Highness, have you not noticed? Though His Majesty Linkus's combat power may not match that of the Namekian, he can at least hold his ground against him. Indeed. What is happening? Hanasia finally came to a realization. Despite a clear disparity in combat prowess compared to that Namekian, How could Lin Chen possibly remain unperturbed? This question also perplexed Schlag. You agile monkey. The ongoing battle left Schlag feeling particularly stifled. His strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent, yet the situation on the battlefield remained a stalemate. Do you not comprehend? It is truly foolish to possess immense power yet lack the skill to wield it effectively. You have greatly disappointed me, effortlessly evading Schlag's attacks. Lin Chen's tone bore a hint of regret. He had initially believed that Schlag's transformation would allow him to unleash his full potential, but alas, that was not the case. Perhaps it was due to being sent to Schlag's home planet at a very young age, where Schlag had become nearly invincible since reaching adulthood, facing few adversaries. Thus, despite being a super Namekian, Schlag greatly faltered in the application of his strength. Chapter 94. The Immortal Body? Non-existent. Disappointed? Ridiculous. What are you even? How dare you speak so arrogantly before me? Schlag's booming voice stirred the very air around him. His face twisted in a menacing grimace. He swung his colossal fist with a fierce roar. Like a meteor, his massive punch was both domineering and awe-inspiring. Yet just before it could strike Lin Chen, he deftly evaded it, as if foreseeing the attack. On the planet Namek, there exists a unique technique known as the perception of Qi. A Namekian, much like yourself, who wandered to other planets during the calamities of Namek, refined this technique into a distinctive martial art, enabling one to anticipate an enemy's movements solely through the flow of Qi, without the need for sight. In comparison to that Namekian, though your strength is formidable, you lack the ability to wield it effectively. Upon hearing Lin Chen's calm words, veins bulged on Schlag's forehead. Shut your mouth. The empty fist suddenly swept horizontally towards Lin Chen, yet once again, he effortlessly dodged. Instead, Lin Chen found himself perched atop Schlag's arm, sprinting along its length. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen's fist crashed into Schlag's face, causing stars to burst before his eyes. Following this heavy blow was a rapid succession of thunderous strikes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's fists and feet rained down countless blows upon Schlag's head, culminating in a powerful convergence of his palms, which erupted with a golden radiance. Kamehameha. A wave of energy radiating golden light shot forth, roaring like a dragon, and collided with Schlag's head with unstoppable force. As the brilliance faded, all eyes beheld the shocking sight. Schlag's head had vanished. Great, great king, Schlag the Great. The demon warriors wailed in despair. Meanwhile, the Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! Long live King Lin Chen! Amidst the applause, the elite Saiyan warriors of planet Vegeta pondered Lin Chen's earlier words, particularly Bardock, who felt a profound resonance. It became evident that the disparity in strength does not always dictate the outcome of a battle. Lin Chen's words were like a revelation, instilling a deep understanding within them. However, just when everyone believed the battle was settled, Lin Chen did not lower his guard, but instead gazed intently at Schlag's headless corpse. Suddenly, Schlag's head violently emerged from his body. This spectacle left the crowd in stunned silence. Even the demon warriors were astonished, unable to fathom that Schlag could revive despite losing his head. Gasping for breath, Schlag glared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes. Damn it! My power is clearly superior to yours. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. In a fit of rage, Schlag opened his mouth wide and unleashed a devastating energy wave. This attack was far more potent than Lin Chen's Kamehameha. If it struck the ground, it could potentially pierce through the mantle. Yet, what use is a fearsome technique if it cannot find its target? Before Lin Chen was struck by the Qigong blast, he vanished, reappearing beneath Schlag's feet, and then surged upward with remarkable speed, his fists charged with tumultuous power. How can you be so fast? By the time Schlag processed this, he could only extend his arms in a futile attempt to block the incoming blow. Bang! A heart-wrenching agony radiated from his chest, and as he looked down, he was startled to find a gaping hole had formed there without his noticing. Ah! Schlag roared in rage, his face contorting grotesquely. Yet, almost immediately, he pivoted, casting a cold smirk at Lin Chen, who had ascended into the sky. With a surge of power, the wound on Schlag's abdomen rapidly healed, restoring him to his previous state. Saiyan, you are indeed formidable, but I have wished for immortality from the dragon Purunga, and no matter how many times you kill me, I shall not perish. Enhanced by the Namekian Dragoness power, Schlag's regenerative abilities were now comparable to those of the future android cell. Observing Schlag's aura, it appeared he did not suffer the typical fatigue associated with the regeneration of Namekians. Unless faced with an absolute disparity in strength, Schlag was nearly invincible. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Lin Chen this time. Immortality? That concept is non-existent before me. It merely implies a stronger recovery ability. As long as I can reduce your entire being to nothingness, I wonder how you shall be reborn. Lin Chen sneered. Shrag, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. Ridiculous. With your scant power, how could you possibly reduce me to nothing? I am eager to see what you can accomplish. Then keep your eyes wide open. With that, Lin Chen let out a furious roar, his physique expanding dramatically, his already formidable presence intensifying. He swiftly grew to over 2 meters tall, surrounded by a blazing aura of yellow and green flames. The legendary Super Saiyan form, for the first time since Lin Chen returned to his world, was unveiled before the onlookers. Why you transformed again? As he beheld Lin Chen's terrifying form, Shrag swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear. Not just him, but everyone on the planet, including Bardock and Hannah, found themselves increasingly immobilized under Lin Chen's oppressive aura. So terrifying. Is His Majesty not a Super Saiyan? Are there transformations beyond Super Saiyan? Hannah, as a Super Saiyan herself, sensed the stark contrast between her power and Lin Chen's. The other Saiyans, feeling the suppression from their ancestral bloodline, were rendered speechless. Ha ha ha, what a charlatan. Do you think a mere change in appearance can kill me? Shrag scoffed defiantly, only to hear Lin Chen retort, of course. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from sight, reappearing beside Shrag's head, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. The impact caused Shrag's head to explode like a balloon, crashing down to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Shrag's body collided with the ground. However, by the time he rose, his head had already regenerated. What is happening? Your power. Shrag, feeling a profound dizziness, struggled to his feet, his mind swirling with intense confusion. He could not fathom why that Saiyan, merely having swollen in size, appeared to be an entirely different being. Could it be that his transformation, akin to his own, had doubled his combat prowess? You need not rise. Lie down and await your demise. From midair, Lin Chen bellowed, his palm flipping downward with force. The very fabric of space seemed to solidify, and under the impetus of his power, Shrag was forcefully pressed back to the ground. Boom. Chapter 95. The Subjugation of Shrag, Mastery of Telekinesis. A colossal handprint materialized over a radius of several kilometers surrounding Shrag. Beneath this imprint, Shrag was deeply embedded in the earth, his skeleton feeling as if it were fracturing, although his body was rapidly regenerating. The excruciating pain left him with a sensation worse than death. Lin Chen descended, gripping Shrag with a single hand, effortlessly lifting the giant-like figure from the ground despite his own diminutive stature. Damn it! Shrag suddenly spread his arms wide and seized Lin Chen with all his might. Ha! You can't escape now. I will crush you. However, as he exerted his strength, Shrag discovered that his hands could not press down as he intended. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to crush Lin Chen as he envisioned. How could this be? Why is this happening? Shrag, do you believe yourself to be the strongest? Little do you know, there are realms beyond your comprehension, Lin Chen spoke in a cold tone. He effortlessly pushed Shrag's hands apart and, amidst Shrag's contorted expression, hurled him skyward. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 green energy orbs. Massive meteor. The 2 energy orbs pursued Shrag, suddenly expanding in midair to resemble 2 green suns. Upon contact, Shrag's body began to suffer intense destruction and erosion under the overwhelming energy. Each of his cells disintegrated beneath this force, dissolving into nothingness. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. At this moment, Shrag finally recognized the threat of death. He understood that Lin Chen's previous words were no jest. He truly possessed the power to annihilate Shrag in an instant, even with Shrag's enhanced regenerative capabilities. If every cell of his were to evaporate simultaneously, restoration would be impossible. Realizing he was on the brink of being consumed by death, Shrag let out a despairing roar, his face contorting in anguish. Lin Chen silently observed this scene when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Reminder to the host. You have an uncompleted choice task. Capture Shrag alive without using any external force and bring him back to Namek. Almost forgetting, Lin Chen was startled. With a flick of his hands, the 2 energy spheres dissipated instantly. At that moment, Shrag was left with only his head and a small portion of his neck remaining. Lin Chen swiftly maneuvered to Shrag's head, grasping it firmly, and asked in a chilling tone, Shrag, will you choose death or surrender? I surrender. I surrender. With a gentle toss, Lin Chen flung Shrag's head towards the ground. Hannah, Bardock, take care of Shrag's subordinates. I must gain immediate control of this planet. The fruits of the spiritual trees here are ours. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving Lin Chen's command, Bardock and Hanaxia regained their composure and commenced their assault on Shrag's subordinates. Waves of shock reverberated through the sky, with Bardock and his companions boasting an average combat power in the hundreds of thousands. Complemented by Hanaxia's prowess as a Super Saiyan, they dealt effortlessly with the minions, whose strength barely reached the tens of thousands, akin to a tiger among sheep. The demonic creatures and warriors of Shrag were no match for them. Cries of despair echoed relentlessly. "Ah, King Shrag, save me! Help me, my lord!" These desperate wails were soon engulfed by searing energy. At this juncture, Shrag had physically recovered, yet the psychological scars lingered, proving far more challenging to mend. Although Lin Chen had returned to his normal state, no longer exuding a menacing aura, the terror of having been so close to death sapped Shrag's will to fight. He reverted to his normal size and knelt on one knee beside Lin Chen, trembling, utterly indifferent to the cries for help from his subordinates. Ultimately, the cries ceased entirely. No one from Shrag's ranks remained alive on the planet. Under the guidance of the combat power detectors wielded by Hanaxia and her allies, none could escape the relentless pursuit of the Saiyans. "Your Majesty, the planet has been thoroughly cleansed." Shortly thereafter, Bardock and his companions approached Lin Chen, kneeling on one knee. "Bardock, do not inform the Galactic Patrol of our mission's completion just yet. Remain here and gather all the fruit once the spirit tree's yield is ripe." "Understood." After issuing his orders, Lin Chen turned to Shrag and inquired, "Shrag, what do the seeds of the spirit tree look like?" "My lord, from what I know, each spirit tree bears 1 or 2 golden fruits, which are indeed the seeds of the spirit tree," Shrag replied earnestly, not daring to conceal the truth. "Did you all hear that? Remember to preserve the seeds. I have other matters to attend to and shall take this fellow with me for a while. You all remain here and gather every collectible fruit." "Understood, Your Majesty." After finalizing his directives, Lin Chen placed a hand on Shrag's shoulder, and in the next moment, he executed instant transmission, arriving at Namek. Upon witnessing the familiar surroundings, Shrag was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, you are..." Lin Chen did not respond immediately, but listened to the system notification echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of locating Shrag without external assistance and capturing him alive to bring back to Namek. Rewards are being dispensed." Subsequently, Lin Chen's mind was enriched with knowledge pertaining to super abilities. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 680,000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills, Instant Transmission. Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki, Beginner Telekinesis. With a slight smile, Lin Chen remarked, "This is Namek. There is someone who wishes to meet you." "To meet me?" Lin Chen again placed his hand upon Shrag's shoulder, and this time, he directly leaped to the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon the sudden appearance of the Grand Elder before him, Shrag was taken aback. "Is it you?" Shrag exclaimed. The sight of Shrag startled Neru, who immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, he soon noticed that Lin Chen was also by Shrag's side. "Mr. Lin Chen?" Lin Chen nodded and addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, I have fulfilled our previous agreement. I have brought Shrag before you. His fate now lies in your hands." "What?" Shrag gasped in astonishment. He had believed he had narrowly escaped his peril, only to realize that his tribulations had merely been postponed. In an instant, he contemplated fleeing. But Lin Chen, who had been prepared, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form and swiftly struck Shrag to the ground with a single blow. Chapter 96. The Elder's Awakening and the Purification of Slag. "Please spare my life," Slag pleaded, collapsing to the ground and cradling his head in desperation. "Do not act recklessly, or I shall end your life," Lin Chen retorted coldly, raising his gaze towards the Elder. "Elder, Slag's current power far surpasses that of your Namek star. Without my presence, he could easily annihilate you all. Thus, you must contemplate your decision carefully." As Lin Chen spoke, the Elder and others were awestruck by the overwhelming aura radiating from him. Such terrifying power seemed to cause the very planet to tremble. It was no wonder that even the formidable Slag, a super Namekian, was no match for him. Indeed, the young man was truly the savior of their Namek star. Regaining his composure, the Elder said, "Mr. Lin Chen, please temper your aura. If this continues, Namek star may not withstand it." "Very well," Lin Chen replied, dissipating his energy and giving Slag a swift kick. "What do you intend to do with him?" "I have little time to spare." The Elder nodded and opened his long-closed eyes, fixing them upon Slag. "I never imagined, Mr. Lin Chen, that when I implored you for assistance, you would manage to capture Slag alive instead of killing him outright. I am truly grateful. In truth, bringing him back to Namek star is far more advantageous than simply ending his life." With a sigh, the Elder continued, "Mr. Lin Chen, I must trouble you to remain for a while longer and keep watch over Slag. I need to gather the Dragon Balls." "The Dragon Balls? You intend to summon the Eternal Dragon?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by the Elder's intentions. "Indeed, I entrust Slag to you for the time being." "Very well. Lin Chen crossed his arms, preparing to observe how the elder would handle Slag. His demeanor suggested he did not intend to kill Slag. But for what purpose would he gather the Dragon Balls? Lin Chen was left in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Slag knelt on the ground. A look of utter despair etched across his face. As thoughts swirled among the onlookers, elders from various villages began arriving, clutching the Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Slag, they were initially taken aback, fearing he had come to demand the Dragon Balls once more. However, upon noticing Lin Chen's presence, they soon realized that the situation was not as it seemed. Setting down the Dragon Balls, the elders gathered and discreetly summoned Neru to inquire about the circumstances. Neru, what is happening? How has Slag returned? And why is Lin Chen here? I am uncertain. This is all the elders doing, Neru replied. At last, as the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, the elder rose from his seat and personally called forth the Eternal Dragon. As he invoked the dragon, the sky above Namek's star darkened ominously. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. The Eternal Dragon Purunga declared with resounding authority. Taking a deep breath, the elder summoned all his strength to shout his request to Purunga. As the Grand Elder made his wish in the Namekian tongue, Lin Chen found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the words spoken. Yet, he could perceive a profound change in the expressions of his companions, particularly Nailu, whose demeanor shifted dramatically. And even Sherlager at his side began to tremble violently. Why? Why would you do this? Lin Chen cast a glance at them and called out to Nailu. What was the wish articulated by the Grand Elder? Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder wishes for the dragon to dispel the malevolent thoughts within Sherlager. Dispelling malevolent thoughts? Wait, isn't Sherlager a purely evil Namekian? How can one dispel malevolence? Indeed, Purunga hung his head, his 2 snail-like antennae floating in the air. I regret to inform you. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Sherlager harbors no good thoughts, only pure evil. To dispel malevolence is tantamount to extinguishing his life. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder appeared to have anticipated the outcome, expressing a slight sense of regret. I see. It is as I feared. Then, dragon, can you purify Shillager's malevolence? Shillager's power has surpassed mine. I am unable to fulfill this wish, Purunga replied. Perhaps you alone cannot, but if someone were to assist you, would it be possible? The Grand Elder inquired further. It is worth attempting. However, it would require the full concentration of my power and the consumption of 3 wishes. The Grand Elder smiled and then addressed the others. Everyone, take heed. From this day forth, Sherlager shall assume the mantle of the new Grand Elder. The wondrous power of the Dragon Balls shall continue. The Grand Elder? What? The assembly of elders widened their eyes in disbelief, with Sherlager himself struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. What did the Grand Elder mean by entrusting the elder position to Sherlager? Lin Chen was equally perplexed. What was happening? He had traveled a great distance to bring Sherlager here, and now he was to become the Grand Elder of Namek? How could such an unrepentant villain ever be worthy of such a title? Had the Grand Elder lost his sanity? At that moment, Nyla seemed to grasp the Grand Elder's intentions, shouting, No, Grand Elder, is it truly worth it for someone steeped in bloodshed? Shillager's current state is my fault. Had it not been for me, he might have been a good child. My mistakes must be rectified by my own hand. As the Grand Elder spoke, he leaned on his staff and approached Sherlager, placing a hand upon his chest. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Sherlager exclaimed in alarm, though he refrained from making any rash movements due to Lin Chen's presence. Fear not. Your consciousness shall remain unaltered. You will still be yourself. The Grand Elder reassured with a smile. As Lin Chen observed the Grand Elder's actions, he finally understood. The Grand Elder intended to merge with Sherlager, using his own benevolent essence to assist the dragon in purifying the evil within Shillager's heart. Grand Elder, you. Lin Chen began to speak. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. Because of you, I have the opportunity to atone for my mistakes. Farewell. May the Namekians live in eternal peace. With the disappearance of the Grand Elder, the eyes of the divine dragon Balunja emitted a crimson glow. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Slag in an instant. Slag appeared to endure excruciating agony, letting out a piercing scream. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chen witnessed a dark mist suddenly escape from Slag's mouth. At that moment, the 3rd Elder Muley exclaimed, Mr. Lin Chen, that is Slag's malevolent thought. Please assist the divine dragon in purifying it. Purify? How? With your energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, bringing his palms together. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave surged towards the dark mist, crashing through it with a resounding force, scattering it until it vanished completely.